Chapter 61. The bloody smell was thick and pungent, mixed with a... Fusey frowned slightly, and observed in front of the secret door for a while, confirming that there was no mental fluctuation, and it should be an NPC, an ordinary person. Xingqi had already stood up from the sofa, he sensed it, and nodded slightly to Fusey. The two walked in, and saw a large pool of blood and two people entangled together. Their bodies had begun to corrode under the high temperature, emitting a foul odor, which was simply another biological weapon in another sense for Fusey. Xingqi didn't know whether he was scared or disgusted. His body stiffened in place, and he didn't dare to take another step forward. Fusey didn't care too much. He probably had never seen such a cruel scene, and it was reasonable for him to lose his mind. Fusey endured the nausea and went forward to check. The two bodies were a man and a woman. The girl's fatal injury was on the back of the head, and it seemed that she died from a blunt impact, while the man was pierced through the chest by a sharp weapon and died from excessive blood loss. There were signs of fighting at the scene. The girl's clothes were torn, and the man's cell phone was scattered beside him. It seemed that he wanted to ask for help, but he didn't expect that the outside world had been invaded by high temperatures, and there was no signal at all. Xingqi lowered his head and said with a stammer, I go out and rest for a while. Fusey nodded. Recover your strength as soon as possible. We must find Inan as soon as possible. After that, she turned around to check the personal belongings at the scene. The girl's face was very green, and she looked young. She probably just left the campus to work. But I didn't expect to meet such a beast in the company. Fusey sighed silently, took off her coat, and covered the girl. Fusey took the man's phone and looked at it. It was still charged, so she just used his finger to unlock it. Fusey quickly browsed various communication software and communication records, and finally found two useful clues. There is a dam not far from here, with abundant water resources and special air raid shelters. This man should be a senior manager of the company. His phone is full of information notifying them to move. The dam is about 3 kilometers away from here. It takes 10 minutes to drive and half an hour to walk. The transportation here does not seem to be able to work in high temperatures. Fusey just came all the way and did not see any vehicles or transportation tools. The outdoor temperature is 55 degrees. If you drive outside, how long can you last? I don't know what the technological level of this map is, and whether there are basic protective measures in the transportation. Just as she was thinking, Xingqi suddenly called softly from outside. Senior, has Senior Inan contacted you? Fusey just went out to take a breath, she said. Have you sensed his mental fluctuations? On Xingqi's shoulder stood a white bird with drooping wings. Its owner was in a bad mood, and its tail feathers had lost their former luster and drooped darkly behind him. Inan and Luoyi are together. They are at a dam. There is an air raid shelter there, and the temperature is much lower. I just don't know where they are. Fusey shook the phone in her hand and raised the corner of her lips. Isn't it here? I just checked. There is an offline navigation system here. The dam is 3 kilometers away from here. Can you do it? Xingqi's face looked better than before, but Fusey was worried whether the guide's body could withstand the high temperature, not to mention that there was direct light outside, which was comparable to burning torture. Thinking of the weather outside, Xingqi's face twisted slightly. He was really incapable of dealing with such hot weather. Xingqi gritted his teeth secretly, and was about to say that it was okay, and he could hold on, when he heard Fusey say, Let's go to the underground garage and drive, although I don't know if we can hold on to the dam. The geographical location here is not in the city center, but close to the suburbs, and the traffic should not be congested. They looted the car keys and bottled water from this office, and Fusey took away the white fabric used as decoration on the sofa. Just in case, they also took the man's work card to open the elevator door. The elevator can still operate, but the buttons and the floor are terribly hot, and it will burn you if you touch them casually. There are 3 floors in the underground garage, and the management staff have special parking spaces on the bottom floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, I thought the temperature here wouldn't be too exaggerated, but I didn't expect a heat wave to hit me as soon as I opened the door. The temperature underground was much higher than the 3 floors above the ground. Fusey looked carefully and found that some cars were in the startup state, and they were working diligently to operate the air conditioner in the car. All the doors and windows were closed to prevent the heat from escaping. Fusey found the one that matched the car key, and as soon as she opened the door, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She hated this map a little bit now. Fusey endured it and got in, and started the air conditioner. Although this would speed up the heat accumulation of the engine, this temperature was really not a place for people to stay. The physical fitness of the guide was only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. For Xingqi, the place that Fusey couldn't stand was like going to the execution ground. Xingqi felt the cool air from the air conditioner and whispered, "Thank you, Senior." Fusey didn't respond. She was studying how to drive the car. She could drive private shuttles and military airships, so she was quite familiar with transportation. In a short while, Fusey understood how to use the car. Most of the icons of this semi-intelligent car were simple and easy to understand, which saved a lot of time. When the temperature in the car dropped to a certain level, Fusey knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she turned on the navigation on her phone and got on the road. Xingqi leaned aside and kept trying to connect with Inan mentally, but Inan's condition was not very good, and his mental fluctuations were always intermittent. Fusey drove the white car onto the main road. Fortunately, the car body was light-colored, which could slow down the accumulation of temperature. Fusey handed the white cloth to Xingqi. "Use this to cover your body later. Don't let your skin be exposed." Xingqi's hair color is pure black. His hair has grown a little longer recently. It has grown to the back of his neck and can be grabbed into a small tuft. Xingqi nodded and had no objection. Fusey concentrated on driving. She looked at the navigation on her phone. Because she couldn't connect to the internet, she could only use it as a dead map and couldn't display the real-time location. Fusey drove out of the basement safely without encountering any obstacles. There was no one in the security booth, and the railings blocking outsiders were also wide open. It took 2 minutes to drive like this. There was no one on the road. Fusey drove very fast. At this time, she didn't care about the speed limit rules. Fusey just wanted to get to the dam quickly. Fusey glanced at Xingqi from the corner of her eye. He was sitting in the passenger seat. His expression looked a little gloomy and depressed, which was different from the weakness of dehydration. Looking back, he seemed to be out of sorts when he came out of the office building, as if he had been hit by something. Fusey didn't have time to think about it. She suddenly heard the sound of something flapping wings from behind the car. The sound was very faint, mixed in the roar of the car, and it was easy to ignore if you didn't listen carefully. Maybe it was because the distance was far? Fusey's mind flashed a trace of vigilance. Shu Yu and Qi Yuan's spiritual bodies were griffins and gerfalcons respectively, both of whom were good at air combat. If they were chasing Fusey, this flapping sound would make sense. Fusey listened attentively and whispered to Xingqi, "Slow down your breathing, don't let your heartbeat expose you, someone is following you." Xingqi nodded gently, slowed down his breathing at the same time, and blended the sound of his breath into the roar of the engine. The sound of flapping wings behind her was getting closer and closer. Fusey looked at the road in front of her. One was the main road in the city, and the other was a narrow and dirt road. Both roads could reach the dam. There were many high-rise buildings on both sides of the main road in the city, and some low residential buildings on the small road. The sound of flapping wings behind her was getting louder and louder, and it could no longer be completely hidden in the roar of the car. Obviously, this was to force her to fight. Now everyone was hiding in the buildings to cool off, and no one would drive on the road at all. The only people on the road at this time could be contestants. This was the reason why the person behind her was chasing her relentlessly. He determined that the person in this car was his prey. Fusey quickly calculated the distance from here to the dam. If she took the small road, she could reach the dam as quickly as possible, but she would be caught up by the person chasing her relentlessly because she had no cover. If she took the main road in the city, the route would be extended, and the engine could not withstand long-term operation, and it might also be scrapped halfway. Time waits for no one, and a decision must be made as soon as possible. Fusey has been listening to the movement behind her, but she still doesn't know who is chasing her. The flapping sounds of griffins and gerfalcons are very different, but Fusey always feels that the sound behind her is not like that of gerfalcons, but it is far from that of griffins. Xingqi opened his mouth, wanting to ask if she needed him to release his spirit body to do enemy reconnaissance. Fusey freed one hand, pressed his neck hard, pressed him under the co-pilot, and gestured to him not to make a sound. Xingqi shut up obediently. The next second, a dark light flashed, and the co-pilot was penetrated from top to bottom. If Xingqi was still sitting there, he would probably have died on the spot. Xingqi's eyes condensed, and he saw that the other party was testing how many people were in the car. The reason why he didn't shoot the driver's seat was probably because he wanted to consume the main driver's mind and make her tired of dodging. Who knew that Fusey didn't dodge or evade, and let him shoot through the co-pilot and the back seat, still driving fast on the main road of the city. Xingqi realized later that this was not the way to the dam. Fusey made a half circle and drove in another direction. The sentinel chasing behind was very anxious. Seeing that Fusey didn't turn to the small road, He was a little anxious for a moment and swooped down. The audience couldn't help booing. What is Chi Yuan doing? Why attack at this time? Brother Shu is still waiting on another road. Isn't his mission to drive him away? Who knows what he is thinking in his mind? He used the core to simulate the size of the griffin. Isn't it just to put pressure on the opponent? But it's a pity that the opponent doesn't buy his tricks. Hey, what did you do with those 2 shots just now? Why didn't you just shoot the main cab? It's so delicious, it's so delicious. I need 2 days to calm down after watching this game. Shu Gu is good in every way, but he has a bad eye for selecting players. He always brings a burden with him everywhere. Hey, keep your voice down. If Shu Gu hears you, he will give you the cold shoulder. He hates people saying bad things about his players the most. Fusey kept driving on the main road in the city. The temperature of the engine was already very high. It would stop working in a few minutes. Fusey's other hand kept pressing Xingqi's head, forcing him to curl up. The part where their skin touched, Fusey's body temperature was also rising, and her pulse was beating. If Xingqi was a sentry, he would definitely hear Fusey's heartbeat. Xingqi realized later that Fusey was creating the illusion that she was the only one in the car. This was to seduce the predator behind him to make a move. Fusey was sure that the person who was chasing her was Chi Yuan. He must have wanted to force Fusey to the side road, where his teammates should be. Once Fusey changed her route, they would follow her from the front and back. Unfortunately, Fusey did not change her route, but continued to drive along the main road. Then, the pursuer behind her would definitely start the second plan, relying on the power of the core to destroy Fusey and her car. There was a sound of braking air behind her. Fusey's eyes turned cold. She turned the steering wheel with one hand, stepped on the accelerator, and didn't care about the feeling of the engine. She went straight to the locked door of the large supermarket in front of her. Xingqi couldn't see the scene in front of the car, but subconsciously felt that something was wrong, so he compressed his body to protect the soft parts such as the abdomen and head. Bang, boom, the front of the white SUV resolutely hit the door of the convenience store, smashing it to pieces, and Fusey drove the car inside. Most of the shelves were looted, and the entire supermarket was empty. Fusey saw the opportunity to jam the car into a shelf, perfectly protecting the space under the co-pilot. Xingqi raised his head in shock, but saw Fusey kick open the door of the driver's seat, glanced at him, and then quickly got out of the car and closed the door. Xingqi understood that Fusey asked him to stay put and not expose himself. As Fusey got out of the car, the heat wave came towards her with a strong wind. Fusey threw a steel bar removed from the shelf, brushed past Chi Yuan's body, and nailed it to the broken wall behind him. Seeing Chi Yuan's appearance, Fusey raised her eyebrows slightly. Chi Yuan was panting heavily, his cheeks were flushed, and the veins on his neck were bulging. It seemed that he had just chased them all the way under the direct sunlight, and the high temperature made his blood boil. Behind him, a huge Saker falcon as big as an albatross was slowly falling down. Its size was far beyond the size of the General Saker falcon's spirit body. This shouldn't be the case. Fusey looked at him carefully. The Sentinel should have a high heat resistance. Why did he become like this after just chasing for a few minutes? Seeing the activation ring in his hand, Fusey understood that it was because of the core backlash. Chi Yuan's eyes were full of bloodshot. Staring for a long time in the high temperature and aiming made his eyes exhausted. There was only one person on the opposite side, and he had to get rid of her quickly. Chi Yuan's face became ferocious. The high temperature accelerated his loss of physical strength. It would take some time for Xu Wei to rush over. He had to finish her off before the core effect ended. Swoosh, 2 white lights burst out. Fusey directly pulled away and hid towards the safety exit on the side. Chi Yuan followed closely. Fusey's spirit body had never appeared in the game, which made Chi Yuan have to be careful of her backhand. Heidonking's spirit body mutation skill, between 2 points, can connect 2 fixed points in a 3-dimensional space into a straight line and then split it. This move has medium lethality, but the speed is extremely fast. If you are not careful, you may be cut into 2 sections. Chi Yuan used the mutation skill 3 times in succession, directly cutting the entire first floor of the supermarket, but Fusey's movements were always 1 step faster than him, and she could barely avoid the connected straight line every time. After 3 times, except for some scratches, she was basically unscathed. The audience began to analyze. What happened? How did she dodge? Chi Yuan's speed is already very fast. There are few people who can keep up with Hai Dongqing in terms of speed. She cheated? Did Chi Yuan play a fake game? Don't say it's cheating. What do you think this is? It's prediction. You see, she will act in advance every time before the 2 points connect, which just makes up for the lack of speed. How can you be so sure? Who are you? Yi Yishin? The voice behind has changed its tone. Feng Qingye nodded to him politely. He has never been arrogant and treats everyone equally. It is reasonable for him to appear here. The people around him didn't see Sheki and asked cautiously, Yishin, are you alone? Feng Qingye laughed and said, I just came to watch the game. There is no need to be like this. Sheki has something to do today and didn't come. The people around him nodded in agreement, and all the doubts disappeared. Yes, Hen, you just mentioned prediction. I remember Qi Yuan's mutation skill is instantaneous. Why can't it be predicted? Feng Qingye thought for a while and answered the question, because this skill must be fixed on a physical object within the line of sight. The best thing about Heidonking is its sense of direction and speed, but this connection is not without delay, but the time is very short and difficult to capture. Therefore, in order to hit the target every time, it is best to choose the two places with the shortest distance between physical objects, and it must be able to hit the enemy. After screening, the points are very limited, so Fusey can predict the direction of Qi Yuan's skills and advance through this method. He explained such a long list patiently, but the people around him looked at each other. This requires judging the point chosen by Qi Yuan in an instant, and taking precautionary actions in advance. It requires vision and execution that are far superior to Qi Yuan. How can this be easily done by ordinary people? What's more, Fusey has not used her spiritual body yet, while Qi Yuan has already stimulated the core energy. Everyone realized later that this legendary paddling king may really have some strength to reach the quarterfinals. Fusey dodged the white light that cut in advance again. Qi Yuan was furious, but he couldn't show it on his face. He could only try his best to suppress the feeling of frustration in his heart, gritted his teeth, and tried to force Fusey outside. Fusey realized his intention, and cast her eyes in the direction of Xingqi without leaving a trace. She just stayed away from the car at the first time, because she was afraid that the fuel tank would be accidentally damaged, and the car would explode. Now that she is so far away, she can also feel a little relieved. Where are you looking at? Qi Yuan gave up keeping his distance and rushed up. Fusey was waiting for this moment. She took a step back. Behind her was a fragile decorative wall. Then, with the force of Qi Yuan's blow, the two of them rolled out along the collapsed wall. The temperature outside was constantly high. Fusey felt a burning sensation on her skin that was hard to ignore after being exposed to the light for a moment. Qi Yuan suddenly laughed, and with his red neck and eyes, he looked quite ferocious. You're dead. Fusey saw a small black dot appear behind him, but it enlarged a lot in front of her eyes in a few breaths, enough for Fusey to see who it was. Shu Wei is here. Chapter 62. The huge griffin beast raised waves of heat, and was rapidly approaching the large supermarket. Fusey squinted slightly. The light outside was too hot. She had only been outside for more than 10 seconds, and the feeling of being burned on her skin had already spread. Very good, very good. The temperature was still rising. It was obviously a hot environment, but Fusey slightly raised the corners of her lips, as if she could not feel the burning. The current temperature was about 60 degrees Celsius. If it rose further, all the guides would not be able to maintain basic vital signs and die of dehydration. A quick victory might be a good way. Presumably, the other party thought so too. Fusey did not look back or run away, but just stared at the two people who surrounded her in front of her. Shu Wei was wearing a thin white protective suit. Fusey squinted and looked at him. The bloody and rotten smell of the dead body at the tip of her nose lingered. I wonder how you can hold out for so long under direct sunlight. It seems like you have plucked a useful piece of skin from a dead person, Fusey said with a half smile. Shu Yu didn't say anything, but just pursed her lips. Fusey didn't mean to look down on Shu Yu. Verbal sarcasm has become her habit. If she can be irritated by one or two ambiguous words, she will be sent to the detention center soon. Sure enough, Shu Yu was not irritated by her words. His face looked very young, but his mind was mature. He would not be shaken by the opponent's trash talk. Is there anyone else? Shu Yu turned his head and looked at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan was panting, his eyes still fixed on Fusey, and he answered subconsciously, no, only her. Fusey was not surprised. She looked around at the shelters. She didn't want to fight them outdoors. She had to find a narrow place that could withstand the construction, and use the terrain to deal with them for a while. Fusey had studied Shu Wei's previous games during special training. When he fought in a terrain with many obstructions, the angle and speed of his attack would be affected. This happened to be a commercial street with shops of all sizes. As long as Shu Wei dared to come here to find her, he would be prepared to be delayed. After all, he could waste time in this map, but his teammates couldn't. Fusey had never thought of defeating Shu Wei, and Qi Yuan head-on since she entered this map. High temperature plus thunder and lightning, you don't need to think about it to know what kind of buff is superimposed. Only a fool would fight them head-on. Fusey slowly twisted her fingers. There was a little blood on them. She was accidentally scratched when she was entangled with Qi Yuan just now. Fusey's mind was full of thoughts, but in reality, only a breath had passed. However, when she looked up, she heard Xu Wei's affirmative voice. Your teammates are nearby. He used a declarative sentence, and Fusey's heart skipped a beat. She listened carefully, but Xingqi covered up the heartbeat very well, and she didn't hear the breath of the fourth person. Wait, Fusey lowered her head. The ground under her feet was flat, and the material was similar to a road section made of crushed minerals. Not good. Fusey's pupils shrank slightly. Seeing that she had discovered it, Xu Wei didn't want to hide it. He pointed to the ground. This map is my home field. After saying that, without waiting for the people present to react, the griffin beast behind him let out a hoarse roar, and a ball of lightning the size of a human head passed in front of Fusey's eyes. Boom! A sharp explosion sounded, and the ball lightning hit the third floor of the entire large supermarket. With dust and sparks flying, more than half of the entire supermarket was blown up. That was where Xingqi was hiding. Fusey's pupils trembled, and the whole person staggered back a few steps as if he couldn't stand steadily. He can control the spirit body to this extent. What a tricky enemy. Fusey murmured. The lightning spirit body can control weak currents to form electric fields, so as to achieve the role of electromagnetic waves in transmitting information. So Xu Yu easily found the location of Xingqi. Xu Yu could of course hear this whisper, and his face was a little anxious. The high temperature and lightning made this space a little distorted, and the air circulation became slower and slower. Qi Yuan took 2 steps forward impatiently. Brother Xu, let's go together and make a quick decision. Fusey raised her eyelids, and could clearly see that Qi Yuan's eyes showed an indescribable fighting spirit. His hands were trembling slightly, which was the muscle spasm caused by the surge of blood. Xu Wei was not in a hurry to attack, but Qi Yuan was impatient. In fact, Xu Wei was not as calm as he seemed. The griffin beast behind him kept roaring in a low voice, and his feet were rubbing on the ground restlessly, silently urging something. Xu Wei asked, which direction was she going just now? Qi Yuan was stunned, not understanding why Xu Wei asked this irrelevant question at this time. She has been driving on the main road of the city. I want to force her to the side road, but... Qi Yuan quickly reported the situation in a low voice. After listening to this, Xu Wei looked at Fusey, who was still staring at the building, and said, You changed direction. Are you afraid that I will find your teammates? Fusey was surprised at his sharpness, but not surprised. Time was limited, and she expected to be noticed by Qi Yuan when she turned. In the direction you were driving before. Xu Wei paused, and the charge under his feet increased exponentially, increasing the transmission range of electromagnetic waves. It seems to be a reservoir? Xu Wei was surprised. He kept Fusey alive just to guess where her remaining teammates were. He wanted to find the opponent before his team's leader was eliminated. Fusey smiled slightly and said, Do you expect me to tell you? Her expression did not have any flaws. Xu Wei knew that he could not get more information from her, so he took 2 steps back slightly. Sorry. As soon as the voice fell, Qi Yuan and Xu Wei attacked at the same time, especially Xu Wei's movements, which were as fast as lightning. The moment Fusey saw him start, she knew she could not dodge. This was no longer a gap that could be made up by speed. Fusey's pupils shrank slightly, but not because of fear, but because of excitement. Ina! Fusey stepped back. Another figure faster than Shui suddenly appeared from midair. It was Ina who came to join Fusey. At the same time, Shui's attack suddenly went uncontrollably towards Ina in midair. Shui watched helplessly as his fist wrapped with lightning was wrapped into Ina's palm, but she was not affected at all, and pushed the force back with a little effort. Ina's hand had completed the fusion of spirit and body, and the thick clouded leopard claws were not threatened by lightning at all, and there was not even a sign of burning. The two exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. Shui's moves were aimed at Ina's vital point, but she pushed it back without blinking. It's so hot, I don't want to see this map again in my life. Ina did a beautiful backflip and successfully distanced herself from Xu Wei. As she said that, she fanned the wind with her hands twice, and the leopard claws had returned to human hands. She looked very relaxed and didn't regard Xu Wei as a threat at all. Xu Wei was led away by Ina, and the outflanking attack had a flaw. Fusey was naturally able to deal with it, so the current situation was deadlocked again. The 4 people confronted each other, and no one acted rashly. Alas, I said, Fusey fanned her hands weakly, it's really not a place for people to stay outside. If you don't fight, can you go in? Ayane's forehead was slightly wet, sweat flowed down her neck, and a layer of light pink appeared on her fair skin. Compared to them, Xu Wei and Qi Yuan's faces were even more terrifying. The continuous high temperature not only caused extremely high skin temperatures, but also brought them a lot of mental pressure challenges. Xu Wei and Qi Yuan looked at each other. Qi Yuan was eager to speak but stopped. Why not take action now, and deal with them? The timing is not right now, wait and see. Xu Wei frowned secretly. He was often criticized by Yin Lan for not being calm enough, but after many days of running in, he became more calm. Qi Yuan's eyes were full of disbelief. But Xu Wei always felt that things were not that simple. Just now, Aina appeared out of thin air, without any means of transportation or teleportation. How did she get here? The electromagnetic network did not capture her movements. Did she really appear out of thin air? Xu Wei followed them into the half-collapsed large supermarket calmly. Bu Si looked at the state of the two of them with her peripheral vision. Xu Wei's breath was very stable, and it was obvious that he had not consumed much energy, but Qi Yuan was a little irritable and kept scratching the meridians on his neck. The breakthrough came again. The seemingly united team also showed a tiny crack. TSK, they are really cruel. There were some supplies here, but now they are all gone. Fusey looked around and said with regret. Seeing that the four people did not immediately decide the winner, but instead talked harmoniously and friendly, the audience was puzzled. What's going on? The style suddenly changed. Why don't you fight? Fight! Are you waiting for the opportunity? Brother Xu doesn't look like someone who can formulate such tactics. Isn't he always rushing head-on? Hey, how can you talk like that? Brother Xu is using the quick battle method. Don't say it so harshly. God Yi, do you know what they are doing? Feng Qingye looked at the harmonious scene on the screen and shook his head helplessly. Maybe it's really too hot. Let's go in to cool down. Such a simple answer, if it wasn't said by Feng Qingye, would probably only be laughed at. To be honest, this map is really hot. Queen, please don't let me randomly get this map. I remember there is another map that is extremely cold, which is the opposite of this map. It's a pain to queue up for it. Really? This time, the map library has updated a lot of maps. Who can look at them one by one? Listening to the nagging voice in his ear, Feng Qingye raised his head, looked at the four people in the competition field, and sighed imperceptibly. Although the game has just started, he can already foresee the outcome of this game. Fusey slowly fanned the wind twice, and found that the wind was hot, so she had to give up this way of cooling off. Such a large supermarket should be a resource point. Why is there no core energy fluctuation? Yana asked. Fusey hinted, maybe it has been looted? Xu Wei ignored their chatter. He was slowly recovering his strength, and secretly waiting for the opportunity. Chapter 63. The four of them had their own thoughts, but on the surface they were calm. Fusey rolled her eyes. She had been holding Ayane's arm, and could not only feel her burning body temperature, but also her faintly cramped muscles. Aina lowered her eyes, and exchanged glances with Fusey. It would be difficult for them to gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation, so they had to wait for a suitable opportunity. Fusey raised her eyes, hinting that Aina and she had a tacit understanding, and they didn't need the mind tentacles of a guide and a sentinel to know each other's intentions. Receiving Fusey's meaning, Ayane's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was suppressed in just a moment. It was a bold and risky guess. Aina suddenly raised her hand and picked up a small snack on the shelf, which alerted the two. Xu Yu and Qi Yuan watched Ayane's actions cautiously, but saw her unpack a stick-shaped candy and stuff it into her mouth, squinting with satisfaction. They looked away without interest. What time is it? You're still in the mood to eat candy? Can the things in the competition venue be eaten? They won't be expired. This candy looks so weird. Why does it have to be strung on a stick? And it's translucent. What kind of aesthetics is that? Strange, this candy didn't melt. It can last so long in a high-temperature environment. I wonder how many additives it has. Aina was unaware of these discussions outside the venue. She was indulging in the cheap strawberry flavor. This kind of thing was only sold in the former Defile slums. Only when the family was short of money would they buy one or two to supplement the sugar. The sugar in it was the lowest and most fattening variety. People with a little extra money would not buy it. After eating this candy, the stick can also be used as a fluorescent stick, which can be said to be a two-in-one. Ayane's cheeks bulged, and her sharp canines chewed the candy into a pulp. Fusey watched her movements, and for some reason, she also wanted to taste the candy. Click Xu Wei didn't know what he touched, and made a strange sound. The three people present were alert at the same time. Fusey looked over, and he picked up a mechanical watch at his feet and took it in his hand to examine it carefully. The mechanical watch looked extremely worn out, and the outside was stained with a layer of blood or other dirty substances. The hands and handwriting inside could no longer be seen clearly. It seemed to be a personal item accidentally left behind by someone who came to loot supplies. Fusey looked at the dial, thinking. Xu Wei had never seen such an old antique. He just looked at it for a while, then lost interest, and moved his fingers slightly, intending to throw it away. At this moment, something strange happened. The street that was originally lit by the scorching light suddenly darkened, as if a huge monster suddenly passed through the air, covering the ubiquitous heat source. However, although this map has an unusual temperature, no super powerful creatures appear. The light disappeared just because the night came. Fusey slightly raised the corners of her lips. Ina beside her had already separated from her. The two of them were like fish in water, and dragons in the sea in the dark. Xu Yu entered the combat state at the moment of darkness, but the darkness came suddenly, without any signs or warnings. People who suddenly enter the state of total darkness in an extremely bright environment will be blind for a moment. Xu Yu squinted his eyes. Although he couldn't see anything, his hearing was not restricted. He could hear the deliberately suppressed breathing and heartbeats coming from all around. So that's it. Is this the opportunity they are waiting for? Xu Wei does have a little-known weakness, that is, his night vision is extremely poor, because the griffin relies entirely on hearing and smell to lock prey. Xu Wei has obtained the top configuration of these two senses, and has also lost the night vision that the sentinel is proud of. However, he has never revealed this weakness to outsiders. Why does Fu Si know it? Or is it just a coincidence? Fu Si just wants to use the sudden situation of this map to turn the tide of the battle. No matter which one it is, Xu Wei must be fully prepared to deal with it. The opponent in this game is stronger than expected. It was only a few seconds after the surroundings fell into darkness, and Xu Wei quickly moved to the corner of his memory, concealed his breath, and waited for the changes. Qi Yuan panicked and launched an attack forward, wondering, what's going on? It got dark too suddenly. Without any signs, Qi Yuan was inexperienced, and this was a completely subconscious reaction. When Xu Wei heard his exclamation, he secretly said bad, and quickly threw the mechanical watch in his hand towards the shelf, making the small dial have the effect of an ion gun, with extremely terrifying penetrating power, directly skipping dozens of shelves, bringing a strong wind, whistling past Fusey's ears. This attack directly split the entire battlefield into two halves, Fusey and Xu Wei on one side, and Ina and Qi Yuan on the other side. It must be said that his reaction was already quick enough in the absence of vision. Unfortunately, Ina's lollipop just now was not eaten in vain. In an inconspicuous place, the hem of Xu Wei's protective suit had been stained with a few drops of fluorescent liquid the size of rice grains. The spectators had a god's perspective, and they all exclaimed when they saw the scene, "What is that? Fluorescent agent? No way, how could someone use such a low-level thing? They got it from... Oh my god, it couldn't be from that cheap lollipop? How could this be? She had expected it to get dark. Did she get the marked items in advance? Did someone give her a tip-off? Xu's potential rating is S level. How could he be disturbed by the environment? He can still crush them after dark. No, Xu's reaction is not right. Why does he look a little restrained? Hey, which side are you from? Aren't you from German? Why are you badmouthing our Xu? Let's get it clear, I'm just talking about the facts. With Xu's strength, he should have solved the weaker one the moment it got dark. It's easy to say, who could have expected it to get dark? If you can do it, go ahead. The constant quarrels in the spectator seats have become a tradition of every mic competition. Of course, Fusey didn't steal the question. The first second she stepped into the supermarket, she noticed that the things on the shelves were unusual. First of all, the area of various lighting equipment was messed up. In a world with constant high temperatures and extremely bright light, under what circumstances would someone rush to buy lighting equipment? It must be because there is not only daytime here, and the transition between night and day is very sudden. Fusey certainly couldn't blatantly put fluorescent marks on Xu Wei and Qi Yuan. That would be too obvious. And she couldn't be sure of the arrival of night. Fusey just speculated that each map has its own time cycle, just like the fall of the column in the Black Tower, or the appearance of multiple generations of terrain in the map of Huangzi, all follow a certain time law. In the special training of the first 2 days, Fusey found out a rule that was not a rule. Each map has its own safe zone and rest time. It is like a high-precision instrument. After working for a period of time, it must stop and rest for a while, otherwise it will definitely deviate from the work due to overheated parts and limbs. And this rest time is related to the tonality of the entire map. For example, in the map of the wasteland, the rest time depends on the diffusion time of the white fog and the habits of insects. For example, in the map full of tornadoes in the audition, the rest time depends on the speed of obtaining the core. The mic competition map has been strictly screened and designed, and it will definitely maintain the most basic balance. And the rest time of the Kuyu map, Fusey inferred, depends on the time when the contestants enter the game. Fusey lowered her eyes. This was the second hour they entered the game. If converted according to the 24-hour time, the night will last about an hour, and the game will generally last for 6 hours, which is 2 days in the map. What they are experiencing now is the first night. Fusey was not sure that the night would come as expected, so she gave Shu Wei a chance to recover his strength. It seemed to be exactly what he wanted, but it was actually part of Fusey's plan. Even if the night did not appear, she had a backup plan. Regarding the backup plan, Fusey took a cryptic look at the upstairs, which had become a ruin. The darkness covered her movements. Shu Wei was in a blind spot, and could not see Fusey's tiny movements. He was holding his breath, and concentrating to determine Fusey's position. Fusey raised her eyebrows, turned sideways, and nimbly flipped over the fallen shelf, and was not hit by Shu Wei's sudden attack. With the fluorescent agent on Shu Wei, Fusey could judge his position very well. Before he discovered this little secret, he should sharpen his mental and physical strength. Fusey rubbed her fingers. This opportunity should not be wasted. On the other side, Ina was fighting fiercely with Qiyuan. Qiyuan took 3 seconds to adapt to the darkness, and could see the general outline of Ina, so he launched an attack. But he couldn't see clearly, so there would be some deviation. His mutation skills were very dependent on accuracy, and he couldn't touch the corner of Ina's clothes for a while. Qiyuan couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Just now, Ina and Shu Wei fought, and it was obviously a state of being evenly matched. He was originally very stressed against her. If he could fight Shugo on equal terms, wouldn't it be more than enough to beat him? Shu Ji's skills crushed him. Qiyuan panted twice, and took every confrontation seriously. As a result, after the two of them fought for more than a dozen times, he was surprised to find that Ina was evenly matched with him. Qiyuan's intuition was wrong. He had watched the replay of a Pat's game. Ina played a crucial role in it. She seemed to be able to fight with anyone. This was what made Qiyuan's scalp numb. Ina, a seemingly ordinary sentinel, whose body and spirit were only mediocre, could fight with anyone on equal terms, strong against strong opponents, weak against weak ones. Whether it was intentional or not, it was enough to show that her control over her spirit was so accurate that it was terrifying. Who would hide their strength on the field? In the mic competition where all the heroes gathered, you still want to win the championship without showing your best skills? The mutation skill missed again, and Qiyuan's fingers trembled slightly. His mental power was rapidly declining, and his night vision was also affected. He urgently needed a guide to relieve his mental pressure. The situation on Shu Ji's side was not as smooth as expected. When fighting with Fusey, Qiyuan knew that the woman was like a slippery fish, with a very flexible body, and could always dodge his attacks from tricky angles. Moreover, Shuge couldn't let go of his hands and feet here. Only when he ended the battle on his side could Shuge let go completely. It can't be delayed any longer. Qiyuan gritted his teeth, gave up the tactic of keeping a distance, and chose to fight with Ina in close combat. Ina raised her eyebrows in the dark, finally unable to bear it. Qiyuan used the force beside the cold and solid counter to kick, and the spirit body was recalled by it, forming double wings behind him. The wings flapped again to use the force, and the body was compressed to reduce resistance, achieving an unattainable effect in speed. This time, Qiyuan went for Ina's vital point. Ina sighed slightly and activated the spirit body mutation skill, 2-level stillness. In an instant, Qiyuan's figure was still. His speed was transferred to Ina in the same proportion. Ina flashed in front of him and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work." After that, Qiyuan's neck had been separated from his head. Until 1 second before he was eliminated, Qiyuan had not yet reacted to what Ina's spiritual body mutation skill was. The spectator seats were not blocked by darkness, and they could clearly see what had just happened, but there was no slow playback. Everyone could only see Qiyuan's body stiffen unnaturally for a moment, and then Ina flashed in front of him and twisted his neck. Oh my god, what kind of mutation skill is this? Is it to pause the opponent's movements? Isn't this a mental control mutation skill that only guides can have? No, that's not right. Her speed just now was not normal either. It seems that the accelerator key was pressed. Damn, why didn't she use such a powerful mutation skill earlier? Is it very strong? She seems to have been waiting for Qiyuan to get close. There must be restrictions, or it can't be activated. What do you know? This kind of domain skill is the most rare mutation skill. It can affect life forms in a space. It is a group skill. It is many times better than a single skill. The sentinels with domain skills in the past have been recruited by the military in advance. I don't know how much trouble this skill will cause the opponent if it is synchronized to the warship on the interstellar battlefield. The rookie team that has always been unpopular suddenly broke out such a powerful spiritual body mutation skill. Everyone chattered and discussed it non-stop. The young faces were obviously envious, yearning, worship and jealousy. In a corner where no one noticed, a figure saw this scene, opened his eyes in disbelief, and stood up in shock. Suddenly, the people around cast strange glances in this direction. Mashu stared at the live broadcast on the screen, his fists clenched involuntarily, and the blue veins on his slender white neck burst out because of extreme restraint. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and sat down slowly, but his eyes had not moved away from the screen. His eyes were hot and intense. Although he tried his best to suppress it, he still showed a bit of misconduct. Mashu lowered his head and let his half-long hair cover his eyes to prevent the overly hot eyes from overflowing. Restrain again, still can't be sure, just a little bit like, can't make a conclusion so quickly. Mashu calmed his breath and raised his head again to look at the live broadcast on the field. He saw that Ina covered her chest and slowly spit out a mouthful of turbid blood, as if she had been hit hard. Mashu was panicking again. How could she be so weak? It was just a use of the spiritual body mutation skill. How could she be hit hard? Ina wanted to stand up, but she seemed unable to bear it. She bent down again and covered her mouth. She coughed twice, and some blood foam came out from her fingers. Qi Yuan's bloody smell mixed with Ina's bloody smell, floating in the air. Fu Si couldn't help but cast a glance over there while dealing with Shu Yu. Shu Yu sniffed lightly and whispered, "Not bad strength, your teammates are very strong." He has always been straightforward and never hesitates to praise his opponents. But your teammates seem to have reached their limit. Shu Yu stated again. Fusey didn't comment. Ina's condition was indeed not good. Such a spiritual body mutation skill had a strong backlash on the body. If there was no guide present, arbitrarily launching it would only quickly empty her spiritual power. However, who said there was no guide on the scene? Fusey smiled slightly. You haven't used the spiritual body mutation skill all the time. Are you considering your teammates? Now that there is no obstacle, you should be able to exert your full strength. Come on, let me see how the reputation of Skylight has been passed down for so long. Chapter 64. Shu Yu licked his sharp back teeth with the tip of his tongue, and his eyes were filled with a fanatical fighting spirit. The sky suddenly brightened, and thunder roared. The dark night seemed to be cut open by a huge mouth, and a rich purple spread out from it. Small snake-like lightnings meandered out from it, and flickered faintly in the thick clouds. Boom crack countless lightnings poured down, hitting the taller buildings around. The ends of their hair were tied up, indicating that the surrounding electric field was entering the charging stage. Fusey and Ina raised their heads at the same time, squinted their eyes, and watched this rare spectacle. When the spirit body is strong enough, it is not crazy to affect the weather, change the terrain, pause time, and compose rules, but few people can do it. Brother Shu used his ultimate skill. Apat is quite capable, but it is expected that he will be eliminated in the quarterfinals against Brother Shu. I thought I would have to wait until the semifinals to see Brother Shu's move, but I didn't expect Apat to force Brother Shu to this extent. Feng Qingyia, who had been silent all the time, looked at the second floor of the supermarket, which had been silent all the time, and tapped his fingers thoughtfully. Shu Wei raised his mental power to the extreme, and the mutation skill, extreme attraction of Skylight, directly changed the weather of this world. The temperature suddenly began to rise, and the surface temperature rose from 60 degrees Celsius to 75 degrees Celsius. Fusey's exposed skin turned red from being burned, and her eyeballs were covered with tiny red bloodshot. Ina's condition was even worse. She overdrew her mental power, and the blood she vomited made a hissing sound as soon as it fell to the ground. At the critical moment, Fusey suddenly put her hands behind her back and made a gesture behind her. But there was no one behind her, and Ina couldn't see behind her. Who was she doing this for? Shu Wei didn't notice her little move. His combat power had reached the highest point. His muscles were bulging, and the current was crackling on his body. The huge wings slowly spread behind him. The golden eyes of the griffin appeared on Shu Wei's young and handsome face, adding a bit of evil. Humans are so insignificant in the face of natural disasters. Fusey looked at the thunderstorm cloud in front of her, which was as big as an asteroid, and her feet didn't move at all. Shu Wei stretched out his right hand, and a ball of lightning condensed in his hand. The surrounding space was distorted for a moment, and the fist-sized ball of lightning was compressed into the size of a grain of rice in just a moment. But its power has increased by more than 10 times. Shuyu clenched his palms fiercely, and his body absorbed the power of lightning. Purple veins appeared on his body, and he put all his strength into the next attack. Either Fusey and Ina would die, or Shuyu would die of exhaustion. A crazy and bold way of fighting. Fusey shook her head slightly. From the beginning, this space was disturbed by Shuyu's lightning power. They couldn't escape or leave, so they could only stay and fight Shuyu. Shuyu used tough means to make them fight. It was in line with his usual aggressive style. This power is really frightening, Fusey said in a low voice. Ina heard it, and didn't forget to joke, are you? Cough cough cough. Scared? Fusey tilted her head to look at her, and there seemed to be mist in her blue eyes. When she looked in, it seemed like a whole vast starry sky. She was not afraid at all, she looked very excited. The thunderstorm cloud pressed down infinitely, and some uncontrollable lightning struck the ground, charring it black. Fusey and Ina were far away, but they could still feel the tingling sensation on their scalps. Shu Wei slowly blinked his golden eyes, flapped his wings, and disappeared from the spot. Fusey secretly cried out in pain and quickly retreated, but it was too late. Shu Wei's figure suddenly appeared in front of her and punched out. Fusey raised her hand to block, but she was always a step slower, and her abdomen was hit by the force of the blow. Boom! Fusey flew backwards and hit the wall of the supermarket behind her, which was still intact. As a result, the first floor of the supermarket that was trembling and supporting also collapsed. This time it collapsed completely, and half of the door was destroyed. It hurts so much. Fusey hasn't been injured so badly for a long time. A fist-sized blood hole was pierced through the abdomen. From the outside, one could even see the slowly moving intestinal organs. There were also burnt marks around the wound, which was very miserable. This was the result of Fusey's body being different from that of an ordinary person as a sentinel. If it were a guide, he would have been swallowed into slag by the lightning at this time. After a successful attack, Shuyu slowly stood up without looking at Fusey's condition. He could just feel that he had hit Fusey's soft and defenseless abdomen. Even a strong sentinel could not survive in this situation. Ina did not try to stop him, but just stood aside, taking the time to recover his mental and physical strength. Shuyu turned around and stretched out his hand again, which was a gesture of inviting a fight. You are very strong. I really hope to fight you in an upright manner, instead of taking advantage of you like now. Shuyu's voice was magnetic, and it sounded like countless people were speaking at the same time in her ear. Ina had straightened up, looked at Shuyu who was full of fighting spirit, and slowly said, if possible, I also want to fight with you in an upright manner. She had something to say, but Shuyu didn't understand. He looked calm, but in fact, his mind was already a stormy sea. He was trying his best to suppress his desire for destruction. At this time, it was not easy to calm down and talk, let alone any tactics or plans. Without the guide's thinking tentacles connected to it, the sentinel was a sharp but ownerless sword, with sharp blades on both sides. Once used carelessly, it would end up in a lose-lose situation. Shuyu closed his eyes, stopped talking nonsense, and used the strongest attack again in the same way. Ina watched him raise his hand. The sequelae of two-level stasis were still there. Shushi's movements seemed to slow down countless times in her eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that Ina could see the electric current constantly flowing in his muscles. Every inch of blood and every inch of flesh and skin were all presented in front of her eyes. Ina endured the discomfort and forced the fusion of the spirit body. Her hands were covered with thick fur and paw pads, which could effectively isolate the erosion of the electric current. But this was far from enough. Ina's movements were obviously much slower than before. Facing Shushi, who was firing at full power, she could only barely avoid the fatal attack. Shushi was not discouraged. When the first strike missed and did not hit the fatal position, he raised his hand to make up for the second strike. The two moves were only a few tenths of a second apart, and the pause was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Ina's pupil shrank, her waist was bent down urgently, and her cheek was swept by Shushi's fist wind, which felt like a hot knife cutting flesh. Both attacks missed, and Shu Wei changed his attack temporarily, with his 5 fingers forming claws, and slapped down fiercely. Ina seemed to have exhausted her physical strength, and was unable to resist. Shu Wei directly slapped her from midair to the ground, sinking 3 feet into the ground, with aftershocks. Ina spurted out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, staining the ground beneath her red. Shu Wei's 5 fingers were sharper than the sharpest carving knife, and at this moment, they were firmly inserted into her abdomen, nailing her to the ground, making her unable to move. Ina had to reach out and grab his wrist, trying to slow down his strength. According to surveys, women's upper limb strength is only 60% of that of men of the same body size. Although the gender boundaries between sentinels are not clear on the field, a difference of a millimeter is a difference of 1,000 miles. Therefore, Ina could not stop Shu Wei's actions with just her grip strength. Ina's physical strength was rapidly fading, and soon, she would be exhausted to death by Shu Wei here. Shu Wei tilted his head, seeming to be very confused. Is that all? Frankly speaking, I'm a little disappointed. Ina's wounds, big and small, were bleeding, ranging from small scratches to the 5 blood holes that Shu Wei had stabbed in her body. Her vitality was being lost with the blood. Even though the injury was very serious, Ina didn't seem to feel any pain. She grabbed Shu Wei's wrist and whispered, "It's still a little short." Shu Wei's ears were a little congested, and he tilted his head. What? Ina increased the strength of her hand, but not to push him away. She pulled his wrist, and went down another inch. Pop! The sound of the claws piercing the flesh. Blood gushed out from Shu Wei's palm. Shu Wei was stunned for a moment, and he immediately realized something, and his beast-like instinct told him, run. However, Ina was holding him tightly, and her body was slammed into the floor by Shu Yi, and she couldn't be pulled out for a while. Shu Yi raised his head, as if he had sensed something. A beam of ion cannons as thick as 2 people hugged together blasted at him. Shu Yi reacted quickly. He wanted to move with Ina's body directly, and reached out to move her body, but it was too late. It hit the bullseye. Luo Yi put down the ion cannon launcher on his shoulder, and threw it back to the car behind him. Inan sat in the driver's seat. He wiped the sweat from his neck and said in an unstable voice, "Hurry up and support them. This is not fatal. Shu Yi's body has been strengthened by the mutation skills, and the fusion of the spirit body. It is already as strong as a fortress with a 2nd-level defense. This will at most hurt him, but it is impossible for him to be eliminated." Luo Yi nodded. The battle situation was urgent. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly opened the miniature wormhole to get closer to the center of the battlefield. It was really scary there, with purple-black thunderstorm clouds suspended in the sky, and from time to time, there were waist-thick lightning bolts striking down, and if you weren't careful you'd end up burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Seeing Luo Yi leave, Inan said to the person in the co-pilot seat, "I give you the core, and I leave the battlefield command to you." In the co-pilot seat, Xing-Chi, who should have been out long ago, nodded. Except for a scary red face, there was no external injury on his body. There was an uproar in the audience. Why is he fine? Ion cannon? Why does this thing appear on this map? It's epic making. Another person, who doesn't look at the small screen. Didn't you see that he just used his spirit body to simulate vital signs to confuse Shu Wei? What? In other words, the figure on the 2nd floor that Brother Shu just sensed was fake? Please, can you ban people who only look at the main perspective from coming to the live audience? I'm not saying, who can see over a dozen screens? Don't shout here if you can't see the whole picture. So when did he leave? And when did he bring in reinforcements? Time goes back half an hour ago. Chapter 65. Fusey hid Xing-Chi in the passenger seat in a stealthy and swift manner, and passed the information to him through her mind tentacles. Find a place to hide, and when necessary, use your spirit to disguise your vital signs, and wait for an opportunity to act. The two exchanged only this sentence, and Fusey got out of the car and held back Qi Yuan, who was chasing after him. Taking this opportunity, Xing-Chi released his spirit, and in the extremely hot environment outside, he disguised to him, who was a life form on the 2nd floor of the supermarket, while he hid in a hidden underground passage. Large supermarkets will have safe passages and underground passages for evacuating customers. The material here is different from that on the ground. It is both tough and heat resistant, so there is no tendency to deform at all. Xing-Chi chose this place as a hiding place, and also considered the possibility of electromagnetic wave pathfinding. Fusey once summarized a rule in special training. Although there was no clear video recording in the mic competition to show that Shu Yu's spirit had the ability to find the way, it can be concluded from many games that he was able to take precautions in advance every time when the opponent changed the path. There was only one mistake, which was in the Black Tower during the audition. Shu Wei did not accurately predict the position of his opponent, but he sent his opponent into the Black Tower wall with his amazing reaction ability. Fusey speculated that it was probably because electromagnetic wave transmission could not be used in the Black Tower, so Shu Wei's pathfinding ability failed. From this point of view, Shu Wei's spiritual body ability is not impossible to prevent. After thinking through this level, many things can be solved. Shu Wei's aggressiveness is too strong. Fusey does not think that she and Ina can solve this big trouble alone. Even with Xing-Chi's cooperation in secret, the success rate is less than 50%. Fortunately, he chose to place the 3 guides in a relatively safe position, and did not bring them with him. This gave Fusey an opportunity. Without the assistance of the guide, the Sentinel was like a doomsday weapon that had activated the self-destruction program. Although it was strong, it was always on the verge of losing control. Once he showed a flaw, that would be a Pat's chosen moment. So, Xing-Chi, who was hiding in the dark, pretended to be hit, and waited for an opportunity to move. The original intention was to achieve the effect of a sneak attack and severely injure Xu Wei, but when it came to the action, Fusey suddenly asked him to change his position. Ahem. Ina climbed up from the human pit, and her hoarse voice sounded as if someone had stabbed her throat. Although, this risky tactic should not be used a second time. Ina smiled bitterly. Fusey walked over from behind her, her blue eyes flickering with a faint light, as if something was breathing inside and rising and falling. Fusey lowered her eyelids, hiding the things in her blue pupils under her raven-black eyelashes, so that she could not catch it. The blue mist around her wound had long dissipated. Even if the observers outside the field racked their brains, they could not have imagined that Fusey had taken away part of the blue stolen from Bansh's house. With this little bit of blue, Fusey dared to make such a risky plan. But Ina didn't know that she left the blue with her. She just felt that Fusey was used to taking risks, and used a bold strategy this time, so she couldn't help but worry. After comforting Ina, Fusey glanced at Xu Wei, who hadn't climbed up for a long time, and said in a light voice, "Don't be careless. At this level, he is at most seriously injured." As her voice fell, the dust dispersed, and Xu Yu's figure gradually became clear. Even though his reaction allowed him to avoid fatal injuries, he inevitably had half of his chest blown off. Through his bloody chest, his red heart was beating wildly, and people had to worry that it might explode at any time. Xu Yu slowly turned his neck and focused his eyes on Luo Yi, who came over. He spoke slowly and hoarsely. "You can escape my electromagnetic wave tracking and call for reinforcements. Xia is right. You are an opponent that cannot be underestimated. You are really big. You still have the leisure to evaluate your opponent at this time." Fu Si stopped the bleeding of the wound on her body and estimated what kind of offensive plan she could formulate with the remaining physical and mental strength. With Luo Yi here, their tactics can change. As if he noticed her thoughts, Xu Yu slowly blinked, lowered his head, and glanced at his chest, seeming a little helpless. Fusey noticed that he didn't think this kind of wound would cause him any trouble. If he had to say it, it was more like being bitten by a tough venomous snake. It was troublesome, but not fatal. Ina frowned. The golden griffin's body was stronger than she thought. She was too familiar with the information brought by the various micro-expressions on the enemy's face. Xu Wei didn't look panicked or scared at all. The current situation was not enough to make him feel a crisis. Ina glanced at Fusey's state. Xu Wei had clearly used more than 90% of his strength just now, but Fusey still stood on the field. Did he use an unknown trump card? Sizzle! Xu Wei's hand burst into a string of electric sparks, as if it was a sign before an attack. Ina retracted her gaze, thinking that the enemy in front of her was more important. Crackle! Xu Yu lowered his eyes, and the lightning on his hand increased instead of decreasing. On the surface, Fusey, Ina, Luo, and the other 2 surrounded him, but looking at his momentum, it was clear that the other side had been surrounded by him. The battlefield was getting close to white hot, and the emotions of the spectators were also aroused. The whole outside was boiling. "Don't say harsh words, just do it." I'm not saying, why is Brother Xu so reserved now? He didn't talk so much nonsense before. This game is boring, 3 against 1. Even a fool knows that this is a number crushing. Have you all forgotten that Brother Xu's games were also like this before, and I didn't see you jump out and say it? Shut up. Xia is already leaning over here, waiting to see Brother Xu's comeback. This map is too unfriendly to guides. I hope this extreme map doesn't account for a large proportion, otherwise playing games in the future will be like being tortured. The viewing area was in chaos, the sentinels were waiting for Xu Wei to turn the tide, and the guides were waiting for Xia to arrive and cooperate with Xu Wei. No matter who it was, no one thought that Xu Wei was in a disadvantageous position, and the initiative of the situation was still in Qiao Ming's hands. This was also Xu Wei's idea. Xu Wei lowered his center of gravity. He was injured, and his attack was no longer swift and strong. Instead, he focused more on skills. Ina and Fusey saw that he wanted to delay time and wait for Xia to come and restore him. How could he let him do that? Fusey and Ina exchanged glances. They couldn't let Xu Wei wait for reinforcements. The temperature in this space had risen to an extremely terrifying stage. Both of them couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and wanted to establish the conditions for victory as soon as possible. Xu Wei must have known what they were thinking. If Xu Wei wanted to avoid the fight, it would be difficult to stop him in their current state. Some comments outside the field also tended to avoid the fight. Xu Gu had better wait until Xia Ye arrives, otherwise it's really a bit of a cliff. It's all because Qi Yuan was eliminated too quickly, which led to Xu Gu being isolated and helpless now. It doesn't matter, team battles are Xu Ji's advantage. No matter how big the disadvantage is, he can fight back. However, how could someone who could fight against Tornado be willing to live in vain? Xu Wei spread his wings, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the original place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Fu Xi's face. Although he didn't understand how Fu Xi avoided his fatal blow, Xu Wei believed that no one could withstand two such attacks in a short period of time. As he expected, Fu Xi really put away her offensive and returned to defense urgently, and her and Ina's offensive momentum inevitably had a gap. Xu Wei was like a sharp blade with a broken hilt. Even if there was a wind direction that could shatter him at any time, he still had to move forward boldly. Fu Xi had no choice but to change his tactics. Fu Xi kicked the cripple's bad leg hard and hit Xu Wei's wound hard, forcing him to reveal a flaw in midair. Xu Wei's speed was affected, and it was difficult for him to turn in the air. Fu Xi saw this point, and used the force to fight back, forcing him to have some concerns. Luo Yi was waiting outside the field. He knew Fu Xi's various hints best, but he had not seen her attack instructions for a long time, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. What is she waiting for? Luo Yi muttered. He was a little anxious. Xia Ye's position could be guessed through investigation. Even if the guide could play a very limited role in this map, it was very likely to be the straw that decided the outcome. Although he was extremely confused, Luo Yi did not dare to act on his own, and could only continue to wait. In the distance, Inan and Xingqi came out of the car under the high temperature. There were large patches of blood blisters and red marks on their skin, which were all caused by accidentally rubbing against the car wall. It was so miserable. Xingqi wiped the sweat flowing down his temples with the back of his hand. His eyes were red, and after hesitating for a moment, he still embedded the core into his wrist. With a dizzy spell, Xingqi's spirit gradually calmed down, and the unstable factors brought by the high fever were completely eliminated, and his state returned to the peak. Inan looked at his energetic appearance, retracted his sight, stared at the battlefield not far away, and whispered, "Be careful." Even without his size, Xingqi also understood that at this time, any flaw revealed by the two teams would become the key to turning the tide. A semifinal match would be thought to be the finals if you didn't know. Fuzi and Ina gradually felt powerless, and in contrast, Xu Wei's condition was not much better. Xu Wei's movements froze for a moment, and Ina saw the opportunity and directly returned the blow. Ina obviously had some personal grudges in this attack, and even though she was seriously injured, she did not hold back at all, causing the wound to burst and blood to flow out. Xu Wei looked down and saw that the same blood hole as Ina's appeared on his abdomen, and even the position and depth were almost the same. Fuzi also saw the 5 blood holes that were exactly the same as Ina's, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Ina took a breath and was about to say something, but heard Fuzi hurriedly said, "Close your eyes." She stopped talking, and Xu Yi was still hesitating whether this was her plan, when a burst of white light burst in front of his eyes. Blindness. Xu Yu's eyes were dark, and his eyes, which had burst and swollen, were in great pain. He bent down painfully, and covered his eyes with his arms. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had a mild night blindness, and now he could not recover in a short time after the change from extremely dark to extremely bright environment. Ina covered her eyes with her arms the moment Fu Xi spoke, thus avoiding blindness. Fu Xi opened her eyes quickly, and she was the first to recover her vision. She saw that Xu Yu was in a bad state, and Luo Yi, who had been waiting for Fu Xi's instructions in the distance, was also greatly affected and could not receive her instructions for a short time. Want to sneak attack? Fu Xi hesitated for a moment. Xia Ye's position was not clear. If she hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity. The opportunity was only a moment, and the blue mist in Fu Xi's eyes flickered, and her body had moved before her mind. Before she could touch the corner of Xu Wei's clothes, Xing Qi's voice suddenly rang in her mind. "Don't go." Fuzi's eyelashes drooped slightly, and her fingertips felt an unusual breeze. Judging from the direction, it came from Xu Wei's. Behind, the attack turned sharply, and Xia Ye, who was hiding under the protection of the spirit body, flashed with surprise. The opponent was more sensitive than she thought. Xu Wei was still in a state of blindness, but the Sentinel's 5 senses were all sharp weapons. Even if he couldn't see, He could detect Fusey's sudden approach and the short blade that changed the direction of attack. How could Xiaoya's speed keep up with Fusey? Shu Wei's chaotic mind had only one thought. It must be stopped. Xiaoya can't fall here. So Shu Wei made a very bold move. Swish the blade with a cold light in Fusey's hand did not pierce into the air. It's just that it didn't pierce the guide's fragile heart. The bright red blood flowed along Shu Xi's well-defined chest like poisonous snakes threatening his life. Fusey slowly raised a smile. Sure enough, you will definitely come to stop me, Fusey stated. Chapter 66. Fusey pulled the broken blade out of Shu Yi's chest and thrust it down hard, crushing his heart. Shu Yi threw a dark purple lightning ball, and Fusey retreated. Unfortunately, his strength was weakening, and Fusey barely dodged it. There was an uproar at the scene. Isn't this too easy? With this position, why did Shu Yi block the knife for the guide? It would be better if you just ignore her. Xie can't avoid it by herself. If Shuj doesn't block the knife for her, she will be out. Then let her out. Anyway, she didn't help much in this game. To be honest, Shuj was carrying his teammates throughout the game. I don't know what the teammates are for. There were more and more dissatisfied voices. German respected absolute strength, and the tactical deployment was weakened a lot. In the competition, everyone would rather see the brave sentinel use his strength to make his opponent kneel down and beg for mercy, rather than use conspiracy and trickery to win. Feng Ziqingya listened to the discussions around him, big or small, and his expression never changed. Fusey looked at Shu Wei, who fell to the ground, and the tall girl, who suddenly appeared, tilted her head, and said, I have a bad feeling. Ina followed behind her, following her gaze to see the bloody hole on Shu Wei's chest, and Xiaoya's face burned red by the high temperature. Xiaoya's face. Ina looked at Fusey's back. Is there any problem? Fusey lowered her head, and looked at the short blade in her hand. Shu Wei blocked the knife not only to save Xiaoya, but also to destroy her weapon. There was a crack on the black blade, which climbed up along the blade. With a crack, it broke completely. If this knife had been inserted into the guide, it would not have been damaged at all. Shu Wei's body had become a carrier of lightning. Any weapon that wanted to directly hurt him would end up in pieces. Fu Si sighed half-heartedly, threw away the handle of the knife, and walked toward Xiaoya. Shu Wei coughed twice, and a bloody hole was stirred in his heart. Fu Si had done something dirty, and almost took out 2 of his ribs. Xiaoya. Shu Wei was weak, and seemed to be about to lose consciousness. Xiaoya was beside him. Although her face was tired and frightened, she was not helpless and disappointed. She didn't look like she had lost the backbone of the team at all. Fu Si accelerated her approach. It was just that she was shaken a little far away, and her physical condition could not keep up, so it was difficult to send Xie out in the first place. How did I perform this time? Shu Yu finished this sentence intermittently, and gently raised his hand. Xie held his fingers, and her soft voice was like a mother humming a lullaby to her baby. You did a good job. Hearing her say this, Shu Yu's tense body finally relaxed, as if he accepted the fact that he was eliminated. However, Fu Si was already very close, and she saw that there were 2 inconspicuous red moles on Xie's right earlobe. A flash of inspiration came to her mind, and Fu Si finally knew where her ominous premonition came from. Luo Yi, shoot her immediately. Fu Si gave an urgent order. However, it was too late. Xie held Shu Yu's hand in front of her chest, and the dark wings spread behind her. The spiritual body fluctuations unique to the top guide made Fu Si hesitate for a moment. The raven spread its wings and wrapped Xie and Shu Yu inside. Fusey could even hear the sound of flesh and blood growing. Shu Yu's body was remodeling rapidly, but Xie's body was decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Luo Yi reacted, he immediately raised the ion cannon and wanted to fire another shot, but he didn't expect that the high temperature brought by dawn made the barrel as hot as a branding iron, and he couldn't hold it at all, let alone aim. Luo Yi cursed and pressed the launch button despite the pain. It was too late. Fusey watched the black wings dissipate, and Xie's body was caught by Shu Yu and gently placed on the ground. Shu Yu waved his hand casually, and the ion cannon, which was as thick as an adult man's waist, was broken up by the ball lightning halfway, and a large wave broke out. Shu Yu stared at Fusey's eyes and said in a calm voice, You think I fell into your trap, but this is also our tactic. The audience seats were already numb by the waves of reversals. There were also a few people who were whispering, Why does Xie's spirit body mutation skill look a bit like? I didn't expect they had such a trump card. No wonder Brother Shu had to bring 3 burdens to participate in the competition. It seems that this game is very difficult for a Pat. Fusey stared at Shu Wei, who seemed to be reborn from the ashes, and whispered, Quick, quick! Ina leaned in her ear. Run. Before the voice fell, Fusey had already run away. Ina, As soon as Fusey raised her hand, Luo Yi knew what she meant. He was not good at fighting, but his escape skill points were maxed out. The domain that Xu Wei had just constructed had dissipated when his heart was broken. Now he had just recovered and had not had time to rebuild it, which gave Luo Yi a chance to take advantage of it. Fusey and Ina were injured, so their speed slowed down a lot. They were originally on guard against Xu Wei's actions, fearing that he would stop them. Unexpectedly, Xu Wei watched their figures disappear in front of him, but he had no intention of stopping them. He let Fusey and others disappear from his sight. Xu Wei pulled at his tattered competition uniform, revealing a large area of skin, as white as new, and the wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen left no trace. Xu Wei looked around. Qi Yuan had already been eliminated, Xia exchanged her life for hers, and only 3 people were left in the team of 5. This was the match point. As long as Xu Wei's side suffered more casualties, then a pack could successfully advance to the semifinals. The 5 people of a pat had just gathered here, which was the best time to catch them all in one fell swoop, but Xu Wei was in poor condition and did not pursue. Now that he has recovered to his peak state, should he start to fight back? Xia's spirit has been hidden for so long, but I didn't expect it to be exposed in the semifinals. Such a trump card should be kept until the semifinals at least. It seems that a pat is really powerful. What is a pat? It's because of this damn map that Brother Xu lost 3 guides. Hey! Where is Brother Xu going? Fusey and the others are clearly heading towards the reservoir. The perspective turned back to a pat. Fusey covered her abdomen and looked quite weak. Luo Yi beside him finally couldn't help asking, "You and Ina are so badly injured. Why don't you drive away?" Fusey glanced at him with her peripheral vision and said in a low voice, "Why do you think Xu Wei didn't catch up?" Luo Yi thought about it and finally realized that something was wrong. They were seriously injured and could not withstand any blow. At this time, Xu Wei did not stop him when he opened the wormhole channel and let them go. Unless his brain was eaten by the griffin. Luo Yi thought so. Fusey took a breath, and the blue mist in the depths of her eyes flickered. Thanks to this little bit of Yuan, even if her body was completed, she was not eliminated directly. But this time, the already weak blue mist became even thinner, and was about to dissipate in Fusey's eyes. Yolan's body must be found as soon as possible. Fusey lowered her eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Ina whispered in her ear, seeming a little curious. "You are distracted." She looked more frightening than Fusey, but she still had the leisure to observe Fusey's expression. Fusey came back to her senses and said, "I was just wondering where Xu Wei would hide the remaining 2 guides. The situation is now very clear. Fusey cannot confront Xu Wei head-on on this map, so she will kill his weak spot and start with the guides, which is always easier than a head-on confrontation. So Xu Wei just watched them escape because he was worried about the guides in the team. He had to go back to defend and ensure their safety." This surprised Fusey a little. Xu Wei has always been a traditional sentinel who is straightforward and does not play tactics. This quarterfinals, he has been more cautious, which is quite different from the rumors. The girl's broken body and face appeared in her mind, and Fusey scratched her chin thoughtfully. It seems that a guide with a stable enough mood can give the sentinel more than just emotional comfort. Fusey's eyes passed over Xing-Qi's closed eyes, and frowned slightly. Xing-Qi was in a bad condition, with beads of sweat running down his fair and rosy cheeks to his collarbone, which he wiped away with the back of his hand. Just now, he had consumed most of his mental power by giving spiritual guidance to Fusey and Ina remotely, and he was already at the end of his strength. "I wonder if he can make it to the reservoir," Fusey thought to herself. They were driving an armed off-road vehicle that was resistant to high temperatures and low temperatures, but in this map, no matter how good the heat-resistant material was, it would not last more than an hour. "By the way, you haven't told me what the law of day and night conversion is here?" Ina asked again. Fusey slowly raised her eyes, and said very easily, "It's just good luck." "Luck?" Ina looked at her suspiciously, with a look of "You are afraid you are not kidding me." Fusey smiled and whispered, "This little trick to judge the tone of the map, I will tell you in detail after the game is over." When she said this, she looked up at the scorching sky outside with a meaningful look, and the people in the spectator seats met Fusey's eyes. "Damn! You don't even want to share this with us? Do you think we are outsiders? We are not from the same school, so it's normal to be on guard, right? Don't you think it's suspicious? Why can a pate always accurately predict the changes in the map? From the round of 16 to the quarterfinals, they always get the advantage because of the uncertainty of the map. You can't stand others doing well, right? Maybe they have gained experience in the simulation warehouse? There was a lot of quarreling outside, but Fusey signaled Inan to find a place to park the car, and slowly took the team to go shopping. It's not accurate to say that they were going shopping. She seemed to be looking for something, perhaps the starter ring, or perhaps other clues. But she looked slow, except for the wound on her abdomen that was constantly repairing and breaking, which would expose her situation. Judging from her expression, she seemed not to be worried that Xu Wei would come back to kill her. Fusey stared at the majestic building in front of her. The sign on it had faded due to the sun, and she could vaguely make out a few words, probably the name of this office building. Ina also looked up. She didn't recognize the words on the building. They looked very simple, as if they were some kind of postmodern font, which was very different from the complicated Moros and Moran languages. Fusey nodded and pointed to the door. Let's go, let's replenish our status first. Luoyi asked on behalf of everyone, where is this? Fusey did not hide it this time, and explained casually, it's the hospital in this world. According to the experience of previous competitions, there is a high probability that the hospital will spawn a healing core. Everyone nodded and followed Fusey into the hospital. Just after entering the door, before they could catch their breath, the sound of a child crying reached everyone's ears. Fusey looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a little girl, who was not even as tall as her waist. Half of her face was exposed, observing the group of outsiders through the crack of the door. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried. Ina softened her expression and wanted to ask, but was stopped by Fusey. Ina whispered, it's just a little girl. Fusey shook her head slowly, and asked Luoyi for the remote transmitter. Luoyi's face changed. He looked at Fusey with a serious expression, and then at Ina, who was silent. He panicked and said, what are you going to do? Fusey spread her hands. It's just what you think. Luoyi took 2 steps back, and his expression did not agree. It's unnecessary. She's just a child. Fusey raised her eyes, stared at Luoyi's green eyes for 2 seconds, and retracted her hand. Okay. Seeing her compromise, Luoyi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this guy was not so crazy. Unexpectedly, the next second, Fusey said, I won't do it, you go and kill her. Luoyi's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 67. When Luoyi heard this, he was so shocked that he took a few steps back. Do you know what you are talking about? Luoyi exclaimed. Fusey raised one eyebrow, and said jokingly, of course, I know that the battle just now is not enough to make me enter the disorder period. Luoyi saw clearly that her tone was relaxed, but there was no joking in her eyes. Besides, don't alarm the snake. What's the point of being so startled? Fusey turned her head and looked. The peeper behind the door didn't seem to hear what they were saying. He still stared at them with his big eyes, as if he was really an innocent child. Luoyi still seemed to be unable to understand Fusey's motive for doing this. He was still trying to bargain with Fusey. Can you? Unfortunately, as soon as he started, Fusey seemed to lose patience, and turned around and walked towards the little girl. Looking at the gradually overlapping figures of the two, Luoyi's heart was about to rise to his throat. He subconsciously looked up to find the camera screen in the air. Fusey walked to the crack of the open door, lowered her head, and looked at the little girl, then stretched out her hand, and slowly pushed open the half-closed door. With just one glance, Fusey scanned the small clinic. In the corner lay a core shining with golden light, and there were several adrenaline scattered on the ground. It seemed that it had been looted by humans once, and some common medicines and convenient syringes had been swept away. Are you alone? Fusey used Moran language. If the little girl was an NPC, the system would automatically convey her language meaning to the little girl. The little girl didn't answer, but stared at Fusey's face, not frightened by her horrible wounds. Fusey looked at her for a while. The red spots and burns on the child's body didn't seem fake, but she was still very clear-headed, which was really suspicious. Fusey walked past her, walked to the corner, picked up the core shining with golden light, observed the quality, and turned around to throw it to Ina. Recover your condition, we will move immediately. Fusey didn't look at the little girl in the corner again, which made Luoyi breathe a sigh of relief. The people split into 2 groups. Fusey and Luoyi went to plunder the resources of the entire hospital, and the remaining 3 stayed in the morgue to recover. The morgue of the hospital has a certain cooling effect, and they still persisted for a few days even under high temperatures, which provided them with a natural safe zone. Fusey walked around the morgue and found no residual mental power and traps, so she left Ina and the 2 guides there. Luoyi followed Fusey up and down, and searched the entire building, only picking up a few low-quality cores and activation rings. It seemed like the leftovers left by others. No wonder they say this is a garbage collection competition. With this pile of junk, it's better to find a place to sit for a while. Finally, after reaching the top floor, Luoyi couldn't help but complain. Fusey listened to his complaints, but didn't respond immediately. Luoyi was a little strange. Could it be that Fusey was still angry about the previous quarrel? Luoyi knew that he was in the wrong, and was about to explain. Fusey glanced at him, and said lightly, "That's Xiaowen." Luoyi was confused. Huh? Fusey walked to the bed, drew the curtains, and blocked the scorching sun outside. She explained slowly, "That little girl is one of Shuwei's guides, Xiaowen." Luoyi still seemed unable to accept, or rather, unable to believe. How is it possible? She is obviously underage, and does not meet the age limit of Mike. Fusey turned her head, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Since you can use the spirit body mutation skill with Ina to disguise as an NPC, why can't Xiaowen? Luoyi was stunned in place, subconsciously opened his mouth to refute, and raised his hand without noticing that he touched the metal chair back. With a sizzle, severe pain accompanied by the smell of burning flesh came. Luoyi realized that this was the competition site, and swallowed back what he wanted to say. Don't be so surprised. Since you can't do anything to a child, now I tell you that she is our enemy. You can always let go of the psychological burden, right? Fusey threw him a low-level healing core, and motioned him to treat the wound on his hand. Luoyi was silent for a while. He saw Fusey walking back a few steps from the corner of his eye. He followed and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fusey's eyes. Fusey pointed to the door, and then to the ear. Someone was eavesdropping. Luoyi swallowed all the words he hadn't said yet, and a little nervousness spread in his heart. He didn't even notice that there were ears on the other side of the wall. It was probably the little tail who followed them all the way. Luoyi asked with a look, "What should we do? Go out and catch her in the act?" Fusey shook her head slightly. She thought about it, walked directly to the small door next door, and gently pulled it. 3 or 4 red-cheeked children squeezed out from the crack of the door, one on top of the other, with bruises on their bodies, but their faces were like ripe tomatoes. In such a high temperature, adults can't move freely outside, let alone these children. How did they get here? Fusey and Luoyi looked at each other, and became alert at the same time. "How did you get here?" Fusey asked, and quickly glanced at their faces. They were all unfamiliar faces. One of the little boys heard Fusey ask this, and said timidly, "Are you here to save people?" Fusey raised her eyebrows slightly. "Does she look like a good person? Save people?" Luoyi was also a little puzzled. The little boy's face was dirty, but he could vaguely make out a pair of eyes that were frighteningly bright. "Mom said that we should wait for someone to save us, and not come out casually when we see people, but we are really too hungry." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, which was a sign of long-term lack of water. Luoyi couldn't help but feel pity, even if it was just a string of data in the simulation cabin. "How long have you been here?" he asked. The little boy thought for a while, and whispered, "I don't know. It was dark twice and light twice." Fusey understood that these children did not appear here by chance. This was a hint for the contestants to complete the map information. Fusey became interested. "Then do you know how often it gets dark?" "About 3 hours. After hearing this, Fusey suddenly asked back, "How do you know?" The little boy lowered his head, seeming a little embarrassed. "It's a toy hourglass brought in by my sister. Each flip is an hour. We were bored, so we stared at the hourglass." Children's attention is sometimes very focused, and it is understandable that they can stare at the hourglass all the time. Fusey accepted this explanation. "Sister, we are so hungry. Can you give us something to eat?" A little girl couldn't help it, and reached out to pull Fusey's sleeve. Fusey looked at the little carrot head, who was not even as tall as her waist, with an unclear expression. Luoyi quickly took out bottled water, and handed both bottles to the little girl. Fusey didn't stop him, and Luoyi breathed a sigh of relief. This hospital is very large, but Fusey and Luoyi didn't meet any other survivors. Back to the underground garage, everyone reunited, and Luoyi roughly told the information he had just received. Ina's condition has recovered a lot, at least it's not so hard to breathe. "So, do we have to wait for the next day and night change now?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Fusey, waiting for her to make a battle plan. Ina looked up at Fusey's eyes, unable to read her emotions, but felt that her pupils seemed to be a little lighter. "No, we have to win the game before the next dark." Fusey raised her head, and patted Ina's shoulder. Ina thought about it, and understood what Fusey meant. Now that Fusey had used Shuyi's night blindness, he would be prepared next time when it gets dark. It would be better to catch them off guard now. To be honest, when there are only 2 guides and 1 sentry left in the competition, the nature of the competition has changed. Fusey added, Enon pulled at his tight and wet collar and said, "You want to launch a sneak attack?" "Don't say it so darkly. This is called a strategic shift," Fusey corrected. "What do you want to do?" Enon became serious. "First, synchronize the reservoir information you collected with me." Fusey tapped his temple. Enon closed his eyes, and his mind tentacles extended from his wrists, paused for a while, and then attached to Fusey's arm. Fusey closed her eyes, and simultaneously received the terrain information in Enon's mind. 15 kilometers away from this hospital, there is a reservoir with abundant water storage. It not only has a self-sufficient power system, but also a military air raid shelter specially designed to deal with natural disasters. Most residents are moving to that place. In other words, a large number of NPCs are now gathered in the air raid shelter. Places with a lot of people are not suitable for group battles, so Fusey has no intention of a head-on confrontation. Besides, there is an unwritten rule in the might competition that NPCs, or innocent people, cannot be killed indiscriminately unless necessary. This is also the reason why Luoyi and Ina were able to survive safely during the auditions. So Luoyi was so surprised and terrified when he heard Fusey's proposal of killing them all just now. "I guess Shuyu will most likely hide his teammates among the NPC crowd." Fusey touched her chin. A hint of interest appeared on her face. Xing-Chi's weak voice came from the corner. "I saw him heading to the power station next to the reservoir, and he might also go to the air raid shelter there." Yes, the largest air raid shelter in the entire city is under the power station and the reservoir, but the power station does not have such abundant water reserves compared to the reservoir. In comparison, most people would choose the reservoir. However, the opponent in this game has a lot of experience in the power of thunder and lightning, so these two positions need to be considered more. Fusey waved her hand, signaling everyone to come closer. It was the action of starting a conspiracy. Half a quarter of an hour later, 2 armored vehicles set off from the hospital and rushed to different directions. The eyes in the dark saw their movements. The winner of the game was about to be revealed. Chapter 68. No one had heard of Shu Wei's night blindness before the quarterfinals. This kind of rumor concerns the lifeblood of a new generation of sentinels, and no one would spread it casually. But Fusey seemed to have known it for a long time. Xing-Chi's chaotic brain was working slowly. Perhaps Fusey knew much more than this, but she was more restrained in the game. Xing-Chi lowered his eyes and rubbed his temples impatiently, his low panting drowned out by the roar of the engine. The climate in Defil is cold all year round, and your tolerance for high temperatures is very low. Enon suddenly asked casually. He didn't drive, and Ina was sitting in the driver's seat, because the sunlight was too dazzling, and only sentinels could endure this burning feeling. Ina, Enon and Xing-Chi were sitting in the car. Xing-Chi and Enon were in the back seat. The air conditioner in the car was still working, slightly alleviating the erosion caused by the terrifying high temperature. Xing-Chi blinked, licked his dry lips, and whispered, "Sorry, I don't want to hold you back." Enon interrupted. "I didn't say you were holding me back. I'm just curious about the climate change in Defil over the past 100 years. Xing-Chi was silent for a while, and replied, "It's no different from before." Enon didn't ask again, "Is that so?" He casually brushed off the topic. On the other side, Fusey and Luoyi didn't choose any means of transportation, and relied entirely on Luoyi's own mutation skills to move in the towering office building. After using the mutation skills several times in a row, Luoyi's breathing became a little unstable. "I say, what do you want to do?" Fusey turned around, tossing a few low-level cores in her hand to play with, and seeing the sweat dripping down Luoyi's forehead, she threw a light green core to him. "If it were you, knowing the enemy's specific movements and having absolute interception capabilities, would you take the initiative to attack?" Luoyi looked up blankly. "Ah, are you saying that someone has leaked our whereabouts?" Fusey didn't want to tease him at this juncture. "Why do you think I let the child go when I was in the hospital?" Luoyi realized it later. "I thought you had a change of heart. So this is also part of your plan?" In fact, there is one thing Fusey didn't say. If Xie already knew that her identity was exposed, why didn't she escape at the first time? Shu Wei's team can't afford any casualties. Fusey's eyebrows moved slightly, and she figured out the problem. If she was betting, then Xie on the opposite side was also betting. Xie bet that Fusey would not attack the weak and harmless vulnerable people. As for the two-pronged car, it is also easy to judge. One is a cover-up, and the other is the real team's main force. As long as you use your mental power to explore a little, you can tell them apart. Thinking of this, Fusey really had some new ideas. Looking at Xie state, she was already at the end of her strength, but she insisted on taking risks with her perseverance. Fusey touched her chin. It was a pity. I'm afraid she would be disappointed. Fusey stood in front of the French window of this office building, looking at the reservoir base in the distance. It's almost time, let's finish it early. Fusey jumped, and Luoyi followed closely. The miniature wormhole caught the figures of the two, and went to the reservoir in front. The construction of this city is very complete. When the high temperature did not erode the city, prosperity filled its body. But now, everything was destroyed by the sudden disaster. Fusey looked at the huge, dry reservoir in front of her, thinking, "What are you doing standing here? Why don't you go in?" Luoyi was sweating and eager to go in to cool off. Fusey looked around and found no trace of traps or human figures. The door was closed, and Luoyi opened a miniature wormhole next to it, successfully sending the two into the underground inspection room of the reservoir. As soon as Fusey stepped into this area, her eardrum vibrated slightly. An indescribable sense of pressure appeared on her eardrum. It was as if water entered her ears, or the ear cavity was filled with some gas. "Do you feel that the pressure here is not right?" Fusey asked in a low voice. Luoyi turned his neck, looking confused. "What?" Fusey took a few steps forward, and this strange pressure disappeared again. "It's okay. Push down as soon as possible to see if there is a core," Fusey said softly. "If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the place where they will have their final battle." Fusey hid the second half of the sentence. "The power station is more suitable for Shu Wei's lightning spirit, but in fact the reservoir is the best choice. There is no other reason. Water is an excellent conductor. Once the timing is right, the electric spirit will undergo a qualitative change. However, this is undoubtedly a double-edged sword. If used improperly, it will cut its own people." Fusey's intuition told her, Shu Wei will definitely choose this place. The two searched around the periphery of the reservoir, and did not find any core. Fusey was more certain that this place had been looted by Shu Wei once. They walked to a dark, closed door, and Fusey glanced at the password lock next to it. It was a very retro style, and it still used physical buttons. After a little thought, he punched it. Crack! Fusey smashed the physical digital button, exposing the circuit board behind it. After a few operations, the door made a dull sound and slowly opened. Fusey signaled Luoyi behind her to follow, and she explored the way ahead. But as soon as she entered, the feeling of pressure in her ears suddenly intensified, and her head suddenly buzzed, and Fusey couldn't help but slow down her pace. Boom! The door behind her suddenly closed, blocking the retreat of the two. Before she could panic, Fusey heard a series of shrill screams. "It hurts so much. I want to die. It's a punishment from nature, we are all sinners. Mom! Mom! Where are you? I want my mom! Woo woo woo!" The painful wails and questions kept coming from her ears, and Fusey had a splitting headache, covering her forehead in a daze. What is this? Why are these voices flooding into her mind? There is no heartbeat or breathing here, no one. So where do these voices come from? Luoyi looked at Fusey's gradually bent waist with a blank face, thinking that she had a sudden illness. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Fusey heard his voice and her mind became a little clearer. "You can't hear it." "What do you hear?" Luoyi held his breath and listened attentively. "Nothing." "Please, give me a bottle of water." "Get out. It's time, and you still expect me to give way to the elderly and children? Dream on. But if you are willing to exchange it with something else, I am willing to do so." Fusey took a quick breath and seemed to understand something. "Go away. You lowly people, why do you occupy our land to cool off? This is the reservoir invested and built by my father. You are not qualified to take refuge here. Get out. Whoever wants to take refuge here, hand in 20 packs of compressed biscuits and 20 bottles of mineral water, first." All kinds of sharp and harsh words still lingered in Fusey's ears. Even if she blocked her senses, they still followed her like a shadow and never stopped. Luoyi looked at Fusey's curled-up body with concern. He wanted to help but didn't know where to start. He could only watch over her quietly and wait for her to adjust herself. Fusey sadly found that even though she had adapted to the dizziness and the shrill and unpleasant crying, she was inevitably infected with the emotions in these conversations. Fear, greed, irritability, lust, arrogance, they were eroding Fusey's spirit. Seeing this scene outside the field, people were talking about it. What happened? What happened to her? Did she get attacked mentally? No, Shu Wei and the others are still outside the reservoir. Fusey actually dared to act without a guide. How confident is she in her mental barriers? This was a hint of sarcasm. Now, something has happened. I think her condition is just one step away from mental disorder. Giving her a little stimulation at this time will probably clear her mental value directly. All the people watching the game outside the field were elites of the Shaoshan Academy, and their judgments were roughly the same. Fusey really felt like she was going crazy. Although her mind was unstable, she could maintain a delicate balance point. As long as she was careful and attentive, she would not cross that critical value. Now this delicate balance was broken. It was like a tightrope walker whose balance beam was suddenly taken away, and someone was constantly shaking the tightrope at both ends. How could it be? How could there be such a powerful mental attack, using human emotions to influence her, sticking to her mental sea, and constantly harassing her, without her noticing or countering? In Fusey's memory, only a vague figure could do this. Although she couldn't remember the specific name, she could also conclude that none of the guides present could do this. In other words, this was not a mental attack initiated by the guide. Who could it be? Psychological suggestion, or subtle influence? Fusey quickly went over every move she made with Xingqi in her mind. No flaws. Fusey closed her eyes. Her knees were already pressed against the hot floor, trying to stay awake with the pain. The sound of burning flesh came out intermittently. Luo Yi looked at her trying hard, and it was really hard to look at her. Fusey's ability to endure pain seems to have always been terrible. The wounds on her body, big and small, are still bleeding, and now there is no good meat on her knees. The strong body of the sentinel supports her to move freely, but it does not mean that she does not have to endure the pain. On the other hand, Luo Yi himself only has a little sweat and dust on his body, no wounds or blood, and it does not look like he has been struggling for several hours in the competition. Luo Yi stretched out an index finger to scratch his cheek, and stepped forward awkwardly, wanting to ask Fusey what to do next. It is pitch black here. There are no lighting equipment, and no people. It is clearly an abandoned reservoir. Continuing to waste time here will only increase Fusey's pain. Or I will find a way out first, and you can rest here first, Luo Yi said cautiously. Fusey suddenly whispered, "It's too late." Footsteps suddenly sounded in the silent corridor. 3 figures appeared opposite Fusey and Luo Yi. Chapter 69. Luo Yi looked up and saw 3 familiar figures in front of them. Xu Yu's intact body and face appeared in their sight, reminding them again that the enemy in front of them had recovered to its peak state. Where did you come from?" Luo Yi asked consciously. Fusey covered her forehead and felt that the nerve in her head hurt more. It's no wonder that Luo Yi was slow to react. He started trying when he came in. The spirit-body mutation skill encountered unknown resistance. Forcibly performing it would consume a lot of mental power. The enemy situation is unknown, so he will not let his mental power dry up easily. Just kidding, if there is no mental power for escape in an emergency, it will kill people. Therefore, Luo Yi has always been clear about the weirdness of this place. Xu Yu definitely did not come here using the spirit-body mutation skill. In other words, there is a secret passage here. Fusey is definitely not in a good condition to fight now. Even if she could, the two of them are no match for Xu Wei in his prime. At this time, are you thinking of running away? Xie Wen suddenly appeared from the shadows and asked softly. Xie Wen looked like a young girl at this moment, but she could vaguely see some shadows of the little girl just now. This also indirectly proved that Xie Wen was indeed among the group of NPCs they met in the hospital just now. Xie Wen stared at Fusey's figure lying on the ground, full of curiosity. "Actually, I'm very curious. You clearly recognized me. Why did you let me go?" Fusey had a headache and didn't want to talk, nor was she obliged to answer questions for her opponent. All the groans of pain were swallowed by her, and silence filled the hot air. Xu Wei took 2 steps forward, and the crisp footsteps filled a narrow corridor. "There are only 2 people here? It seems that your main force is not here," Xie Wen thought. "So, you told me the tactics in the underground garage specifically?" Fu Si knew that Xie Wen was hiding in the dark and eavesdropping, but she still told me their action plan. Is she confident or stupid? You split your troops into 2 groups to go to the reservoir and the power plant, just to divide our combat power? Xie Wen obviously did not understand Fu Si's plan. Fu Si's eyes were distracted. She only saw Xie Wen's lips opening and closing, as if he was saying something, but she could only hear roars overlapping each other in her ears. "There is no water here. We will all die. We will all die. Oh my God, why is there such a disaster? No water, why?" The refugees arrived at the reservoir and handed in the expensive ticket, but found that there was no so-called independent refrigeration system here. The interior was like a steamer, and there was no sufficient water resources. They could only wait to die inside. If you think about it, you will know that if there was water inside the reservoir, why would the refugees hand in mineral water? In the end, what awaited these people was dehydration and coma, and they died in a corner where no one paid attention. In just a dozen days, tens of thousands of lives were buried here. Not only this city, this high-temperature disaster spread throughout the entire planet, and a catastrophe enveloped the world. All kinds of despair, fear, and anger enveloped people's hearts. At this moment, all these emotions were imposed on Fusey, which was Xie-Wen's spiritual body mutation skill, crime. This is a very useless and inconspicuous mutation skill, and it is a passive skill. In plain words, it is not offensive, it does not generate charges, it is just a carrier of charges. This is also the reason why Fusey did not find the mental trap. Xie-Wen just transferred the spearhead of this emotion to Fusey, instead of challenging Fusey's mental bottom line by herself. It is really a smart and decisive approach. Fusey took 2 deep breaths and figured out the key points. If it were not for this reservoir that buried countless lives, Xie-Wen would have no chance to use this skill on her. With the right time, place and people, Fusey is afraid that she will be defeated in this game. I didn't expect that such a weird skill would be useful. I'm not saying bad things. Even if we solve these 2 people, there are still 3 people on the court in a pate, and we still can't end the game. It's hard to say. Their combat power is obviously at a disadvantage. Xu Wei has just returned to full health. Match point, match point. Xu Wei won this time with great difficulty. In the past, he always killed the game with violence. I'm not satisfied with it this time. Xu Wei obviously changed his style. I strongly urge Brother Xu to stick to his original intention. The outside of the court was bustling. As the game was about to end, everyone was very excited. Therefore, many people ignored the fact that Inan and others had arrived at the power station. Fusey pressed her temples and secretly estimated the time. Inan should have been in place. Fusey slowly raised her eyes, endured the severe pain and whispered, "With such ability, if I hadn't entered the reservoir, wouldn't you have wasted a good hand?" Xie-Wen frowned. She had always been puzzled by this question, but the situation did not allow her to think so much. Time was too tight, and their mental strength was disappearing like water. If it weren't for the geographical advantage here, Fusey's spirit body, which had not yet been revealed, would always be a hidden mine. As for now, Xu Yu looked at Fusey, who was half kneeling. As a sentinel, he knew too well the importance of the spirit threshold. Fusey was at risk of falling into mania at any time without a guide by her side. Sentinels who fell into mania, let alone basic identification ability, might even forget that they were human beings, revealing their ugly appearance and countless examples of self-mutilation and death. Xu Yu raised his palm, and countless lightning leaped on it, raising the temperature of this space by another level. Zila, the tiny black and purple electric current like a snake's tail, leaped on his palm, as if the side of the god of death was about to swing down. Luoyi looked at Fusey's helpless appearance, and was extremely anxious, but he didn't know what to do. He couldn't stuff Fusey and himself into the micro-wormhole now. Xie-Wen's spirit body mutation skill didn't work on him for some reason, but it was not without any effect. His mental strength was severely exhausted, and he had too few cards to play. He was afraid that he would really die here. Xu Wei took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to attack. His dark eyes revealed an inexplicable darkness. It's time to end. At the critical moment, something strange happened. Boom! A huge vibration came, and this closed space seemed to be hit hard and shook violently twice. Xu Wei looked up and murmured, "Is someone coming?" "No, there is no biological fluctuation, not a person." Xu Wei denied his idea again. Fu Si simply sat on the ground and changed to a comfortable posture, as if the dangerous predicament could not threaten her at all. The vibration was so strong that if it happened a few more times, the entire reservoir would sink into the ground and bury them all. Xu Yu lowered his center of gravity to stabilize his body, and pulled Xie-Wen and another thin guide behind him. He subconsciously looked at the trapezoidal passage behind him, which was the direction they came from. "Don't look at it. Since you have all fallen into the trap, I can't let you down, right?" Fu Si leaned against the wall weakly. Xu Yu stared at the secret door. The vibration just blocked the upward passage. I don't know if it was a coincidence or man-made. Xu Yu suddenly turned around, hooked his 5 fingers, and hawk-like claws went towards Fu Si's neck. Fu Si did not dodge or evade, and even stretched out her hand to hold Xu Yu's wrist as if it was not enough. This action, why is it so familiar? The familiar feeling surged in his heart. Xu Yu's eyelids jumped, and he thought it was not good. "Your spirit body is indeed strong enough, but it's a pity that you can't kill me in a short time." Fusey raised her eyes, and the blue mist in the depths of her eyes rose and fell, and in the vortex, she was wrapped in the arrogance of victory. Xu Yu was stunned for a rare moment. He looked again, trying to see through the emotions in Fusey's eyes, but at this moment, his perspective was always a glimpse of the whole picture. When he wanted to explore again, Fusey would not give him such an opportunity. Boom crack, in a blink of an eye, several waves of vibrations came again, and the whole reservoir was about to collapse. At this time, Shuyu stopped struggling, and he tried to explore some unknown secrets. I didn't expect that I couldn't even see your spirit body. Shuyu seemed to sigh. He said this vaguely, and his voice was so low that it was barely audible. Only Fusey, who was close to him, could hear it. Fusey smiled for a moment, half mocking and half serious. There will be a chance in the future. As her last words fell, a huge buzzing sound sounded, and the reservoir that had been struggling to support finally collapsed. With such a collapse, even if Shu Wei could save himself from death, the two guides around him would not be spared. The game was a foregone conclusion. The game ended, a pat won, there was complete silence outside the stadium. After half a minute, some people exclaimed, "Just, it's over? Where did the last plasma fusion cannon come from? How can the core support such a large consumption? Look at the small screen more. Do you think a ready-made energy station of such a large power station is just for decoration? No wonder they split their troops into two groups, and played the game of one side acting as bait, and the other side acting as hunter. It works every time. Even if they didn't do that, Shu Wei and his team wouldn't win." "Oh, what do you mean? Our brother Shu can't beat two noobs? Two battle-damaged noobs rely on luck." Feng Qingye sat in the spectator seat. His classmates were arguing with dry mouth and hot blood, and he had no intention of participating. Is Shu Wei's ability still not enough to force Fu Si to reveal her trump card? Feng Qingye lowered his eyes. Outsiders couldn't see it, but he knew that although Fu Si had the advantage of the map this time, the guide in Shu Wei's team could not continue to move in the high temperature. But Qi Yuan was too radical and reckless, and it was also true that the team lacked coordination. A faint disappointment enveloped Feng Qingye's heart, and he slowly stood up and left in a corner where no one noticed. Xing Qi woke up from the simulation cabin, exhaled slowly, and finally came back to life. Fusey was immersed in the darkness for a long time this time, so long that Ina came to check on her out of worry, and she woke up slowly. "What's wrong? What happened?" Ina looked at Fusey's pale face, and couldn't help asking. Fusey blinked. "Nothing. It's just that I haven't dreamed for a long time, and for a moment, I didn't want to wake up." Chapter 70. The quarterfinals came to an end amidst a sigh. The Indicli competition came to an end, and the next stop of the mic competition was set in Moros, the main city of Dafir. Taking advantage of these few days, the major participating teams rushed to experience the attractions and food of Indicli quickly. As for the reason, on the one hand, young people are very playful and will never be idle. On the other hand, it comes from some kind of tacit understanding. I'm not saying, why are there so many people on the street these 2 days? Louis sighed as he looked at the restaurant with people coming and going. Fusey looked at the people waiting in front of the signature restaurant and raised the corners of her lips slightly. Cherish the present. When you arrive in Dafir, you will definitely miss the present time. In this era, the speed of human evolution is soaring, and sentinels and guides do not need to consume a lot of food to maintain their life form, but rely on nutrients to stabilize their spiritual bodies, but they still cannot completely get rid of their appetite. Various authentic gourmet restaurants are still popular. Although they are expensive, they are still popular among the public. So when Fusey found out that Xingqi was as proficient in cooking as Ina, she was surprised. She was not making a fuss. There are very few people who master the cooking skills now, and even fewer chefs who do not need the assistance of smart kitchen utensils. Fusey looked at the people coming and going in front of her, raised her head, and glanced at the sign hanging above, and casually pasted the terminal on the front desk panel. "Welcome Supreme member to our store. Your private room is ready. Please go to the 3rd floor for dinner." A playful female voice came from the front desk. Fusey patted the black and white ball on the counter, as if she was used to it. It was the device for the intelligent computer storage terminal. "I can't tell. When have you been to this store?" Louis looked at her curiously. Fusey answered casually, "I came here for a trip before. My friend treated me. I charged too much money and couldn't refund it, so I kept it." "Oh." Louis didn't ask any more questions, and shifted his attention to the dazzling menu. Fusey knocked on the table, and a large colorful picture instantly appeared on the transparent table. The names of the dishes were marked in 3 languages. Fusey slid the menu to Xingqi and Ina, indicating that they should order. She held a portable optical computer in her hand, and swiped to the event forum to refresh the information. A pat once again won the game unexpectedly. What is the true strength of the king of paddling? Prediction of the results of the quarterfinals. Can the last group kill the second dark horse? Feng Qingye killed the game again. Galz's operation is still as strong as ever. Ina couldn't see the page on Fusie's light brain, but she saw that her face seemed to have more playfulness. Xingqi casually decided on 2 signature dishes, and saw that Fusie had no intention of stopping him, and ordered all other highly praised dishes. Fusie saw it, just raised her eyebrows, and lowered her head to look at the forum again. Xingqi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This restaurant is extremely popular. It is one of the few restaurants in the main city that does not accept reservations. Fortunately, Fusie has hidden this trick so that everyone can eat on time. Oh, this dish is like a work of art. Can it be eaten? Luoyi looked at the vegetarian salad arranged in the shape of a flower bush on the table with curiosity, and looked very interested. Xingqi looked around and found that there were 21 dishes, but not a single one was seafood. It's not surprising. Indeclare seafood is scarce. Even if there are some imported ones, they are all supplied to Tansui Palace. Fusie explained without raising her head. Xingqi was slightly shocked. He just had a doubtful thought, but Fusie saw through it and gave an answer. It was as if she was waiting for him here on purpose. Xingqi's expression remained unchanged. I see. Enan was also browsing the competition forum, and suddenly interrupted. The results of the quarterfinals are out. Fusie also saw the latest results of the competition. As she expected, the last game was played unusually cleanly. In other words, they did not watch the live broadcast at the competition venue today, but came out for dinner because there was no suspense in this game. It was a game between Yanqi's team and an unknown small team. Fusie only took a glance, and was sure that Yanqi would not lose. Liana's competitive spirit is a little strong, but they also have the strength to match it. If they stop at the quarterfinals, Fusie can laugh at her for a year. Thinking about it this way, it's a bit of a pity. Fusie shook her head. If Liana really returned to Tanya halfway, she would not come to Fusie to provoke for at least a year, and her ears would be quiet for a long time. Try this. Ina poured Fusie a glass of sweet wine, which is a local specialty. The pink wine exudes a sweet and rich aroma. Fusie finally put down the light brain and raised the wine glass, clinking it with Ina's glass. Ding. The next day, the major military academies began to prepare to return. They are numerous. Not only do the eliminated players have to be sent back to school first, but the remaining qualified teams also have to prepare to set sail to Defeer to participate in the next game. Fusie found the team leader and explained her purpose. Dean Jean, I can't go to Defeer with the team. Jean C was coordinating the return flight and contacting the college headquarters and the flying ship transfer department. Hearing her words, he subconsciously asked, Did your wound relapse? Fusie coughed softly. No, it's just that I have something to deal with, so I have to stay here for 2 more days. Jean C looked up at her for a while, and Fusie met her eyes without hesitation. Jean C lowered his head and tidied the desk. In theory, I can't approve your request. This sentence should be followed by but. In fact, I can't approve it either, Jean C said lightly. Fusie raised her eyebrows, seeming a little puzzled. Shouldn't you turn it around? Jean C gently tapped Fusie's forehead, with a little helplessness. I really don't agree with you staying alone in Indeclare. You are my students, of course you can't suffer any loss. Fusie let her knock. Anyway, Jean C didn't really use any force, raised it high, and put it down gently. Dean Bai asked me to take care of you and try my best to meet your special requirements. Now I understand his real meaning. Jean C's tone was a little helpless. Fusie stretched out a finger and scratched her cheek. What else did he say? Jean C curled the golden hair by her ears. The golden hair was completely different from her long black hair. It was thin and soft, like a soft bird feather. Jean C had a pair of green eyes. When he looked at others steadily, he was intimidating without anger. He didn't say anything else, just told me to keep an eye on you and bring you back in one piece. Jean C said slowly. Fusie nodded. I know, I will pay attention to safety. This is the main city, not a gray area. Jin C did not persuade her anymore, turned around and approved her a leave note. He wanted to give her a few more instructions, but felt that it was useless to say more, so he could only wave his hand and let her move on her own. Fusie achieved her goal and had no intention of staying here. The school's flying ship will set sail in the afternoon. The speed of this large flying fleet is very worrying. Fusie can catch up with it by herself. Fusie returned to the villa where they lived temporarily and packed her luggage. She didn't bring much stuff to begin with, and she used everything ready-made. Now she has to travel light, so she has even less stuff. Huh? Didn't you say you wouldn't go with us? Luo Yi heard the noise and poked his head in from the door. Fusie glanced at him without stopping her hand movements. Yes, the Crozier fleet cruised to Indiclay, and I just happened to go for a walk. Luo knew this fleet. It was a famous mobile caravan in the interstellar space. Every auction exhibit was a rare treasure, including rare energy mines, habitable asteroids, and exotic pets that had become extinct. So you are going to the auction and bringing gifts to Ina? Luo walked in and watched Fusey put various potions into the folding pocket. In the past days, Ina had been cooking for the team. Fusey thought it was not an easy job, although Ina enjoyed it. Fusey took a lot of high-purity gems that Ina liked and gave them to her as gifts, which was also an alternative reward. Thinking of this, Luo thought carefully for a while, and still said, "In fact, with your friendship, there is no need to make up for it, right?" Fusey couldn't help laughing when she heard this. "Why do you have such an idea?" Luo curled his lips. "I know the ways of the world. Okay, it's getting late, I'm leaving." Fusey looked at the time, and had no intention of discussing this human relations issue with Luo in depth. "Wait, I have another question. Since Xingqi came, Ina has rarely entered the kitchen. Why don't you give Xingqi a gift?" Luo has been holding back this question for a long time, and finally asked it today. Fusey's expression did not change at all. "How do you know I didn't prepare it?" "Ah?" Luo stared blankly at Fusey's figure disappearing at the door, and slowly tasted this sentence. Hiss, he didn't taste anything. The auction of the Crozier fleet is very famous. All the celebrities and dignitaries will be invited. Usually, as long as they are free, they will definitely go to support it. There are also some charity fundraising auctions, and they will also show their favor. Fusey thought about it and disguised herself a little, covering up her original appearance. Her figure remained unchanged, but her face was that of another person. The guests at the auction were mixed, and Fusey was not in the mood to greet old friends. A little dressing would save a lot of trouble. Fusey left the German campus and called a small shuttle on the way. The destination was the largest transfer station in Qingyu, where the Crozier fleet was docked. The Crozier fleet would only stay for 3 days, and the auction would be held on the afternoon of the second day. Fusey paid a high transportation fee. The German campus was remote, and it took a lot of time to get there. When Fusey arrived, the transfer station was already full of private flying ships of all sizes, as well as countless luxurious custom-made shuttles. In comparison, the shuttle hired by Fusey can be called shabby. Being shabby has its advantages. No one noticed the dark shuttle in the corner. Fusey perfectly avoided everyone's sight, and arrived at the entrance quietly. Fusey kept an eye on the way, and didn't see any familiar figures. She couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that this trip would be much smoother. There was a checkpoint at the door to check the invitation letter. To prevent impersonation, it was a biological test. It is said that the Crozier fleet is the property of the old nobles of the field. They only receive people of the same class as them. Everyone who receives an invitation must have passed their internal qualification verification. Fusey touched the unfamiliar facial features on her face, and the beam swept over. The biological DNA passed, and she entered smoothly. It was early when she arrived. The venue was empty. Only a few people gathered together to talk in a low voice. Various languages and races were mixed together. Fusey looked around, and did not choose to go to the private room upstairs. Instead, she found a corner in the hall and sat down. The light brain scanned the sensing area next to it, and automatically refreshed the details of the auction items. Before Fusey had time to take a closer look, an excited shout came from behind. "You are here too." Fusey's forehead twitched slightly. This voice was so familiar, and it was in Moran language. That guy is here after all. Chapter 71. The footsteps behind her were approaching, but Fusey did not turn around. She was still calmly flipping through the manual in her hand, not paying attention to what was happening outside. "You are surprised to see me." The familiar voice was close to her ears, and Fusey turned her head slightly, and looked at the smiling person. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person, so Fusey also smiled. "Excuse me, do we know each other? You have to act in front of me? There is no need. Even if you turn into a quantum creature and drift in the universe, I can find you out." Fusey raised her eyelids and looked at the girl in front of her, who was smiling but not smiling. "I really have no impression of you. I guess we only met once, so it is normal that I can't remember you. Well, let's get to know each other again. My last name is Baisui, and what about you?" Baisui stared into Fusey's eyes, and uttered such a strong self-introduction. Fusey sighed faintly, and noticed the eyes that were intentionally or unintentionally peeking at her from the dark, and she was a little annoyed, which law in Indiclay stipulates that the other party must answer after introducing themselves. Baisui seemed to have guessed that she would refuse, and was not disappointed at all. She wanted to continue talking, but she saw a figure in the corner with her peripheral vision, and could only curl her lips. "You are lucky." After saying that, she turned her head and left. Her steps were as brisk as when she came, like an unreasonable wind. Fusey did not look sideways, and waited patiently for the auction to start. This little episode was not enough to affect her mood. As the opening time got closer, more people sat down, and the atmosphere in the backfield gradually became hot. Fusey looked around calmly. She only carried the basic suppressor today, which reduced the restrictions on her 5 senses to the minimum. There were whispers in the corner, and mental fluctuations continued to come from the private room upstairs. Most of the people present today were ordinary people and guides, and there were very few sentinels. Fusey's eyelids twitched slightly, and she looked in the direction of Baisui from the corner of her eyes. Baisui? I call it really Sui. The mysterious and domineering princess of Indiclay likes to inspect the territory the most, and the most commonly used name is this Baisui, who is so casual that it can't be more casual. Fusey saw her at the auction house, and was basically sure that today would never be an ordinary day. Since I'm here, I make the best of it. Anyway, Fusey is just an inconspicuous nobody now, and I run away if there's any disturbance. Dear guests, today's auction is about to begin. The detailed manual has been distributed to the smart terminals at hand. Everyone is welcome to read it. A huge and ethereal mechanical sound sounded in the sky, a neutral sound that could not distinguish between men and women. Fusey listened for a while, and noticed the weak mental fluctuations in it. Looking around, the restless atmosphere gradually calmed down, and the whole venue was eerily quiet. It turned out to be a guide with mental interference mutation skills. Wow, a rare guide is the auction master of ceremonies, which is really a big deal. However, the old nobles of the field are behind the Crozier fleet, so it is reasonable for them to be a little arrogant. The first collection of this auction is about to be auctioned, which is a dagger made of dragon bones and natural white crystal. According to the original intention of the consignor, the reserve price is 7 million feathers, and the single bid cannot be less than 100,000. A huge glass cover slowly rose on the exhibition stand in front of it, and the dragon bone dagger was covered by it, emitting a faint white light under the snow-white light. It is undeniable that it is so beautiful that it does not look like a weapon, but more like a work of art. Fusey stared at it for a while. 7 million feathers, converted into sibs, according to the current exchange rate, is about 3 million. 3 million sibs for such a beautiful piece of junk. Fusey listened to the rising prices, and shook her head silently. It is true that dragon bones are rare, but unfortunately Fusey has long been accustomed to them, and this thing really cannot attract her attention. In the end, the dagger was auctioned off by a private buyer for 10 million feathers. Fusey was bored and playing with the light computer in her hand. The things she liked were ranked at the back. Most of the items in the front were good-looking but useless, and were bought back as decorations. The next auction item is a little special. Please wear the special material goggles provided in the venue first to prevent accidents. The gentle neutral voice with a hint of guidance made ordinary people present wear goggles without any hindrance. Fusey checked the goggles taken out of the dark box, and found nothing unusual, so she put them on. The vision darkened, and small particles of black matter could be vaguely seen in the field of vision, like the dust in the nebula. With the faint sound of machinery, a nearly transparent blue gem was presented. Its surface was covered with irregular depressions, and it looked like a rough stone that had not been polished yet. Only the sentinels and guides present could sense the huge energy contained in it. When sentinels distinguish between gemstones and ordinary crystals, whether they contain extraordinary energy is the primary identification criterion. This pure blue sapphire the size of a human head, the energy contained in it is enough to make a military flying ship run for a week, and its value is no longer something that can be measured by money. Fusey's blue eyes lit up slightly, and her body leaned forward involuntarily. It was so beautiful, Ina would definitely like it. And this was an unpolished rough stone. A little polishing would make it more valuable. The reserve price is 1 billion feathers. The single bid must not be less than 1 million feathers. The highest bidder wins. The auction begins. A 1 billion bid was definitely not high. In Fusey's opinion, even if it doubled, it would not be excessive. 1 billion and 1 million. 1 billion and 5 million. 1 billion and 7 million. The big screen kept refreshing new bids. Fusey watched for a while, and the bid information never stopped. It was really slow. For such a big piece of cake, the big families were still waiting and watching. Fusey clicked the bid button next to her twice. 1.5 billion, there was a small exclamation in the venue. Fusey directly raised the price to another level. 1.6 billion, there were exclamations again. Someone raised the price by 100 million directly, and the interval was too short. Almost as soon as the offer of 1.5 billion came out, someone raised the price by 100 million. Fusey couldn't help complaining in her heart. It finally came. Her recent auction luck was really bad. She always encountered people who made trouble for her. Thinking of this, Fusey moved her fingers again. 2 billion. As soon as this price was announced, the exclamations in the venue turned into doubts. Although gems of this purity are rare, few organizations can fully develop the energy in them. Except for government officials and several major families, who can swallow such a piece of cake regardless of the price. 2 billion once, 2 billion twice. 2.1 billion, the mysterious buyer made another move, as if he was fighting with Fusey, and would not stop until he got it. Fusey shook her head slightly. Would he think that such a small amount of money would make her give up? 3 billion. Fusey held her chin with her hand. She wondered how long the other party could hold out. 3.1 billion. The arc of Fusey's smile did not change at all. 4 billion. I don't know when the whole venue was silent. Only two buyers kept bidding, as if they had to fight for victory or defeat. Fusey bid for a while, and felt a little bored. The other party's bidding speed was getting slower and slower. Every time they bid, they seemed to be wondering, no way, I have to increase it. The price rose to 5 billion, which was far more than the original price of this gem. Fusey stared at the natural dents on the gem with boredom. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that this gem was beautiful beyond the ordinary level, and she had to buy it. Sorry, the consignor of this item has just taken back the ownership of this item. I'm very sorry. This item will be temporarily collected by the backstage, and will not be included in the auction. Fusey was much more sober now. The gems that she had been fighting for half a day suddenly stopped bidding. It was like the duck flew away, and the paper that was about to be completed was not saved. Fusey slowly exhaled, and the gems that were originally as beautiful as stars did not look so pleasing to the eye. Fusey picked a few unpopular items for the next auction as gifts for the team members. This time, there was no obstruction. After raising the price 2 or 3 times, she got it. It was abnormally smooth. Until the end of the auction, the final exhibits were all sold, and Fusey still did not see the gem she liked. Fusey rolled her eyes, and the vague sight in the corner disappeared in the middle of the auction. This time, I didn't return with a full load, nor did I return empty-handed. I didn't make a profit or a loss. For Fusey, money is just a number most of the time. She prefers to convert this string of numbers into practical materials. Defil is rich in gemstone crystal mines. The patrol time of the Crozier fleet is uncertain. I don't know when I will meet it next time. Thinking about it carefully, it's still a pity. Fusey touched her chin and glanced at the back. At this time, whoever came to her to make trouble, don't say she was unkind. Excuse me, are you buyer number 2547? 2 men in black clothes suddenly appeared in front of them. They looked very young and kind, but their facial features were a little blurry. They were probably the product of technology that changed their appearance. Fusey nodded. What do you want? Our fleet boss wants to invite you to visit upstairs. I wonder if you will do me the honor. They were respectful and flattering. Fusey felt a little strange. Now those who came to cause trouble all went to further study. Why should we use courtesy before force? However, the aura of these two people did not seem like local workers in Indicli, but more like house slaves trained for many years in the old nobles of Defil. Fusey has never been a person who is afraid of trouble. As long as it is not the Hongmen banquet of Baisui, she is interested in playing with them. Then let's go. My schedule is very tight. Fusey walked past the two of them with a relaxed attitude. Fusey followed them to the top floor. This commercial aircraft was very luxurious. The empty inner hall was in full view, and there was no place to hide. Fusey was brought to a double door, and the two men stopped and motioned Fusey to open the door and go in. Fusey stretched out her hand to push the door, and before her palm touched the door, the heavy and gorgeous door opened inward automatically. Fusey raised her eyebrows and walked in calmly, letting the door close behind her. There was no light in the dark room, which was more like a trap with ulterior motives than an invitation. Fusey became excited and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, the light of the stars lit up around her, illuminating the entire room. Fusey saw a tall and slender man standing 10 steps away, with his back to her, wearing strange clothes, all in black. Pretending to be mysterious, Fusey looked secretly. This was probably the boss or manager behind the Crozier fleet. Speak if you have anything to say, I'm in a hurry. The man turned around. Half of his face was hidden under the hood, a bit like the weird missionaries in the church. He raised his hand slightly, and pulled off the black velvet cloth on the display cabinet next to him. The sapphire the size of a human head appeared in front of the two people, emitting a charming blue light. This gem is for you. He spoke softly, his voice was unfamiliar, but particularly pleasant, like the low and pleasant resonance of a siren. Fusey narrowed her eyes slightly, and a faint fragrance spread with his movements. Hallucinogenic drug? No, this smell is somewhat familiar. Fusey seems to have smelled it somewhere. Without waiting for Fusey to think about it, the man stepped forward a few steps and invited Fusey to come forward to inspect the gem again. Chapter 72. Fusey asked sincerely, "Is this a fake?" The man was slightly stunned. Of course not. Seeing Fusey's doubtful look, he raised his hand to signal her to check the authenticity. Fusey looked around the transparent glass display case. The name of the product, The Mystery of Jiawan, was marked under the huge display case. The gold-plated nameplate showed its nobility and uniqueness. Fusey stretched out her hand and tentatively tapped on the transparent cover. The man did not stop her, so Fusey stretched out her finger and tapped again. A wave of energy fluctuations was reflected in the transparent cover. Fusey took a step back and confirmed that this was the authentic product. Fusey's heart skipped a beat. She had never seen the boss behind the Crozier fleet, let alone had any friendship with him. Then, this guy's intention is worth pondering. Just in case, Fusey still asked, "Have we known each other before?" "No, today is the first time we meet." He emphasized the word first time. Fusey did not detect any malice in him, which was the main reason why she chose to stay here. "What are your conditions?" Fusey changed to a relaxed posture. There was no third person in the room, and the man in front of her was probably an ordinary person or a guide. As long as he was not a K1 level guide, he would not pose much threat to Fusey, and at most would only make her feel slightly uncomfortable. Fusey continued, "For such a valuable gift, what are your conditions? What do you think I can help you achieve?" The man seemed to lower his head and think for a while, but Fusey was not in a hurry. The most basic tug-of-war in negotiation is the psychological game between the two parties. However, her multiple bids at the auction just now have already shown her desire for this gem, which has exposed her cards to a certain extent. As long as the other party is smart enough, this is a good time to ask for a big price. "I just want to know who the woman who chatted with you before the auction started was?" His tone was a little hesitant, but mixed with a desire for the truth. "That's it," Fusey said calmly. "I think you know the value of 6 billion feathers better than me. Are you sure you want to use it to pay for this insignificant information?" The air was quiet for a while, and Fusey still heard him make up his mind. "As long as you tell me her true identity." Fusey spread his hands. "Her name is Bai Sui. You may not believe it. I don't know her at all. She came to chat with me today just because she misjudged my back and mistook me for her friend. Telling half the truth and half the lies will always be more credible." It's not that Fusey wants to cover up for Bai Sui. Compared with the royal family of Indicli, Fusey dislikes the mob of the church more. Whether it's the dress or the temperament of the man in front of him, he feels that he has some connection with the church, so he can't reveal too much information to him. He has a slender and upright figure, wearing leather gloves, and no skin is exposed on his body. Could this person in front of him be fascinated by Bai Sui's fabricated identity and want to chat and make friends? Fusey was amused by this possibility. If you want to make friends with her, the best choice is to ask for her contact information directly, instead of buying me off here with a lot of money. Since he can own the entire Crozier caravan, the power of this man in front of him cannot be underestimated. Bai Sui is not a high-ranking princess. As long as he is willing, he can naturally find out her whereabouts. Unexpectedly, the man couldn't help laughing and whispered, "You know that's not what I'm asking." Fusey pretended not to understand. "You have a lot of eyes in the venue, right? If you really want to know something, do you need to interrogate me? After all, this is someone else's territory. I believe you know better than me how tight Qingyu's defense is." He meant something, but Fusey didn't fall into his clumsy language trap. "I'm just here to travel, and will leave soon. This gem is too expensive. You should keep it for more valuable information," Fusey patiently said, and immediately stood up and walked towards the door. The room suddenly darkened for a moment, and the light of Tianqing seemed to be swallowed up for a moment. The thick and dense black wrapped around Fusey. Fusey raised her hand subconsciously, and the darkness had been driven away by the light of Tianqing that was relit. The man blocked the door at some point. It was probably because of his spiritual body mutation skill that Fusey couldn't see through him at the first time, which was enough to show that his level was above K1. Fusey's interest returned, and she looked the man up and down. Seeing that she was not offended by his behavior, the man said earnestly, "Please stay." Fusey pointed at him, and then pointed at the door behind him. "Your attitude doesn't seem like begging for help. If you go out now, you might bump into something annoying," he said. Fusey thought, It seems that not all your people are useless. Baisui really likes to arrange surprises for her. Today, she suspected his identity, and the way back will definitely be difficult. But Fusie's eyes fell on the person in front of her again. Did he say that to help her? Fusie used a declarative sentence. You have a solution. What do you want me to exchange? Fusie asked. It's a pleasure to cooperate with smart people. Don't worry, I just have a small request. When did I say I would agree to your deal? Fusie suddenly interrupted him. The man didn't seem surprised. He probably knew a little about Fusie's temper. She was moody and mixed truth and lies. I know the mystery of Jialan is not enough to convince you to cooperate with me, but what if I add this? He reached out from the pocket under the black hood and took out an ordinary white stone, put it in his palm, and lifted it up. It was only half the size of his palm. But when Fusie's eyes fell on it, the man clearly saw that the teasing in Fusie's eyes disappeared involuntarily. The atmosphere finally became serious, and Fusie asked seriously, Do you know what this is? The man did not rush to answer. He slowly took off his leather gloves. The white stone was held in his palm. The blue veins on the back of his hand were very prominent. Fusie could almost feel the fresh blood flowing. As if infected by the warmth of the man's palm, the white stone suddenly came alive. Fusie's mind buzzed for a moment, and the blue mist that lived in her eyes suddenly resurrected, jumping wildly in her spiritual sea, clamoring to get the stone. As if it was not enough, the man pulled out a silver-shining knife from his forearm and cut it along the palm lines. The red, sweet, and bloody blood spurted out instantly and dripped down his wrist. The white stone in his palm was stained red by the blood, and it looked a bit demonic. Fusie seemed to see a human face condensed on it in a trance, and then disappeared in an instant. A faint blue glimmered in the center of the empty space. Just in this moment of daze, the wound on the man's palm had recovered as before, except for the blood on his hands that proved that he had really scratched himself just now, and the wound was healed in an instant. Reality is far more convincing than words. Fusie calmed down. The Crozier fleet confused all the power governments, and they were definitely not a simple interstellar caravan. You should know that the basis of negotiation is that both parties had chips of equal value, and now, the man stopped blocking the door. He relaxed and sat lazily in the corner of the sofa. It is obvious that my chips are better. Fusie's disguised black pupils were dim, and the look in her eyes finally stayed on compromise. TSK, Fusie twisted the knuckles of her index finger, and walked to the sofa opposite him, and sat down. If you still want to ask about Baisui, I will only think you are humiliating me, Fusie said expressionlessly. Since he can get clues about Lan Wu, the person in front of him may have known Baisui's true identity, but he is not sure. Baisui had only communicated with her during the entire auction, so the relationship between the two of them was not simple. That's why they had their previous conversation. The man laughed again when he heard it, playing with the white stone in his hand, and the blood completely dyed it red. The picture looked weird and absurd. Of course I am sincere, but I don't know how honest you could be with me. This means that Fusie should show her trump card first. Fusie didn't want to waste time with him. A clue you want to know, everything I know, I will never keep. Are you serious? Really? I can ask anything? As long as it's within my knowledge. Anything? Are you going to ask or not? Fusie looked at him coldly. The man touched his chin with his other hand, leaning his arm on the soft back of the chair, but still didn't let his tense body relax. Contrary to his frivolous appearance, his attitude has always been very cautious. From the time Fusie entered the door until now, every word he said was the result of careful consideration. If I want to get the body of Yuan, what should I do? As soon as the voice fell, Fusie covered her eyes with a headache and then put them down. When her eyes met his, she looked away quickly as if she saw something dirty. The man's voice came from the opposite side of Fusie with some innocence. Can't you answer this question? Fusie took a deep breath. I can answer your question, but I want the mystery of Jialan and the stone in your hand, and you have to tell me where you got the news about Yuan. The man shook his head gently. What a domineering person. I just asked a question, and you put forward 3 conditions. But his ending tone rose slightly, as if indicating that he was in a good mood. I promise you. Can you tell me now? Fusie opened her lips, and spit out 5 words. Jinzi Church. The man sat up. What do you mean? You should know that Yuan was initially guarded by the Banshee family, and after the Jinzi Church went to the Banshee family for inspection, Yuan was stolen. You mean, it was the people in the church who stole Yuan? Fusie shook her head gently. No one can completely control Yuan, and no one can imprison it. It sensed the danger and ran away by itself. The clues seemed to be broken again. So where can I find it? The man asked persistently. Fusie suddenly raised her head, and looked around. After a while, she raised her hand to signal him to come closer. The man obediently lowered his body, looked straight, and put his ear close to Fusey, pretending to listen attentively. Fusey whispered, "If you are not afraid of death, you can try your luck at Tansway Palace." Chapter 73. You are joking, right? If I dare to challenge the Queen's authority today, all my properties in Indicli will be burned tomorrow. Fusey smiled. That's what you have to consider. I only provide the method. Whether it can be completed depends on your ability. The two looked at each other for a long time. There was no trace of joking in Fusey's eyes, as if she was really proposing a feasible plan. You know, although the Queen has 3 guides, their relationship is not so harmonious. If someone has selfish motives, and wants to do something behind the Queen's back, it is not impossible. Fusey rarely explained. The man was thoughtful. It has become a recognized fact that the various forces in Indicli are secretly competing. It's just that they have never lost their desire to unite against the outside world. If something really happens, they will still unite to deal with foreign enemies. Therefore, the Queen has turned a blind eye to their fights. The information Fusey said now is indeed unexpected and very unreliable. Seeing that he was wavering, Fusey threw out another explosive news. If you don't believe it, you can check out Bai Nian, the current principal of Gelman. He leaked the Queen's gene sequence in the early years, and had thoughts that he shouldn't have on the reproduction plan. Bai Nian has been with the Queen for many years, and is her most trusted guide. Even if Fusey wants to lie, she shouldn't use him as a scapegoat. No, why would you tell me this? Information of this value is not within the scope of our transaction, he said in a deep voice. Fusey thought to herself, that's because she firmly believes that you can't find anything at all. Of course, she couldn't tell him these words. After all, it's rare to find a fool who can give away 6 billion at will. Fusey was determined to make a fortune from him. Ahem, since it's a deal, I won't take advantage of you. These intelligences are just a bonus. Besides, these intelligences won't help him get the blue mist, so Fusey certainly doesn't feel any burden. Fusey could sense the other party's hesitation. The shorter the hesitation, the longer the Crozier fleet's hand would reach. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the other party finally spoke again. Okay, happy cooperation. Fusey nodded, and didn't treat him with politeness anymore. She casually wrote, an address. Please help me deliver the mystery of Jialan here. As for the other 2 conditions, you can fulfill them after you get the blue mist. Fusey's eyes passed over the white stone in his hand, and her eyes showed just the right amount of greed. In order to make her expression less stiff and reveal her flaws, Fusey just glanced and retracted her eyes. People with desires are easier to control, and this thinking is also effective in reverse. Sure enough, the man's suspicion was put away, and his voice was tinged with a hypocritical smile. Thank you for your trust. I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Fusey accepted his temptations and threats, stood up and nodded slightly. It's getting late, I go back first. Fusey left the huge reception room, and the smile on her face became more sincere. She exchanged 2 pieces of information that were not important to her for the mystery of Jialan. Fusey was in a good mood, and the dissatisfaction of being maliciously raised also dissipated a lot. It's just, Fusey thought of Baisui, that guy, every time he met her, nothing good happened. Fusey drove the shuttle to the space station and rented a private airship to the transfer station. She was delayed for 2 days to attend the auction, but the pace of the large group was very slow, and now it was completely in time to catch up. After getting on the airship, Fusey took out the satellite communicator and dialed Yi Sungbai's private channel. Hello? Is this Fusey? Why are you calling me at this time? Fusey's voice was a little cold. Help me check the patrol routes and docking records of the Crozier fleet in the past year, as well as the true identity of their boss behind the scenes. Okay, I know, but why do you suddenly want to check the information of this caravan? Fusey sneered. Someone has set his sights on what I want, and spread the news everywhere. I want to see who has such a big appetite, and wants to drag Moran and Indiclaire into the water. Yi Sungbai's voice paused for a while. Well, the governor is not in Moran recently. I have a lot of things to do here. I will send it to you as soon as I find out. Fusey? C suddenly remembered something. Any clues about the internal traitor? Hey, Yi Sunbai sighed, his tone very tired. You also know that planting internal traitors in each other is almost a tacit agreement among all countries. I removed several internal personnel, all of whom were researchers in the training program. They self-destructed immediately, and did not ask anything. Fusey, thank you for your hard work. I am going to enter the section where black holes frequently occur. I won't talk about it for now. The 2 cut off the communication. Fusey looked at the vast Indiclay galaxy in front of her. It was beautiful and huge, like an endless translucent silk. As the galaxy with the largest population and the largest affiliated galaxy, the internal troubles were endless. Fusey took a deep breath and drove the private airship towards the space station. At the same time, on the other side, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Crozier fleet, the man who had just reached a contract with Fusey, was taking off his hood and mask, exposing his face wrapped under the clothes to the air. Purple veins crisscrossed the cold white neck, and the narrow and upturned phoenix eyes were staring at the blood-stained white stone in his hand. His slender and thin fingers played with the stone, but after a while, he lost interest and threw it into the garbage recycling channel in the corner, making a series of muffled sounds. The waiter waiting in the corner was shocked to see his actions. That was something the owner had spent a lot of money to get, and he just threw it away. Didn't you say you would exchange it for something interesting? The waiter couldn't help but ask. The man sneered. Yes, it's a pity that I met a hateful liar who fooled me and didn't want to talk business with me properly. Fooled me? What a terrible description. The waiter was a little scared. Did he hear something he shouldn't have heard? The man recalled the confrontation and felt a little unsatisfied, but it's not a complete loss. The waiter glanced at the mystery of Jia Lan in the corner and said tremblingly, Then do you still want to give this gem away? Send it, of course. The man stood up. His superior height made his body proportions look particularly pleasing to the eye. Lean, but not weak, his eyes were level with a huge gem. Yui, take a few people and go there in person, and make sure to deliver it to the designated location within a week. The man ordered in a calm voice. The white stone in the corner had been automatically recycled, and the man didn't care. Anyway, Fusey didn't plan to tell him the real movement of Lan Wu. As for the Tan Sui Palace, it was a dead end, and only a fool would verify it. The man couldn't help but touch his chin. If he had stayed in Defil, and didn't know the power distribution and internal struggle of Indicl, he might have taken risks. Both of them knew that this was a conversation of lies, so Fusey didn't ask him to fulfill the remaining two conditions, and he didn't ask the date of fulfillment. However, the information Fusey gave was very valuable. If it was true, it would be a good handle or bargaining chip. By the way, check the current principal of Cha Gelman. Bai Nian didn't stay in Tan Sui Palace with the queen, so there was still a breakthrough. Yes. After explaining this, he smiled imperceptibly. You are really vigilant, Fusey. Ahem. Fusey suddenly shuddered. The interior decoration of the private airship was very luxurious, and all the equipment was the most advanced, including the constant temperature system. Fusey was a little strange. Why did she feel that her spiritual sea was shaken just now? Could it be the sequelae of her not resting for 3 days? Fusey thought about it, and decided to catch up with the main force before resting, so as to avoid the accident last time. However, once she calmed down, Fusey felt a sense of oppression in her chest that made it difficult to breathe. After her mind was empty, she felt an uncontrollable pain, which made her a little irritable. It was the battlefield sequelae of the Sentinels. In order to prevent this situation from happening on a large scale, the Academy would organize guides to do voluntary spiritual counseling after each competition, providing the Sentinels with simple mental relaxation, similar to acupuncture and massage for ordinary people. Fusey did not participate in the spiritual counseling activities organized by the school, nor did she inject interferon. The fatigue accumulated in the body for several days was difficult to dissipate. Bernard had said long ago that only a K1 level guide could conduct spiritual counseling for her, otherwise she would definitely be attacked back. Shizai was a K1 level guide, and the few times Fusey conducted spiritual counseling were all completed by Shizai. However, Shizai had a special identity, and could not easily enter the territory of other galaxies. Fusey did not want him to follow her, so she simply restrained herself. Fusey still sent an interstellar communication to Bernard, asking him to make a set of interferon in advance, and she could pick it up by the way. Fusey planned very well, but still could not keep up with the changes. Warning, warning, there is an unidentified flying object approaching ahead. Oops, this kind of private airship is not equipped with combat weapons, nor does it have combat equipment embedded in the spirit body. If it encounters interstellar bandits or stowaways, it can only escape. But Fusey's time is very tight, and she must not be stuck here. Fusey opened the operating table, and observed the fleet approaching ahead. They don't look like a military team, nor do they look like interstellar bandits or stowaways, but more like mercenaries? Fusey almost laughed out loud. This was another gift given to her by Bai. Sure enough, even drinking cold water would make her teeth ache when she met this guy. These mercenaries can't threaten Fusey's life, they are just disgusting. Fusey took a deep breath, silently took off the suppressor on her neck, and opened the external interface on the airship. Since there are no weapons, she could only go in person. Fusey just stood up, but found that the dozen airships coming in front of her suddenly stopped and didn't move forward. Fusey sat back in the cockpit and saw the combat airship with the Crozier Fleet logo chasing from behind, and the two sides confronted each other. Fusey raised her eyebrows, and while the mercenaries on the opposite side were stunned, the team opened a gap, directly activated the space jump device, broke through instantly, and then drove at full speed to directly get rid of the two teams behind. Who knows whether the intention of the Crozier Fleet is good or evil? Since there is a chance to bully others, Fusey still took the opportunity to run away. Yui, who was chasing with two teams, said, "Why is the question mark walking so fast? He didn't show any intention of attacking? Forget it, since the boss asked him to deliver it to the designated location, and didn't say whether he should hand it over to the other party in person, he should just deliver it as usual." Yui didn't expect that he would do the job of delivering goods one day. It would be fine if he delivered heads, but he actually had to deliver gems, which are good-looking but useless. Chapter 74. It was a thrilling journey. No matter how energetic Fusey was, she was exhausted at this moment. She just wanted to go back to the lounge to take a nap to recuperate. The semifinals were imminent. All the teams that advanced to the quarterfinals should not be underestimated. Not to mention the two ace teams of German and Gauls. Many newcomers from the three major military academies also performed very well. Overall, Fusey's Zapad is undoubtedly the weakest. Many people are betting that they will stop in the semifinals. It is a great miracle that an unknown team can get to this point. Flight permission passed. Ready to dock, Fusey caught up with the main force and met with Ina and the others. As soon as they met, Fusey waved her hand and greeted perfunctorily. Ina and Luo looked at each other, and Ina spoke first. "No one is using the lounge. You can use the hibernation chamber to recover first." Fusey nodded and passed by them silently. But as soon as she entered, the hibernation chamber in the corner was actually in operation. Someone. Fusey looked at it for 2 seconds. It was Xingqi. He was sleeping soundly. The hibernation chamber had its own soundproofing effect, and the noise of Fusey entering the door did not wake him up. Fusey looked at it twice, and then retracted her gaze. The guide needed a longer rest time, so it was not strange for him to be here at this time. The lounge was equipped with 6 hibernation chambers for the team. Xingqi was in the corner, and Fusey chose the one near the door. The two did not disturb each other, and it was harmonious. Fusey slowly closed her eyes. Compared to sleeping on the bed, being in the hibernation chamber was more like a patient injected with sedatives. Forced sleep is always less comfortable than natural sleep. Outside, Luo looked at the closed door and wondered what happened to her. Enin came out to look for food and heard Luo muttering this sentence and asked, "Is Fusey back?" Luo turned around and saw him, and couldn't wait to share his doubts with him. "She is back, but she looks like she is drained of energy. I don't know what she has been doing." He was not exaggerating. Except on the court, Fusey had never shown such fatigue. Besides, the semifinals were coming soon, and Fusey would never fail at this time. Enin thought about it and understood, maybe she is about to enter the manic period, and she needs more energy to suppress it. Don't bother her these days. Luo nodded obediently. He didn't want to provoke Fusey at this time. Enin turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and asked again, "Did you take the food that I asked you to pack when you left Indeclare?" Luo didn't understand. Of course, Ina and Fusey reminded me several times, no matter how stupid I am, I will never forget it. Enin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, go to bed early. At this moment, Luo still didn't understand how important this was. Until 7 days later, everyone arrived at the Defeer Galaxy and stopped at the periphery for supplies. Gene C informed everyone that they could go down for 2 hours. There were some towns full of local customs around, and the spacecraft needed 3 hours for maintenance and debugging, which was enough for everyone to play around. This outer planet is not very developed, and there is no abnormal energy fluctuation around it. It is relatively safe. Everyone has been stuffy on the airship for several days, and now they all want to go down for a walk. Luo stretched his waist, and his thin waistline was looming under his movements. He exuded a kind of laziness in his bones. He stayed on the airship for nearly 10 days, either eating or sleeping, and he was numb. Luo called Nan out with great expectations, and went into a random restaurant without noticing Nan's hesitant expression. When the dishes were served, everything was still normal until Luo took the first bite of the emerald green vegetables. Under Nan's slightly pitying eyes, Luo slowly fell on the table, and his face was gradually covered with traces of saline solution. And Nan put down the tableware in his hand and patted Luo Yi's shoulder. This is a rare experience. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't tell you in advance. Woo woo woo, Luo Yi whimpered vaguely, probably saying that Nan's heart was too dirty. Nan saw that he couldn't stop crying, and the expressionless man finally showed a trace of guilt. I didn't expect you to react so much. Come to think of it, Luo Yi has always eaten delicacies from mountains and seas with Ina and Fusey, and has tasted the delicacies of all galaxies. It is normal that he can't accept such an abstract thing suddenly. Anan looked at the dishes on the table. They were so colorful and lively. Only when you put them in your mouth can you know how delicious they are. Anan had also suffered this kind of hardship when he first came to Defil. He just wanted Luo Yi to experience it. He didn't expect Luo Yi's tolerance to be so poor. Unfortunately, Anan forgot the most important thing. As a guide, his senses naturally cannot be compared with Luo Yi. With the extremely sensitive and fragile taste buds of the sentinels, it is very rare for Luo Yi to stay awake. Fusey opened her eyes faintly in the hibernation chamber. There was a constant intermittent cry in her ears. There should be no children on the airship, so who made this cry? According to the sound, it was next door. Fusey walked out the door and followed the sound. She saw Luo Yi surrounded by Ina and Inan, with sobs coming out of his throat. Fusey, He was obviously shocked by the local delicious food of Defir. Inan frowned slightly. Why is he reacting so violently? It won't affect his taste buds. Fusey suddenly said, that won't happen. The two turned around and saw her. Ina was surprised. You woke up? I thought you were going to sleep all the way to Moros. Fusey was in much better spirits, and her blue eyes were brighter. She looked at Luo Yi's miserable state and gloated. I just tasted the biggest feature of Defir. Why do you look so bitter? Luo Yi rinsed his mouth until he vomited. He vomited out everything in his stomach. The colorful hummingbird was perched on his messy blonde hair, giving him spiritual counseling, which relieved his discomfort to a certain extent. Fortunately, he could speak normally. Whoa! Inan heard me. Inan coughed twice. You invited me to dinner. Luo Yi was speechless, and fell down again with a wail. Fusey patted his head, comforting and jokingly saying, although their food is a little unpalatable, it is not poisonous. It will be fine after a while. Luo Yi, whoa! I hate it. Whoa! Ina chuckled. Defir still has delicious local specialties, but it needs to be identified. I will take you there after the competition is over. Inan glanced. You know? Ina answered casually. Well, I am more familiar with this place. Inan didn't say anything else. A group of people suddenly came up behind him. They were the classmates who went out for free activities and returned. Woo woo. I want to go back to Morin. What the hell is this place? It's too disgusting, too disgusting. How can they make the food so disgusting? Ugh, I can't stand it anymore. I have to go vomit again. This is simply murder. Gales is not trying to kill us in this way. This is the public supply area, and many of Defir's students are here. Hearing the complaints one after another, they all showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. They also found this matter very puzzling. It is obviously not a backward galaxy, but the diet is extremely monotonous. Nutrient solution is their daily meal standard. Few people cook food, let alone cook food deliciously. German students couldn't help but show contempt. In this regard, Gales lost to German without a doubt. Fusey rubbed her fingertips, and was not interested in this small conflict. But they were right about one thing. Defir has not made any improvements in some aspects for so many years. The reason is still the inaction of those in power. However, the political system of Defir is too complicated to change in a short time. Retracting her thoughts, Fusey tilted her head. I go back first. Call me when you get to Moros. Fusey turned around, but almost bumped into Xingqi's body. Fusey stopped and kept a distance from him. When did you come out? She didn't feel it at all. Xingqi looked confused. His lower eyelids were a little red, and his soft hair was on his forehead, looking non-aggressive. Fusey felt that he gave her a strange feeling for a moment. Sorry, I came out to find nutrients. Did I disturb you? Xingqi whispered. Fusey shook her head, and took out a nutrient from her foldable pocket, and handed it to him. She had a lot of this stuff. After all, they would stay in Moros for a while, and Ina couldn't cook for them every day. Nutrients were a necessity. Xingqi took it, raised his head and drank it all. His Adam's apple rolled up and down twice. His pale neck was right in front of Fusey, and Fusey could almost see his slowly beating blood vessels. Thank you. Xingqi's face looked much better, and his expression returned to normal. Fusey shook her head and said casually, Have you been in the hibernation chamber these days? Xingqi nodded. Yes, but I participated in the voluntary spiritual counseling collection activity organized by the school. What? Fusey was a little surprised. You participated in the activity that deceived ignorant little guides? This kind of voluntary spiritual counseling collection activity organized by the college, to put it bluntly, is to let the guides voluntarily provide spiritual counseling for the sentinels, and they will give some resources as a reward. Most guides are reluctant to participate in this kind of activity. The reason is simple. It is a thankless job to waste their own mental energy to provide spiritual counseling for a sentinel who they have never met. The other party may not appreciate. There is really no need to rush to do it. Fusey also believes that everyone should consider their own interests first, especially in the competition stage. Xingqi gently pulled her sleeve and apologized in a low voice. Sorry, the academy is short of manpower, and I can't stand by and watch. He also knew that wasting his mental energy at this time might affect the subsequent competition, so he apologized to Fusey. Fusey stared at him for a while, and finally patted his shoulder. Take care of yourself. Xingqi understood that this meant not caring. For some reason, Fusey's temper has softened a lot recently, and she seems to be in a good mood. Xingqi secretly glanced at her with his peripheral vision, but found that she had entered the lounge again. Her voice came from the air. Take the time to rest. The opponents in the semifinals are very strong, and you will have to endure later. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere of vacation was taken away. Luo Yi lay on the table and murmured, Is this the legendary King of Rolls? Chapter 75. Luo Yi's symptoms continued until the airship reached the sky above Moros. Also in the Defir galaxy, the prosperity of the outer planets, and the capital Moros is completely incomparable. In Moros, you can see all the crystallization of human high-tech. Fusey moved her shoulders. She felt her bones were soft after not moving for a few days. Luo Yi came out with the help of the hatch. Seeing the city suspended in the air in front of him, he felt a little scared. This place is very unfriendly to people with acrophobia. Defir likes to restore the original and advocates nature. All humans live in the sky. The ground retains the most primitive ecological environment. Humans are isolated from the world, and only come to the ground when necessary. This is also the reason why Defir's food is unpalatable. They never add seasonings to vegetables or meat, and only use the most primitive food for cooking, which causes the food to be mixed together, but the taste cannot be integrated, becoming weird and difficult to swallow. Fusey took a deep breath. The air here has a very high oxygen content. Just a breath can make people feel refreshed. If we ignore the social structure and high cost of living here, it is a good place to live. Inan came out of the cabin wearing a scarf and coat. Fusey glanced at him, and was a little surprised. Are you cold? Inan tightened the scarf around his neck. It's too high here, the temperature is very low. Fusey did not comment. It is indeed not warm here, but there is a constant temperature system in the main city of Moros, so there is no need to worry about daily activities. Everyone followed the instructor to the Gate of Gales. Luo Yi walked for a long time and asked in a low voice with some confusion, Why haven't we arrived yet? I can clearly see the school building. Fusey looked sideways, and saw tall stone pillars one after another, each connected by a translucent railing. You are so ignorant. We have been at the Gate of Gales for a long time. A Gales student heard Luo Yi's words, and laughed out loud. Luo Yi was not angry, but looked around. Ah! But there is no door to enter here. This is the subtlety of our academy. The gate changes its position every 3 minutes. If you rush in, you will be shot into a sieve by antimatter tracking arrows. The student boasted proudly. Luo Yi sincerely praised. It's amazing. How do you usually enter the school? The school will display the areas that will be opened on the student's personal terminals, and we just need to go to the corresponding places and wait. The student muttered softly. But some students have exemptions and special passages, and don't have to go through the main gate. Luo Yi could naturally hear this whispered complaint, and he asked, There are differences between students, who can go through special passages? The boy who had been showing off proudly just now suddenly lost his temper. Undoubtedly, he was not one of the special students. Fusey's voice was tinged with laughter. Luo Yi, look. Luo Yi turned around and happened to see Bai Luan standing in front of an exceptionally tall stone pillar. His body was identified by the mesh scanning line. The biological DNA matched, and the rows of translucent railings suddenly came alive, and were ranked and combined into a magnificent avenue, presenting in front of Bai Luan. The old nobles of Moros are the so-called privileged students. Fusey explained. Luo Yi suddenly realized. So that's it. The two of them sang in unison, and the boy next to them, who was originally arrogant, had already returned to his original team in disgrace. In Herman, the strong are respected, and all geniuses can be admired there. And Gauls pays more attention to power, and the children of aristocratic families are like fish in water here. This is also the reason why the students of Gauls are arrogant. In their eyes, students from other schools are civilians, who are not worth mentioning. Biluin said humbly, "Please come in, everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time." After that, he gestured to Jean C. and the tutor of Herman's school behind him to go in first. He was very gentlemanly. Fusey raised his eyebrows, and followed into this special passage. Gauls covers a vast area. If there is no means of transportation, you can't reach your destination even if you walk for a day and a night. Fortunately, Gauls has arranged a croissant train to pick them up. Louis looked at the train that looked like a giant croissant, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. The name was too casual. He was so hungry after hearing it. The croissant train uses magnetic levitation to travel, and it is stable and fast. After a while, they arrived at the residence arranged by Gales for them. It was a group of villas standing on the cold lake, surrounded by water and green plants. If you look out of the window, the scenery must be very good. Fusey liked such a quiet residence very much, but it is separated by the lake, and entering and exiting must rely on specific means of transportation. If Gales wants to trap them on the island. Fusey smiled softly. What's wrong with her? Is she paranoid? What's the benefit of Gales holding them hostage? Jean C. looked around. There were 3 teams from Morin who entered the semifinals this time. In addition to Fusey and Yenji's team, there was another team composed entirely of third-year students. In addition, there were some accompanying teachers and logistics personnel. Jean C. and Nan looked at each other. She was the student who was the least troublesome, but Jean C. looked at Fusey's back again. Hey, he had to take care of her more. Fusey, you choose first. Where do you want to live? Jean C. came to Fusey and asked gently. Fusey was a little surprised. Teacher, you can arrange it. I can do anything. Jean C. thought about it, and heard Nan say that Fusey didn't seem to get along well with Liana. Although they didn't see any conflicts along the way, it's better not to arrange them together. After weighing the pros and cons, Jean C. assigned Fusey to a place in the corner, far away from the residence of Yenji's team. Fusey knew Jean C.'s thoughtful thoughts and said sincerely, "Thank you, teacher." Jean C. patted Nan's shoulder. "You should rest early. The semifinals are imminent." Everyone nodded, and Jean C. left with satisfaction. Louis quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead, still frightened. "I don't know why, every time I see Dean Jean, I can see her. Motherly kindness." Dean Jean is obviously the youngest teen. Yana said coldly, "Why, are you afraid of her?" "You saw it all." Louis was a little nervous. "I don't know why. Maybe it's because the word mother, most of the time, represents encouragement and expectation." Shang-Chi said softly. Louis immediately resonated. "Hey, yes, brother, you understand me, although I don't have much impression of my mother, but I just think she's a little scary." Shang-Chi calmly dodged Louis's hand and followed behind Fusey, becoming a semi-transparent person again. After everyone arrived on the island and rested for a while, Fusey informed everyone to go to the restaurant for a meeting in half an hour. After playing for so long, everyone's heart was back. After all, we have reached the semifinals. It would be a pity not to enter the finals, right? Fusey knocked on the table. The draw results for the semifinals will not be announced until tomorrow morning. We must be prepared to face Biluin and Sheki. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. With such strong opponents in front of us, Fusey's assumptions were normal. Moran was shortlisted for 3 teams this time, which was a very good result compared to previous years. German and Indiklai were shortlisted for 2 teams, and another team was a dark horse from an unpopular military academy outside the 3 major military academies. The competition has advanced to the second stage, and teams from the same military academy may also be assigned as opponents. In addition to Biluin and Sheki's teams, Apat's strong rivals at this time also have Yenji's team. Their recent performance in the competition is very impressive. Liana and Yenji have a very good running in. The loopholes caused by the lack of tacit understanding have been made up, which is really not to be underestimated. Through the quarterfinals, you should have seen that the mic competition has played some new tricks recently. The situation of plot killing is not ruled out in future competitions, Fusey said in a calm voice. Louis recalled the situation under the reservoir at that time. The opponent used the remaining mental fluctuations there and transformed them into his own weapons, which caused great restrictions on Fusey. This is the so-called plot killing. However, using geographical advantages to strike other teams is also a tactic that Fusey has been using. Fusey seemed to see through his thoughts and added, "Not only that, I guess that the maps behind will become more and more self-aware, which may produce some neutral creatures to affect the outcome of the game. Ina and Inan heard this, and their expressions became serious at the same time. However, this may be a good thing for us. Fusey meant something. Xingqi suddenly said, "There is a question I have always wanted to ask, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." Fusey looked up at him. "Since you asked me this, can I stop you from saying it? But it doesn't matter if you say it." "Well, senior sister, can your spirit body really not show up in the competition? Can I know the reason?" Xingqi looked at her. Everyone turned their eyes to Fusey, waiting for her answer. This is not the first time Fusey has heard this question, but since we have reached the second stage, I can confess some things. First, I have an S-level body, so my healing speed and basic values are higher than those of ordinary sentinels. Fusey said it lightly, as if it was not something worth explaining in detail. In fact, there are no more than 10 sentinels with S-level bodies in the entire Tanya Academy. Second, once my spirit body is exposed, I will lose my qualification to participate in the competition. Everyone was stunned, and then said in unison, "What?" Chapter 76. Fusey folded her hands, her expression showed no clues, and she continued calmly, "As for the reason, I can't tell you yet, sorry." Xingqi lowered his eyes. Once the spirit body is exposed, will he lose the qualification to participate? In other words, Fusey's spirit body is very recognizable, and the exposure of the spirit body means that her identity will also be exposed. Xingqi kept his head down and didn't speak, and the others didn't know what to say for a while. This seems to be a sensitive topic. If Fusey doesn't want to confess herself, it's not easy for others to ask directly. Yaina didn't feel heavy, and said easily, "Anyway, the previous competitions have been passed like this, right?" Fusey smiled at her. "But the next competitions will be more difficult. From the semifinals to the finals, each game will not be easy. There are still 3 games, and the final winner of this competition will be decided." Thinking carefully, it has been almost 2 months since the auditions. Because the competition schedule is very tight, the training is cancelled, and everyone's main purpose is to rest. Fusey said. Luoyi was originally depressed, but when he heard Fusey say that the training was cancelled, his eyes suddenly brightened. Fusey turned her head to look at him. "So happy? I don't usually exploit you, do I?" "Ahem, of course not, you are the most considerate," Luoyi commented without thinking. Fusey was too lazy to expose his false words, so she simply waved her hand. "The rest will be discussed after the draw results come out tomorrow. Everyone go and rest first." It was a rare moment of relaxation before the game, and Ina was also interested, so she turned to the cooking table and wanted to make something edible. "By the way, I got a nice gemstone this time, but it still needs polishing. You'll be able to see it after the competition." Fusey sat in the restaurant and chatted with Ina. Ina paused, then continued as usual, "Really? I'm really looking forward to it. Did you shape it yourself?" Fusey nodded. "It's rare to find such a good rough stone, so of course I have to do it myself." The two chatted for a while, and Ina processed all the ingredients and familiarized herself with the tableware and cooking system here. It has to be said that Defil's development in this area is very backward. All smart kitchen utensils only have 2 modes, steaming and cooking. Ina shook her head helplessly. "Our dinner time may be delayed." Fusey was getting up to leave, and she comforted her. "It's okay, you won't starve to death if you don't eat for a meal. At worst, there are nutritional supplements. Just play around." Ina washed her hands and looked like she was going to do a big job. "How can that be? A good diet helps to make you feel happy. I won't let you drink nutritional supplements during the competition." "Then please." Fusey covered her mouth and yawned, then turned back to the room. Knock knock. The countertop of the cooking table was suddenly knocked. Ina didn't look back, but whispered, "You don't need to help here." She shouldn't have noticed. Xingqi asked vaguely behind her. Ina wiped the moisture off her hands and said coldly, "Just because it hasn't been discovered now doesn't mean it will never happen." Xingqi sighed softly. "You know, this is not my original intention." Ina looked back at Fusey's door and lowered her voice again. "What do you want to say?" Xingqi would never come to tell her this for no reason. It must be because he was in trouble or had something to ask of her. Sure enough, Xingqi handed her a small black cube and said, "If possible, I hope you can help me find out its origin." Yaina asked calmly, "Do you remember what my name is now?" "Yaina, I'm sorry to ask you this." Xingqi's eyes dimmed for a moment, but... "Okay, no need to say it." Yaina took the black cube from his hand. "I owed you originally, but after this time, we are even." Xingqi nodded, and was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Ina. Yaina pointed to the cooking table. "You cooked dinner tonight, I'm going to prepare it." Xing-Chi was slightly stunned, then nodded and agreed. His cooking skills were not much worse than Ina's, but Ina used to enjoy this process more, so she didn't let him interfere. Fusey leaned against the door, listened to the conversation outside the door, and slowly closed her eyes. She didn't wear any suppressor around her neck, so the door was useless at the moment. The small road and the conversation that Ina had had with her flashed slowly in front of her eyes. There was no light in the dim room, just like that night. After a while, Fusey suddenly opened her eyes, and her pupils lit up slightly. Yi Songbai's work efficiency has always been very high. All the information about the Crozier fleet has been sorted and classified and sent to Fusey's optical brain. The Crozier fleet, the most mysterious caravan in the entire interstellar business, is different from the nearby Rai caravan. They pay more attention to transactions in the gray area. Because of this, their behind-the-scenes power holder rarely shows up, and there is very little information about him. Fortunately, Yi Songbai has a high authority and can directly check the transaction records between Morin and Crozier fleet, including all failed transaction records. According to records, about 3 years ago, Crozier fleet made a strange transaction request to Morin. They hoped to exchange Morin's imitation biohuman technology for 300 barrels of water flames. Morin's demand for energy is indeed very large. Because of the existence of the cultivation plan, Morin needs a steady supply of energy. For this reason, the 12 commanders travel far every year to continuously explore unknown energy in the universe. However, the imitation biohuman technology sought by the Crozier fleet is a technology that is expressly prohibited by the Interstellar Alliance. Morin will never make this transaction with them. Fusey is a little strange. As far as she knows, Defeer is also secretly researching bionic human technology. Why doesn't the Crozier fleet go to them for a transaction? As for the support behind the Crozier fleet, it is not the so-called old aristocracy at all. Their capital supply and source of goods are not the work of the old aristocracy, or in other words, they are even deliberately avoiding the aristocratic class of Defeer. Strange, in a place like Defeer where the classes are clearly divided, if you want to make a fortune here, you must rely on the support of the nobles. Whether it is funds or supply, they have long been monopolized by the nobles. Even if the policy of abolishing the nobles has been implemented for a long time, it can be seen from all aspects that the nobles are still in control of everything here. After reading the whole article, Fusey did not find the information she wanted, but a long time had passed. Knock knock, the door was knocked gently. Fusey looked up. Come in. Xing-Chi pushed open the door, and saw that Fusey was not resting. He walked in, his eyes passed over the light computer in Fusey's hand, but he didn't look at it deliberately, just said to her, "Dinner is ready." Fusey nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." After that, she turned off the light computer, and didn't give Xing-Chi another chance to peek. Dinner time, but Ina didn't show up. Fusey was a little strange. The security system of Gales was very good, and Ina probably wouldn't be in any danger. Something happened. I leave for now, and I'd be back before the game. The light computer rang. It was Ina's message. Fusey thought of the conversation she had just had with Xing-Chi, probably because she was tripped up by something else. It has to be said that the players of a pack came to participate in the mic competition, which can only be regarded as a side job, and the main job is still to be discussed. What are you thinking about? Is today's food not to your taste? Ina was not there. Xing-Chi sat on her left. Fusey raised her eyelids, her eyelashes trembling slightly. No, you did a good job. Louis looked around and asked the first question of the night. Where is Ina? She doesn't want to experience the local food of Defeer? Liu Yi's face suddenly turned pale, as if he remembered something not so good. Fusey waved her hand. She has something to leave for a few days. You can take this opportunity to go out for a walk. The semifinals are very close, and I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Liu Yi refused weakly. Forget it, I'd better stay here honestly. I always feel that the atmosphere here is not very friendly. Just like Bailuan, who always smiles at people, always gives people a sense of danger. This huge and ancient galaxy does not welcome outsiders most of the time. Fusey nodded at Inan, who had been silent the whole time. You can ask Inan to go with you, and all the expenses will be charged to my account. Really? Liu Yi became interested again. Although he didn't know why Fusey suddenly started to spend money, such good things don't happen every day. Inan raised his head after realizing it. What? Fusey didn't give them time to refuse. It's settled. Inan lowered his head silently, and continued to eat. He didn't refuse out loud, and Fusey knew that this meant tacit consent. Xing-Chi watched Fusey make a decision, and his heart suddenly jumped. Fusey looked at Xing-Chi with a sidelong glance, and there was a faint smile in her blue eyes. You should go out and play for a few days, too. You won't have the chance in the future. She wanted to get rid of them? She noticed something. Why did she do this? Shang-Chi followed her and said, okay, do you have any recommendations? Fusey touched her chin and said, there are several natural gemstone caves in Moros that are very worthwhile to visit. You can go and have some fun. Okay. Shang-Chi agreed again obediently. His hair was soft and fine, and the black hair made his clear eyes look even more innocent. Fusey glanced at him, and was no longer surprised by his obedience. So, in the early stages of the semifinals, all teams were on high alert, but the players of APAT began to play around, giving people the illusion of a one-round tour. The mic competition attracted the attention of all military academy students, and there was never a lack of discussion on the forum about the final winner. But in recent days, some posts that were out of place have frequently appeared. Has APAT given up on himself? APAT super relaxed feeling. How much luck does it take to paddle into the semifinals? Who do you want to see most in the semifinals? Fusey became interested and clicked on the last post. What surprised Fusey was that everyone actually wanted to see APAT and Niji. 1. Against each other. Fusey thought of the inconclusive battle with Yanji and the others, and the boy with strange abilities. But from Tanya's perspective, it would be better for the three teams not to kill each other and maximize the semifinal spots. Fusey turned off the optical computer. Her luck in drawing lots has always been very confusing. She still had to prepare for the worst result for the draw tomorrow morning. If they really meet those strong teams, they will just face them. This battle cannot be avoided anyway, right? Chapter 77. The next day, Fusey went to participate in the draw ceremony. There were few people at the scene. At this point in the game, those who should go home had already packed up and left. As the captain, Feng Qingye would definitely be there for such occasions. When the two met, they just nodded slightly and said hello. Compared with the past, Fusey noticed that his aura was a little gray, and he was not as lively as before. In comparison, the expression on Liana's face was much more exciting. Fusey waved to her in a good mood. Liana glanced at her and turned her head away. Yes, after so many rounds of competition, Liana's mind has matured a lot. At least, she would not rush up to provoke as soon as she met, which saved Fusey a lot of trouble. Fusey retracted her gaze and looked around. Those who were present were all captains of the participating teams. As expected, they were all familiar faces. Welcome everyone to Gauls. I hope you can achieve good results in the second stage. The host teacher opened his arms and warmly welcomed everyone. Fusey looked at the middle-aged man. The smile on his face was very exaggerated. The arc of his lips seemed to be measured. It was a very standard professional fake smile. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that before the semifinals, we will arrange another physical examination for everyone. This is not only for the fairness of the competition, but also for your safety. Fusey's movements paused slightly. Physical examination, this is not a good thing. Please come forward to draw lots. There are 4 colors of balls here. Those who draw the same color will be opponents. Such a primitive way of drawing lots has been maintained for hundreds of years. There were 8 gray balls on the table. They would only show their color when they were stimulated by a spirit body, and they would never fade once they were shown. As for the order of drawing lots, there was no particular requirement. Fusey always waited until the end, and this time was no exception. Everyone chose their favorite balls, leaving only Feng Qingye and Fusey. Feng Qingye and Fusey looked at each other, and Feng Qingye took a step back. You go first. Fusey did not refuse, and randomly picked one and held it in her hand. Everyone summoned spirit bodies and exerted mental power on the balls in their hands. Fusey looked around, walked to an inconspicuous corner, her pupils flashed slightly, and a cluster of blue mist rushed out of it, circling the ball in her hand like a thief, and then quickly flashed back, fearing that someone would catch her tail. Fusey, who did this dog learn this sneaky style from? The gray ball in her hand had turned black. Fusey was the first to look at the ball in Feng Qingye's hand. Fortunately, it seemed that her luck was not that bad. Feng Qingye looked at the white ball in his hand, his face calm, and he didn't seem to care who his opponent was. It's terrible, I'm white. There was a loud wail from the other side. Fusey looked in the direction of the sound. It was Moran's team. He was staring at the ball in Feng Qingye's hand with a bitter smile. It's over, it's over. I wanted to get into the semifinals to get more credits. Now it's good. I'm stopped in the top 4. The boy looked gentle, and his temperament was very similar to Inan when he didn't speak. At this time, he was registering information while wailing exaggeratedly. It seemed that his mentality was not affected much. He was just making fun of himself. The onlooker suddenly snorted. You are quite self-aware. You know you will lose before the game. Why don't you just admit defeat and save time? The boy turned around curiously, and saw that it was the students of Gales who were mocking him. He couldn't help laughing. Classmate, are you talking to me? What else? Is there another cowardly waste here? Fusey raised her eyebrows. She could watch the show even if she drew a lot. The gentle boy laughed twice. If I remember correctly, your ace team of Gales just lost to Yishin's team last time? Similarly, you Gales lost to German. In conclusion, you'd better withdraw now, otherwise you will lose anyway, so why bother to compete? You? Gales lost to German. It is a fact, but many people think that it was Feng Qingye and his team's good luck. They have been unwilling to admit it. Now that it is mentioned repeatedly, of course they will jump up and down. At this time, the middle-aged man came out to smooth things over. Okay, classmates, friendship first, competition second. Don't talk about winning or losing, the process is the most important. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two could not argue anymore, so they could only keep things quiet. Fusey looked around and finally saw the person holding the black ball. Judging from the hair color and eye color, he should be Gearman's man, but Fusey couldn't tell his gender for a while. Number 7, teacher. It was not until she came forward to register her information, and the voice came out that Fusey recognized that she was a girl. Beauty is gender neutral. It may not be obvious in the animal world, but this feature is very prominent in humans. She has short wolf tail hair, with clear facial features, but her figure is not as aggressive as that of men, but she is much taller and slender. The tail of her light brown hair rests on her neck, just right to cover her inhibitor collar. Fusey paused, and also stepped forward to hand over her ball. Number 8, teacher. Fusey and her inevitably looked at each other for a moment. She had a pair of particularly attractive eyes, and her narrow eyes made her look like an androgynous beauty. It seems that we are in the same group. Fusey spoke first. The other party did not say anything, but just nodded, confirmed that the information was registered, and turned away. If it were someone else, it would probably be arrogant or indifferent, but in her, Fusey only felt distant politeness. After all, they were opponents, and they had nothing to say. Fusey shrugged and didn't care. If the information was correct, it would be the captain of Atlanticus, Shintiani. The draw was over, Apat versus Atlanticus. This result was not good, nor was it bad. Since it was here, it was better to make the best of it. Fusey stretched her body. She gave the team members a holiday, so of course she couldn't take a holiday. Fusey didn't know much about Atlanticus. They seemed to be one of the few all-female teams in the mic competition. The female genes of Indicli were very good. Apart from other things, the probability of the female sentinels of Indicli suffering from mania was very low. Even if they were disturbed by the mind, they would not collapse easily. It was just because of the disparity in the ratio of men to women that it was not easy to form such a team in Gearman. Fusey was looking forward to the battle with them. Whether they won or lost, they would definitely have a different experience. Fusey returned to the island in the lake and was about to take a nap, but was interrupted by Berna's sudden call. What did you buy and why did you send it to me? Berna frowned deeply as he looked at the huge blue gem in front of him. Fusey was a little surprised. It was delivered so quickly. It was very efficient. I want you to help me test it. The energy inside is too powerful. Will close contact cause harm to the human body? Bernard said coldly. This is not within my business scope. You should ask someone else. Fusey didn't have the patience to deal with him now, and said directly, Bernard, I ask you again, can you test it? There was silence for a while, and finally Bernard said, since you are going to give it to someone, don't choose such a troublesome thing. Fusey knew that this was agreed, and her tone softened. There is no way. 2 ordinary things are not in my eyes. Bernard didn't say anything else and hung up the communication. The efficiency of the Crozier fleet is really amazing. The delivery address that Fusey specially selected must not only be screened by the Moran porter, but also have very accurate positioning equipment. It would be impolite to treat them as ordinary caravans. As the semifinals were about to start, Fusey gathered her thoughts and focused on checking the team members' information of Atlanticus. They were a typical 3+2 combination, namely 3 guides and 2 sentinels. Shintiani's strength was needless to say. She was ranked among the best in the entire German. As for the other sentinel, Siaishi, she received mixed reviews. There were many negative posts about her on the forum, saying that she was very acting. Sometimes she performed well, and could make textbook-style rescues that made people's eyes shine, but sometimes she would lead her teammates into unexpected traps. Many people couldn't understand why Shintiani wanted to team up with her. Obviously, They had a big fight because of a practical class before, and their relationship was once like fire and water, but now they can join forces to participate in Mike, and have achieved good results, and entered the semifinals. Fusey focused her eyes on the video of the Atlanticus team members. Seiichi had a bright and beautiful face, bold and unruly. Even static images could not contain her eyebrows and eyes. Her aggressiveness was about to overflow the screen. Fusey blinked. She was indeed a different style from Shintiani. However, both of them were of ordinary origin, and had no relationship with the four major families. This did not reduce their value, but made Fusey appreciate them even more. Without family support, they relied on their personal strength to reach their current status. Given time, their future is immeasurable. As for the three guides, Fusey looked around and found that they were all ordinary guides. There was no highlight, and they did not show any extraordinary operations in the previous competitions. However, it is possible that they hid their trump cards behind. When the light computer was turned off, it was already late at night. Fusey went out in the dark, but she didn't expect to run into Xingqi as soon as she went out. It seemed that he had just come back from outside at this time. Fusey said calmly, "How was your fun?" Xingqi nodded, very happy, "Thank you, senior." Fusey tilted her head slightly, "Why thank me?" "Thank you for your vacation, of course." Xingqi smiled, her eyes were gentle, as if she was really very happy. Fusey approached him, tilted her head, and whispered in his ear, "In that case, don't do anything to bother me these 2 days." Xingqi's movements were slightly stiff, but he returned to normal in an instant, and said ignorantly, "How could I cause trouble to senior?" Fusey had already walked a long way, and her target was the freezer in the kitchen. The satellite outside the window was emitting a bright white light, and the room was dark, with only the rustling sound of searching. The two did not speak again, and it was strangely quiet, as if the conversation just now was just Xingqi's illusion. Chapter 78. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the opening ceremony of the semifinals has arrived. All members of EP have gathered. After 3 days of vacation, everyone's mood is particularly high. It seems that they are not going to participate in the competition, but to go out for fun. I don't know if Fusey's luck has run out during the draw. EP was scheduled to play on the first day of this semifinal. The two teams that played on the first day have not returned to their peak state, and they will inevitably be affected by some off-field factors. However, Fusey never cares about these minor differences. Luck is also a part of strength. If they really lose the game because of the first game, it can only mean that they made mistakes in other decisions. The game is about to start, please get ready. Fusey saw a group of 5 people behind him approaching this side. It was Atlanticus, who was ready to go. Shintiani and Seiichi walked side by side in the front, like two sharpest blades that could cut off all obstacles. Such a harmonious appearance is inconsistent with the rumors. Fusey retracted her gaze and entered the simulation chamber. All contestants are in place. The competition map is loading. The map is ready. The name of this map is, or. The competition begins. Squeak squeak, what's that sound? Fusey suddenly opened her eyes, and the dazzling light made her tilt her head. Fusey realized that she was on the field, and quickly adjusted her perspective to observe the surrounding environment. The green grass was covered with soft white flowers, forming a large sea of wild flowers with a faint fragrance. Squirrels and sparrows kept passing by her. They were not afraid of people, but ran around Fusey curiously, as if they were exploring a paradise they had never discovered before. Fusey wanted to sit up, but her movements froze slightly. She reached into the hem of her shirt, and pulled out a small green snake from her waist with a subtle look. The snake's scales had been attached to her skin for a while, and were warmed by her body temperature, so Fusey didn't notice it at the first time. When she pulled this guy out, he hooked her waist with the tip of his tail. Fusey pinched it 7 inches, and put it in front of her eyes to examine it. It was just an ordinary green snake. There was no toxin stored in its fangs, but it just looked scary. Fusey let it go, and watched it meander through the grass and disappear. It looked like a relatively normal map. At least it was more acceptable than the high-temperature map last time. No! It was too quiet. There was no sound at all. Except for the sounds made by the flowers, birds, fish and insects, there was no noise here. There was no sound of wind, grass and trees or water. There were also the unchanging squeaks and chirps in my ears, just like the data animals in the ancient game who didn't know how to change, and could only make specific sounds. Fusey touched the skin on her waist that had just been scraped by the snake's scales, and it felt faintly hot there, as if something was branded on it. But Fusey lifted the hem of her clothes and looked down. Her smooth waist was still white, and there was nothing. Weird, this map didn't have any dangers on the surface, but there was an indescribable weirdness. Just as Fusey was about to explore forward, a network of spiritual power enveloped her. Fusey realized that this was Innen's spiritual power fluctuations, and took the initiative to accept it. Fusey, how are you now? Innen's voice was a little distant, but it was real. Fusey responded immediately. I'm fine, but this place seems to affect my ability to judge the direction. I don't know where I am. Are there no landmark buildings around you? Innen's voice was a little louder, no longer shouting from a distance. Fusey looked around, and except for the endless grassland, she didn't see anything that could be used as a landmark building. Not yet. Fusey paused, looking at the huge manor in front of her, speechless. When did it appear? This manor was not like the safe zone in the thick fog or the black tower in the yellow sand before. It appeared suddenly. Fusey, what's wrong? What happened? Innen was a little worried on the other end. Fusey, I saw a huge manor, and I can't see its boundaries for the time being. Innen's voice was a little strange, and I didn't know if it was because the distance was too far. Manor? Fusey affirmed, yes, judging from the architectural style, it is probably the product of Defear. The manor adopts a dome building, and large and small halls are lined up, which is the consistent architectural style of Defear. Okay, be careful, I meet you as soon as possible. After ending the spiritual connection with Innen, Fusey walked forward. This manor that suddenly appeared was too strange. Fusey couldn't enter rashly, so she explored the periphery first. I wonder if there are any high-quality cores distributed inside. As Fusey was thinking this, she caught a glimpse of the core light in the flowers. So lucky? Fusey walked over and squatted down. The flowers here were different from the white wildflowers outside. They were large patches of red roses, and the shining core was wrapped in the delicate stamens. Fusey came over in surprise, and after a while, she put down the flower bud in her hand silently. This whole piece of rose stamens is the lowest level core, and it is too painful to play with it as marbles. Somehow, Fusey always feels like she is being teased. Fusey touched her lower abdomen. After being rubbed by the snake scales, there is always a faint burning sensation. It is not painful or itchy, but the presence is very strong. She tried her best to ignore it, but she couldn't ignore it because of the sentinel's natural sensitive constitution. Fusey continued to walk forward. The gate of the manor was always open, like a silent invitation. There were no other clues around. Even if it was a hung-in banquet, she had to go and try. Beautiful lady, welcome here. Is it because of our poor hospitality that it is difficult for you to enter? A low male voice suddenly came from the corner. Fusey's forehead twitched and looked in the direction of the voice. A man in a black suit and a silver mask on his face stood at the corner between the gate and the wall. Fusey stood outside the gate and didn't see him. He didn't breathe or heartbeat, as if he had completely merged with the gate. Fusey looked at him calmly, and didn't rush to answer. Guess from afar, why don't you come in and taste a cup of steaming hot black tea? He invited Fusey again. Although the content of his words was very friendly, his tone was very cold, half dead, and seemed very reluctant. In addition, his height was a bit scary. Fusey stood in front of him, and could only reach his chest, which proved that his height was at least more than 2 meters. Fusey wanted to see if this guy would say other designated words if she didn't go in. The manor is very lively today, and the guests are enjoying the delicious afternoon tea inside. Why don't you go in? Sure enough, the unusually tall waiter made an invitation gesture again, which looked awkward. Fusey caught the information in his words. It seemed that someone had entered the manor before her. Now Fusey had to go in. If they were enemies, they would be eliminated as soon as possible. If they were teammates, they could also meet up early. In that case, lead the way. After making a decision, there was no hesitation. Fusey stepped into this giant manor that was gorgeous on the surface, but weird in reality. The tall waiter led the way in front. Fusey stared at his back. His back was very straight, his right hand was always behind his back, and his posture had an inexplicable sense of tension. What is he guarding against? Or, what is he afraid of? Fusey looked at the manor scenery that was constantly unfolding in front of her. Most of them were well-trimmed green plants. Large patches of yellow roses were planted near the main hall. Unlike the messy red rose bushes outside, they were well taken care of, and their graceful figures were called scenery. Before she walked into the front hall, Fusey heard the collision of teacups and porcelain, and the air was filled with a light tea fragrance. Afternoon tea was really prepared for them. As soon as Fusey entered, she saw that someone had already sat down. He had his back to Fusey. Judging from his figure, it should be Xingqi. There was a large round table here, and Xingqi sat on the lower left side. Fusey walked up and wanted to sit next to him, but was stopped by the waiter. Beautiful lady, Your seat is here. The rules of the manor are irreversible. You don't want to be an unreasonable guest, do you? The waiter said. Fusey stopped and watched him pull open the back of the chair on the right. That seat was 2 seats away from Xingqi, barely facing each other. The seats were not random. Could it be that they were going to put everyone together to play card games? The waiter, who was very oppressive, was still standing behind the corresponding seat, maintaining an inviting gesture. Fusey shrugged, did not insist, and went to the corresponding seat to sit down. As soon as she sat down, a teacup was placed in front of her. The white porcelain teacup with gold lines was filled with hot black tea, which was a little dark in color and had an inexplicable fishy smell. Fusey did not want to drink this strange cup of tea. Fortunately, the waiter left quietly after guiding her to sit down. Fusey guessed that he had returned to the gate again to prepare to welcome the next wave of guests. Fusey, did you see anyone else when you came in? Xingqi asked softly. Fusey looked up and saw Xingqi sitting across from her. The cup beside him was empty, and he had obviously drunk the strange liquid. No. Fusey hadn't seen anyone since she woke up, except Enon, who had a few words with her through a remote spiritual body link. Fusey opened her mouth to ask Xingqi if he had received any news from Enon, but suddenly thought of something and swallowed the question back. Xingqi noticed her hesitation, his eyes dimmed, he blinked, and there was a hint of fear in his tone. There's something strange here. I can't leave after I come in. Fusey also noticed this. From the moment she sat down, there was an invisible restraint that pressed her to sit on the chair, preventing her from moving at will. Perhaps this is another form of plot killing? Xingqi continued, moreover, my spirit body is also restricted and cannot be released. Fusey narrowed her eyes. Xingqi is a guide, and her spirit body is not aggressive. Generally speaking, some maps will restrict overly powerful spirit bodies. The stronger the spirit body, the greater the restriction, but Xingqi's spirit body is obviously not one of these. Fusey blinked, and the blue mist in her pupils was restless, as if threatened by something, but Fusey could feel that the blue mist could be used, and it was not restricted. You? Before Fusey finished speaking, the door suddenly opened again, and Xintiani walked in. She saw the 2 people who had already sat down, and suddenly smiled. It seems that this is an interesting game. After speaking, she returned to her expressionless state, and walked to the position indicated by the waiter to sit down. Fusey frowned deeply. Chapter 79. Xintiani's seat was one body away from Fusey. Xingqi didn't know what he had found out, and his expression was a little solemn. Fusey saw Xintiani drink the cup of black tea in front of her, and nothing happened. Could it be an ordinary cup of black tea? Fusey picked up the cup of black tea, and there was only the fragrance of tea, and the fishy smell had disappeared. When the cup of tea was close to Fusey, she clearly felt her lips and tongue dry up, as if she had not replenished water for 10 days and 10 nights. Drink it, there will be no problem. Drink it, and enjoy a wonderful afternoon tea time. Fusey paused, and finally put down the cup of tea. While she was considering, the waiter led 3 figures to sit down. Fusey looked up, and saw that they were the 3 guides in Xintiani's team. After they met up, they entered the manor together. By now, it is almost certain that the competition system this time is very special. This strange tea party should not start until all members are present. Fusey tapped the tabletop, and the vibration of her fingertips felt a little empty. There seemed to be a layer under this table. There are a total of 10 seats here, but there are 11 chairs. Who is the vacant chair prepared for? Fusey looked around. Enon had not contacted her again. As the party receiving the information, she could only wait quietly. At the same time, in the viewing area, after the second stage started, the viewing seats were moved to the inner room. The voices of everyone's discussion were no longer as unbridled as before. Even if there was communication, they would whisper a few words and then fall silent. Under such circumstances, the low exclamations in the audience seats never stopped at the beginning of this game. The live broadcast of the void screen was divided into 2 sections. The left part was brightly colored, and it was the scene where Fusey and others were sitting at the table. The right part was dark, with serious lack of light, and the picture in it was even more terrifying. What's going on? Why do I see 2 identical people? Nonsense, one must be fake. Didn't the previous game have this situation? Of course I know one is fake, but why do they look like they are not in the same plane? Feng Qingye sat with Sheki this time. Every game in the semifinals is very valuable for reference. They will never miss any opportunity to understand their opponents, especially the game of a pat. So they brought their teammates along. In order to prevent the players from fighting and affecting the viewing experience, the 2 of them sat in the middle, separating the 2 guys who had been restless all the way. Feng Qingye, what do you think? Sheki suddenly said jokingly. I can't see it. Feng Qingye glanced at the human-faced snake-bodied spirit beside him, whose eyes were facing the screen playing the game. Sheki said sincerely, You know, although it can replace my vision, it is different from what normal people see. Rather, what do you think of this game? Sheki threw the question back. Feng Qingye said seriously, They seem to be divided into two worlds, but I think these two worlds have a certain connection. Sheki became interested. Oh? Tell me more. These two worlds have a known meeting point, which is the manor. Feng Qingye pointed to the bright world, then to the gray world, and this prison. On the gray screen, Fusey and Ina were pushed onto the arena together, while on the bright screen, Fusey was sitting at the table enjoying afternoon tea. One of them must be fake, or an NPC placed to confuse the team members. This situation has happened before in the mic competition. It was a semifinal, and an NPC mixed into the participating team to muddy the water. In this way, if the fake team members were killed, it would not be considered a real loss of personnel, which not only confused the teammates, but also the opponents. But the situation Fusey encountered this time was different from the last time. It is worthy of being the mic competition. The competition system is changing every time, which really tests the student's ability to adapt to changes. I think there is a very obvious loophole in this fake body. A soft voice suddenly appeared beside Sheki, and he expressed his opinion in a low voice. Sheki nodded. Yeah, I found it too. Feng Qingye glanced at Lin Xian from the corner of his eye. As the second guide in the team, Lin Xian's presence was much weaker than Sheki's. It was rare for her to take the initiative to express her own opinions this time. Feng Qingye immediately replied, Lin Xian, what did you find? Lin Xian had a pair of black and white almond eyes, and at this moment her pupils reflected the scene of the gray world. Fusey in prison is fake. Lu Kiki said disdainfully. Even a fool can see it. Yin Sisi sneered. Ha, hindsight. Feng Qingye immediately held them down. Being so far away doesn't prevent you from arguing. It seems that you still have a lot of energy. Go back and do 4 more sets of gravity training. Both of them fell silent. Feng Qingye turned around and comforted Lin Xian. It's okay, you continue. Lin Xian nodded. The difference between this NPC and the real person may be that their personalities are completely opposite to the original body. It's no wonder that Lin Xian made such a judgment. Even Fusey, who was sitting in the manor, probably didn't know how vivid her face would be when she showed grievance, fear, cowardice, and other expressions. Time went back to when everyone entered the game. When Ina woke up, she was almost sent away by a foul smell. When she saw the surrounding environment clearly, she couldn't help but silently support her forehead. As a mild mysophobia patient, this was more unbearable for her than the high temperature of the last game. Countless blood stains fell on the floor, new and old stacked together, forming a thick layer of blood stains. Black and red shackles were scattered in the corner, and the heavy iron chains seemed to still have yellow and white human tissues, and she was lying on a large and cold table, with her ankles and wrists fixed to the table by iron chains. At least it's cleaner here than on the ground, Ina consoled herself. Ina moved her fingers and broke the alloy shackles without much effort, and freed her ankle from the table. Not knowing where the others were, Ina moved her joints and prepared to leave this room first to see if she could find Inan or Xingqi. Ina tiptoed to avoid the blood on the ground, and just as she came to the door, before she had time to study the door lock, the door opened by itself. Click. Ina and the guard at the door looked at each other. After being stunned for only a second, Ina raised her hand and knocked out the guy who was about to notify the prisoner to escape. But when she lifted his mask, Ina saw an extremely smooth face, without any flaws or facial features, and his skin was gray like an unpainted wall. For some reason, his figure could be called weak. Ina deduced that he was a man, but his height was a little shorter than hers. Fortunately, Ina was slender and fit in this guard uniform. Ina was fully armed. In order to avoid trouble, she broke his neck and made him sleep forever. Throwing this unfortunate guy into a corner, the heavy black and red chains just blocked his thin figure. Ina left this place, and did not forget to take a look at the name of this room when she left. Interrogation room? How interesting, Ina muttered. Along the way, Ina met many guards wearing the same clothes as her. Their figures were all very thin without exception, but their backs were very straight. From a distance, there was an indescribable sense of disobedience. Ina didn't have time to figure out what was wrong with them. If Xingqi or Inan were also locked up in the interrogation room, and Fusey or herself didn't arrive in time, things would be troublesome. The structure here was a bit complicated. There were hundreds of interrogation rooms alone, and from time to time, there would be a tooth-grinding friction sound, as if something was sawing wood. There were also some rooms where shrill wails could be heard, but they were only a few sporadic sounds and would disappear. When Ina finally found the elevator to the next floor, her ears could no longer bear the hell on earth here. There were only 3 buttons on the elevator here, corresponding to 3 floors. Ina was on the top floor, so she could only go down. Searching layer by layer, you could always meet 2 teammates. Ina, can you hear me? Ina immediately replied, Inan, I'm here, where are you, how is the situation? Inan's voice was a little intermittent at first, and then gradually stabilized. My situation here is okay, I'm in a closed room, the wall is translucent, I guess it's one way, and I haven't found a way out yet. Ina understood that Inan was not locked up in the interrogation room. The style here is like a place to hold criminals, so Inan must be locked up in a cell. Don't act rashly, wait for me to find you. Ina said quickly. Inan, okay, I heard a sound next door, it seems that someone was taken away. Ina thought of the interrogation room and had a bad premonition. I know, I'd do it as soon as possible. After cutting off the communication, Ina heard a sharp and piercing alarm in her ear. Warning, warning, high-risk criminals have escaped, high-risk criminals have escaped, everyone on alert, everyone on alert. The guards who were originally on normal patrol suddenly began to gather in one direction, they were fully armed, and their weapons were ready to go. High-risk criminals? Ina's heart skipped a beat, and she also followed that direction. From a distance, there was a loud noise, as if something huge was smashed open. Ina's eyes lit up. The clouded leopard spirit gave her excellent night vision and dynamic vision, so she could clearly see that at the end of the corridor, a dark figure punched the guards, who rushed forward, and then grabbed a guard as a shield, and countless energy bullets instantly penetrated the shield in front of her. Seeing that the baffle was no longer usable, she grabbed another guard, who was close to her, unarmed him, and successfully seized a weapon, killing through the guard formation blocking the door. The whole process took no more than half a minute, and Ina's eyes were a little straight. This man's fighting skills were neat and cruel, very similar to someone in her impression. Thinking of this, her mental body fluctuated a little more, and the black shadow noticed it and looked in this direction. Ina! Fusey shouted in surprise. Ina's eyelids trembled slightly, and she took 2 steps forward. She clearly saw that the fear in Fusey's eyes had not disappeared, which formed a huge contrast with the tough actions of her men. The room behind her was dark and lightless, like a giant beast with its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow something. Fusey seemed not to want to stay there for a minute, and solve the guard blocking the door as quickly as possible, regardless of whether this action would expose Ina's disguise, and approached her directly. The room here is too unfriendly, let's go. Fusey looked back with a guilty conscience, and the fear in her eyes did not seem fake. Ina, are you scared? Fusey, how could it be? What am I afraid of? Are you kidding? Honey, now is not the time to joke, let's go. Her tone was cold, but her voice was trembling quietly, and she was pretending to be calm. Ina thought for a while, reached out, and picked up a guard, who had just been killed by Fusey from the ground, and took off his mask. Fusey saw the guard's gray face without facial features, and his pupils shrank slightly. She took a step back involuntarily, as if she wanted to stay away from this thing. Ina, I hope Fusey won't be too embarrassed when she sees the game video. Chapter 80. Fusey turned her eyes away from the faceless man, staring at Ina's eyes, and said, We can't stay here for long, we have to find other team members. She knew she had been exposed, but because of the setting, she couldn't directly self-destruct, so she was still playing this role diligently. How could the game arrange such an obvious flaw? Ina was a little unsure. Was this the real Fusey, or a pretender produced by the map? Seeing that Ina didn't respond, Fusey repeated again, Let's leave here. Her eyes revealed a faint pleading. Ina couldn't stand her putting on this expression with Fusey's face, so she could only let it go and put down the body in her hand. Okay, let's leave here first. Ina pointed to the guard lying on the ground. You have to change your clothes. Perhaps because of the tight time, Ina didn't observe any strange expressions on her this time, and she felt a little regretful. Did you receive Inan's communication? Ina asked. It is still unclear whether this Fusey is a pretender or has been influenced by something. If she is a pretender, she should not be able to receive Inan's spiritual body lock. Fusey has now returned to normal and calmly analyzed. The guards here are not lax. Their armed forces are more than enough to deal with the guide. I have not received any news from Inan. His situation may have fallen into trouble. Ina nodded. Inan may not have time to contact everyone. It is reasonable that Fusey did not receive the news. The two exchanged information and decided to rescue Inan first. The location of the other two was unknown. They had to rely on Inan to connect to the team's communication network. Because of the escape of Fusey, a high-risk criminal, the whole prison is now in chaos. The two had just packed up their things when they heard a chaotic sound of footsteps, as if the guards had arrived to reinforce them. Ina looked around. There was no surveillance here. She and Fusey looked at each other, and fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. This operation was a bit silly, but there was only one way in the corridor here, and Fusey was unwilling to return to the original way. Playing dead on the spot might have unexpected effects. When Ina fell, she subconsciously paid attention to Fusey's movements. Her chest stopped rising and falling, the blood flow rate also slowly decreased, and the heartbeat was barely audible. This is exactly the same as Fusey's own little habit, Ina thought. Dozens of fully armed guards rushed over, but they only saw corpses on the ground. The dead looks were very sloppy, piled on both sides of the corridor, and the bloody smell was so strong that it made people breathless. There were no facial features on their faces, so they naturally could not make any sound. Ina heard several strange trembling sounds, similar to the preparations of a toad before making a sound. After this sound, there were several more urgent trembling sounds in response to it. Is this their way of communicating? It's really unique. Ina lay in the pile of dead bodies, perfectly concealing her breath. The guards did not search very carefully, and they called to go to the other side without detecting the sound of high-risk criminals. They waited for the guards to go away, and quickly moved to another area. Unlike the small black room where Fusey had just stayed, the rooms here were transparent. There were strange signs in front of each transparent room, probably the number of the criminal. The people imprisoned inside were also very strange. Their skin was an indescribable dark green, with dark blue blood vessels surging under the skin. Their eyeballs had no whites and protruded outside the eye sockets, looking like they were about to fall out. They were tall, short, fat and thin, but their appearance was really unbearable. Ina thought of something and turned halfway to see Fusey's reaction. Sure enough, she saw cold sweat on her forehead. She was obviously very scared but still pretended to be calm to maintain her persona. Ina couldn't help laughing, but couldn't laugh out loud. It was really hard, so she could only change the subject and said, "Do you think these people are still human?" Fusey quickly glanced at the people in the transparent cell and said carefully, "I think they are not conscious and are no longer human." Ina agreed with this view. These things were affected by something and turned into this appearance. It's just that they seemed to be very sensitive to sound. When Ina and Fusey talked in a low voice, they would raise their heads and shake their heads in their direction. The space here is surprisingly large. The small dark room just now was only a small area, but it seems to have no end here. Ina and Fusey met many guards, who were dressed the same as them. They were holding a monster that had just been caught from the cell, and pulling it all the way out. "No, if this goes on, Inan may have to go to the operating table," Ina whispered. Fusey stopped. "You can try to expand your hearing. These monsters basically have no heartbeats. Inan and others must have normal heartbeats." Ina also had this intention. She didn't ask that question just now to tease Fusey. Those monsters had no heartbeats, which indirectly proved that they were no longer human. As a pair of leopard ears flashed above Ina's head, she clearly caught two heartbeats. Listening to the frequency, they were both adult males. "Found it, one at 12 o'clock and the other at 8 o'clock. Let's split up." Fusey nodded reluctantly. In order to save time, it was best to split up. At this time, fear would only hinder one's progress. Ina shuttled through countless transparent cells, and accurately found the one where Xingqi was imprisoned. Xingqi sat in the corner with his head down. He raised his head when he heard footsteps approaching. His eyes were not focused, and he blinked blankly. Ina remembered Inan's description. The cells here could not be seen from the inside, but only from the outside. Ina knocked on the wall with the tip of her finger, 3 long and 1 short. Xingqi's eyes lit up, and he knew that it was Ina outside. He bent his fingers and knocked on the wall, 1 short and 3 long. Ina frowned and looked around. The knocking sound just now attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters, and the information conveyed by Xingqi was also very unfavorable. "There's a third pair of eyes here. What does this mean?" Ina had already explored it. There is no eye like the monitoring star here. Otherwise, she and Fusey would be exposed when they lie down and pretend to be dead, and they would not be able to come here to meet the two guides. Unless, the one monitoring them is none other than the members of Atlanticus. Chapter 81. Xingqi supported his hands on the transparent wall, constantly transmitting information to Ina with his fingertips. There are at least a dozen mental fluctuations around. I can't find the exact skill initiator. Ina rolled her eyes and kept scanning the surroundings. The monsters here were endless. Xing-Chi's vision was limited, and he certainly couldn't determine the exact position. There was no time to lose. The rules of those guards capturing prisoners were still unclear. Let's rescue Xing-Chi first, and then discuss the next plan. Fortunately, the technology level here remained in the pre-era, with only the most basic mechanical door locks. Xing-Chi walked out slowly, with a strange look on his face. Ina looked at the person in front of her with some suspicion. There was no way. The characteristics of this map made her doubt the authenticity of her teammates. Xing-Chi subconsciously looked around. For a spiritually sensitive guide, he always felt that there were more than a dozen pairs of prying eyes around him, and he couldn't find the exact skill initiator. This was undoubtedly a frustration. When he saw the black or gray pupils around him, Xing-Chi finally understood why he had not been able to find the hidden skill releaser. These things were lifeless, but unexpectedly had a human-like body, which well concealed those weak mental fluctuations. Ina whispered, "This is not a place to talk. Let's go find Fusey first." At this time, Fusey brought Inan to join them. Inan's hands were still tied with chains, just like those monsters being dragged away. The corner where Xing-Chi was located was very remote, and no guards passed by for a while. Fusey stopped and raised his chin towards the shackles on Ina's waist. In their eyes, Xing-Chi and Inan are also a kind of monster, so as long as they are taken out like this, no one will notice. Fusey explained. Xing-Chi nodded. This made him very uncomfortable. He put his wrists together without reservation and signaled Ina to take action. Ina's eyes kept observing Inan and Fusey. Without knowing their identities, every teammate might be a pretender. So, Ina noticed a very strange point. Fusey's behavior was normal most of the time, but when she saw Xing-Chi's figure, her pupils obviously lit up. Only for a moment, and she quickly covered it up and her expression returned to normal. Inan suddenly conducted a mental transmission to them. There is a very obvious mental fluctuation in the right back. Fusey glanced back and saw a monster that seemed to have hyperthyroidism with its face against the transparent wall, with a black hole mouth and eyes open, looking funny and terrifying. Fusey immediately retracted her gaze. The confused people, Ina coughed twice. Let's go, let's see where they sent the monster first, and find the exit by the way. Everyone looked at each other, and accepted the proposal. With too little information, a Pate inevitably fell into a passive situation. Inan, have you contacted Luoyi? Ina looked forward and asked in a low voice. Inan walked behind them, secretly paying attention to the mental fluctuations everywhere. Hearing Ina's question, he couldn't help but sigh. No, I haven't found his mental fluctuations, and can't pass information to him. Ina was thoughtful. Luoyi's spirit body had special skills. If he couldn't win, he could just run away, and no one could catch up with him. There was no need to worry about his life safety. However, it was not a solution to have no news. She still had to find a few cores for Inan to strengthen the search range of the spirit body. Thinking of this, Ina glanced at the profile of Fusey again and sighed faintly. In the past, Fusey was the one who arranged these things. Now, a faker has directly increased her workload. Fusey noticed Ina's sight and half turned her face. What's wrong? Ina pointed to the front. I was wondering, where are they going to take these monsters? Fusey turned her head and saw that the guards were dragging a gray green monster each, all gathering in the same direction. With the Sentinel's superb vision, they were divided into several teams and took the elevator. According to the number shown above, they transported the monsters to the underground floor. Fusey squinted and didn't dare to stay on the monsters for too long. Let's go to the basement, Ina suggested. Fusey nodded solemnly, and anyone could see that she was a little reluctant. Inan and Xing-Chi looked at each other strangely. They had always felt that there was something indescribable about this Fusey, and now they were sure of this idea. Inan's thought tentacles quietly stretched out, and then covered by the chain, pulled Xing-Chi and Ina into the communication mental network. The three of them walked straight, and no one could see that they had pulled a small group. Inan said directly, "What happened to Fusey?" Ina pondered, "I'm not sure yet." Xing-Chi, is she replaced by someone, or replaced? Others may not feel it, but Xing-Chi noticed something wrong the moment he met Fusey. The glance that Fusey gave him was full of strong aggression and possessiveness, almost making him tremble. If it was the original Fusey, she would not have such exposed emotions, and even if she did, he would not notice it. And this guy can't hide her emotions very well. She is definitely not Fusey herself. Ina, it may also be affected by the map? Inan, I don't think so. Xing-Chi, It's better to test it. And in, how to test it? Ina, Xingqi, try to give her mental counseling. Xingqi, if she is real, I may die after the game. Ina, I didn't ask you to sneak attack her, you can ask first. Xingqi couldn't help but look up, and after a while he lowered his head and looked at the chain wrapped around his wrist. Xingqi, the timing is wrong. The crowd is only a dozen steps away from the elevator, and there are a lot of guards and monsters gathered in front. It is a traitor to make such a request to Fusey at this time. Fusey didn't seem to notice their small internal discussion. The four of them boarded the elevator. In this enclosed space, Ina smelled a sweet and fishy smell, which seemed to be emitted from the monsters. Xingqi and Inan huddled in the back. The guards couldn't notice their abnormality, but the monsters became agitated. Ah! Several monsters tore at the chains on their necks and wrists, trying their best to pounce on Xingqi. The guards didn't understand why, so they pulled the monsters' chains to make them behave. For a while, the entire elevator was filled with the teeth-grinding sound of chains rubbing and monsters roaring. The weak guards could not control the monsters at all. They kept moving their bodies, trying to get closer to Xingqi in the corner. As the distance got closer, Xingqi's nose was filled with sweet and fishy smell, and his stomach felt like it was being ravaged. Ina frowned. Why did they suddenly become restless? Fusey flashed a look of disgust on her face. Her eyes turned cold, and she snorted. A chill spread over, and Xingqi paused. He clearly sensed a strong and dangerous mental wave spreading, and the monsters were swept by this wave, and reluctantly retreated to their original positions. What is this? Ina was sure that the person next to her must not be Fusey herself, although the frequency of her mental wave was almost the same as that of the real Fusey. But Fusey would never use the power of her spiritual body in a game, let alone use it in such a trivial place. Inan also understood. She is not Fusey. The three of them looked at each other inconspicuously, with the same doubts and worries in their eyes. If this is not Fusey, where is the real Fusey? In the manor, Fusey yawned lazily. It's so boring. When can this tea party start? Fusey watched the waiter bring one person after another, but he didn't announce the start. They couldn't leave the round table, nor could they use their spirit bodies to attack each other, so they could only stare blankly. 7 guests were already seated at the wide round table, including Fusey, Xingqi, and Louis. For some reason, Xingqi and Louis looked a little uneasy, and Fusey couldn't ask directly because Xintiani and the others were present. Fusey suddenly remembered the game information she had read before. Some special maps would arrange NPCs to disguise themselves as team members to mix in, muddying the water and improving the viewing experience. Could it be this time too? Fusey rolled her eyes and tapped the table twice, attracting everyone's attention. Why do we have to sit here and wait? Fusey asked. Xintiani did not say anything, just looked at her silently. Fusey turned her eyes to Xingqi. How did you find this place? Xingqi put down the teacup in his hand and said softly, When I woke up, I was in the back garden here. The waiter stood in front of me and invited me to a tea party. Xingqi was indeed the first person to arrive here. It made sense to be born in the back garden. Fusey turned to Xintiani again and asked in a familiar way, How did you get here? Xintiani looked at her strangely. We are rivals. Fusey leaned back and spread her hands. What does it matter? We can't fight now, so we can just chat. Xintiani pursed her lips. She couldn't understand the thinking of Fusey, a social gangster. Fusey encouraged again. There is no loss in talking. Anyway, we can't move now. Xintiani said briefly. I was invited by the waiter, who suddenly appeared. Fusey nodded, not caring about her perfunctory. It seems that everyone is gathered here inevitably, no matter where the birth point is. While thinking, a beautiful figure walked in from outside the door. Her long black straight hair was braided into a small braid on the side, and a black and purple fox pendant was hung at the end of her hair. Xiaishi was led into the door by the waiter. Seeing the people sitting upright, he smiled playfully in the direction of Xintiani. She has a bright face, and when she smiles, she has a dazzling beauty. Fusey has been paying attention to Xintiani's reaction, and the surprise that flashed in her eyes did not escape Fusey's eyes. Obviously, Xiaishi did a move that surprised Xintiani. Fusey analyzed the situation, and Xintiani could not see any clues. She didn't know whether it was true or false. Xiaishi was most likely a pretender, and on her side. Louis had been sitting quietly in his seat, neither making a sound nor drinking the cup of black tea. He was as obedient as a doll. No need to think about it, this is also a fake. For the sake of fairness in the game, the number of pretenders in the two teams must not be too different. Fusey rubbed her knuckles. How to test Xingqi's authenticity? After thinking for a while, Fusey quietly hooked her finger at Xingqi. Although the spirit body was suppressed, the thought tentacles were still usable. Xingqi stretched out the tentacles and wrapped them around Fuzi's little finger several times. What's wrong? Fuzi raised the corners of her lips, held her chin, and said calmly, Can you give me some spiritual counseling? Chapter 82. Xingqi was so shocked that his expression was blank for a moment, and then he denied it. No, Fuzi chuckled. She seemed to have found the difference between the pretender and the real person. But it still needs to be verified. Fuzi moved her fingers slightly, pinched Xingqi's thought tentacles, and twisted them gently. As her hands moved, Xingqi's eyelids jumped involuntarily. Stop! I can't stand it. Xingqi sent a signal of begging for mercy to Fuzi. Fuzi let go of her hand and mercifully let him go. The tiny thought tentacle quickly retracted, with a sense of fleeing. Fuzi got the result she wanted, and relaxedly leaned against the wide chair back. The whole person was sunk in it, with a kind of incompatible laziness. Xintiani looked at Fuzi's posture, and couldn't tell what she felt. She seemed to be a little too relaxed. Did she find some hidden rules of the game? The waiter appeared again, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Behind his tall figure followed the last 3 contestants, 2 women and 1 man. Beautiful ladies, please take a seat here. The waiter helped them pull out the chairs, and the remaining one was naturally Enen's. Enen's eyes swept over everyone with a bit of scrutiny. Fuzi met his gaze, and blinked lightly. Enen retracted his gaze, and sat down in the designated seat. There were 11 seats at the round table, and everyone watched the waiter walk to the last seat and sit down. He took off his gloves, revealing a pair of scarred hands, and took out a deck of cards from somewhere. Since it's a tea party, how can there be no exciting board games? He read the opening remarks in a straightforward tone, like a eulogy. I'm sure everyone here can't wait, right? Please allow me to announce the rules. Everyone can have a hand card and 3 auxiliary cards. Each round, each person can draw a maximum of 1 auxiliary card. Each round, you can choose to play a card or not. When your hand card is lost, it is considered dead. The rules sound simple, just a basic card game. Fuzi noticed his wording. Losing a hand card is considered dead, which means that as long as you eliminate the 3 opponents at the table, the game will be won. Fuzi subconsciously felt that there must be hidden rules in this. If you can really win the game just by playing cards, then this my competition is really too watered down. Besides, there are at least 2 or more pretenders in her team now, and the real team members are missing. The real rules are still to be deliberated. Fuzi stared at the waiter's hands. The scarred and wide-knotted hands were very flexible in dealing cards. The hand cards and auxiliary cards were dealt to everyone upside down, and it was obvious that the information on the cards was very important. Fuzi turned over her hand cards to check, and even though she had expected it, she couldn't help frowning. There was a huge black shadow on the card, and the lower left corner was marked, Name, Ability, Adaptability Index, 99.9%. Durability, 3. Fuzi turned her head, and the seat next to her was now Enen's. Show me your hand cards. Enen looked at the waiter at the first seat, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he handed the hand cards to Fuzi to check. Enen's hand card had a colorful hummingbird painted on it, and the lower left corner was also marked, Name, Kaiju. Ability, Exploring the Road. 60 seconds of reincarnation, Adaptability Index, 84%. Durability, 3. Fuzi returned the hand cards to Enen and sighed faintly. Sure enough, the spirit body was not sealed, but changed its existence form. Fuzi suddenly thought of something, turned her head, and said to Xingqi, Where are your cards? Xingqi pursed her lips. She knew what Fuzi meant, so she simply rejected Fuzi's order. Sorry, I can't show you. Unexpectedly, Fuzi did not insist. She waved her hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. At the moment when Xingqi answered, whether he agreed or refused, he would fall into Fuzi's language trap. Fuzi rubbed her fingertips. Xingqi's spirit body must not be as simple as Baichung bird. Recalling the pair of sheep horns she saw at that time, Fuzi made a conclusion in her mind. The cards have been distributed. Please draw the auxiliary cards in turn. A translucent roulette wheel suddenly rose on the table. It was about 20 centimeters thick and occupied 1/3 of the table. With a few soft sounds, the roulette wheel stopped turning and 10 black holes opened in turn. The window was just big enough for a hand to pass through, and it looked like an invitation. Xintiani didn't hesitate and reached in first, pulling out a completely black card. The game wouldn't tamper with such small props, so Fuzi also reached out and touched a card. Turning it over, it depicted a red heart-shaped core, and its attributes were marked in the lower left corner, grade, medium. Functional nature, consumable. Compatibility, 52.1%. Note, my heart that loves you is as hot as a flame, Fusey, eh? The quality is neither good nor bad, and it looks a bit ungentlemanly. Fusey turned around and began to observe the people on the field drawing cards. If she guessed correctly, the auxiliary card was a substitute for the core and the start ring of this map. It can only be obtained by drawing cards, which maximizes randomness. This is not a good thing for Fusey. The waiter stopped moving after dealing the cards, and kept sitting in the first position, looking like a bionic man with exhausted energy. The hole closed after Fusey drew a card. When everyone got an auxiliary card, there was a rustling sound inside the card dealer, and soon, the hole opened again. Fusey reached out, and took out the second chapter auxiliary card. This card has a core shaped like a demon pestle, which is a rare alien core. Fusey took a look at its attributes: grade, high. Functional nature, enchanting. Compatibility, 1%. Remarks: the task of destroying the little monsters is left to you. The hero of mankind. Low compatibility is a common problem of all high-level cores. A powerful sword always chooses a master that makes it surrender. This principle applies at any time. Fusey lowered her head and looked at the card in her hand. The compatibility of this demon-subduing pestle auxiliary card is a bit low to be horrible. Does it have any hidden function? Fusey suppressed her doubts and drew the third auxiliary card. There is a Libra on this card. One side is pure black and the other side is pure white. It doesn't look like a core or a starter ring. The attributes also look very confusing. Grade, high. Functional nature, auxiliary. Compatibility, 99%. Remarks: put something of equal value on both ends, and you will know which one you like more. Don't be too partial. With a compatibility of 99%, anyone can use it. It is a very versatile auxiliary card. Fusey turned the 3 auxiliary cards upside down in front of her. Her spirit body could not be used in the game. I wonder if using the hand cards is considered using the spirit body? Shilai's words that morning echoed in her ears. Excuse me, this world is no longer the world it used to be. You will pay a huge price for your persistence. What did Fusey say to him at that time? Oh, she didn't even raise her head at that time, and her tone was slightly contemptuous. I can pay any price for my goal. So, Shilai proposed this bet to her. Then, without using the spirit body, win the mic competition championship, and I will tell you everything you want to know. Fusey, what if I fail? Shilai said gently. Stay in Morin forever, until the end of your life. Fusey is not a person who likes gambling, but every opponent likes to exchange chips in this way. Baisui is like this, and Shilai is the same. Fusey silently pressed the hand card under her palm. She would not use this card. Dear guests, the cards have been distributed. Please allow me to read out the first round of card questions. Please find the living people in the following situations. Fusey looked up suddenly, and saw a huge screen slowly emerging in the center of the round table, with dozens of figures clearly reflected on it, and Xingqi and Inan were among them. Fusey stared at the water screen and blinked. It turned out to be a map with 2 parallel world lines. No wonder she didn't receive any spiritual body fluctuations here, because they all went to another world. Find the living people in this scene? Fusey's scrutiny swept over the monsters, guards, and team members. There was no doubt that Inan and Xingqi in that world were real, and the 2 sitting next to her were fakes. The waiter spread his hands. You have a certain amount of time to think, during which you can use auxiliary cards and hand cards to influence the other world. You can only use 1 card at a time, whether it is a hand card or an auxiliary card. After the time is up, please hand in your answer. If you fail to answer the question, you will be considered dead. I will provide you with a clue for free in each round. The clue for this round is, if you want me to become a demon, I would rather have an immortal soul than an eternal body. The waiter's mechanical voice is like reciting. Fusey turned her eyes back to the water curtain. This scene can be roughly divided into 2 groups. Guards holding chains and monsters tied with chains. Fusey narrowed her eyes, and found 2 strange figures among the guards. Most of the guards were short, and had an indescribable stiffness in their bodies, and among them, there were 2 figures that were out of place. They were holding Inan and Xingqi, observing their reactions. They didn't seem to be forced, and the chains on their wrists were tied perfunctorily. Needless to say, the 2 guards were Ina and another Fusey. Fusey hadn't used the card yet, and she was already confident about the answer, but Shintiani didn't seem to notice these details. She was picking up a card and placing it in the throwing port. Then, Sieishi beside her threw an auxiliary card, not to be outdone. A faint light flashed, and the information of the 2 cards was presented to everyone. Fusey's eyelids trembled slightly. The card Shintiani threw was her hand card, that is, the spirit card, and she directly activated the mutation skill. Every time the hand card is used, it will lose a little durability, and it will be considered invalid if the durability is 0. Shintiani is really not frugal at all. And Xiaishi threw a core card of medium quality, which directly strengthened Shintiani's spirit body mutation skill. Shintiani's spirit body is the polar animal emperor penguin, and the spirit body's mutation skill, empty as the sea, is activated instantly. The water vapor condenses into ice needles, as thin as cow hair in the air, attached with the poisonous core released by Xiaishi, and countless ice needles full of venom burst out towards the people in the elevator. Chapter 83. In another world, Aina was wondering where the real Fusey was. When she looked up, she saw ice needles flying towards her like a rainstorm, and the cold light reflected her surprised face. These ice needles appeared without any signs, as if they came out of thin air. Aina didn't react for a while, and stood there without moving. The power of those ice needles was no less than a group of high-speed flying bullets. In the blink of an eye, the guards and monsters standing in front were hit one after another. The guards howled in pain, but the monsters were unaware, as if they couldn't feel the pain. Fusey stared at the screen. The clue just now was very clear. If I want to become a demon, I would rather have an immortal soul than an eternal body. Only the body of a living person can be hurt. After a wave of map cannons, see who gets hurt, and the answer to this round will naturally emerge. Seeing that tens of thousands of ice needles were about to fall, Ayane's eyes flashed with golden light, and a pair of black leopard ears had appeared on her head. However, the expected stinging pain did not come. The sky full of ice needles disappeared out of thin air. Fusey breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Inan, who had just withdrawn his hand. The screen refreshed with new information again, and someone else put in a card. Inan put in his own spirit body card, and at the same time Aina put in the auxiliary card. With the blessing of both, Inan directly activated the advanced version of the spirit body mutation skill. Carrier reset can make a certain medium return to the state of a certain time period. Inan directly returned the water vapor to the moment before it was condensed into ice needles, and immediately disintegrated Shintiani's offensive. Without the ice needles attached, the venom was no longer threatening. It instantly turned into drops of liquid and fell to the ground, raining down on everyone. Aina in the elevator, ? Is this a new trick? What effect can a light rain that doesn't hurt anyone have? Or, will those water droplets cause harm to the human body? Aina instantly became alert again, and turned back to look at the guide whose movements were restrained by the iron chain. Fortunately, Xingqi and Inan were in the back, and were not injured, so naturally the venom would not invade their bodies. Aina breathed a sigh of relief. More than half of the guards and monsters in the entire elevator were severely injured by the ice needles, and a smell of fish and shrimp rotting in the box filled the air. Aina frowned and observed them carefully. She was surprised to find that although they were seriously injured, they were not in danger of their lives. Some guards even struggled to stand up, and continued to pull up the monsters' chains meticulously. They were really a model of going to work until death. On the round table, Shintiani's eyes kept turning around on the screen. She was observing everyone's movements and expressions, trying to infer who is alive. Only living people can be injured, so as long as she launches an indiscriminate attack, she can distinguish the living people, but her attack was disintegrated by Fusey. The time is about to run out, so she could only judge by intuition. Shintiani lowered her head in thought, and Fusey was also thinking. What is the definition of a living person? Fusey did not forget that Xingqi, Inan, and others were sitting next to her. If they were also considered living people in another world, would the person sitting next to her be a dead person? Interesting, this card title actually reminded them of the difference between life and death. Fusey was confident that she could answer this question correctly, but she wanted to do an experiment. Time is running out, everyone, it's time to hand in your answers. The waiter counted down like a human, and the conversation would be triggered once the time was up. Everyone had to hand in an answer. Fusey savored the information, and the fingers on the table uncontrollably kneaded the second knuckle of her index finger. In front of everyone, a piece of paper-like thing appeared, with the card title and the answer range clearly marked on it, and a feather pen that would not appear in a museum. Fusey's eyes twitched slightly, and she held the feather pen a little unfamiliarly, injected a trace of mental power, but found that it was just an ordinary feather pen that could not be more ordinary, and could not write on its own. So primitive? Fusey thought about it, and pulled Inan's test paper aside, and the waiter did not stop him. So that's it, Fusey's lips curled slightly. Fusey ignored the accusation and dissatisfaction in Inan's eyes, filled out his test paper with a few strokes, and wrote Innen's name at the beginning of the paper. The waiter stood up, and the screen turned off. Fusey could no longer see the scene of another world. The waiter began to collect everyone's test papers, like an invigilator. Fusey was relieved until the last test paper was collected. It seems that answering the test paper for others is possible. This primitive test method has been abolished for thousands of years, because it cannot eliminate cheating. Since it is allowed by the rules, it is not too much for her to use it reasonably, right? Outside the venue, Sheki finally couldn't help laughing. She is still like this. Feng Qingye couldn't help turning his head to look at him. What do you mean? Sheki shook his head slightly. Lin Xian couldn't help biting her lower lip and said awkwardly, "Is my judgment wrong? The personality of the pretender doesn't seem to be much different from the real person." Sheki said calmly, "It's not your fault for making such a judgment. After all, Fusey's clone is indeed very different from her real self." Lin Xian was very puzzled. Why is this the case? According to the law of the competition, the effect of each rule on the contestants is the same. In other words, the difference between Fusey and the clone also applies to the difference between each person and the clone. Sheki raised his dull and gray eyes and looked in the direction of the screen, and said softly, "You will know if you continue to read on." The waiter collected all the test papers and counted the answers. His masked face twisted slowly a few times, as if he was confirming the faces of the people present. "There are 10 people who answered the card questions this time." As his voice sounded, 10 orange little people appeared on the screen, the kind of stick figures, and the gender could not be seen. The next second, 3 of the little people turned gray. At the same time, Innen and the 2 guides beside Shintiani all heard a strange bell ringing in their ears. Fusey stared at Innen's changes closely, and saw him looking at Fusey in disbelief. He opened his mouth to say something, but the next moment his whole body lost color, like a black and white painting, just moved slightly, and instantly scattered into a pile of ashes. Like him, Wei Ning and Ruan Yi opposite him also turned into a pile of ashes, disappearing without a trace. This is the end of answering the wrong questions. Innen's test paper was written by Fusey, but Fusey herself was safe and sound. She deliberately sent Innen to his death. Shintiani was secretly shocked. Apate was really unique. Seeing is believing. Fusey looked around. Xingqi, Ina, and Louis all answered the questions correctly, but Fusey did not share the details she observed with them. Xingqi and Ina were fine, but Louis. Fusey lowered her eyes. Sure enough, the clones and the originals had the same way of thinking and behavior, but they had a very obvious difference. Fusey touched her chin and felt a little unbelievable. Innen's clone was self-righteous. To put it bluntly, he was a little arrogant, so he was a little dismissive of Fusey's command. Xingqi's clone would clearly refuse things he didn't like. Could this be attributed to a different kind of honesty? Louis's clone was calm and withdrawn. Since entering this manner, he didn't bother to talk to anyone. Fusey summed it up, and finally concluded that the biggest difference between the replica and the original is that it has what the original lacks the most. It sounds like the replica is more perfect than the original, and can complement all the characteristics. But how can a creature like a human be perfect? Fusey sighed. This map is already very friendly to them. Fortunately, their opponent is Atlanticus. If it were a mystery, that is, Liana and the others, they would probably be seen through soon. But what can be done by distinguishing them? Fusey raised her head. This is what she wanted to test. Innen's replica has been sentenced to death, so what about Innen in another world? The answer to the card question is 3 living people. The guards and monsters survived the shooting of the ice needles, and the poison on them was fatal. The only explanation is, they are already dead and cannot die again. The 2 guards holding Innen and Xingqi were most likely Ina and Fusey themselves, because Luo Yi's height was eye-catching. Although he could use the spirit body mutation skill to disguise himself as a guard, in the crisis just now, he would definitely not be able to resist using the spirit body mutation skill to escape. Then there was only one possibility, that was Ina and Fusey in another world. Fusey took a gamble. Fusey in that world could not be considered a living person, because she occupied the position of life, and the copy could only be considered death. Facts have proved that her gamble was right. Fusey's pupils lit up slightly, and she raised her chin to look at the waiter. Can the next card question be announced? Shintiani saw her so relaxed, and didn't care about the teammate she had just sent out, and her eyes dimmed. Such people, whether as friends or opponents, made her feel terrified. In her eyes, teammates were just pawns to achieve her goals, and she used them at will, and didn't care about their life or death at all. Even though this was a virtual game and her teammates were not really dead, did she really have no psychological burden at all? How could such a person beat her? Shintiani's eyes focused on the empty chair beside her. She was not completely sure about the question just now. Inan and Xingqi were the guides on the opposite side, but the question could never be so simple, so she filled in the number 3. Xiaishi's idea should be similar to hers, but Wang Ying and Ruan Yi were not so lucky. They only saw 2 living people, so they could only fill in 2. Shintiani took a deep breath. She was 1 person behind at the beginning, so the situation was against the wind. Fusey secretly observed the changes in Shintiani's expression. The captain of Atlanticus seemed to have fallen into some misunderstanding. The real participants in this card game have never been the 10 people on the table. Fusey played with the ends of her hair for a while, feeling a little bored. When will Shintiani realize that there is only 1 real opponent at this card table? This round of card questions still provides a way to get out of the loophole, but there will be no such good luck in the next round. Next time, the difficulty of the questions will be doubled. Shichi said softly. Feng Qingye frowned. How can you be so sure? Shichi's voice overlapped with Fu Xi's voice from the screen. The mic competition will not leave behind trash, who rely on luck. The premise of gambling is that you are 100% sure that you will win. Chapter 84. Fusey chose Enan's clone for this experiment for a reason. He had already used his hand card once, which was a card representing his spirit body, so its durability would naturally decrease. A card with only 2 uses left is always less valuable than other unused cards. At this point, Shintiani has already fallen behind. Ruan Yi and Wen Ying's hand cards have not been used yet, and her hand card has been used once in the attack just now, so its durability has decreased a little. The interests of hand cards and auxiliary cards are different. Auxiliary cards can be replenished by drawing, but there is currently no way to replenish the durability of hand cards. The value of hand cards must be higher than that of auxiliary cards. As guides, Wen Ying and Ruan Yi's spirit bodies have greatly reduced their offensiveness and cannot be used in the previous scene. It is understandable that Shintiani would use her own hand cards. According to the rules of the competition, the difficulty of the following questions will definitely increase. At least there will be no more opportunities for them to take advantage of loopholes. Fusey's available cards are still full, but Shintiani has lost 2 cards, and the advantage is obvious. At the same time, in another world, Ina looked at the slowly opening door, and a fishy smell rushed straight to the top of her head. Ina couldn't even open her eyes. Fortunately, the mask blocked it, and reduced some of the impact. The guard standing in front dragged the monsters out of the elevator, and everyone could only follow them to avoid falling behind and revealing clues. This section of the road was very dark, almost to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. You could only hear the sound of footsteps and metal friction echoing in your ears, mixed with a few monsters' low roars. Ina and Fusey were not affected by the darkness, so they could clearly see the deep and shallow scratches on the walls on both sides, as well as the large and small holes and dents. As for the source of the fishy smell, it was naturally the sticky liquid on the ground, which seemed to be a mixture of blood and something else, filling the gaps between the walls and the ground. At a glance, there was no clean place in the whole corridor. Ina knew that this was not the time for her mysophobia to attack, so she could only suppress her nausea and move forward. Fusey was also a little disgusted, but her attention was obviously not here, and her steps were a little floating. Ina was a little curious. The clones would also have their own thoughts, so what would she think at this time? Boom! A dull mechanical sound sounded in front of her, and the dazzling light illuminated the narrow and long corridor. Ina intuitively felt that this light was abnormal, because the monsters roared in anger after being illuminated by the light, and the guards had to tighten the chains in their hands to make the monsters quiet down. Along with the light, there were also boiling human voices. Accustomed to the inhuman roars of the guards, Ina felt a sense of disconnection when she heard normal people talking. Number 2's performance was so bad this time. I'm sorry, I was so optimistic about it. Who do you think will win this time? Of course, Number 9 has always been invincible. It will definitely win the championship this time. Ina gradually adapted to the dazzling light, and a huge arena appeared in front of her. The 2 monsters fighting in the arena were agile, punching each other, and bloody and brutal. And around the arena, there were countless audiences sitting. They were wearing strange costumes and covered their faces. At first glance, there was a group of humanoid creatures of different colors and shapes sitting in the audience. A question mark slowly appeared above Ina's head. Before she could think about what was going on, the guards climbed up the platform one after another, locked the monsters in their hands in the cages next to the arena, and marked the cage doors. Ina and Xingqi behind her looked at each other, and put the 2 guides into the cages without any burden, as if putting the goods for sale on the shelf. Xingqi raised his eyes silently. When weakness and helplessness appeared in his eyes, it could arouse the sentinel's desire to protect. Fusey turned around and looked at the platform. Those monsters were ugly and strong, and the edges of their sharp nails were filled with flesh and dirt. No matter what angle they were considered, the guide should not be allowed to contact such dangerous occasions. Ina gently pulled Fusey's arm, signaling her not to act rashly. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. If Shintiani is a little less martial, he can strike back and catch them off guard. Fusey silently followed the guards and scattered around the arena. The fight on the field continued. One of the monsters had its head bitten off and hung on its neck, but there was no sign of stopping. Seeing this, Ina roughly understood that the fight would only stop when one side died. Ina couldn't help but turn her eyes to Shang-Chi. Although his physical skills were not bad, he was still at a disadvantage compared to these inhuman guys. Should we just let them be pushed into the arena? As soon as this thought came up, Fusey's voice sounded low beside him. There was a very obvious mental fluctuation in the audience just now, but the distance was too far, and I couldn't tell whether it was Shintiani or Seiichi. Shintiani and Seiichi's spiritual body fluctuations are very similar. The two people's personalities are very different, but they are surprisingly similar in this aspect. Ina came back to her senses and looked up at the stands. The structure of this prison is really strange. A huge iron cage is upside down above the entire arena. The monsters inside are like birds in a cage, pecking at each other for the people above to watch and enjoy. Listening to the blood-boiling cheers and hoarse and unpleasant howling in her ears, Ina's face was slightly hot, and the tip of her ear was numb and painful, and she actually felt a little bit of blood boiling. Fusey's condition is worse than hers. Ina's peripheral vision saw that she couldn't help rubbing her neck, because the blood flow there was accelerated, which made her feel itchy. The atmosphere here is not right, and she can't stay for long. Ina looked around to find a way to get out. Plans can't keep up with changes. The moment Ina had this idea, the two figures who had been entangled on the stage finally decided the winner. Bang! The gray-green figure fell on the arena, stirring up a small piece of sticky gray-green liquid, like a mouse falling into a puddle, dirty and sticky. The guy with only half a head left was the winner in the end. It looked at its opponent falling, still not satisfied, and pounced on him, tearing the opponent's flesh clean, faintly revealing the gray-white bones underneath. Ina didn't have time to be surprised. The guards who had been standing still seemed to have received some signal. They didn't care how the monster on the stage moved, and walked straight to the cage where Shang-Chi was imprisoned. Shang-Chi opened his eyes wide, did not struggle, and was dragged out obediently, like a newborn lamb, with a weak and pale face that seemed unable to withstand any destruction. Fusey's eyes were fixed on him, but she didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and she seemed to be sensible. Ina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't be sure how big the difference between the replica and the original was. Now it seemed that Fusey was just a little more fearful, and a little less self-controlled than the original, and the situation was acceptable. Shang-Chi climbed onto the arena, and found that the lamp that had been hanging above his head was very hot. When the light it emitted shone on his body, he felt a burning pain. At the same time, there was an unconscious desire to fight in his mind. To be more precise, it was a manic feeling caused by the dual effects of the temperature rise and the boiling blood. Shang-Chi looked at the monsters on the opposite side that had been gnawing at their opponents. They were so excited because of these things. Unfortunately, the guide was known for his calmness, and these external factors were not enough to interfere with his thoughts. At present, it seemed that if he wanted to survive, he had to win this fight. But what happens after winning? Shang-Chi's eyes lingered for a while on the neck of the monster on the opposite side, which only had half of its head left. The winner would not get the right to rest, and they could only fight here until they died. Death is the only way to be relieved. Shang-Chi frowned and looked around. There were a lot of bones and debris piled up here. He originally thought that it was caused by the untimely cleaning. Now it seems that it is completely because the speed of creating garbage has exceeded the speed of cleaning garbage. The monster on the opposite side issued a challenge invitation. Shang-Chi's scalp tingled. And this scene was clearly presented on the round table in the manner. I don't know if the scene of disparity in strength is too funny, or if he wants to mock from the bottom of his heart. The tall waiter chuckled and said, "The second card question. Please choose the winner in your mind." Shintiani stared at the scene on the screen, and he had already made a plan in his mind. At the same time, Fusey and Shintiani put two cards at the same time. Of course, Fusey put in Ina's hand, and Shintiani put in Seiichi's hand. The real participants of this card game from beginning to end were only the two of them, and the other replicators were just tools to provide cards. Shintiani didn't understand it at first, but now she has reacted. Fusey looked at the waiter calmly, How much time do we have to prepare for this round? The waiter pointed to the hourglass in the corner, which was filled with blue-purple fine sand. When it fell, it was like the Milky Way pouring down. It was really a unique ornament. But now, it has become a countdown to death. Chapter 85. Choose the winner in your heart. This does not seem to be a multiple-choice question. Shintiani and Fusey looked at each other from a distance. The difference between this question and the previous one is whether to pin the opponent's team members to death in the arena. Shintiani could have saved Xingqi with Fusey. After all, Xingqi was facing a monster in the prison, not her team members. Even if Xingqi won, Shintiani's side would not suffer any loss, and could still pass this card question. But if Xingqi was killed in the arena by external interference, the opponent could successfully reduce one person. But which one is the real Xingqi in the manor, or the Xingqi in the arena? When Shintiani saw Fusey attacking her own people, she was shocked and puzzled at first, but now she came to her senses. She must have been sure that the person sitting here was not Inan himself, so she used him to test the rules. Inan could be a clone, but what about Xingqi? Shintiani lowered her head and stared at her hand. Now her spirit body hand only had 2 points of durability. Xiaishi's hand had not been used yet. Wang Ying and Ruan Yi had been eliminated from the table, so their hand was no longer useful. Shintiani was still considering, and Fusey had already thrown out an auxiliary card. Fusey was undoubtedly determined to protect Xingqi. She threw out the auxiliary card in the shape of a demon-subduing pestle, and hinted to Ina to throw out her hand. A snow-white clouded leopard appeared on the arena. At the same time, a pitch-black demon-subduing pestle shattered into thousands of dust on its head, and melted into its fur. Xingqi subconsciously looked at Ina's figure. Releasing her spirit body at this time would expose her identity as a guard, who knew that Ina was staring at the stage, obviously surprised by the sudden appearance of the clouded leopard. She did not release her spirit body, but the clouded leopard on the stage and her spirit body fluctuations cannot be said to be exactly the same, but can be said to be completely the same. Before Xingqi could react, the clouded leopard had already lowered its body and rushed forward, aiming directly at the monster's head, its claws. After being enchanted by the demon-subduing pestle, they became a sharp weapon to deal with all evil spirits. The monster was just touched a little, just like a piece of paper touching a spark, and a big hole was burned in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it turned into flying ash, without even a blood stain left. Xingqi blinked. The battle has not even started, but it is over. The clouded leopard is huge and strong, like a snow-white hill, firmly protecting Xingqi behind him. Fusey stared at the clouded leopard on the screen thoughtfully. If she remembered correctly, the adaptability of the demon-subduing pestle auxiliary card was only 1%. And the auxiliary card is now so easily integrated with Ina's spirit body, which indirectly shows that Ina's spirit body strength is ahead of the Sentinel of 99%. Xingqi's crisis has been temporarily resolved, but there is still more than half of the hourglass in the corner. What's going on? Why does it take so long to prepare for this question? Something flashed through Fusey's mind, and she thought to herself that it was not good. This fight on the arena was a fight to the death. The monster just won, but was not dragged down. Similarly, Xingqi now had to continue to fight the next monster. Xingqi looked at the clouded leopard that was ready to go. This was Ina's spirit body, but it was not the spirit body of Ina in this world. Xingqi was illuminated by the scorching light, and his cheeks were slightly hot, but his mind was extremely clear. Xingqi slowly stroked the furry back of the clouded leopard, and slowly sensed its mental fluctuations. The white bird has extremely high detection and perception capabilities, and any slight mental fluctuation cannot escape his perception. This clouded leopard gave him a familiar and strange feeling. He wanted to investigate further, but he always felt that it was covered by a layer of white gauze, and could not see clearly. A guess slowly emerged in his mind. In the dual-threaded world, so many ice needles condensed by the spiritual body mutation skills suddenly appeared in the elevator just now. It must be that people from another world interfered with this world. And the clouded leopard that appeared now was projected by Ina from another world, so there was a hazy boundary to prevent him from investigating. After thinking through this layer, it made sense why Fusey in this world was so strange. Because the real Fusey was in another world. Xingqi raised his head, and his eyes were annihilated in the dazzling white light. Oh, another monster was brought to the arena. This one was obviously more robust than the previous one, and the desire to fight was also stronger. Roar! The gray-green monster just released the chain and rushed forward with fists waving. Its tall body was nearly 2 meters, and one of its hands was bigger than Xingqi's face. If it hit Xingqi's head, his brain would burst. The clouded leopard shook his ears. The natural predator in the food chain would not miss any flaws. The monster's body was relatively tall, and its lower body would definitely reveal a flaw. So as long as he sees the opportunity, he would hit it with one blow. The habits of the spiritual body are connected to the master. The clouded leopard and Ina have enough patience to wait for the prey to reveal a flaw. As long as the fragile throat appears in its eyes, the opponent will be knocked down in the next second. After dealing with dozens of monsters driven onto the arena, Xing-Chi was still unscathed, and the clouded leopard slowly exhaled. The combination of the demon subduing pestle and the attack power of the clouded leopard was simply amazing. When dealing with these monsters, it was like an elephant crushing an ant or a shark biting a shrimp, effortless. If this goes on, the answer to this round is set in stone. Fu Si did not relax her vigilance. Shintiani had not yet made a move, and there was still a small half of the hourglass in the corner. The outcome was uncertain, and any mistake would affect the result. Shintiani lowered her eyes and looked at the cards in her hand. She had not used the cards to intervene, and seemed to have given up the idea of reducing the opponent's number in this round. Fu Si held a pen, wrote the answer to this sentence on the test paper, and handed it to the waiter, who came to collect the papers. On the other side, Shintiani also wrote Xing-Chi's name. There was no distinction between camps in the card questions. As long as the correct answer was written, it would not be considered out. Keeping the card status for a game is not a niche operation, and Shintiani's choice is reasonable. But the audience with a god's perspective does not think so. Feng Qingya whispered, Fuzi's judgment this time seems to be wrong. Sheki said, who would have thought that the players of Atlanticus were also mixed in? Feng Qingya objectively said, Lin Chun's spirit body has a great advantage in this map, and with Wan Yi's cooperation, it is not surprising that he can deceive Fuzi. Sheki watched the live broadcast. The monsters on the arena were almost killed one by one. Clouded Leopard was almost invincible against these monsters with the blessing of the demon pestle, until a special guy was sent to the arena. It didn't look as strong or tall as the other monsters, and its body was thin and shriveled, like a stunted child. Xing-Chi looked at this strange guy and grabbed a handful of the Clouded Leopard's fur with some caution. The Clouded Leopard arched its back, and it sensed the unusualness of its opponent, and let out a threatening growl from its throat. Xing-Chi took 2 steps back, leaving the Clouded Leopard room to play, but the thin monster suddenly disappeared, and its gray-green body flashed in front of Xing-Chi's eyes in the next moment, and opened its mouth. Chi-chi-chi countless black tentacles rushed out of its mouth, as thick as octopus tentacles, but much more flexible than octopus feet. Xing-Chi dodged quickly. The arena was a circle, and there was no dead corner. As long as he dodged quickly enough, those tentacles couldn't touch him for a while. Xing-Chi rolled on the ground. Although he avoided the encirclement of the tentacles, his knees hit the floor heavily, making a tooth-grinding sound of bone dislocation. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. Xing-Chi supported himself on the ground with one hand, and the Clouded Leopard flew over to protect him behind him. Who knew that Xing-Chi ordered in a stern voice, "Don't come over." His reminder was still a step too late. The tentacles in the monster's mouth did not retreat, but stretched out more legs and rushed towards the Clouded Leopard frantically. At the same time, a ball of extremely hot blue flames fell from the sky and burned the Clouded Leopard. With 2 sides attacking, if the Clouded Leopard deviated a step, Xing-Chi behind him would be killed by the tentacles or flames. It stood there abruptly, blocking the double attack of flames and tentacles, and was finally swallowed into the monster's mouth, turning into dots of white light that spread in the air. Xing-Chi gritted his teeth and stood up, looking in the direction where the flames were projected, and as expected, he saw Xiaishi's face flashing in the audience. In the manner, Fuzi and Shintiani were caught off guard by this sudden change. With little time left, the situation was reversed. Shintiani looked at Xiaishi's appearance, and she didn't know whether she was happy or speechless. Her answer was the same as Fuzi's. They both wrote that Xing-Chi would win. Now, if Xing-Chi lost, she and Fuzi would have to play. But if Xing-Chi died, the other side would also lose a guide. Shintiani weighed the pros and cons, and still did not move. Xing-Chi's situation was very critical. Xiaishi and the monster seemed to be in the same group. They attacked in tacit understanding. It should be the guide on their side, who was behind the scenes. Ina's hand card had been used once, and it could not be released again in this round. Before Fuzi issued an order, Xing-Chi suddenly released his own hand card. I help myself. But as a guide, his spirit body is not very aggressive. How can he turn the tables against Xiaishi and the tentacle monster? Fuzi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she saw Xing-Chi's expression on the arena suddenly changed. His mental power instantly expanded more than 10 times, and the entire arena was covered by an invisible barrier. The hot light hit the ground, and Xing-Qi's shadow and the monster's shadow gradually overlapped. Xing-Qi's expression was not serious, nor was he solemn about the line between life and death. Instead, he felt irritable as if he had just been awakened from a beautiful dream. Xing-Qi stared at the thin monster and slowly said, "You will die in the next second." The thin monster had tentacles flying in its open mouth. Hearing this, he just froze, and then quickly flew towards Xing-Qi, seemingly not taking his threat seriously. Bang! A ball of dark liquid exploded on the arena, like a wave stirred up by a ball thrown into the Dead Sea. There was no pre-swing and no preview. The tentacle monster that was showing off just now exploded. The whole place was in uproar. What? What kind of ability is this? What was the card he just threw? Why did it have this effect? If I'm not mistaken, what's the difference between this ability and the word spirit? Xing-Qi rubbed his temples, his expression unclear. Fu Si slowly turned his head to look at the Xing-Qi replica sitting next to him, but saw the other party's unchanging smile. Chapter 86. The situation reversed again, and Xing-Qi became the only person standing on the arena. Xing-Qi looked up in the direction of Xiaishi. She was hiding in the audience. In terms of identity, she seemed to have jumped out of the inherent circle of the prison. The competition will not arrange the identities of the contestants to be too different. If the information they have is not equal, it will be unfair. This is absolutely impossible to happen in the competition. Xing-Qi turned his eyes away. The monster that just exploded and died had a strong mental fluctuation. If I guess correctly, it should be controlled by the guide. These monsters have basically zero autonomous thinking ability, and it is not difficult to control them through the spirit body. Ahem. Xing-Qi covered his chest and panted twice. The mental attack just now was too mentally exhausting. If it weren't for... Xing-Qi recalled that feeling, and couldn't help but shudder on his back, and there was a slight tremor. The collision of two very similar souls produced an effect beyond imagination. Xing-Qi blinked. This is probably a dual-threaded world. In addition to them, there is another world operating at the same time. Xing-Qi was very familiar with his spiritual body, not to mention the undisguised, purest source of power. These thoughts flashed through Xing-Qi's mind for only a moment, and everyone saw him standing there blankly, as if he was shocked by the change just now. No matter what, Xing-Qi became the winner of this round. Xing-Qi's name was filled in on the test papers of Fu Si and Shintiani. In this round, no one was eliminated because of the card questions. Shintiani did not play any cards in this round, and his state remained good. Xing-Qi played his hand cards on Fu Si's side, Ina played his hand cards, and Fu Si played an auxiliary card. The value of these cards is far less valuable than a guide, and Fu Si did not regret using so many resources to protect him. Moreover, in this round, Xiaishi has already revealed himself in another world, and the situation has become much clearer. Xing-Qi was taken off the arena, and his wrists were chained again. Ina blocked him behind her and communicated with him obscurely. "Did you find it too?" Ina asked. Xing-Qi whispered, "In a dual-threaded world, there will probably be clones to confuse the vision, and killing the real opponent is the ultimate way to win." Ina shared his point of view. From the appearance of the clouded leopard, it is not difficult to see that another world is interfering with the development of this world. The means of interference discovered so far include, but are not limited to spiritual body investment and core investment. There is no restriction on the use of mutation skills, but there is a certain time limit. Ina turned her eyes to Fuzi, and found that her eyes seemed to have been lingering on the audience seats in the distance. "What's wrong?" Ina approached her and asked. "This clone has the same physical qualities as the original, except for his personality, so he is a very useful fighting force. As long as he doesn't encounter an abstract enemy. The last tentacle monster that came on stage had a faint heartbeat in addition to the spiritual fluctuations of the guide." Ina frowned. Just now, her attention was all on Xing-Qi, and she didn't notice this small detail. The monsters here have no signs of life, but the tentacle monster has a heartbeat, which is obviously unusual. Ina looked around. The guards and monsters here had no signs of life. Considering their unusual skin color and appearance, perhaps from a certain perspective, they are the same species. The tentacle monster was obviously slightly higher than the guards and the gray-green monsters, and had elementary thinking ability and vital signs. Xing-Qi had been in a bad state since the beginning. It was not quite right to say that he was scared. If one had to describe it in one word, it was more like laziness. Some guides or sentinels would show such mental laziness during the vacuum period after using the spirit body mutation skill, but that was only a symptom of a small number of people, and it mostly appeared in the early stage of the spirit-body awakening. How could Xingqi have such a situation? Ina did not go into it, but just reminded the three people, "We have to leave here." The guards walked onto the stage in twos and threes to clean up the mess. There were not only various broken limbs, but also many monsters with incomplete limbs who had a breath left. Their self-healing ability seemed to be very strong. As long as the head was still there, they could survive even if their bodies were rotten into sieves. Ina and Fusey walked in front, watching the guards split into two teams and walked in two completely different directions. Ina observed for half a minute and found that the monsters with broken bodies were sent to a deep corridor, while the monsters on the way they came were relatively intact. What's going on? Garbage sorting? Ina and Fusey looked at each other and returned to the same path. It seems that the monsters that were not destroyed in the arena will be sent back to the transparent cells. Luo Yi's whereabouts are still unknown. Ina actually wants to act separately from Fusey, but she is worried that she is a clone and cannot let her be with the two guides. The damage between teammates is not exempted. If Fusey really wants to do something to Inan or Xingqi, the two of them can basically lie down and die. Because of this relationship, Ina did not act rashly. Can we contact Luo Yi? Ina and Inan communicated secretly. For some reason, we have not been able to locate his specific location. Inan was also a little confused. Ina had a bad feeling. Could it be that the real Luo Yi was in another world with Fusey, and the Luo Yi in this world was also a clone, so Inan could not locate his specific location? Ina shared this conjecture with Xingqi and Inan, and received voices of approval. Seeing that the transparent cell was in sight, Ina finally made a comprehensive plan. Ina and Fusey disguised identities were very useful. At least after reducing the heart rate and blood flow rate, the monsters and guards would not regard them as aliens. And Xingqi and Inan were safer in these cells. So, the four of them split into two groups again. Ina and Fusey went to find Xiaishi and the guide who had been peeping at them, and Xingqi and Inan stayed here to meet them. Of course, when sending them back to the cell, Ina did some tricks. The door could not be opened from the outside, but as long as it was gently pushed from the inside, it would naturally come out. In fact, Ina's worries were completely unnecessary. Xingqi released his spiritual body before entering and found a commanding height to overlook the overall situation. Not only could he observe the hidden people in the dark, but he could also detect danger in time. After settling them down, Ina and Fusey walked up along the guards coming and going. In that scene just now, we can probably get a glimpse of the basic structure of this prison. The location of the arena is relatively low, and above it, in addition to the audience seats, there are many iron cages hanging in the air. Those iron cages are empty, the lights are too dazzling, and Ina has no time to observe the details. Now that she has the opportunity, she still has to explore upwards. Ina and Fusey walk side by side, but she always felt that her path was getting narrower and narrower, and she was about to be squeezed against the wall. Ina turned her head to look at Fusey in surprise, and saw that she tried her best to avoid the guards, as if she was very reluctant to be in the same air with them. It was not obvious when she was standing apart on the arena just now, but now it was fully reflected in the dark and narrow corridor. Ina, She wanted to laugh, but felt it was inappropriate. How could she be so scared? Obviously, those guards could not withstand the force of her finger, and crushing them to death was like crushing ants, but she still felt scared. Novelty. Ina rarely saw Fusey showing her weak side. Even though she knew that this was not Fusey herself, but just a set of data materialized by the competition system, and it still had many flaws, she still found it interesting. Fusey suddenly said, "Why don't these guards have faces?" Ina was a little stunned. "What do you think?" "I think the monsters imprisoned in this prison, the guards, who guard the monsters, and the audience watching the duel are all different forms of the same species." She spoke calmly, and used declarative sentences. Ina also had a vague guess in her mind, but since she didn't understand the mechanism of the replicants, she couldn't rashly confront Fusey. Now that she took the initiative to bring it up, she couldn't help but let down some of her guard. Fusey then said, "But even if you know this information, it's useless. According to my observation, they have no obvious weaknesses. After losing the connection between the head and the body, they will enter a state of death in the conventional sense." Ina nodded inaudibly to express her agreement. Indeed, even if you know that these things are essentially different forms of the same species, you still have to face them. Chapter 87. Suddenly, Fusey raised her head and whispered, "Did you hear it?" Ina hurriedly listened carefully. Except for the footsteps coming and going around, she didn't hear any strange sounds. "What?" Fusey lowered her head, as if she was still trying to identify the source of the sound. Didn't you hear it? The sound of mollusks crawling is approaching our direction. Paw, gurgle. Gurgle is the sound of sticky liquid covering the metal pipe and then sliding down the gap. Fusey looked a little solemn. Ina couldn't see it because she was wearing a mask, otherwise she would have appreciated her frightened look again. Leave here now. Fusey growled, and her body immediately walked away in one direction. The corridors here are very strangely divided, with a large road and a small road, and every corner looks the same. There are no road signs or marks to point to. Even people with a good sense of direction may not be able to find the right way here. Ina had always relied on the Sentinel's natural sense of direction and sound to find the way, but now she could only follow Fusey on a completely unfamiliar road. Following Fusey, Ina gradually heard a strange sound of water. Listening carefully, it really sounded like the sound of a mollusk crawling on the wall. If you have to find an adjective, it's a bit like the sound of a snail crawling slowly, but what kind of snail can make such a big noise? Giant snail. Ina imagined the scene. She didn't like mollusk very much. If it was a small snail, she could still praise it as cute, but if it was larger than a human body, it would be a bit disgusting. Thinking of this, Ina quickened her pace and followed behind Fusey, but found that the road was getting wider and wider, and the color of the wall became strange, with a little white spot in the black, like some kind of stone. Ina touched it casually. It was very smooth and slightly warm, and she didn't know if it was because of some pipes buried behind it. Fusey suddenly stopped and stretched out her hand to stop Ina's forward steps. No. The two had completely entered a new area, where the vision was wide, and the ceiling was very high, so there was no need to worry about someone hiding in the dark to attack them. Similarly, there was no shelter here, and anyone here was exposed and became a live target. What's wrong? Ina asked. Her perception was not as sensitive as Fusey's, and she could only hear some sounds intermittently, and those sounds were very far away, and she didn't think they posed a threat. Fusey slowly took off the mask and smiled bitterly. We seem to have walked into a trap. Ina looked around. This place obviously could not hide people. There were no guards around, unless the walls here were hidden. Ina put her hand on the wall again to feel it. Except for the warm touch, there was nothing unusual. Fusey turned around and shouted to a corner. You deliberately led us here, and you still want to be a turtle? In the corner that was originally empty, the petite figure of a girl slowly emerged. This is the last guide of Atlanticus, Lin-chun. She is very petite, with a little baby fat on her face, and big and bright almond eyes. She is a very typical guiding guide, non-aggressive and full of affinity. How did you find me? Her voice was soft and had a strange mechanical feeling, a bit like an undeveloped bionic AI. Fusey did not answer, but just stared at her quietly, speculating on the possibility of a fatal move. Ina remembered that although Lin-chun was a guiding guide, her spirit body was a bit similar to Luo-yi. Both of them had the ability of mimicry, and the spirit body's mutation skills were unknown. It was very likely that she was the eye that had been secretly observing them. Ina couldn't help but wonder, why didn't she notice the existence of this guide at all? Lin-chun raised her eyes. Tianyi is right. Your 5 senses are far superior to ordinary sentinels, and you will change the original route because of some minor movements. Fusey couldn't tell whether this was a compliment or a veiled criticism of her. It is worth noting that Lin-chun seemed to be stalling for time, and her purpose of stalling for time. Fusey raised her head suddenly. You want to attack Xingqi? You are very skilled in luring the tiger away from the mountain. Lin-chun's face was calm, and her voice was still flat. It's useless to react. They should have been buried in the snake's belly by now. Fusey was not surprised by this sentence. She moved her wrist. It doesn't matter. You will also have to go to the waiting area to wait soon. Her murderous intention was obvious, but Lin-chun was not in a hurry. She raised her black and white eyes, and there was a sense of determination in her calmness. Qualified chess pieces will choose the way to die that maximizes their benefits. Guji guji. Paw. The sound of the mollusk crawling was suddenly amplified dozens of times, as if it was crawling next to the ear. Ina looked around, and suddenly found that the walls were not completely closed. There were some tiny gaps between them, which were very difficult to detect due to color and light. At this moment, the gaps suddenly became much larger, and the things hidden inside came alive, and stretched out their bodies. Fusey took 2 steps back involuntarily, and even wanted to hide behind Ina. Those things that crawled out of the wall were fat-headed snakes as thick as arms. Their bodies were gray. If you look closely, you will find that they are translucent, and you can even see the beating internal organs inside. The gray bodies are because their blood and internal organs are black and gray. This color often symbolizes poison. It seems that Xingqi and his team have also encountered such things. Ina watched more and more snakes gather here. Their size is not terrible, ranging from 1 meter to 3 meters long, but there are so many that they can be crushed to death by weight alone. A low hum came from behind Ina, and at the same time, Fusey trembled slightly in fear. No way, you're still afraid of snakes? This fear threshold is too low. It's okay to be afraid of faceless guards and ugly monsters, but you're not immune to animals. Do you remember the way back? Ina lowered her voice, so that only Fusey could hear it. Fusey tried her best to stay calm, even though her trembling fingers had exposed her inner panic. You mean let me go back? Ina observed the movements of the snakes and said, Xingqi and Inan are not so easily invaded by the snakes. Going back as soon as possible may relieve their crisis. After that, she remembered something and paused. Forget it, let's deal with Lin Chun first, and I go with you. Ina's spirit body appeared instantly. The huge clouded leopard crushed the snakes like crushing ants. It would only take some time at most, and could not threaten their lives at all. Lin Chun slowly spread out her palm, and a palm-sized dead leaf butterfly appeared in her palm. Have fun. Lin Chun whispered a word, and her figure had disappeared from the spot. Ina knew that she was not teleporting out of thin air, but hiding in the huge snakes. As a master of mimicry, the dead leaf butterfly, like the chameleon spirit body, is good at disguising in a complex environment and giving the enemy omnipresent hidden arrows. Ina slowly exhaled and said in a light voice, if a guy who is good at disguising loses the environment itself, how long can he last? The spirit body's mutation skill, Daytime, was activated instantly, and countless dazzling lights spread out from under the clouded leopard's fur, instantly replacing the clouded leopard's original snow-white fur, turning it into a beam of light that is like a line, thin as a hair, and bright as a star. The highest form of the spirit body is nothing more than a fusion with the Sentinel himself, thus achieving another sense of unity of mind and body. But now, the clouded leopard has obviously entered another sense of form, completely abandoning the appearance of an animal, more like a star mimicry. It is dazzlingly bright and outstandingly beautiful. The picture is full of strange beauty, which is also a rare sight on the field. Lin Chun hid in the back, staring wide-eyed in astonishment, and soon because of the dazzling light, tears welled up, the nose was sore, and she could no longer look straight. Opposite her, Ina did not move her feet, carelessly stroked the clouded leopard's head, and opened her lips to order, quick battle and quick decision. The fierce and brutal clouded leopard was as obedient as a cat that just woke up under her command. It was completely awake when it heard the order, growled, arched its back, and the dazzling light enveloped every corner again. Lin Chun couldn't understand what the effect of this spiritual body mutation skill was at first, until he heard the roar of the beast in his ears, and the eardrum and eyes felt the same stinging pain, accompanied by the sound of balloons bursting. Those gray snakes, all like inflated balloons, exploded one after another and died. Lin Chun said in disbelief, "These snakes are highly poisonous, you are killing yourself in reverse." "Oh, thank you for reminding me." Ina snapped her fingers. In an instant, the dazzling light took on a scorching temperature, and the blood and tissue fluid splashed with the explosion evaporated completely under the high temperature, without a drop touching the corner of Ina's clothes. But the toxicity will not dissipate with the disappearance of the liquid. Ina coughed twice. Let's go back. The immunity of the Sentinel is much higher than that of the guide. She and Fusey can hold on here for a while, but Lin Chun can't. In just a dozen seconds, Lin Chun's mouth, nose, ears and eyes were bleeding. Black and purple blood drew blood marks from her eyes. She curled up in pain and said with difficulty, "Such a spiritual body." Cough cough. Mutation skills. Cough cough, it was exposed in the semifinals. Cough cough. Ina didn't care about her dying declaration. Shintiani could send Lin Chun here to kill them, just to consume them and delay time. Xingqi and Inan's situation was not optimistic. At this time, they must rush back as soon as possible. As for the exposure of the spirit's mutated skills, Ina said nonchalantly, "I am not the main force of our team, I am just paddling." The light gradually dimmed, and the scene was full of blood and snake bones. At first glance, it looked like a large illegal slaughterhouse. Ina glanced at Fusey, who was hiding behind, shook her head. "Let's go." Fusey quickly adjusted her expression, and took Ina to the transparent cell. In this confrontation, Atlanticus lost a guide. Apate's loss is unknown. Chapter 88. Xingqi originally sat quietly in the corner of the glass cell, with his spirit body outside for reconnaissance, minimizing the consumption of his body. The guards here come and go, and careful observation reveals that their walking speed and rotation pattern are very simple, as if they are robots with set programs, and have no self-walking consciousness at all. Bai Qiong bird stood at the entrance of the ventilation duct above, overlooking the entire ground from a high position. Suddenly, it seemed to notice something, turned its head, and came face to face with the half-human high-gray snake. Xing-Chi suddenly opened his eyes, and Bai Qiong returned to Xing-Chi's spiritual sea. Xing-Chi raised his head, and the walls around him were covered with large and small ventilation holes, and at this moment, these ventilation ducts were crawling with sticky and cold gray snakes. The sound of the snakes rubbing against the ducts suddenly became harsh, as if there were thousands of snakes colliding in the ducts. It is impossible for so many of these things to gather in a short period of time. They are likely to have been dormant in the ducts, but now they suddenly gathered here for the same purpose. Recalling the vague surveillance before, Xing-Chi's face darkened slightly. Inan was not far from him, so he passed this message to him, telling him not to open the cell door casually. The snakes were obviously targeting him and Inan. The snakes were surrounding them, and their heads were facing the same direction. They were very aggressive, and would not disperse easily. Xing-Chi lowered his eyes. The snakes were moving very fast. It was too late to ask Ina for help at this time. Fortunately, the cell here was a natural shelter. As long as they didn't go out, they could hold on until Ina came back. Bang! A loud bang exploded above his head. Xing-Chi looked up and saw countless gray-black snakes pouring down above his head. They huddled together and smashed on Xing-Chi's head. It only sounded like a muffled sound, but the number was not to be underestimated. Xing-Chi's eyelashes trembled slightly. They wanted to trap him to death here. Whether he got out or not, he would die. Despite the disaster, Xing-Chi's face showed no fear at all, but a strange calmness. Click. Xing-Chi opened the prison door without changing his expression and walked out. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of being eaten to pieces? It's over. The guide who was desperate in the last round is sick and ready to die in this round. Do they have any more cards? No way, there are no new card questions on the other side, and the situation in the prison has not been synchronized to the manner. So he wants to be eliminated early? Choose a decent way to die. How can you be so depressed?" It's no wonder that everyone complained. The number of snakes outside the cell can be described as overwhelming. Those monsters with lifeless eyes were startled by the movement here and looked around, excited and a little irritable. Xing-Chi opened the door calmly, as if it was not enough, and took 2 steps outside. Now, he was completely exposed to the sight of the snakes. Then, the bloody and violent scene that everyone expected did not appear. Instead, the snakes were quiet for a moment, and then swooshed backwards, forming a vacuum area around Xing-Chi. Xing-Chi took 2 more steps forward, and the snakes, as if they had seen some terrifying monster, hurriedly made room for him. With Xing-Chi as the center, there is no snake shadow within a 2-meter radius. Fuck. What's going on? Why is this happening? This scene. Why do I feel so familiar? Oh my god, I also remember that scene in the previous desert dungeon, when the Master Mashu fought against a group of mutant sand wolves. Yes, that scene was really thrilling to watch, and it still feels so good to think about it now. The spirit of Mashu has an innate suppression on sand wolves, but the spirit of this guide can't form biological suppression on snakes at all. Strange, really strange, is there something on him that can resist snakes? But the other guide of Apat is not so lucky. This further proves that immunity to snakes is unique to him, otherwise why didn't he share it with another guide? That's right, I will study the replay carefully after the game to see if I missed any details. Everyone was talking about it. Apat, an inconspicuous guide, actually has such a wonderful trait. Xing-Chi didn't know how much of a stir this scene had caused. He turned around and looked behind him. The cell where he had been imprisoned finally collapsed under the weight, making a loud noise. The monsters around him started to stir, roaring and smashing the wall, trying to break out of the cell. Xing-Chi frowned. Although these little things couldn't hurt him, the noise here was too loud, and the guards would come soon. Xing-Chi didn't want to confront them head-on. Thinking of this, he looked up to confirm his position. Inan was far away from him. If the snake group attacked both of them at the same time, he could only collect Inan's body if he rushed over now. So Xing-Chi decisively turned around and walked on another road. This was a secret passage he had just discovered when he released his spirit body. It seemed that no guard would leave from here, but every half an hour, a guard would pull a monster away from here. Xing-Chi was alert to the patrol route of the guards while walking, trying to avoid every guard attracted by the sound. Fortunately, there are many shelters here. As long as the blind spots of vision are used reasonably, it is not difficult to move to the entrance of the secret passage. Xing-Chi was safe, but Fuxi faced a new crisis. In a manner, the waiter turned the hourglass upside down again, which indicated that a new round of card questions was about to begin. "Two beautiful ladies, are you ready for the next card question?" the waiter said loudly. For some reason, Fuzi heard a hint of excitement and a little impatience from his serious tone. Before Fuzi could think about it, the waiter continued, "Excuse me, who can walk out of this room?" The picture on the screen turned, and 3 clear figures appeared on it. Fuzi looked closely, and saw that the 3 figures were Shintiani, Weining and Luo Yi. To be precise, they were Shintiani's clone, Luo Yi himself, and Weining herself. Seeing this scene, Shintiani's expression was a little subtle. She had roughly known the difference between the clone and the original, but she still couldn't imagine what kind of personality her clone would have. Shintiani just had a gloomy face, and didn't say anything. The situation on their side didn't allow them to say anything. The reason was that the 3 of them were above a huge furnace. Luo Yi was in a coma for some reason, and Shintiani and Weining were still awake. But the situation was not optimistic. Luo Yi was locked in a square iron cage alone, while Shintiani and Weining were locked in another iron cage. The 2 iron cages were descending at a constant speed, getting closer and closer to the hot furnace. Shintiani seemed to have just woken up, and Weining was saying something quickly in her ear. But Shintiani did not respond for a long time, maintaining that dazed look. Weining realized that something was wrong, and a snow-white lily of the valley condensed on her fingertips, and her mind tentacles were attached to the back of Shintiani's neck. Wenying's face changed, and she took 2 steps back in disbelief. This was not the Shintiani she was familiar with. The mental feedback could not deceive people. She had just explored a completely unfamiliar spiritual sea. At this moment, Shintiani suddenly came back to her senses, seemed a little dissatisfied, and pulled off Wenying's thawed tentacles with disgust, saying coldly, "Don't touch me." Wenying tried her best to keep a distance from her, but she had no choice because of the restrictions of the iron cage, and she shrank in the corner, at a loss. Wenying is a very typical guide-type guide. She looks weak and not aggressive at all. She shrank there like a hamster that was slapped, so pitiful. In a manner, Shintiani saw this scene, and couldn't help but frown. Her face was as gloomy as dead water, and she was even more unhappy than losing the card game. Fuzi looked at her for 2 seconds and smiled knowingly. Shintiani likes Wenying, and the strong possessiveness and protectiveness of the sentinel for the guide is difficult to conceal. Before this, Shintiani had always hidden her emotions very well, but it was exposed at this moment. The replica just recorded this strong emotion, causing the replica to hate Wenying the most, and naturally could not tolerate Wenying's thought tentacles touching herself. Fuzi thought with some amusement that after this competition, Shintiani had lost both the competition and the guide. Just thinking about it was interesting. On the other side, Wenying asked tremblingly, "Captain, no, you are not the captain, who are you?" Shintiani didn't even look at her. She was studying how to open the iron cage under her feet. The hardness of this thing was not high, but there was no foothold around. Even if the cage was opened, without a flying spirit body, it would still be buried in the sea of fire. Luo Yi was still unconscious, and the hourglass had turned upside down. There was not much time left for this question. The card question was, who can walk out of this room? Fuzi didn't think that Luo Yi's use of the space wormhole to transfer out of this space would be considered as completing the question. Perhaps, this room still has a mystery? Fuzi looked carefully. This room was cylindrical, smooth and empty around, only the bottom was rising with hot lava. Anything that fell into it would become part of the lava. 2 iron cages were suspended in the middle, and countless black iron cages were suspended above them, which looked somewhat similar to the arena. Those iron cages were empty, only Luo Yi and Shintiani iron cages were descending. Observing carefully, Shintiani iron cage descended a little faster than Luo Yi's, which resulted in the 2 iron cages not being at the same height. Fuzi speculated that this was due to weight. Shintiani and Wenying's combined weight was heavier than Luo Yi, so their iron cages descended faster. When she thought of this, Shintiani obviously also thought that she had not found a way to escape, and she had to slow down the speed of the iron cage's descent. Wenying looked at the eyes of Shintiani falling on her, and her heart jumped. She had never seen Shintiani show such an expression to her. Although the captain was taciturn, she was always gentle, and the eyes she looked at her were also full of tolerance and recognition. Even though she was still a rookie, and even though her mental and physical abilities were not outstanding, the captain still took her to the mic competition without hesitation. "It doesn't matter, you are very good, don't think the competition is too scary." What Shintiani said to her before the game was still echoing in her ears. The Shintiani in front of her said coldly, "Do you want to jump down by yourself, or do I throw you down?" Chapter 89. Wenying's lips moved a few times, but she didn't say anything in the end. She just looked at Shintiani in front of her silently. You need to maintain your fighting power at this time. I don't need to repeat the reason, right? Shintiani said it patiently. Seeing that Wen Ying had no reaction, the irritability in her heart surged up again, and a trace of confusion appeared on her face. Obviously Wen Ying was her team member. Why did she hate her so much in her heart, and wished she would die now? This emotion was obviously generated by her, but she didn't know the reason. Fusey looked at the tangled and contradictory look of Shintiani's clone, and couldn't help laughing. She didn't care about Shintiani's face at all. Love is the most complicated emotion. Arrogance, fear, and blindness are just some extreme cases of personality. The behavior of the clone will not have logical errors, but once it is replaced by more complicated emotions, everything is different. The conversation between Shintiani and Wen Ying woke Luoyi up. He opened his eyes with great effort, but was shocked by the scene in front of him. Red lava with golden color flowed under his feet, not far away but close. Luoyi blinked and realized belatedly that this was the competition site, and he was above the hot lava. The iron cage kept ascending. Luoyi looked around in panic, but he didn't see any place to land. Only the iron cage group above him, that was getting farther and farther away, seemed to be useful. Luoyi didn't hesitate, and the mental body mutation skill was activated instantly. The wormhole swallowed his body, but spit him out mercilessly the next moment. Luoyi, ? He didn't give up, and used the mental body mutation skill again, but it didn't cause any substantial effect except that his mental power was consumed. I didn't die from the heat last time, but I'm going to be melted alive this time. Luoyi muttered to himself, his emerald green eyes lost their vitality, like withered grass. Shintiani stared coldly at the blonde man opposite him. His spiritual body mutation skills were very tricky. If even he couldn't escape from here, it would be difficult to find a way out in this game. Wen Ying tried her best to keep a distance from her. She suppressed her inner uneasiness and said softly, "Look there." Shintiani's eyes drifted over. Not far above the lava, there was a not very obvious dent, and next to it was a string of strange symbols. Luoyi also looked over, but didn't see anything wrong. The iron cage was constantly descending, and the iron cage on the opposite side was descending faster than him. According to this trend, the two people on the opposite side would embrace the lava faster than him. Shintiani also understood this truth. She didn't notice the dent just now, but she could only see it when the iron cage dropped to a certain height. Does this mean that dropping faster is actually a good thing? Shintiani calmly retracted her gaze. Now it seems that Wen Ying's presence helped her get more information. Shintiani wanted to apologize for her judgment just now, but the words turned out to be, "It's in the way." Wen Ying lowered her head, and tears flashed in her eyes. Shintiani herself, who was watching in the manner, said, "Shock. When will this crappy game end?" Fusey watched the show from the side, and very kindly took out an auxiliary card and threw it in to help Shintiani quickly end this tormenting game. The Libra auxiliary card was thrown into the scene by Fusey, and immediately began to take effect. The two iron cages were originally descending at a constant speed, and they were still quite far from the lava below. Clanged the iron cages of Shintiani, and Wen Ying suddenly began to descend rapidly, and at the same time Luoyi's iron cage began to rise rapidly. The two iron cages were like scales, with extremely unequal weights, one descending and the other taking off. Luoyi was caught off guard by this sudden change, and stopped trying to activate the spiritual body mutation skill. He stayed still honestly. The crisis was resolved in an unexpected way, and Luoyi breathed a sigh of relief. Shintiani and Wen Ying's situation was not so easy. They could even feel the heat coming from their feet, like two grasshoppers on the stove. Wen Ying pursed her lips tightly, as if she had foreseen her own end. Shintiani refused to accept her fate. A blue light flashed, and the bottom of the cage under her feet suddenly formed white frost, and the temperature dropped sharply. It wasn't just the bottom of the cage that was frosted. The lava directly below them was also showing a tendency to solidify, and a layer of white frost slowly emerged. Fusey knocked on the table and praised, "What a powerful skill, it was exposed just like that." Shintiani ignored her. This was the spiritual body mutation skill, Winter Returns, emitted by the clone, which could instantly freeze all states of the target. It was a very powerful control skill. If it was left in the subsequent confrontation, it could achieve an unexpected effect. However, if she was present, she would not hide her weakness at such a critical moment. In addition to converting love into disgust, the clone completely followed her own decision in other aspects. Shintiani sneered. She was in no mood to play along with Fusey. All her emotions were exposed, including her determination to win the game. You're going to lose this round. Shintiani stopped talking, and Seiichi threw in her own cards. Seiichi's spirit body was full of passionate vitality, just like her. The red flamingos were different from the docile and friendly ones in the previous era. After biological evolution, they were full of aggression. Their gorgeous feathers were responsible for attracting prey, and their sharp claws were responsible for tearing the prey's heads. Luo Yi sensed the danger coming and looked up. The huge wings covered the sky, and countless flames poured down, giving Luo Yi a face-to-face meteor shower. Luo Yi's first reaction was that they were coming for him, but he didn't expect that the flames would go up along the iron chain and melt his life-saving straw. Luo Yi, His mood was up and down. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yi fell down at the speed of free fall, and was about to become a part of the magma. Luo Yi's heart beat violently, and he kept trying to activate the spiritual body mutation skills, silently saying in his heart, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I will be scolded, I will be scolded, I will be scolded. I don't know if his desire to survive was too strong and stimulated his potential. The miniature wormhole finally accepted him again, and did not exclude him. Luo Yi was happy in his heart, but he looked up and saw the cold face of Shintiani. And the safety platform that Shintiani just condensed was under his feet. The atmosphere was a little cold. Luo Yi smiled awkwardly, sharing is a virtue. Before he finished speaking, a strong wind hit him in the face. Luo Yi bent down to dodge, but forgot that there was magma rolling behind him. It didn't matter if he dodged, but half of his foot almost stepped into the magma. The severe pain made his mind extremely clear. Luo Yi did not attack but retreated. The space condensed by the white frost was very limited. Shintiani's attack was unreserved, and he would destroy himself without counterattack. Wenning saw his intention and quickly warned him, be careful. Luo Yi saw that Shintiani was about to fall into the lava because of the excessive force, but he saw that the opponent's waist was bent to the limit and easily resolved the crisis. Luo Yi's skin jumped slightly. This scene reminded him of the time when Fusey and he practiced alone. Every time he exerted force, the opponent would easily relieve the force and return it in full. The flexibility of women was beyond his reach in close combat. Shintiani did not change her expression. The white frost platform she condensed was very limited, and most male sentinels were not good at fighting in such a narrow space. Shintiani was confident that she could solve the opponent within 2 moves. Seeing that Shintiani was coming with bad intentions, Luo Yi could only bite the bullet and take the attack, but suddenly felt a tingling scalp and risked being knocked off the platform and dodged to the side. I saw that a meteor fell from the sky at the position where he originally fought, smashing a half-meter round gap, and the lava rolled up. Luo Yi dodged in time, and was not affected by the sudden attack, but Shintiani was not so lucky. Half of her palm was rubbed by the meteor, and the skin was burned through, revealing the tender red muscle texture underneath, which was a little charred. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. She was also very angry. Shintiani once again activated the spiritual body mutation skill, Winter Returns, to fill the gap on the ground to prevent the magma from surging up, and at the same time froze her arm to stop bleeding and pain. She looked up, stared at the flamingo in the air, and cursed softly. Luo Yi, It turned out to be a friendly army. Shintiani and Seiichi have been at odds for a long time. It cannot be said that they have no tacit understanding in their cooperation, but it can only be said that they are lucky not to kill each other. In the previous top 16 match, Seiichi and Shintiani found the last 2 guides of the enemy at the same time. When they were about to fight, Seiichi suddenly said that she didn't want to kill the red-haired guide because she liked red. Shintiani asked her to watch her while she fought. The result is predictable. Seiichi actually protected the guide of the other side. The two fought fiercely. In the end, the 2 guides were affected by the spiritual body mutation skills of the 2 and both died. This ended the game. This is what Luo Yi saw in the game information sent by Fusey. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that the 2 teamed up to participate in the game for victory rather than to annoy the other side. Shintiani looked down at her burned palm. The low temperature temporarily paralyzed her pain, and did not affect her actions for the time being. In the manner, Shintiani looked at Seiichi, or to be more precise, Seiichi's replica. What are you doing? Seiichi looked at his fingernails boredly, and said casually, I'm helping you. Can't you see? Shintiani undoubtedly argued with him, and asked her to take back her spirit body, and not make trouble. Fortunately, as the captain, she still had some prestige. The flamingo disappeared over the lava. Luo Yi secretly said that it was not good. The friendly forces disappeared, and he was left fighting alone. Luo Yi turned his head hurriedly, but found a strange dent next to him, with 2 symbols written next to it. Luo Yi understood it without any hindrance. 1 meter. What does it mean? Luo Yi blinked and continued to look down, but did not find other similar symbols. Shintiani didn't give him another chance to explore. She could push Luo Yi down with one hand. Luo Yi fled in a hurry, but he couldn't hold on for too long because of the limited space. Shintiani swept across, and Luo Yi lost his balance and fell backwards. It's over, Luo Yi wailed in his heart. Plop! The tall blonde young man fell into the magma, and without even struggling, his figure disappeared completely. Chapter 90. Luo Yi clearly felt his skin and bones dehydrated, carbonized, and dissipated. Is this what death feels like? It hurt so much, I don't want to experience it again in this life. The sound in his ears gradually faded, and Luo Yi's consciousness slowly left. Then, another sharp pain pulled his consciousness back to his body. Sizzle, sizzle. Luo Yi's whole body was burning, his flesh was growing, his bones were remodeling, and everything destroyed by the magma was healing and regenerating rapidly. What's going on? I'm not dead yet? Luo Yi opened his eyes blankly. The red magma was flowing above his head, but there was a layer of azure liquid between him and his whole body. He could still feel the heat of the magma, but he would not be burned by it. Luo Yi moved his body. His whole body was fine, but his clothes were gone. After feeling ashamed, Luo Yi once again confirmed that he was indeed burned to death by the magma, but for some reason his body was repaired again. The water around him was warm, lingering around his body, giving off a reassuring atmosphere. Was it the effect of these liquids that brought him back to life? Luo Yi turned over and took out a diving suit from his folding pocket to reduce the resistance in the water and cover his body. After recovering from the severe pain, Luo Yi realized that the water level here was not deep. There was a dent next to it, with the words 2 meters marked on it. There were 4 such dents, which means that the water level here was only 4 meters deep. The magma above looked terrifying, but in fact only the surface was floating with magma, and the water below was at room temperature, which also had a certain healing effect. Luo Yi explored downwards, and saw a ring at the bottom, with a diameter wider than his shoulder line, which should be just enough to fit him in. Luo Yi finally started to think. This magma can't kill people, and there are mysteries here. Does it mean that life and death go hand in hand? Continuing to dive down, he came to the side of the ring. Luo Yi stretched out his hand to move it, but he had no way to start. There was too little gap between the ring and the floor, and he had no point to exert force. Luo Yi stared at his hands in a dilemma. He couldn't transform into sharp claws like Aina. For this situation, he could only find another way. Before he could think of a solution, a muffled sound came from above his head, as if something heavy fell into the water. Luo Yi looked up in horror. Shintiani and Wening were wrapped in a layer of ice crystals. They passed through the lava layer without any injury, and came to the liquid layer where Luo Yi was. Oh my god, they came too fast. Luo Yi dodged backwards in a hurry, but the space here was too narrow, only 4 meters high and 10 meters wide. Where could he hide? The mutation skills could not be used, the spiritual body fusion was useless, and the strong enemy was right in front of him. Luo Yi looked left and right, and there was only one word of death in this game. Fusey didn't think so. She looked at the opposite side. You only have one last chance to use your hand card, right? Shintiani didn't answer her. Her spiritual body mutation skills alone could not create a protective layer that completely isolated the magma, but if the clone and the original spiritual body were activated together, creating a protective layer would be more than enough. In order to allow the clone and Wening to safely pass through the magma layer, Shintiani had to use the hand card again. In the card game, the number of times the hand card is used is crucial. If the hand card is used 3 times, it will be considered out. As the only real person here, Shintiani can no longer use her cards to interfere with the development of the trajectory of another world, otherwise she will be eliminated early. Fusey glanced at the screen. Luo Yi was dodging in a panic under the pressure of Shintiani. He was not good at water battles, and his agility in the water was reduced by more than half. However, he was twisted by Shintiani in just 3 moves. Feeling suffocated, bubbles kept overflowing from Luo Yi's mouth. He was close to the limit of holding his breath, and his physical strength was also close to exhaustion. This was already a dead end. Death was imminent. Luo Yi closed his eyes resignedly, and his hands and feet floated in the blue liquid. Fusey saw from the corner of her eye that Luo Yi's clone suddenly invested an auxiliary card. It was really interesting. Luo Yi himself had given up, but his clone insisted on saving himself in another world. But thinking of the difference between the clone and the real person, Fusey was not surprised. The auxiliary card was effective as soon as it was put into use. I saw that the bottom of the empty space suddenly condensed into white frost. The freezing point of this liquid is much lower than that of water. Even if the temperature drops below 0 degrees Celsius, it does not freeze. Only a thin layer of white ice crystals forms at the bottom. Fusey saw this scene and couldn't help but admire the ingenuity. Since Luo Yi himself has no chance of survival, it would be better to make the only living person on the opposite side unable to walk out. Shen Tianyi is cold resistant, but Wen Ying is not so lucky. Wen Ying's spirit body is a fragile plant system. The spirit body declines under the influence of low temperature. Now soaking in ice water at minus dozens of degrees, it will lose vital signs in a short time. Sure enough, Wen Ying curled up her body, trying to resist the low temperature, but because the temperature of her body, which had just been wrapped in ice crystals, had not yet recovered, there was no temperature to preserve. Luo Yi's spirit body is a cold-blooded animal. His body can change its own temperature according to the ambient temperature to a certain extent, and can last for a long time in this ice water. Shen Tianyi frowned and turned around to look. Wen Ying's condition took a sharp turn for the worse. Her lips and cheeks were purple, and her thin eyelids were covered with green blood vessels. It only takes a few tens of seconds for a human heart to stop beating under low temperatures, and it takes about a few minutes to lose vital signs. Shen Tianyi had no choice but to let go of Luo Yi and turn around to swim towards Wen Ying. Luo Yi felt that the god of death came to him and walked around and left. He opened his eyes blankly, only to see Shen Tianyi hugging Wen Ying for warmth. Her body temperature slowly penetrated into Wen Ying, and finally saved the guide's gradually stopped heart. This was not a solution. Luo Yi looked around, looked at the ring at the bottom, raised his head, and made a truce gesture. Shen Tianyi couldn't hold Wen Ying to keep her warm. The irritability in her heart made her want to strangle the guide's neck all the time. Under such mental and physical interference, she couldn't confront Luo Yi. Based on this premise, Shen Tianyi agreed to Luo Yi's proposal. Luo Yi came to the ring again and tried to hammer it. The ring that had just been motionless was actually drooped with a big dent. It worked. It must be that the low temperature affected the hardness of this material. Luo Yi didn't have time to think about the reason. He punched it a few more times, and directly smashed the ring unevenly, leaking air everywhere. Luo Yi grabbed the gap and lifted it up. A huge, pale face appeared in the round hole. Luo Yi was startled and quickly stepped back half a meter before he mustered up the courage to look at the thing. Its face seemed to be swollen, with a feeling of floating in water. Its eyes were wide open, but there were no pupils, and the whites of the eyes occupied the entire eye sockets. Its head was as wide as its shoulders, and Luo Yi could not see its body because it was completely blocked by its head. Shen Tianyi also saw the monster living in the round hole. It didn't look threatening, and signaled Luo Yi with his eyes to pull it out and not block the way. Luo Yi reluctantly dragged it out of the hole. When his hand touched the skin of the thing, he somehow felt something wriggling under the skin, but it returned to normal in an instant. Luo Yi thought it was his own illusion. He was about to reach the limit of holding his breath, and he had to escape from this ghost place immediately. The diameter of the hole could only allow one person to pass through, and who would walk in front became a problem again. If the person behind wanted to attack the person in front, such a narrow passage would make it difficult for them to react, let alone deal with it. Shen Tianyi obviously understood this problem, but there were two of them, so as long as Wen Ying went in first, if Luo Yi wanted to attack, she would kill him directly from behind. The air stored in his lungs had already been used up, and Luo Yi did not refuse and accepted Shen Tianyi's arrangement. The three of them entered the cave one by one. Before entering, Shen Tianyi subconsciously glanced at the monster, but found that there was nothing in its place. The monster disappeared out of thin air? Shen Tianyi had no time to be surprised, so he could only suppress his doubts and follow Luo Yi into the cave. The round hole went straight down, and the pressure tortured Wen Ying's already uncomfortable lungs. Fortunately, there was a chance to move upwards soon. Wen Ying hurriedly swam upwards, but she didn't see any light. Until she surfaced, Wen Ying took a deep breath. Her lungs hurt, but she finally felt alive. Then, Luo Yi and Shen Tianyi also surfaced, but their movements paused at the same time. Wen Ying felt nothing. If she didn't go out, she would be frozen to death. She felt the ground in front of her and climbed up impatiently, but her fingers touched a bulge. Wen Ying groped strangely. She didn't have the night vision ability of a sentinel, so she could only rely on her sense of touch. Because of the low temperature, her fingers had not fully recovered their sense of touch. She could only roughly feel that this was a bulge 2 circles larger than her palm, and there was a connected cylinder if she touched it upwards. Wen Ying suddenly reacted and let go of her hand, as if she had been electrocuted. What she just touched was a pair of feet. A pair of feet with strange shapes. Luo trembled and said, "They should not be alive." He was very scared, so he used a breath, but he didn't know that he had touched that string. Those monsters slowly twisted their necks. Wan Ying couldn't see it, but in the sight of Shintiani and Luo Yi, there was a low corridor in front of them, and there were densely packed monsters standing inside, just like the ones blocking the cave entrance just now. Those monsters had big heads and small bodies, and their bodies were only half the size of adults. They stood straight in the corridor, leaving almost no place for them to land. A tooth-grinding bone collision sound suddenly appeared in the air, and those monsters twisted their necks and looked at the three people. Luo Yi's teeth trembled, and he subconsciously stepped back, but brought a burst of water splashing. Suddenly, those monsters seemed to wake up completely, and they all took steps in their direction. Shintiani's face changed slightly, and he whispered, "Don't retreat, go forward." Wan Ying subconsciously believed the captain's order, regardless of the obstacles in front of her, and quickly relied on her spirit body to determine the path with the least monsters, and her nimble figure shuttled among the monsters. Shintiani was stunned, and flew ashore, turned around and grabbed Luo Yi, who was still retreating, and threw him up without changing his face, smashing him into the nearest group of monsters. Luo Yi panicked, but a miniature wormhole suddenly appeared, wrapped him inside, and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, the picture was interrupted. Fusey was slightly stunned, and the waiter's faintly laughing voice came to her ears. "There are only 30 seconds left before the time to hand in the paper. Please answer as soon as possible." The hourglass in the corner had only a thin layer left, and it was about to run out. Fusey turned her eyes back to the snow-white test paper. Who can walk out of this room? Is it Luo Yi, who has recovered his spiritual body transformation skills, or Wan Ying and Shintiani? Fusey added two names without hesitation. Chapter 91. Time is up, everyone, please hand in your answers. The waiter stood up, half bowed, and silently urged the two. Fusey handed in her test paper without hesitation, and glanced at the answers of her teammates beside her to confirm that their answers were the same as hers. This was also a subtle hint at the beginning of this round. Except for Shintiani and Fusey, the rest were clones synthesized by the competition system. They had no subjective desire to answer questions, and would subconsciously follow the captain's answer. Luo Yi's spiritual body mutation skills were enough for him to avoid all the damage caused by frontal attacks. The monsters piled up in the corridor were not a fatal threat to him. Fusey was willing to believe that he had the ability to walk out of the room. So Fusey wrote down the names of Wan Ying and Louis. There were too many monsters in the corridor. If Shintiani was alone, it would not be a problem to get out, but she was with Wan Ying now. Shintiani's clone was unwilling to establish a spiritual connection with Wan Ying, so she could only rely on herself. That circular passage is probably the monster's destruction passage, and the magma is the isolation zone created to prevent the monster from reaching the top. The function of the liquid below is unknown, and it should not be a simple repair liquid. The function remains to be determined. Those monsters are incredibly strong and fast, relying on heat and sound to obtain the location of their prey, and they are endless. Fusey does not think that Shintiani can escape with a guide, so they must make a choice. Either Shintiani leaves Wan Ying behind and escapes alone, or Shintiani sacrifices her life and lets Wan Ying go first while she covers the rear. No matter which method is used, it is impossible for both of them to survive. Fusey lowered her eyes. Neither Shintiani herself nor her clone would leave Wan Ying behind to escape. Shintiani was the captain of Atlanticus. She could not leave any of her team members behind. The waiter collected the test papers one by one and put them beside him. Fusey stared at his movements, and something flashed through her mind. She continued to observe the waiter's every move and discovered a detail that she had overlooked before. The waiter seemed to have been a bystander, and the card questions were always raised by him. Was this question random, or was it created subjectively by the waiter? The test papers he collected were not recycled by the card system like hand cards or auxiliary cards, but piled up on his right hand. Fusey touched her chin and thought of a somewhat absurd possibility. Could this waiter also interfere with the development of another world? No one made a mistake in the card questions this time. Congratulations. Fusey raised the corners of her lips and retracted her gaze. On the other side, Luo Yi was startled by the sudden activation of the space wormhole, even though it was his spiritual body mutation skill. This skill came in time, and he was almost crushed by the monsters and torn to pieces. Luo Yi breathed a sigh of relief, calmed down, and then remembered to check the surrounding environment. The visibility was extremely low, and there was a strong smell of blood, and the smell was wrapped in a foul smell that was hard to ignore. like some animal's internal organs rotted and then sprinkled with blood plasma. Luoyi endured the discomfort and took a step forward, but stepped on something sticky and muddy. With a muffled pop, Luoyi looked down in doubt. It didn't matter after looking at it. Luoyi couldn't help but hold the wall next to him and retched. Under his feet were all pale snake bones and rotten flesh, gray and white mixed together, covering the entire corridor. Luoyi didn't hate snakes, but at this time his scalp was a little numb. There were too many of them, and the bones and flesh piled up as high as his calves. No wonder it was soft and limp when he stepped on it just now, as if he had stepped into a mud pit. Luoyi moved 2 steps with difficulty, and found that there seemed to be some white spots melted into the wall here, which was quite strange. As he walked, Luoyi suddenly found a bulge in the corner, as if something was buried under the mountain of flesh and blood. Luoyi moved forward a few meters, trying to see what was buried below. When he saw the face of the person buried below, Luoyi couldn't help but take a breath, but was choked by the stench that suddenly came in. Luoyi had seen the face of that person in the information before. He was one of the guides on the opposite side, and his spiritual body mutation skills were unknown. Lin Chun's eyes were wide open, his pupils were unfocused, black blood was flowing out of his eye sockets, and his whole face was terrifying and pitiful. Fusey told them to be more careful. The guide's spiritual body mutation skills were either mediocre or like 60 seconds reincarnation, catching the opponent off guard. But now, this guide who had always been guarded by Fusey was buried in a pile of snakes, covered in blood, sinking deeper and deeper, as if being slowly swallowed by the snakes. Dead? Luoyi was a little surprised. Was this done by Aina or Fusey? Or did she die accidentally when she was besieged by the snakes? No, he had just escaped from Nego's place, and the competition outside had already reached a white-hot stage. Wait, Luoyi suddenly stood up and looked in the direction the corpse had been staring at. That should be where Aina or Fusey left. As long as he went in that direction, he should be able to meet up with his teammates. Luoyi made up his mind and ignored the corpse behind him. He turned around and went to where Aina left. Aina led Fusey all the way back. They had been away for quite a while. Inon and Xingqi stayed in the transparent cell. They seemed safe, but they were actually in danger. If Lin Chun ordered the snakes to attack from above and directly crush the cell, Xingqi and Inon's chance of survival would be less than 10%. If the two of them opened the cell and escaped, the chance of survival would be even smaller. The guide's body was fragile. If a snake bit him, he would die within 3 minutes. Ayane's pace was getting faster and faster. Fusey knew what she was worried about and followed her without saying a word. For some reason, although her subconscious mind told her that she should walk ahead of Aina at this time, their decision should come from her mouth, and all actions should be decided by her. But the fear just now still permeated her heart, making her tremble involuntarily, panic and fear. These emotions kept coming out of her heart, making her unable to think at ease. Fusey could only purse her lips and follow behind Aina, trying not to fall behind her. Who knew that when the two arrived at the transparent cell area, they only saw the snakes entrenched in the ruins lazily swinging their tails, looking a little irritable and dissatisfied. Aina looked around. This was Xingqi's cell. She didn't see his body, nor did she sense any residual mental power. Escaped? Aina was a little surprised and continued to walk towards Inon. Before she got close, a colorful hummingbird flew to Aina, its body tending to be translucent, and it was obvious that it was about to collapse. Aina followed it all the way to a surveillance blind spot behind the collapsed cell. Inon squatted in the corner, dying. The hummingbird flew to his shoulder and gently pecked his hair, seeming very anxious, but helpless. Ahem. Inon opened his eyes weakly, his pupils were already dilated, and he could not see the figure in front of him clearly. Aina stepped forward and pressed his carotid artery, checked for a while, and let go of her hand dejectedly. Inon's eyes were full of black and blue, his lips were purple, and his poisoning state was obvious at a glance. Ahem, I didn't see Xingqi. Those snakes were controlled by the other guide, and the mental power on them was still obvious. I relied on the mental body mutation skill to hold on for a while. Inon didn't have much time, so he could only tell his teammates what he knew as soon as possible. I used my mental body to explore this building, and the mental fluctuations on the top floor here were the most obvious. Ahem, I inferred that there should be more monsters or guards there. Yaina stopped him from talking. I know that Lin Chun is dead, and her control over the snakes has been lifted. Inon nodded stiffly. The snake venom had spread to her limbs. His consciousness became more and more blurred, and the hummingbird dissipated on his shoulder. Yaina whispered, "Don't worry, leave everything to me next." Inon closed his eyes, and the last whisper came out of his lips, Xing-Chi went to the secret passage at 8 o'clock, and he didn't seem to be affected by the snakes. Ayane's expression did not change. She stood up as usual and closed Inan's eyes. Fusey in the distance was looking over here. She did not dare to approach the gray snakes, and could only wait in the distance. Ina walked over and called her to follow. Go find Xing-Chi. We can't lose any more people. Fusey wanted to say something, but when she heard Xing-Chi's name, her eyes lit up involuntarily. She was very interested in Xing-Chi, and Ina grasped this psychology very accurately. Fusey? Ina suddenly spoke. Fusey did not stop, but responded in her throat. You like Xing-Chi very much, right? Ina asked casually, as if she was not talking about the other person's heartbeat, but talking about an insignificant little thing. Unexpectedly, Fusey was silent for a while, and gave an unexpected answer. I think he must be delicious. Ayane's eyes flashed with surprise. Such an answer was not expected. To prevent her from confusing appetite with lust, Ina asked again, Are you sure you want to taste him? Fusey nodded gently. I am curious about the taste of his flesh and blood, but don't worry, I will suppress this desire. Ina didn't say anything else. It was pure appetite, mixed with a little desire to explore, nothing else. It was really strange. This replica was not only timid, but also emotional, and it was easy for others to peek into her inner thoughts, which would never happen to Fusey herself. What is the biggest difference between the replica and the original? Ina was a little confused, because without a reference, she really couldn't see through the rules of the competition system to create replicas. It wasn't long before they found the secret passage where Xing-Chi disappeared. The guards here were loose, and there was no guard passing by for a long time. The two looked at each other, and walked into the secret door. Almost when they just found the secret passage, Luoyi came to this transparent cell, and saw Inan's body. Luoyi looked at Inan's purple lips, and realized that these gray snakes were poisonous. It was only because of his strong physique that he did not fall down in the room full of poisonous gas and snake corpses. Luoyi put Inan's body where the snakes could not touch him, and turned around to continue looking for clues about his companions. I don't know if it was because of his good luck, but he really saw a secret door. Perhaps it was the influence of the nature of chameleons. He always had a keen sense of secret doors. Without thinking much, he went into the secret door and watched the elevator go up. Chapter 92. According to the clues given by Inan, the strongest mental fluctuations come from the top floor, which is the unknown part of the entire prison. Ina and Fusey are not worried about encountering any tricky monsters on the way. Since climbing this floor, Ina has discovered that the monsters hiding in the pipes are intentionally or unintentionally avoiding this floor. It seems that there is something more terrifying here. Fusey walked and looked around. The walls here are a bit similar to the place where they met Lin Chun before. There are a little gray and white in the black, and the touch is a bit rough. The tiny holes are distributed on the wall like pores. Ina thought about it. When Lin Chun summoned the snakes suddenly emerged from the wall, but these holes are so small that it is impossible for the gray snakes to pass through. Unless these walls can breathe, the holes will gradually expand with the breathing of the walls, and the snakes can take advantage of this to wander around every corner of the prison. Ina paid attention to the road she came from. If there is any emergency, she must not stay on this floor for a long time. Suddenly, Fusey stopped and moved her ears slightly. She seemed to hear the sound of a child crying. Fusey whispered this discovery to Ina, and the two decided to move forward. Ina recalled Fusey's previous speculation that the audience, guards, and monsters here were all the same thing. This speculation was not made out of thin air. They had no heartbeat, and their skin was all a dead gray. They acted according to specific rules, and had no consciousness and thinking of their own. They could not be considered NPCs in the traditional sense. The two did not encounter any guards or monsters, and the whole corridor was a little scary. Ina suddenly frowned. No. Fusey also stopped and said vaguely, the sound of the child crying has disappeared. Ina shrugged. Maybe they noticed that there were visitors, and came out to greet us. Hello. A sweet and sticky child's voice came from right in front of the two. The two paused and turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. The little girl was wearing a white princess dress, with long golden hair draped behind her, fluffy and curly. A white lace headband combed her hair up, revealing her white and smooth forehead, and her green eyes looked at the two cunningly. Seeing the little girl's normal and cute face, Fusey breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound, and moved back half a step quietly. Ina responded with a smile. Hello? The little girl smiled, and took 2 steps forward. Seeing that the two did not move, her smile became more sincere. What are you doing? Ina thought for a moment, and replied, I'm looking for my companion. The little girl continued to walk forward until she was one step away from Ina. She stopped and said crisply, "What does your companion look like? Can I help you find it?" The child was not even as tall as the two waistlines. She looked only 7 or 8 years old, and her voice was full of innocence. Fusey lowered her head and stared at the little girl's eyes. They were clear and simple, and there seemed to be no signs of monsterization. "Can you help us?" Ina half squatted down and looked straight into the little girl's eyes. Seeing Ina's defenseless posture, Fusey just frowned, but the people outside the field were not happy and whispered, "How dare she? If she is so relaxed in front of the ultimate boss, she will die miserably. Does anyone really believe that this is a normal child? Don't rush to draw conclusions. Maybe she has a backup plan?" Feng Qingye and Sheki have watched half of the game, and their evaluation of Ina has completely changed. The strength that Ina showed in front of everyone is just the tip of the iceberg, and the power of daytime has been seriously underestimated. In other words, Ina was busy going back to find Xingqi and Inan at that time, and did not fully show the power of daytime. But Feng Qingye can see that Ina's relaxed attitude is extremely confident in her own strength. Feng Qingye's eyes secretly looked at the corner, where Bailuan and his team members were sitting. Ma Xu's eyes always followed Ina's figure. The two should have a lot of connections. Although Feng Qingye is still a student, he knows a lot about the secrets of the 3 major galaxies. Ma Xu was specially sent to participate in Mike. He is not a student of Gale's. His origin is very mysterious. It is said that he is an organization with similar nature to the Golden Foot Crow Church. And Ma Xu is so concerned about Ina. Does it mean that they knew each other long before the Mike competition? In this way, Ina's identity is not just Tanya's student, but more likely a pawn from other galaxies, who mixed into the competition. All this is just Feng Qingye's guess. He has not seen Ma Xu and Ina in person, so he can't jump to conclusions. "What did she take out?" Lin Xian suddenly asked. Feng Qingye came back to his senses and looked at the broadcast of the game, stunned. "I saw Ina took out a lollipop?" The cause of the incident was that the little girl asked the classic line of the ultimate boss, "If I help you, what can you give me as a reward?" Usually, once this line comes out, the protagonists will face the final boss showdown, and stage the language of the camera that one after another is going to die. Who knows, Ina thought about it, and took out a lollipop from her pocket, in the shape of a pink strawberry. "How about I exchange this with you?" Ina's face was not joking at all. The little girl's green pupils stared at her straight, the smile in her eyes disappeared completely, and her whole face showed a coldness that was not suitable for this age. Fusey stared at her every move to prevent her from suddenly getting angry. After about a few minutes, or more than 10 seconds, the little girl reached out and took the strawberry-shaped lollipop. "What is this?" she asked. Ina patiently explained, "It's a snack that everyone will like, especially a cute child like you." The little girl was not confused by her words. She lowered her head, opened the eco-friendly packaging bag on the lollipop, and licked it with the tip of her tongue. Fusey suddenly clenched her fingers. Its tongue had 2 long forks, which were slender and powerful. It was clearly a snake tongue, but Ina seemed not to see it, and smiled and waited for the little girl's feedback. Everyone gathered in front of the screen broadcasting the game, and they all sweated. No way, she can still watch the boss eat candy so calmly. How strange is her brain circuit. The boss accepted her candy. Does it mean that he agreed to her deal? The wrapper of that candy looks so familiar. You're focusing on the wrong thing. I remember, that's the weird lollipop sold in the convenience store next to Gull's. It looks like a strawberry, but it actually has all kinds of weird flavors. It's used to play pranks. What? Ina didn't actually want to play along with the little girl. She just happened to remember that her random items were lollipops, so she took them out to try her luck. Unexpectedly, the child seemed to like it very much. After it licked it, its eyes lit up obviously, and then it stretched out its entire snake tongue to roll the candy into its mouth, and swallowed it directly into its throat. Really good. The little girl spit out her snake tongue with reluctance, looking very happy. Ina didn't expect this to be the case. She had tasted those candies, and they tasted all kinds of weird, bird egg flavor, pickled fish flavor, bark flavor, rust flavor. I don't know which flavor this guy tasted. Ina was a little happy that someone liked weird candies as much as she did. Even though it was a half snake, half human child, Ina was willing to communicate with her. Ina took out another lollipop. Really like it? I have another one here, but you have to help me find a companion first. The little girl looked up, in a good mood, and answered very actively, Isn't he behind you? Ina turned her head suddenly, and Xingqi was standing quietly behind them, Xingqi lowered his eyes and said honestly, I heard someone talking here, so I came to see. I hope I didn't disturb you. Ina stared at him for 2 seconds and shook her head gently. It's okay, you came at the right time. We are looking for you. Fusey looked at Xingqi and said in a gentle tone, Are you okay? Didn't the snakes attack you? If it was half an hour ago, Ina would probably think that Fusey was concerned about Xingqi. But now that she understood Fusey's inner thoughts, Ina just wanted to light a candle for Xingqi silently. Being treated as food is much worse than being treated as prey. Xingqi shook his head slowly. In order to avoid the snakes, I escaped from the cell, and found a route with very few guards through my spirit body, and walked here. Fusey nodded, did not continue to ask, and continued to stare at Xingqi with that numbing look. Ina couldn't bear to look directly, turned around and looked at the little girl, but found that she had retreated to the wall at some point, keeping a distance of 3 steps from them. I have fulfilled your request, give me candy. The little girl spread her hands, and asked Ina for the strange-tasting lollipop. Ina extended her index finger and shook it mysteriously. Little friend, don't learn to act like a profiteer. I gave you a candy, and you helped me find a teammate. Our deal is done. If you want more, you have to do me another favor. The little girl pouted unconvinced, her green eyes narrowed into lines, her tongue wagging anxiously, but she quietly huddled in the corner, and didn't continue to ask for candy. Xingqi glanced at the little girl, then looked at Ina. Where are we going now? The place where the boss battle was originally planned was now in harmony, and there was even leisure to sit down and make a good plan. Fusey's own situation was unknown, but Ina was not worried about her. Even if she couldn't use her spiritual body, Ina had 10,000 ways to survive. Now only Luoyi was very worrying, and he must be found as soon as possible. Suddenly, the little girl looked up and said, If I help you find the last teammate, can you give me the candy? The little girl with a strong sense of inhumanity was pitifully negotiating with her. Ina had no intention of embarrassing a non-threatening NPC, so she nodded absent-mindedly. The little girl clapped her hands happily and uttered a hollow voice. Bring him here. Ina stood up and looked up at the walls around her. They really opened and expanded like pores that can breathe until they could accommodate one person. Luoyi was carried to the crowd by a group of gray snakes. He was unconscious in a coma, his face was gray and his lips were purple, and he looked like he was poisoned. Ina's pupil shrank, and she turned back to look at the little girl. Detoxify him. The little girl giggled and said, This is the next condition. Chapter 93. Yana went forward to check on Luoyi's poisoning. By checking his exposed skin, no traces of snake bites were found. Wasn't he bitten by a snake? Yana suddenly recalled the scene of Lin Chun's sudden death. The blood of those gray snakes evaporated at high temperature and scattered in the air. Inhaling a large amount of blood would also cause poisoning. Luoyi passed by the place where she and Lin Chun fought. Yana sighed silently. Luoyi must not have noticed the toxicity of the air. He stayed for a while before leaving. The sentinel's physique can make them immune to toxins for a short period of time. The length of time depends on their personal physique and the strength of their mental body. Luoyi's resistance to toxins is obviously lower than that of Ina and Fusey. The little girl suddenly came forward, pried open Luoyi's eyelashes, and looked at his blue and diffuse pupils. So pitiful. The little girl shook her head and put down her hand. Yana suddenly realized that she and Luoyi had a subtle similarity in appearance. Not only the light golden hair, but also the green eyes, even the location of the freckles on the face. The two people seemed to be almost the same. The little girl didn't notice anything. She stared at Luoyi's face for a while, and suddenly said, God has given you such beauty, and your life should not end with pain. She clasped her hands together, and raised them to her chest as if praying, May you get rid of the pain, and regain a new life. There was a little tenderness in the ethereal voice, and the child's voice was still tender, and it sounded strangely sacred. Ina, could this child be a face control? As the little girl's prayer ended, Luoyi's pale face gradually regained its color, and the purple on his lips was gradually replaced by bright red, and the whole person changed from a corpse to a living person. Still a pretty living person. This scene was really shocking. The poisoned and dying person was reborn because of a word, just like the god of creation opened a door for him. Ina thought that the little girl was just a level boss, responsible for controlling the snake group or making gray snakes. Now it seems that she seems to be the ultimate boss, with a god's perspective in the entire map. Not only does she know clearly who her teammates are, but she can also decide the life and death of everyone with a word. If you want to defeat her head-on, how long will it take, and what will it cost? Before she could think deeply, Luoyi suddenly woke up from the ground. His upper body bounced up, but he almost broke his spine because of stiffness. Huh. Where is this? What's wrong with me? Luo Yi muttered to himself, stretched out his hand to look, and touched his body up and down. After confirming that it was correct, he saw his teammates standing aside and looking at him with strange eyes. Everyone is here, Luo Yi nodded. Is the game over? Did we win or lose? Yana's eyes twitched. The little girl seemed to be shocked by his eccentric personality and was speechless for a moment. To be precise, we are still in the competition venue. You were poisoned and fainted, and you just woke up now. Yana couldn't stand it and simply explained the current situation. Luo Yi raised his head and suddenly saw a figure that didn't fit in with him. The little girl met Luo Yi's eyes, and the two pairs of green eyes reflected each other's figures at the same time. Luo Yi blinked in surprise. This child. So cute. Luo Yi exclaimed sincerely. He stood up and walked around the little girl as if he saw something rare, and was amazed again and again. Most people in Indiclay have light hair color, and their eyes are rarely black or brown due to lack of pigment, but it is rare to find someone who looks so similar to Luo Yi. The little girl looked up, with doubt in her big eyes. Really? Her distant pupils suddenly turned into snake-like linear pupils, and the purple-black snake tongue spit out her lips and swayed up and down. The innocent little angel instantly turned into a bewitching devil. But the next moment, she returned to normal, as if she just wanted to make a face to scare Luo Yi. Luo Yi opened his eyes wide and took 2 steps back. He was indeed a little surprised. But he soon came to his senses and exclaimed again, Cool, can you perform it again? Luo Yi was not scared, but Fusey, who was standing diagonally to his side, was scared and looked away in panic. Ina stared at the scene in front of her, feeling an indescribable absurdity. For the tense and exciting game, this scene was really too peaceful. As if to confirm her worries, a loud bird cry came from the end of the corridor, followed by a flamingo, with a wingspan of more than 3 meters, and behind it was a high-temperature flame. Have you forgotten about the competition? Seiishi's teasing voice came from the end, echoing throughout the corridor. When launching, daytime, before, Ina discovered that these walls have very good thermal conductivity. As long as there is a little heat source, the temperature in the entire space will continue to rise. Seiishi obviously also discovered this characteristic, and directly released a large area of flames to block the road. It is not clear whether there is a second exit here. Catching the turtle in the jar is the simplest and fastest way to eliminate it. Luo Yi quickly explained. Xintiani has been eliminated to protect Wening. I saw Lin Chun's body on the way here. There are at most 3 of them now. Yana nodded, indicating that everyone should go separately, and meet up again after the flames disappear. The forked roads here are interconnected, as complicated as a large snake nest, which makes it convenient for them to avoid the pursuit of the flames. The little girl has been following Luo Yi. Even if her house was set on fire by outsiders, she was not angry. Instead, she looked like she was watching a good show. The situation was urgent. Ina pulled Xingqi into a corner casually, and used the blind spot of vision to avoid the flames that were about to touch the corners of their clothes. How did Seiishi find this place? Yana asked Xingqi in a low voice. Xingqi, she should have followed Luo Yi. I didn't find any mental fluctuations when I got here. The location here is very remote, and there is only the entrance where I came up. He spoke quickly and analyzed the situation quickly. They are in good condition now. Don't fight them head-on. Yana's voice was a little vague. There were so many forks in the road here. If Xingqi hadn't been guiding the way from behind, they would have soon reached a dead end. The flames could not reach the depths, and Seiishi's goal was just to disperse them and defeat them one by one. Ruani walked forward, and on her shoulder lay a furry brown-yellow spider, the size of a palm, with a round 3-section body covered with fine hair. As a good hunter, spiders will never lose the location of their prey. Ruani closed her eyes and passed the feedback of her spirit body to Seiishi. Divide into teams. At 6 o'clock, a sentry and a guide. At 8 o'clock, a sentry and a monster. And at 12 o'clock, a lone sentry. Seiishi nodded. Let's start with the lone guy. Wening suddenly said, Sister Wan, are there any of them behaving strangely? Ruani was a little confused, but out of trust in her teammates, she still closed her eyes and began to perceive. The silhouettes of everyone appeared in her mind, and any small movements could not escape the capture of shadow confusion. No one with abnormal behavior has been found so far. Wening, have you found anything abnormal? Ruani opened her eyes and looked at Wening in confusion. Wening pursed her lips and slowly lowered her head. No, I was too suspicious. Chapter 94. Xintiani has been eliminated. and the command of the team is handed over to Ruan-E. Her spirit body can detect the movements of everyone in a certain area, which is very suitable for observing the overall situation. She hopes that Xiaishi can act with Wen-Ying to deal with the lone sentry first. Xiaishi lazily moved his neck, without objection, just stretched out his hand to pluck a feather from the flamingo's wing, light red, with a warm warmth. Take it. Xiaishi handed the feather to Ruan-E. Ruan-E accepted the feather. Xiaishi's spirit body mutation skill is very special. Each feather is equivalent to an avatar. Xiaishi took Wen-Ying away, and Ruan-E slowly opened her eyes. Countless pupils appeared densely in her eyes, like the compound eyes of a spider. It is rare for a guide and a spirit body to merge. At most, a part of the body will be highly similar to the spirit body to achieve sensory sharing. Countless translucent spider silk spread in all directions as the spiritual power spread. They connected and formed a web, covering the movements of everyone and transmitting it to Xiaishi in real time. In this respect, it is somewhat similar to Xing-Qi's spiritual body, but the range is wider, and the consumption of spiritual power is more exaggerated. Xiaishi took Wen-Ying to find Fu Si, who was alone, but found that Wen-Ying always looked at her with hesitation and evasive expression. Xiaishi looked straight ahead. What do you want to say? Wen-Ying was still immersed in Shintiani's strangeness before. That cold look and behavior were definitely not the captain himself. But in the end, in the corridor full of monsters, Shintiani still insisted on sending her out, and stayed in that dark and dangerous place, and his life and death are still unknown. Wen-Ying had also read a lot of information about previous might competitions, and knew that there had been precedents of clones. The Shintiani she saw was most likely a fake person fabricated by the competition system. But was Shintiani the only one replaced by a clone? If there were clones in the other team, and they were unaware and killed the clones, would it be counted as a reduction in the other team? Wen-Ying was worried, and Xiaishi was having a long-distance mental connection with Ruan-E, and did not notice that she was wrong. Strangely enough, when the flame spread, Fu Si chose a passage on her own, without pulling anyone along, and chose to act alone without hesitation. As a sentinel with strong individual combat capabilities, but unstable mental strength, Fu Si actually chose to act alone. Was it intentional to guide them to act separately? Xiaishi had heard about Fu Si, the captain who did not play by the rules. Shintiani once said that Fu Si did not seem to be here to participate in the competition, but more like a vacation trip to get a place by the way. However, Xiaishi had the opposite opinion from Shintiani. She felt that Fu Si was just being mysterious. She had been hiding her spirit because it was too weak to be of much use. It was better to hide it, which could also put psychological pressure on the opponent. Xiaishi was not in a hurry to catch up with Fu Si. She could see that Fu Si was heading towards a dead end. With a little flame conduction, she could naturally make the prey walk into her trap. Sure enough, Fu Si stopped. Her eyes seemed confused. The walls around her were exactly the same, only the white spots were slightly different. Xiaishi slowed down and folded his arms. What are you hiding? You have been hiding your spirit for most of the race. Aren't you going to show it out for fun? Fu Si turned around and looked at them, expressionless. Wen-Ying felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Fu Si blinked slowly, and there was a voice in her heart telling her that she couldn't use her spirit body, let alone any spiritual body mutation skills. The replica was no different from the original body. As long as she wanted, the power of the spirit body was in her hands, and it only took a thought to activate it. But this would violate the original body's wishes and rules of conduct. Fu Si lowered her eyes, and the black mist that seemed to be there, and not there gathered in her eyes, about to break through the air. Xiaishi no longer had the intention to confront, and waved his hand. The flamingo, with a wingspan of 3 meters, had occupied most of the corridor. Fu Si sighed faintly, and the black mist in her eyes gradually converged, and finally returned to calm. I didn't expect you to bring Wen-Ying to see me, Fu Si said indifferently. Xiaishi frowned. Fu Si was chatting like this at this time. Did she think she was dead? The flamingo spread its wings, and the red wings gradually ignited a blue flame. The high temperature rushed towards her face. Fu Si's eyes were burned and painful, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. Fu Si closed her eyes, but she didn't say, if I remember correctly, because of Wen-Ying's joining the team, you and Shintiani had a fight and were punished for it. As soon as these words came out, Wen-Ying looked at Xiaishi in surprise, but could only see her unmoved back. Xiaishi held his right hand with his left hand, making a crisp sound of bones colliding. You talk too much nonsense. As the blue flames rose, the high temperature that was enough to refine steel into water rushed towards her face with the bird's wings, and in the blink of an eye it had burned before Fu Si's eyelashes. The bright blue flames reflected in Fusie's eyes, and it was about to swallow her. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Fusie's forehead, and her eyeballs moved slightly. She clenched her fists and knocked back hard. The black walls sank together like some building blocks. Fusie disappeared on the spot. Seiishi's eyes turned cold, and he took 2 steps forward. His feet knocked twice lightly, and the hollow sound came up, indicating that there was a secret passage here. Damn it. Seiishi cursed in a low voice, and turned to ask Ruan-Yi, why is there a secret passage here? Ruan-Yi carefully sensed it, and concluded, it's not a secret passage, but a secret space. It takes some time to check the location. Seiishi couldn't help feeling irritated, as if his fist hit cotton, and a soft feeling of powerlessness surged into his heart. It's really more slippery than a loach, Seiishi complained in a low voice. Wen-Ying was very nervous. She was not sure whether this Fusie was a replica or the real body. She wanted to share this information with Seiishi, but was afraid of distracting her. At this moment, Fusie's voice rang out from some corner. I never thought that I would see you become teammates in my lifetime. Realizing that Fusie was talking nonsense again, Seiishi was not polite. How dare someone who has been paddling all the way here mock me here? She fought back verbally, but her hands were not idle either. Since Fusie's voice could still reach her, it meant that the hidden space was nearby. Seiishi snorted coldly and waved his hand. The blue flame extended along the corner of the wall, directly confining all the nearby areas with high temperature. The thermal conductivity of these walls is very good. In a short while, the so-called hidden space can be turned into a high-temperature sauna. Even if Fusie has a strong physique, she can't stay in a room with a temperature of nearly 100 degrees for too long. Ruan-Yi disagreed. The flames surround you all. Ishii, you are not affected, but Wen-Ying will be burned by the flames. Seiishi turned around and took a look. Wen-Ying's face was pale, her forehead was shiny, and her eyes were a little distracted. As a last resort, Seiishi retracted the flames that were burning around her. Although she didn't say anything, Wen-Ying could see that she was very unhappy. Seiishi, others may not understand the origin of you and Shintiani, but I have heard a little bit. Fusie's mouth cannon has not stopped yet. Seiishi urged Ruan-Yi, hasn't the location been checked yet? Ruan-Yi opened her eyes, and countless compound eyes blinked with her movements. The wall here is a little special, I still need a little time. Shadow Temptation has a very wide range of effects. The wider the spread, the more mental power it consumes, but the situation is urgent. She must find Fusie's specific location as soon as possible. Fusie also knew that she didn't have much time, and the aggressiveness in her tone became more and more obvious. Everyone says that you, Seiishi, and Shintiani are incompatible, but I know that the fight that got you punished, the reason is. Shut up. Seiishi seemed impatient, and punched the wall in front of him. His knuckles were pinched white, although his expression did not change, but his heart had already set off a huge wave. She didn't hold back her strength, and the wall in front of her showed cracks and holes, and the cracks were gradually expanding. Wen-Ying shrank her neck. Seiishi and Shintiani did have a lot of conflicts at the beginning, even to the point where it was difficult to mediate. Later, somehow, Shintiani and Seiishi formed Atlanticus and signed up for Mike. Fusie knew the inside story? Wasn't she Tanya's student? Wen-Ying's doubts flashed for a moment, and a strange sliding sound of building blocks came from above her head. Seiishi turned his head suddenly, and quickly hugged Wen-Ying by the waist, but he was still a step slow. Wen-Ying's widened pupils reflected the figure of Fusie swooping down, and Fusie rushed straight to her throat with the purpose of killing her with one blow. Wen-Ying, shock! Before she could move, Fusie's cold fingers touched the girl's soft neck like the sickle of the god of death. The last picture in front of Wen-Ying was Fusie's enlarged face. Seiishi had used the fastest reaction speed, but he couldn't catch up with Fusie's surprise attack. The blue flames engulfed Fusie's body, along with Wen-Ying's body. Human tissues quickly dehydrated, carbonized, and dissipated under the scorching flames. The black and gray flames dissipated, leaving only Seiishi's stunned figure. Ruan-Yi said anxiously, she is above you. Seiishi. Can you hear me? Seiishi murmured, you are too late. She killed Wen-Ying? No, that's not right. Wen-Ying's throat has been broken by Fusie. If she doesn't catch Fusie's stiff attack in midair, she will only take the guide of the team away in vain. Replaying the scene just now in her mind, Seiishi's eyelashes blinked quickly, and the temperature of the flame seemed to remain on her fingertips. Ruan-Yi was quiet for a while, and took a deep breath. What happened? Seiishi lowered his head, opened and closed his palms, and took 2 steps back in a trance, still a little unrecovered. I don't know, Seiishi whispered. Wan Yi continued to inquire about the scene. I sensed that Wei Ning's mental feedback disappeared, and Fuzi's image also disappeared. Are they all out? Xiaishi said in confusion. Yes. Wan Yi digested the news for a while, and comforted. It's okay. She is in the dark, and you are in the light. It is reasonable that you didn't take Wei Ning into consideration. The thought tentacles connecting her and Xiaishi trembled slightly, indicating that the sentinel on the other end was mentally unstable. No, Wan Yi, it's my fault. Xiaishi suddenly retorted. Wan Yi knew that this was not the time to reflect and review the game. She must let Xiaishi find other opponents immediately and end the game as soon as possible. The wolf spider on Wan Yi's palm slowly opened its legs and released countless silver-white thought tentacles. At the same time, the faint self-blame in Xiaishi's eyes quickly faded, her emotions slowly returned to calm, and her heartbeat became slow. Wan Yi conducted long-distance mental counseling for Xiaishi. The sentinel slowly calmed down under the comfort of the guide. This will allow the sentinel to return to top combat condition. Chapter 95. Happy times are always short. Everyone, the card game is about to enter the last round. Please draw the auxiliary cards for this round. In the huge manner, time seemed to be slowed down. Dewdrops stayed on the grass leaves, and the stamens were half open. Only the waiter at the head of the round table was talking about the game process. Fuzi blinked. She always felt that a long time had passed, and she felt that time was motionless. Based on her body's sense, the time and space here seemed to be chaotic. If it was at the edge of the black hole in the universe, this situation would not be uncommon, but this was a game simulation warehouse, and there were thousands of eyes outside watching. The speed of time in the manner should be the same as that in prison. Fuzi turned her eyes to the waiter. If there was anything that was the most inconsistent in this manner, it must be him. Fuzi reached out and drew the auxiliary cards. So far, they had lost and gained the auxiliary cards in their hands, but Shintiani's hand cards could no longer be used. After the number of times the hand cards were used returned to zero, it would be considered out, and Shintiani could not use the hand cards anyway. Fuzi, however, felt that the situation was not optimistic. The information from the other competition venue could only be transmitted to this side through the screen in the center of the round table, and Fuzi did not know the situation of the players on the other side. But she always felt that her clone was a huge hidden danger. Fuzi looked at the waiter calmly and asked casually, "After the card questions are over, will the game end together?" This question was asked abruptly. The waiter turned his masked face towards her and said in a flat tone, "Dear guest, are you asking me a question?" Fuzi rubbed her index finger and nodded. "Yes, can you tell me the answer?" The waiter's masked face suddenly showed a smile. Fuzi quietly watched the corners of the waiter's masked face rise and fall. It was originally an ordinary black mask, with 3 simple strokes forming the eyes and mouth. This black mask came alive, showing the same expression as a living person, weird and funny. Fuzi's expression did not change, and she was not surprised by this scene. "According to the rules, I can't reveal clues other than the card game," the waiter said. Fuzi raised her eyebrows, and waited for the second half of his sentence. "But if you are willing to pay a little price, I can tell you when the game will end." The waiter's tone suddenly rose, showing a very obvious expectation. Hearing him say this, Shintiani frowned. This was obviously a trap. The game would naturally end when the number of eliminated players reached the standard. Why did Fuzi keep asking? Fuzi supported her chin with both hands, looking very relaxed. "Tell me your conditions. What do you want me to trade with you?" The smile on the waiter's mask became bigger, and even his eyes, which were narrowed into a line, opened slightly. There was not a trace of white in his eyes, only endless black. He walked in front of Fuzi and bent down. A strange and terrifying breath came to his face. Fuzi did not dodge and looked at him leisurely. "Beautiful lady, can you give me a kiss?" The waiter's voice was pious and serious, completely different from the previous jokes. Now, not only Shintiani, but everyone watching the game was stunned. "What? What did the monster say?" Lu Kiki screamed. Feng Qingye did not stop the team members from making a fuss, and his face was also full of surprise. Sheki couldn't help laughing. "Have you heard a story?" Feng Qingye shook his head slowly. "You know, my story reserve is basically 0. A long time ago, the Golden Snake tribe offended the witch, and the prince and princess were cursed. They lost their gorgeous scales and powerful magic power, and became ordinary gray snakes. Only a sincere kiss from a stranger could restore them to their original state." Sheki told this fable in a few words. Feng Qingye was a little curious. He had never heard of such a fantasy story before. He asked, "What happened next?" Sheki touched the goggles on his nose and continued, they waited for a long time. The king of the Golden Snake clan launched countless bounty missions to find a kind-hearted and simple warrior, so that he could accidentally come into contact with the prince and princess and try to get him to give a sincere kiss. Unfortunately, the Snake clan is naturally cold and not as lovable as cats and dogs. Most people only feel disgust and fear when they see them. The king waited for a long time, but no one could give the princess and prince a sincere kiss without knowing it. In the end, the king passed away, and the Golden Snake clan gradually declined. Sheki said. After speaking, he chuckled. In fact, this story is just used to coax children. My sister told me after hearing it, but she was busy reporting to the head of the family at the time, and hurriedly made up an ending for me. I don't know what the real ending is. Lu Kiki heard their conversation and interrupted. I seem to have heard this, but I was playful when I was a kid and never heard the ending. There are many fantasy stories circulating in Indiclare, and the endings are different for different versions. For a while, no one could figure out the real ending of this story. Surprisingly, Fusey did not hesitate, and she did not even show any surprise. The girl's kiss was like a white and harmless feather, gently falling on the waiter's forehead, and it was gone in a flash. Fusey did not have any psychological burden. The NPC generated by the competition system was just a string of data, and there was no need to worry about emotional entanglements. The waiter seemed to be nailed to the spot, his body stiff and motionless. Fusey said dissatisfiedly, "Are you going to regret it?" How could it be? The waiter suddenly half knelt in front of Fusey, and reached out to take off his mask and gloves. Before this, his body had never exposed any inch of skin, let alone that mysterious face. Seeing this scene, everyone turned their eyes away at the same time. They were afraid of seeing a ferocious face, but Fusey watched his movements without blinking. Under the gloves were a pair of hands as rough as tree bark and as dark clouds. Although they still had the characteristics of human hands, they could not be called normal people's hands. But within 2 seconds, his hands suddenly shed their rough and ugly skin and became white, slender and powerful like jade. It was like a snake shedding its skin, Fusey thought. The face under his mask was as dark and terrifying as his hands at first, with uneven scales and lines on both sides of his cheeks, and his eyes were light red. The waiter held Fusey's left hand with both hands. He was very measured and only held the fingers, and gently kissed Fusey on the knuckles. As the skin shed, the face got rid of the sinister ancient curse and became handsome and dazzling. The light red eyes blinked, covered with a layer of light water vapor, and looked much less aggressive. Fusey did not refuse his hand kiss, but just asked, "So what's your answer?" Shintiani saw that she was not surprised at all, and also remembered the many fables circulating in Indiclare. As for the ending of this fable, Shintiani remembered that her mother said, "No one in the world will be kind to others for no reason unless it is profitable." The cursed tribe did not wait for their hero in the end, but waited for the witch who enslaved them. The Golden Snake tribe signed an unequal treaty and promised to offer hundreds of tribesmen every year for the witch to test drugs, which saved the fate of extermination. The prince and princess regained their magic power and wanted to resist it the first time, but they were restricted by the contract and could only make the cry of trapped beasts. The witch smiled and said, "If you can find someone willing to accept you within 300 years, you can also cancel the contract." Of course, the Golden Snake tribe will no longer believe in outsiders. They spent 300 years to overthrow the witch's rule and finally gained freedom. After hearing this story, Shintiani only felt that the Golden Snake tribe was stupid. They should have found a way to defeat the witch from the beginning, instead of looking for the so-called hero. Now it seems. Shintiani turned his attention to Fusey, and they really waited for it. If you think about it carefully, Fusey does have the basic elements of a hero, and she doesn't play by the rules. She would pay the chips in her hand for an illusory answer. Shintiani shook her head silently in disbelief. She wouldn't trust a neutral creature so easily anyway. As his appearance changed, the waiter's voice became low and pleasant. In fact, the last card question has ended. Before he finished speaking, he looked up at Fusey. However, there is still a little process that has not been completed. He let go of Fusey's hand and grasped it vaguely in the air. Suddenly, the sound of shattering filled the manor. A huge translucent crack appeared in the blue sky at some point. The dewdrops that had not fallen on the lawn finally returned to the lawn. The whole world was crumbling. Fusey looked around and found that everything was shattering and reorganizing rapidly. The round table in front of her turned into particles, and the cards on it dissipated into smoke. The manor collapsed. No, to be precise, the two worlds merged into one. Fusey steadied her body and stood up calmly. After being pressed on the chair for a whole game, Fusey finally stood up and moved around. She lazily moved her neck. The next moment, her eyes went dark, and the broadcast screen merged from two screens into one screen. Fusey came to a black corridor that looked like a maze. The temperature here was slightly higher, and there was residual spiritual power around. If nothing unexpected happened, someone had just fought here. Fusey looked around, and the black walls were covered with white spots, which looked like pairs of small eyes. Surprisingly, the waiter was following her. There were only two of them here. Fusey said, "Why are you here?" After the waiter took off his mask, his inhuman feeling did not decrease but increased. His facial features were deep, and his eyes were very deceptive roving eyes. The upturned tail of his eyes was somewhat similar to Xingqi. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a barely perceptible grievance. "This is my home." Fusey looked around. It was dark and damp here. It was indeed very suitable for snakes to settle down. As if he had seen through what Fusey was thinking, the waiter took 2 steps forward and invited, "May I have the honor to show you around?" Fusey didn't buy it. "Where are my teammates?" The waiter turned his head, confirmed the direction, and pointed to a dead end and said, "This way." He cleared the way for Fusey in front. Fusey looked at his back and remembered why she thought he was a little strange before. His standing and sitting postures were very standard, full of etiquette and self-discipline, and the card questions were also executed completely according to his wishes. He was the examiner, so the test papers were piled up next to him, and would not be taken away by the card system. Fusey thought he was the boss of the whole game, but for some reason, the price he asked was so rash. The roads that were originally blocked moved in front of the waiter, and soon formed a straight corridor for the two to walk forward. Fusey followed the waiter, and had a smooth journey. Xintiani on the other side was not so lucky. She fell right in front of Luo Yi and the little girl. This caused Luo Yi to shout in panic, "Aren't you dead?" Xintiani, Although she knew he was talking about a clone, she was still unhappy. Xintiani didn't take Luo Yi seriously. Her eyes were always on the little girl. After a closer look, she found that except for her hair color and eye color, which were very similar to Luo Yi, her facial features were 80% similar to that of the waiter. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the princess. Xintiani slowly approached Luo Yi. The most urgent task was to deal with this guy first, and then explore the true identity of the little girl. Luo Yi saw that she was not here with good intentions, swallowed unconsciously, and quietly stepped back 2 steps. "Well, let's talk it over. This place is too small. You won't have the upper hand if we fight, right?" The little girl stood quietly in the corner, seemingly not wanting to interfere. Before Xintiani made a move, Luo Yi couldn't hold it anymore, and his spirit-body mutation skill was activated instantly, making him disappear on the spot. Xintiani subconsciously wanted to chase, but saw the little girl standing in front of her. Her green pupils shrunk into a thin slit, and her snake tongue spit out dangerously. "Excuse me, can you change your target?" Xintiani frowned and looked at the little girl again. Chapter 96. 2 figures, one tall and one short, were in a silent confrontation. Xintiani didn't want to fight the map NPC unless it was necessary. Fighting with the little girl would not only consume mental power, but also give Luo Yi a chance to escape. Xintiani took 2 steps back cautiously, with his peripheral vision locked on Luo Yi. Luo Yi's spiritual body mutation skill has always been a weapon for escape, and it is even more of a bug in this maze-like place. Just like a slippery loach, the best way to eliminate it is to kill it with one blow. Xintiani's eyes were slightly cold, and the trump card that he wanted to save for the semifinals, or even the finals, was about to be exposed in advance. Xintiani sighed, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and the spiritual body mutation skill, Adumbra, was activated instantly. There was no pre-swing, no sign. With Xintiani as the center, within a radius of 20 meters, the actions of all living and dead things were slowed down by 100 times, and even a powerful level boss had to be affected by it. Luo Yi was frozen in place before he could make a move to escape. Xintiani took a step forward, and the ice blade flashed in his hand. He held it with his backhand and raised it. With a quick and sharp movement, Luo Yi's head and body were separated. Puff, Chi, the slow time field was lifted, and a blood column more than 1 meter high surged from Luo Yi's still standing body. The plasma fountain gave the audience a great visual impact. The little girl opened her eyes wide, and looked at Xintiani in disbelief, as she threw down the ice blade. This person killed the human she loved right under her nose. "No, can forgive. The sweet and innocent voice became hoarse and terrifying after the last 2 words. The little girl abandoned her human body, and turned directly into a huge snake monster. Her green pupils were filled with raging anger, and her body roared toward Xintiani. Shintiani condensed 2 ice blades without hesitation, turned over neatly, landed at the snake monster 7 inches, and stabbed down with both hands. Crack! The ice blade broke with a sound, and the ice blade as sharp as a knife could not hurt the snake monster at all. Shintiani had just consumed nearly 2/3 of her mental power, and the state of maintaining the fusion of the mental body was not long-lasting, so she could only find a way out first. As the master here, the snake monster was more familiar with every road here than she was. With a flick of its tail, it blocked Shintiani's way. Its body was only as thick as 3 people hugging together, but it was unexpectedly long, estimated to be more than 20 meters, and it was extremely flexible in this corridor that led in all directions. Shintiani gradually began to lose her strength, and her face was scratched by the sharp phosphorus armor several times, and small blood marks appeared on her neck and cheeks. Bang! The huge snake tail swept over Shintiani's head and hit the wall with a muffled sound. Shintiani gradually came to her senses. This guy was playing with her like a cat and mouse. He could have killed her with one blow, but he repeatedly left her a way out and watched her struggle to survive in the cracks. What a bad taste. Shintiani slowly wiped the blood off her face. Captain? Is that you? Ruan Yi's surprised voice suddenly came to her mind. There was a little hesitation in the surprise. Wening said you have. Shintiani interrupted. The situation is complicated. I will explain it later. Please help me check the nearest escape route first. Oh, Ruan Yi was stunned for a moment. Okay. Ruan Yi always executed the captain's orders. She quickly spread her mental perception, understood Shintiani's situation, and quickly said, Captain, there is a hidden space directly below you. The start button should be 20 centimeters above your left hand. Shintiani didn't have time to think about the meaning of the hidden space. She quickly took a picture of the location that Ruan Yi said. She only heard a few sounds of blocks moving. Her feet were empty, and she disappeared from the spot. Hiss! The green snake pupils scanned back and forth, and the prey disappeared. The huge snake body suddenly shrank, and the little girl's figure replaced the snake monster, and the oppressive feeling in the air disappeared by more than half. Hidden? Well, I let you go this time, the little girl said to herself. She walked to Luo Yi's side. In the previous battle, she had always been careful to take care of Luo Yi's body, so she didn't crush him directly. The small palm held up Luo Yi's head separated from his body, and closed his wide eyes with regret. The bright golden hair dimmed a little with the passing of the owner's life. It looked like a low-quality plastic wig, which was incompatible with her exquisite and perfect facial features. The little girl sighed again, and instantly opened her cherry mouth hundreds of times wider, swallowing Luo Yi's head into her stomach in one bite. Snakes can swallow prey that is several times larger than their bodies, so a human head is no problem. The little girl stood up, touched her stomach with a sense of satisfaction, and turned to leave. As soon as her footsteps disappeared, Shintiani's figure appeared at the position where she had just disappeared. Huh? Shintiani took 2 quick breaths. Her face was pale, her lips were purple, and her heart seemed to be grasped by someone. She had to suck air hard every time she breathed. Captain? Are you poisoned? Ruan Yi asked anxiously. Shintiani stood up with the help of the wall. The hidden space here was as narrow as a coffin. People would feel suffocated if they stayed in it for a long time. As soon as the little girl left, she couldn't help but come out. I'm fine. Where are Wening and Xiaishi? Ruan Yi's voice suddenly paused, and she seemed to be a little depressed. Wening is out. Sister Ishi just received my message and is rushing here. Shintiani pursed her lips. Wening's spirit body mutation skills are very effective against snake venom. Now not only Wening is out, but even Wening's clone was stuck in the first round of the card game. In other words, the spirit body of the Lily of the Valley that can cure all poisons has been eliminated before it can play a role. Shintiani silently lowered her heart rate and slowed down the blood circulation. I didn't expect that you would be so embarrassed. A teasing voice came from behind. Shintiani didn't look back because she didn't want to see Xiaishi's face. She knew what she looked like now. We still have to face reality, Captain. Xiaishi's voice was close, and she was standing behind Shintiani. Shintiani turned around expressionlessly and stared into Xiaishi's eyes. If you don't want to call me Captain, you don't have to. Don't make me angry at this time. Xiaishi saw her face clearly, put away his playful expression, and said in a calm voice, if you don't suppress the toxin, you will soon become a dead bird. Shintiani was a little irritated. Her mental state has always been stable, but she is always irritated by Xiaishi's soft nail. Xiaishi, once the toxin spreads to the heart, even I can't hold on for long. Shintiani clenched her fingers slowly. Seeing that her movements were stiff and the snake venom had invaded the bone marrow of her limbs, Xiaishi became serious. What are you going to do? Shintiani raised her head. Use red sand. Xiaishi raised her hand, and a ball of fiery red quicksand appeared in her palm. She could not feel much heat, and only when she got closer could she see clearly that it was a sand-like firework formed by high-temperature particles. Red sand can invade the target's body and destroy the target's internal organs from the inside. The pain is no less than putting the internal organs into the flames. In the end, the enemy will be burned to ashes in pain and despair. As the controller, if Xiaishi operates properly, red sand can accurately burn the toxins in Shintiani's body. If there is a slight mistake, Shintiani will be killed by Xiaishi. Let me say this in advance. I am not 100% sure. If you are because of my mistake? Xiaishi suddenly stopped talking, and a pair of wide-open almond eyes flashed before her eyes. The scene before Wen Ying's death was engraved in the depths of her mind. Even if Ruan Yi helped her to eliminate her emotions, there would still be some sequelae. No, hurry up. Shintiani closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. The pain of red sand entering her body was not something that ordinary people could endure. Fortunately, Shintiani's spiritual body attribute was extremely cold, which could neutralize it to a certain extent. Xiaishi came back to her senses, and scarlet red sand flowed from her fingertips and invaded her body along the wound on Shintiani's wrist. Shintiani tried her best to endure, but this pain was beyond her cognition. Only then did Shintiani understand that it was not without reason that the sentinels, who had fought with Xiaishi before, walked around her. This kind of pain is really not something that a living person can endure. Shintiani had to use part of her spiritual body ability to resist this burning pain. Suddenly, half of her body was in extreme cold, and the other half was in extreme heat, which made her even more uncomfortable. Seeing that Shintiani's face was getting worse and worse, Xiaishi had no choice but to suggest, "Don't think about resisting this power, try to accept it, and don't let the mental power fight in your body." Shintiani couldn't really hear what Xiaishi was saying. Her consciousness was approaching nothing, her pupils were dilated, and she was about to be burned to death by Xiaishi. "Aw, damn it." Xiaishi cursed softly, and summoned the spirit body with his backhand. Xiaishi pinched off a flamingo's tail feather, and gently wrapped it around Shintiani's wrist. In an instant, Shintiani felt the burning flame in her body turn into a warm current, and her mind returned. "What did you do?" Shintiani raised her wrist, and the fiery red tail feathers were like a bracelet carved from some crystal stone, softly wrapped around her wrist bone. Xiaishi's face was a little unnatural. "Let me make it clear first, I'm just for the competition, don't think too much," she said coldly. Shintiani was confused. Since you are well, get up quickly." Xiaishi's face was extremely bad, and he frowned with disgust as if he had swallowed a toad. Shintiani moved his body, and there was still a feeling of muscle spasm left by the severe pain. The snake venom had indeed disappeared for the most part, and the remaining trace toxins could be metabolized naturally by the body. "Leave as soon as possible, Fusey and another map boss are also here, try not to face them head-on," Shintiani said quickly. "Wait," Xiaishi's face suddenly became ugly, "who are you talking about?" Shintiani quickly explained the situation of the replica and the original body. She deduced that the personality of the replica and the original body was opposite, and it was easy to judge. Turning around, she saw that Xiaishi's face was surprisingly ugly. Xiaishi whispered, "You mean, the Fusey I met before was actually a replica all the time?" Shintiani nodded affirmatively. The air was quiet for a while, and Xiaishi raised her hand and pressed her forehead, seeming a little bit unacceptable. Because of a clone, they lost a guide, and also exposed the spiritual body mutation skills that were prepared to be saved for the semifinals. In this round, they suffered too much from the information gap. Chapter 97. Ruan Yi and Xiaishi were connected by a mental tentacle, and Ruan Yi knew the psychological changes of the sentinel clearly. She patiently comforted him. "This map has a special mechanism. Wen Ying's death is not your fault." Xiaishi lowered his eyes, and it was unknown whether he listened or not. Flamingo stood by and paced back and forth anxiously. Xiaishi lowered his eyelashes, and the red sand in his hand flickered. Shintiani rarely saw her like this, which was really novel. "You feel guilty now? It's not too late to apologize after the game is over," Shintiani said coldly. Xiaishi glanced at her with his peripheral vision, and walked out without saying a word. Shintiani shook her head helplessly. It was not without reason that her classmates rumored that Xiaishi had a weird temper. She was obviously comforting him with good intentions, so why did she get a cold eye? Fusey listened to the echo in her ears. There were obviously two people here, but there was only her footsteps. Fusey couldn't help but look at the waiter's feet, and saw only gray legs like mist, which seemed real but not real. No wonder there was no sound when stepping on the ground. "What are you looking at?" the waiter asked softly. Fusey couldn't stand his tone now, as if he was some kind of snake spirit or ghost that seduced people's spirits. She still preferred the official attitude. However, his state was really strange. Fusey couldn't help but ask, "If I ask you to help me win the game, will you agree?" Hearing this, the waiter stopped and turned around to look at her seriously. "Do you want me to help you?" Fusey had a bad feeling. "It's not impossible, but just like before, you need to pay a little price." The waiter continued. "Stop, I don't want to hear it anymore," Fusey interrupted. "Generally speaking, the price is proportional to the gain." Fusey didn't think that the price of winning the game was a simple event like a kiss. Most of the time, she would have to pay a part of her body. She was afraid that she would be moved when she heard the price. Fusey rubbed her forehead silently. Just because she liked to paddle didn't mean she liked to ask for help from outside forces. If she really let this guy help her win the game, she would probably be nailed on the pillar of shame for several years. "No!" The waiter's eyelashes as long as crow feathers blinked slightly, and he seemed a little disappointed. His back had been in a tense state, but now his shoulders collapsed slightly, as if he really regretted not being able to reach a deal. Before the two could react, there was a sound of blocks moving from the right rear, and a secret door appeared in front of the two. Fusey looked at the waiter questioningly. The waiter had an ambiguous smile on his face. He suddenly approached Fusey's side, and Fusey immediately stepped back in shock. "Don't be nervous," he whispered. "I just found something interesting to share with you." Fusey paused and looked in the direction of the secret door, where Xingqi and Ina walked out. "Interesting things?" Fusey fixed her eyes on Xingqi's face. "Your teammate is just like me, a pitiful guy," he said in Fusey's ear. Ina had just cracked the rules of the mechanism here, and when she looked up, she saw Fusey standing in front of her, followed by a strange man, who didn't look like a normal person. Fusey tilted her head to look behind them. The walls here all looked the same, and it was really hard to tell where they came from. Fusey spoke first. "My clone died." She met Xiaishi and Weining. Weining and my clone died together. Ina looked at her in surprise. In other words, is this Fusey the real person? Fusey saw through her doubts, but she was not in a hurry to prove herself. Shintiani and Xiaishi are not in good condition now. We can take advantage of the victory to pursue them. The guy following her had just told her the result of the battle between Luo Yi and Shintiani. Ina thought, in other words, in terms of number, we are now the same as Atlanticus. There are only 2 sentinels, and 1 guide left on both sides. The elimination of any one of them will lead to the end of the game. The clones did not come to the prison together. Only Shintiani and Fusey were merged into this world. The best way now is to go together, and don't let the opponent catch the opportunity to be alone. Xingqi's ability to explore the way is severely limited in such a place. The loss of the commanding heights means that they are not clear about the enemy's movements. Fortunately, Fusey brought a plug-in with him. The waiter's hair was dark gold, and his face was 80% similar to the little girl. The relationship between the two was self-evident. The two of them were dominant in the manor and the prison respectively, which also revealed their identities to a certain extent. They just had a fight with Lily, and are now approaching us. The waiter spread his palm, and a miniature version of the water curtain in the manor appeared in his palm. You can survive after being poisoned by Lily's snake venom. Your opponent's strength should not be underestimated, he commented. Fusey spread her hands. After all, they are the dark horse team of this mic. If they hadn't met us, they might have made it to the finals. Her tone was sincere and regretful, as if Atlantis had already been defeated by her, and was declaring victory. This arrogant and conceited mood immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the audience. Why would the boss stand on her side? Doesn't this affect the fairness of the game? Shintiani is really miserable. She was in a passive situation for the whole game. After defeating the small boss and the big boss, it would be strange if Atlantis could win. Is there a possibility that the boss helped a Pate not because of Fusey, but because Lin Chun controlled the snake group and won the little girl's favor? Feng Qingye couldn't help but say. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone realized that the snake group had been in the dark of the entire prison and was a neutral creature. But Lin Chun controlled them, not only turning them into spies to monitor a Pate's every move, but also using the combat power of the snake group to kill Inan. Earlier, everyone said that Lin Chun took advantage of the map to gain an advantage for the team. At the last level, I realized that there was no bias or luck in the competition, and all opportunities and forces were not gained in vain. As for the original intention of the waiter to provide information to Fusey, it was easier to explain. Fusey paid a price, and naturally got a reward. Sheki sat next to Feng Qingye and seemed to have seen the result of the game. You said we would meet a pat in the semifinals or the finals. Feng Qingye couldn't help but look sideways. What do you think? Sheki thought for a while and replied, semifinals. Why? Sheki leaned back and relaxed. I can't wait to fight with Fusey. Sheki was wearing goggles, so Feng Qingye couldn't see his eyes, and it was hard to infer his mood and purpose. We meet each other someday. He said so. Whether it was the semifinals or the finals, Fusey had to win this round first. Fusey hooked her fingers and asked casually, the little girl has her own name. What about you? The waiter thought about it, and his green snake pupils sometimes widened and sometimes narrowed. If you want, you can call me Yue. Fusey tasted it, and didn't find anything to diverge from the name, so she said perfunctorily, Yue, can you sense the activities of everyone here? Yue nodded, and the water mirror in his hand turned a few times, and the faces of Ruan Yi, Shintiani, Xiaishi, Fusey and others flashed on it. Those who didn't know would think that the director of the game was in his hand. Fusey said directly, let's double-team Ruan Yi and avoid Shintiani. Yana shook her head helplessly. Isn't this an unfair victory? Fusey looked at her already moving footsteps and snorted. It's just a normal tactic. They are confident that the guide will be released alone, so they should expect the opponent to catch the lone one. Without further delay, Fusey immediately headed towards Ruan Yi. Considering that Ruan Yi's spirit body has excellent long-range spying ability, Fusey asked Ina to take Xingqi to approach Ruan Yi from another direction, while she pretended to look for Shintiani. Yue relied on the water mirror in his hand to see through the whole scene, and there would be no mental fluctuations. It was difficult for Ruan Yi to realize that her position had been exposed. Ina understood the law of the mechanism changing lanes here, and it was easy to double-team without alarming Ruan Yi. The two teams rely on Xingqi's mind tentacles to connect and synchronize information to prevent Shintiani from making a surprise attack. When Ina and Xingqi were completely far away, Fusey had the opportunity to ask, You said Xingqi is the same as you? Yue blinked innocently. I thought you were not interested. Fusey said coldly, Don't talk nonsense, time is limited. Suddenly pulling Fusey's wrist, the cold touch of snake scales made Fusey shudder. Whether you believe it or not, I really like you. You have the breath that snakes yearn for very much. Yue fluttered his green eyes, but unlike Luo Yi's innocence, looking at him, Fusey only thought of the viciousness and dampness of snakes. Your teammate hides his true spiritual body. He is not worthy of your love at all. Yue said bluntly. Although she had guessed it long ago, Fusey was still a little surprised when he said it so bluntly. As far as she knew, it was very difficult to hide the true type of a spirit body. There were very few spirit bodies with the ability to replicate, and there was hardly one in the entire interstellar history. Yue had no motive to deceive her, and Fusey knew that Xingqi did have many secrets. However, Xingqi was introduced to Fusey by Ina. No matter how many strange things there were, no matter how many secrets there were, she could turn a blind eye to them. However, when Yue said it himself, Fusey was still a little curious. Then do you know what his real spirit body is? Fusey asked. Yue frowned. I can only feel the breath of his kind, but I can't see what his real spirit body is. Fusey breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if Yue couldn't see Xingqi's spirit body, then no one in might could see through Xingqi. Lying about the information of the spirit body would result in withdrawal from the competition, and Fusey didn't want to be caught on the eve of the finals. Aren't you angry? Yue saw Fusey's relieved expression, and was a little unbelievable. Fusey waved her hand, signaling Yue to lead the way quickly. She was in a hurry to eliminate Ruan Yi and win the semifinals. Yue's handsome face became gloomy, and he muttered a few words in a low voice. Fusey heard clearly that Yue was saying, It's just a good-looking face. What's his reason? But she pretended not to hear. Ruan Yi was still diligently reporting to Shintiani. Ina and Xingqi's direction of travel was very strange. They seemed to be heading towards the no-man's land. The terrain here was complex and disordered. Shintiani and the others could only chase behind Ina to find opportunities. Ruan Yi could not detect Yue's position, and she was also vague about Fusey's position. It was not until Fusey was only a dozen meters away from her that Ruan Yi suddenly woke up. They were trying to catch the turtle in the jar. Chapter 98. Ruan Yi's ability to protect herself is not weak. Spiders are not only hunters in nature, but also members of the camouflage world. Countless transparent spider silk spread out from Ruan Yi's palms, winding up along her porcelain white arms, and all breath and mental fluctuations were instantly isolated. Under normal circumstances, Ruan Yi can rely on this camouflage to escape the pursuit of the opponent. Unfortunately, Fuzi was followed by a 360-degree monitoring star with no dead angles, and the disappearance of breath and mental fluctuations could not stop her. Seeing Fuzi getting closer and closer to her, Ruan Yi couldn't help but panic. The palm-sized spider emerged from Ruan Yi's shoulder, and its furry forelimbs gently touched Ruan Yi's cheek. Ruan Yi sighed, raised her hand and pinched the spider's fat and soft body, and the spiritual body mutation skill, Mirage, was activated. Many teams will keep trump cards to prevent the opponent from studying restraint methods in the later games. Now it's good, not only Xiaishi, but Ruan Yi's second spiritual body mutation skill has also been forced out. Apat is really a team that cannot be underestimated, Ruan Yi thought to himself. Mirage creates a field that confuses the opponent with the initiator as the radius. Ruan Yi can appear anywhere within the field. The longer the opponent enters the field, the faster the mental power is consumed. If the guide's mental power is emptied, he will fall into a fatigue state. If the sentinel's mental power is emptied, he will directly fall into a violent state. He cannot distinguish between friend and foe, and it is common for him to accidentally injure friendly forces and be eliminated. In general, this is a group control skill, and it also has a certain self-protection ability. It is especially useful in complex terrain, such as a maze. On the other side, Yul looked at the water mirror in his hand and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Yul suddenly raised his head and hooked his finger, signaling Fuzi to get closer. Fuzi didn't buy it. What can't you say directly? Seeing that she didn't fall for it, Yul's disappointment was evident in his eyes. He lowered his head slightly, exhaling sweetly. The spider is hidden. We can wait until her mental power is exhausted before approaching. Fuzi's ears were slightly itchy, and she took a half step back. No, if we wait until her mental power is exhausted, Shintiani will also rush back, and then another fierce battle will be inevitable. Yuer blinked, then you. Fuzi reached out, and took the water mirror in Yuer's hand. Seeing that he did not object, she asked, "Can I use this thing?" Yuer nodded. As long as you inject mental power, you can use it continuously. Fuzi shook the water mirror in her hand. Okay, I go in and play with her by myself, you wait here. Yuer was a little worried, and took a few steps forward, hesitantly said, "Really don't need me." Fuzi didn't want to delve into the meaning of this sentence, nodded perfunctorily, turned around and stepped into the domain of Mifeng. Ruan Yi keenly sensed that an uninvited guest had come to the domain. The captain of Apate has not yet exposed his spiritual body, and Ruan Yi clenched her palms nervously. Fuzi turned slowly around, and indeed did not see Ruan Yi's shadow. This ability to move instantly is somewhat similar to Luo Yi, but Ruan Yi's space for movement is obviously smaller. Ruan Yi looked at Fuzi's absent-minded appearance with some disdain. She had not yet realized that this place would devour her spiritual power. When spiders hunt, they often like to wrap their prey's body with spider silk, then slowly suck the prey's juice clean, leaving an empty shell at the end. It won't be long before Fuzi's mental power will be exhausted, and it will be much easier for Shintiani to come and harvest. Who knows that Fuzi turned her hands, and a palm-sized bronze mirror appeared in her hands. With the injection of mental power, a simple map appeared on the bronze mirror, marked with 2 glowing dots, one blue and one yellow. Fuzi raised her eyebrows. This thing is interesting. According to the above position display, Ruan Yi is right behind Fuzi. Fuzi turned her face and glanced at the back with her peripheral vision. There was no one there. Looking down again, the yellow dot ran to the front of her again. The little spider is quite good at hiding. Fuzi's eyes dimmed. She could feel that since entering this area, her body seemed to have opened a small hole, and someone was constantly drawing her mental power. It was really surprising that there was such a talent hidden in Atlantis. Fuzi slowly closed her eyes. Sometimes, you have to give the chosen ones a little blow to help them grow. Ruan Yi looked at her movements and wondered if she was going crazy. Ugh! Ruan Yi suddenly opened her eyes wide, veins popped out on her forehead, and her brain was throbbing with pain, as if something was turning upside down in her brain. Ah! The sharp pain broke the guide's last line of defense, and Ruan Yi's figure suddenly appeared in the air and fell to the ground. Fuzi looked at her body rolling on the floor and squatted down with pity. Does it hurt? Ruan Yi held her head and trembled. She was in a tense state and couldn't say a word. Fuzi had no intention of torturing her opponent, so she simply released the restrictions on her spiritual sea and let her absorb as much as she wanted. It's better not to use this trick as much as possible in the future. Fuzi tapped her forehead. What if the person you meet next time is not as kind as me? Fuzi paused and smiled harmlessly. This opportunity is too rare. Let's not discuss it. As her last syllable fell, a mechanical voice sounded in everyone's mind. The game is over. Apate won. The big screen of the broadcast went black, and everyone was stunned. The end? So suddenly? Did Ronnie suffer a mental attack in the end? There's no reason. Confused, too confused, I don't understand. Would Ishin release a game review this time? Someone was asking when Feng Qingye's review notes would be released. As a famous academic god in Gehrman, Feng Qingye often posted mic game review notes on the school's official forum, benefiting many students who could not watch the scene. Feng Qingye shook his head. Sorry, the schedule is very tight recently. This is what a polite refusal means. Everyone had to sigh in disappointment. In the simulation chamber, everyone left the system and woke up, but saw that Fusey had no intention of opening her eyes. Fusey was saying goodbye to Iwer. The game is over, I give it back to you. Fusey handed him the water mirror. Iwer reached out to take it, his eyes following Fusey's. Can I see you again? Fusey thought about it. The NPCs in the competition system are conscious individuals formed by intelligent AI. If you have the opportunity to enter the computer cloud of the headquarters, you can see their real bodies. Yes, Fusey replied. Yul's eyes lit up, and then he thought of something. He reached out and grabbed Fusey's wrist. Seeing that she did not resist, he bent down slightly and kissed her thin white finger bones. See you next time. Fusey's consciousness sank into the Black Sea and left the system. The semifinals ended, and Apat successfully advanced to the semifinals. Fusey's interest was not as high as when she won the quarterfinals. She got up from the simulation chamber, and Atlanticus's simulation room was next to them. Fusey waved her hand to indicate that she was fine, and Ina retracted her gaze with relief. Inan rubbed his temple. His death in this game was a bit painful. The feeling of his heartbeat gradually stopping was too real, and he had not recovered yet. Fusey looked around and said calmly, Go back and rest. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's review tomorrow. Everyone had no objection. This time the game was much longer than before, and they really needed a good rest. When Fusey went out, she ran into Shintiani and the others. Wan Yi's eyes were evasive, as if she didn't dare to look directly at Fusey. Shintiani was holding Wei Ning's hand, and from her expression, she had already comforted her, and the team members were still in a stable mood. Fusey was the first to step forward and extend her hand. You are a very respectable opponent. This time I won unfairly. Inan looked at Fusey's back unexpectedly. It was the first time that the 4 words unfair victory could come out of Fusey's mouth. Shintiani nodded slightly, looking relaxed, and didn't seem to care about winning or losing the game. Instead, Xiaishi at the end of the team was a little absent-minded. Shintiani and Fusey's hands only shook for a moment before loosening. Fusey turned her neck and led the team members to leave the field. There is only one game every day. Today's winner has been determined, and the airship will be closed immediately. There are special entrance and exit channels for contestants. Fusey did the most in this game, playing cards, but it didn't take much energy. Fusey? Ina's voice sounded in her ears. Fusey came back to her senses and raised her head in question. I want to take 3 days off. Is that okay? Ina raised 3 fingers. Fusey nodded. You can do whatever you want. Just pay attention to safety. Seeing this, Luoyi also came to Fusey excitedly. Hey, I also want to take 3 days off. I want to go out and play. Fusey glanced at him. No. Ah? Why? Luoyi widened his eyes in disbelief. Have you forgotten that you and Inan had food poisoning when you went out? Defir is different from Morin. You are not allowed to run around. Fusey found a random excuse to prevaricate him. Luoyi pouted in dissatisfaction, but he couldn't disobey Fusey's order. Xingqi looked at this scene and wanted to say something, but when he saw Luo Yi's frustrated expression, he swallowed his words back. Fusey seemed to have eyes behind her back. Just say whatever you want to say. Xingqi waved his hand. It's okay. If he didn't say anything, Fusey wouldn't continue to ask, and the group returned to their residence. After a game, everyone can relax for a short time. Ina also prepared a special meal for the teammates, exempting everyone from the small set of nutrient supplements. Fusey ate the mocha steak that was 8/10 rare inside. No wonder those people like to have dinner together. It turns out that delicious food can make people feel better. Ina raised her glass and clinked it with Fusey. Who are they? Fusey said naturally. Some classmates I knew before. Luoyi ate a lot on the side, and his whole mouth was filled with food. The reason was that Ina hadn't prepared a special meal for them for a long time. Fusey also felt that her taste buds were saved. Although she was not greedy, eating too much of Defil's food would cause depression. Keeping an eye on the mood of the team members is also a very important management method within the team. Xingqi was silent all night. Fusey did not ask her about the spiritual body mutation skill she showed on the arena, nor did she ask him why he was immune to the snake group, which doubled his mental pressure. But Fusey was still unaware, and clinked glasses with him naturally. After a glass of red wine, Xingqi relaxed. Xingqi, don't you want to take 2 days off to go out and play? Fusey asked casually. Xingqi shook his head subconsciously. No, He suddenly woke up, turned his head, and saw Fusey's blue eyes looking at him with a smile, and a layer of coldness was stirred up on his spine. Chapter 99. Don't be nervous. The schedule is very tight now. I won't give you extra training. Fusey softened her tone. Xingqi relaxed, his facial lines were no longer tense, and Fusey couldn't help but touch his head. As a student, why don't you ever think about slacking off? Xingqi was confused. The task of a student is to study. His black hair has grown a lot longer. His originally refreshing short hair can now be combed into a small bun, which feels smooth and cool. Fusey helped him to comb the ends of his hair and let go. You were right. Xingqi suddenly remembered the look Yue gave him, and the intimate posture between him and Fusey, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Senior sister, don't you want to ask me something? Xingqi tentatively held Fusey's wrist, only to touch the cold inhibitor bracelet. Fusey waved her hand and stood up to refill her wine. There are some things I don't want to go into. It's your business if you want to talk. I can't let my players have no privacy. In fact, there is another half of the sentence that Fusey didn't say. As long as Xingqi doesn't affect the game, he can do whatever he wants. Xingqi lowered his eyes and ate silently. It seems that Fusey won't bother him in the short term, and they can still maintain the status quo. For some reason, this result is hard for Xingqi to accept. When he was a child, he accidentally broke a vase. He was afraid that his stepmother would find out, so he hid the vase fragments. When his stepmother found out, she didn't confront him at all, nor did she ask any questions. She just told him to be careful next time and hide it better. Xingqi stared at Fusey's profile in a trance. After the dinner, Fusey received Bernard's interstellar communication. The test results of the Mystery of Galen have come out. It is a rare star core gem. The radioactivity is temporarily rated as level 1, which has slight harm to ordinary people. Sentinel guides are immune to this radiation. Bernard complained, but he would definitely complete what Fusey had asked him to do. In just 4 days, the test results were so detailed. Fusey rarely saw gems that satisfied her, but when she thought of the origin of the gem, she couldn't help but think deeply. The Crozier fleet gave her such a great gift, but she didn't ask for anything in return. No matter how she thought about it, it was wrong. Now the test results are out. The authenticity of the Jialan mystery has been guaranteed, but Fusey has more and more questions in her heart. The Crozier fleet has always been famous, and the Nobirai family, who has the most say in the Defeer business circle, has to give them some face. Fusey can't comment on Defeer's political system. Anyway, to sum it up in one sentence, it is bloated like an old stubborn, who holds on to the inheritance tightly and refuses to let go. Only a big cleanup can save Defeer's precarious central power. It's too early to say this now. I don't know how many people hope that Defeer will maintain the status quo, which will give them a chance to exploit loopholes. Fusey suddenly thought of something, and sent a message to Xingqi on the light brain, asking him to come to the rooftop to find her. It was already midnight, and Fusey just wanted to check if he had rested, but she didn't expect Xingqi to reply immediately. Okay, Fusey pinched her finger bones. It was not her style to stay up so late, and have someone accompany her upstairs to blow the cold wind. Before she could withdraw the message just now, she heard a regular sound of footsteps. Xingqi showed a pale and handsome face from the shadows. There was a breeze on the rooftop, blowing the soft hair behind his head, which looked a bit unreal and out of dimension. Senior sister, why don't you rest so late? Xingqi walked up and sat down next to Fusey. Fusey said with a hint of meaning, You are the same, aren't you? Xingqi chuckled, I just miss home a little, so I can't sleep. He brought up the topic of his life for the first time, and Fusey changed to a comfortable sitting position. I rarely hear you talk about your parents. Xingqi rolled up his sleeves above his elbows, revealing his pale and strong forearms. The cold wind blew, and the fine hairs stood up. Fusey gave him half of the blanket on her body, ready for a long talk. Xingqi had no taboos on the topic of his parents' family background. He said frankly, My parents are both dead, and there are not many brothers and sisters in my family. I have been more withdrawn since I was a child, and I don't like the atmosphere of Gales, so I went to Tanya to study. Fusey didn't want to hear this sad background. She didn't come to listen to a bedtime story. Let's talk about something practical, Xingqi. Have you thought about the wish I promised you before? Xingqi paused, and he saw the wine that Fusey had placed on the side table, and pointed at it. Fusey motioned him to help himself. She was not a stingy person to share. Xingqi poured a small half-cup, and the red wine exuded the mellow fragrance of roses, mixed with the unique smell of alcohol. Senior sister, you have never been with a guide, nor have you received spiritual counseling from anyone. How can I know why? Xingqi took the initiative. This was a slightly offensive question. Xingqi asked it in a low and gentle tone, coupled with his face that did not have any offensiveness. Fusey did not feel disgusted. Fusey propped up her chin and dragged out the tail sound. How should I put it? Are you asking this because you like me, or because of pure curiosity? Fusey's face was full of smiles, but her eyes were cold. Xingqi was not afraid. He knew Fusey's temper, and could tell whether she was really angry or teasing. Xingqi stroked the frosted surface of the wine glass. Senior, I have said that I like you a long time ago, but you don't believe it. Fusey shrugged. You are the same? From the time we met until now, how much of the truth have you been honest with me? Fusey picked up her wine glass and drank the little wine left in it. If you don't want to say it, then I will tell you. Did you give me the mystery of Jialan to gain my trust or to divert Bai Sui's attention? Fusey looked directly into Xingqi's eyes. After saying this, Fusey clearly saw his pupil shaking up and down, as if he couldn't believe it. I can't hear. Don't say you don't understand, Xingqi. Do you know that the pheromones in your body are about to choke me to death? Fusey interrupted him impatiently. Xingqi fell silent. He knew Fu Xi's sharpness, and knew that with her connections, it would only take time to investigate a person. Fu Xi saw his reaction, and had already determined the answer in her mind. She wanted to trick him, but she didn't expect to get the answer she wanted so easily. Yes, Fu Xi did smell the faint pheromone on the boss of the Crozier fleet. This pheromone Xingqi had been exposed to once in the hot spring villa of the Banshee family, and Fu Xi remembered this smell. Judging from Xingqi's reaction, he himself didn't know the existence of this pheromone. Xingqi's stun look lasted only 2 seconds. The next moment, he seemed to have changed from his eyes to his temperament. Or rather, he finally showed his true side. The dark brown pupils reflected Fusey's figure. The two looked at each other silently until Xingqi looked away first, and he returned to normal. Sorry, senior sister, he whispered. Fusey saw him unconsciously scratching the blanket covering his legs, and even nervously leaving scratches on the back of his hands. Fusey didn't expect him to react like this. There was no denial or confirmation. He was still considering whether to tell the truth. Fusey didn't like to force people. I took the mystery of Jialan, and I can tell you Bai Sui's identity. She is Tan Suiyan, the only heir of Queen Indigo. She went to the auction that day, most likely because she received the news and wanted to investigate the matter of the Jinzi church. Fusey rubbed her eyebrows. Xingqi raised his eyes in surprise. Fusey didn't look at him again. Do you still have that white stone with you? Xingqi didn't answer. He had thrown the white stone into the recycling bin a long time ago, and it was now treated as garbage. Fusey didn't care about his answer. You must have thrown it away a long time ago. You saw that I wasn't sincere in trading with you, but you still gave me the mystery of Jialan. That gem must be a hot potato in your hands. Someone has already set their sights on it, and Tan Suiyan is one of them. Xingqi didn't dare to speak and listened in silence. You asked me where I could get Yulan. Fusey knocked on Xingqi's forehead. Xingqi didn't dodge. This gesture, which was originally a bit intimate, was made domineering and strong by Fusey. She really wanted to vent her emotions. You have a big appetite. You want Indicai's secret treasure right away. Why don't you ask me how I can inherit the throne of the queen? Xingqi blinked. This was not the time to remain silent. The other party had already made it clear. If he pretended to be stupid again, it would be disrespectful to Fusey. I'm sorry. He apologized again, with a good attitude. Fusey suddenly stood up and looked down at him. Why are you apologizing this time? Xingqi raised his eyelids. Can you answer a question for me first? Fusey raised her chin. Speak. When did you see it? Xingqi still didn't believe in the pheromone theory. Fusey suddenly took off the suppressor on her wrist and threw it on the table. Suddenly, a scent of roses mixed with citrus lingered in the nose, and I even felt a little dizzy after smelling it for a long time. Rose and citrus, this smell is not common. I really can't pretend not to know it. Fusey commented pertinently. A scene suddenly flashed through Xingqi's mind. At that time, in the hot spring hall, Fu Xi asked him if he smelled a strange smell. Was it to confirm the existence of pheromones? It turned out that there were clues long ago, but he had never taken it seriously. Pheromones are produced between sentinels with extremely high matching degrees. What's more, information liquid can be extracted to achieve the effect of soothing sentinels from a distance. Shang-Chi has never seen a sentinel couple with a matching degree of more than 95%, so naturally, he would not believe in the legendary thing of pheromones. In the final analysis, it was his cognition that limited his thinking. Shang-Chi still held the wine glass in his hand. He suddenly realized something, and took a sip of the wine in his hand. The mellow taste of citrus and rose lingered on the taste buds, and Shang-Chi suddenly understood something. "It's your favorite smell, right?" Shang-Chi put down the wine glass. Fusey also reacted. No wonder she felt dizzy when she smelled it. It turned out to be a subconscious reaction. The two of them suddenly looked at each other in silence. Fusey coughed softly. "Your questions are over. Now it's your turn to answer." Shang-Chi held Fusey's hand and kissed her finger bones like Yule. "I'm sorry, I don't want to lie to you, but I have to lie to you." The wind on the rooftop was very cold. Shang-Chi's hands and lips were like two pieces of ice. Fusey knew he was very nervous, but she didn't intend to let him go. "Don't talk so much nonsense. You should explain the matter of the mystery of Jialan first." "I got the mystery of Jialan by chance. The energy fluctuations in it are very strange. On the day when the test results came out, it was targeted by the rivals. They didn't have the courage to steal on Indicli's territory, so they let the news out. Later I learned that the energy fluctuations in the mystery of Jialan are very similar to Yuan." Shang-Chi pulled Fusey's hand and wanted her to sit down first. Fusey sat on the chair next to her and declined the blanket handed over by Shang-Chi. "The Jinza Church keeps offering me conditions to buy this gem. The Jinza Church is affiliated with the Queen herself, and their opinions mostly represent the Queen's opinions. Originally, I also wanted to sell this gem as soon as possible, but..." Shang-Chi looked at Fusey cautiously. "Just say it. Do you remember when we participated in the Banshee family's travel meeting in the first stage? Ina and I disappeared for half a night," Shang-Chi said slowly. Fusey didn't ask where they went at the time, and she even helped them cover up. Fusey nodded to show that she remembered. Shang-Chi continued, "That night I got a message that the Jinza Church and the Banshee family had made a deal. Someone wanted to get Yuan, and didn't take the open way." Fusey said, "The Jinza Church wanted to get both the mystery of Jialan and Yuan at the same time, which aroused your suspicion?" Shang-Chi pursed his lips, and said tactfully, "I actually wanted to do a favor to Tan Sui-Yin. It is rumored that there is a disagreement between Wang Ji and the Jinza Church. Compared with the heir who is set in stone, the weight of the church is indeed not heavy enough." Fusey narrowed her eyes, raised her hand and pinched Shang-Chi's chin, and said in a bad tone, "Then why did you give me the mystery of Jialan?" Shang-Chi let her pinch him, and said guiltily, "If Bai Sui wants to rob her, the Crozier fleet has no ability to counter in Indicli's territory. Bai Sui is an identity fabricated by Tan Sui-Yin, just to do some shameful things. She is not as reasonable as the Queen. Facing fleets from other galaxies, it is easy to quietly swallow the mystery of Jialan and make Shang-Chi speechless." Fusey snorted. "So you threw the mystery of Jialan to me, and by the way, test my identity and Tan Sui-Yin's attitude, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, you are really amazing." Shang-Chi didn't dare to answer. Tan Sui-Yin did send a team of mercenaries to trouble her, but it was just a small fight, and the action was ruined by the people sent by Shang-Chi. If Yue hadn't appeared at that time, Fusey would have cleared the roadblocks by herself, and she had taken off her suppressor at that time. It was just a little bit, and Fusey's spirit body would be exposed to Shang-Chi's eyes. When Tan Sui-Yin realized that the gem had gone to Moran with Fusey, he had no chance to snatch it, so he could only give up. Fusey let go of Shang-Chi, her face showing no emotion. Tan Sui-Yin doesn't care that much about the mystery of Jialan. "Do you feel that you have lost 6 billion? Shang-Chi didn't say anything, just looked at her silently. The answer is self-evident. Fusey looked up at the sky. It was already late at night. "Do you know what Yuan is?" Fusey said indifferently. Without waiting for Shang-Chi to answer, Fusey said to wait. "Forget it, it doesn't matter. I still want to be the champion of the might competition. When the competition is over, it doesn't matter what you want to do. Now be a little more obedient." Fusey stretched out her hand in front of Shang-Chi. "Can you do it?" Shang-Chi's hand touched Fusey briefly, which was considered a promise. Fusey stood up, grabbed 3 wine glasses in one hand, and picked up the wine bottle in the other hand. It was late at night, and it was getting colder and colder on the rooftop. It would be bad if Shang-Chi, the weak guide, was frozen. "Let's go!" Fusey tilted her head, remembered to take down the blanket. Shang-Chi suddenly said, "Senior, is this what we are doing tonight? A heart-to-heart talk?" Fusey walked forward without looking back. Her back was not very clear in the dark night. "Just a casual chat. Don't feel any psychological burden." Shang-Chi shook his head helplessly. His timid look gone forever. A casual chat almost exposed all his vests. but she said almost nothing, and the information she said was still casual. From this point of view, the degree of heart-to-heart talk between the two is not equal at all. But Xingqi still has no way to deal with her. Suddenly, Fusey turned around and pointed to the suppressor on the table and said, "Remember to help me pick it up." Xingqi picked up the suppressor bracelet, which was a custom-made one, and all the curves perfectly fit the ups and downs of Fusey's wrist bones. Only under the restriction of the suppressor can the Sentinel live in the downtown like ordinary people. Wait! Xingqi suddenly realized that Fusey had not been wearing a suppressor, and the dark sky could not block her vision. What was his expression when she turned back? Xingqi's heartbeat slowed down by 2 beats, and his performance had a crack at the end. Chapter 100. 3 days later, Mike Contest Forum, defeat the God of Coordination. It's incredible, Tanya is really upset this time, right? Irony of life. Tanya has been in decline for 10 years. What's wrong with letting us win this time? Difficult to decide. Hey, that was the result of our own efforts. How come we were let out? Defeat the God of Coordination. Stop talking nonsense. I already suspect that Atlanticus was let go in the semifinals. Defeat the God of Coordination. How could they lose so easily, huh? There is no doubt that the IP of Defeat the God of Coordination is in Gearman. She should be a fan of Shintiani. Speaking of Atlanticus, there is a sense of regret. Difficult to decide. No matter what, Tanya has 2 teams advancing to the semifinals this time, and the chance of winning the championship is much greater than that of Gales and Gearman, isn't it? Defeat the God of Coordination. What are you talking about? Are you guys too proud, or our Yishin can't lift the knife anymore? Bai Luolan has always been the favorite to win the championship. There is no doubt about that. Listen slowly. Everyone knows that Apate is a team of lazy players. She has come this far only because of the support of her peers. Ironic life. If you are a lazy player, try to make it to the semi-finals. Don't be eliminated in the auditions. Then you will cry about your bad luck. No graduation, no name change. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Everyone should be more objective. Defeat the God of Coordination. Why are you pretending to be a good person? The team you support has not been eliminated, right? It's easy to talk without any pain. No graduation, no name change. To be honest, I only watched the game of Yishen, and there is no need to worry about elimination. Defeat the God of Coordination. Feng Qingye has always had a good reputation on the forum, which is closely related to his long-term charity. Let me ask, which German student has not seen the test syllabus collection, practical video review collection, and online answering tips shared by Feng Qingye? With such a set of small combos, who can say bad things about Feng Qingye against his conscience? Listen slowly. It's true, only the teams of Sheki and Bailuan are worth watching in this competition, and other crooked melons and cracked dates should go home as soon as possible. Don't graduate, don't change your name. Wow, you have a high vision. I wonder in which round your team was optimized. Listen slowly. I didn't participate in the competition, I just commented. What? I don't even have the qualifications to comment. Don't graduate, don't change your name. It's okay, the cloud competition is also a competition. You can watch it as if you have participated in it yourself. Don't be discouraged. If you work hard, you may be able to pass the audition. Listen slowly. You sound like you can enter the audition. Do you think you are one of them, if you like Bai Luolan? What kind of spiritual victory are you trying to tell me? Don't change your name until you graduate. Why am I telling you this? It's boring. I'm leaving. Listen slowly. Broken defense? You better not be lurking to post. Food is hard to eat. Oh my god. Didn't anyone go to see the live show of Miji? Brother Yin is so handsome that I cried. Isn't he too strong? Defeat the God of Coordination. Handsome? I think he is just showing off. I have never seen that Sentinel so arrogant as to bring 4 guides to the competition. Defeat the God of Coordination. Do you really think you can drag 4 people? Just wait and see. He can only make it to the semifinals at most. Ironic life. You seem to have that red-eye disease. You can't stand seeing others do well, right? Failed the final exam and felt sad. He has red-eye disease. Don't pay attention to him. I went to see Yenji's show. It was really good. The ultimate visual enjoyment. The food is terrible, right? I really like Brother Yin and Liana. They are such a reassuring combination. Failed the final exam and felt sad. Refused to be bound. Without Liana, Yenji will have better teammates. The food is terrible. Ah? But Liana's mental power mutation skill can give Yenji a second life. For Yenji, she is a rare teammate. Failed the final exam and felt sad. There are so many geniuses in Tanya who are far more suitable for Yenji than Liana. Don't praise Liana. Antarctic. You guys are busy arguing on the forum every day. right? Failed the final exam and felt sad. What's it to you? Take care of yourself. Antarctic, you failed the exam and didn't go to review. You can get high scores by arguing here, right? Then I have to say something. Antarctic, let alone Yanji's high mobility and high offensiveness, his temper of doing whatever he wants is not suitable for participating in the competition. Nanji, a little-known fact, the captain of the team is Liana, not Yanji. No matter how powerful a sentinel is, if it does not obey orders, it will only become a double-edged sword. Fusey was a little surprised when she saw this comment. Many people do ignore the dominant position of the guide in the team, and subconsciously regard the main force of the battle as the core of the team. For example, Ai Ning, who has been standing behind Bai Luan, and Shi Qi, who follows Feng Qingye. They are the commanders of the entire team and the captains. However, most students will subconsciously ignore their status when discussing. Fusey continued to read. Nanji, Liana's spiritual body mutation skills are rare in the entire mic, and the strength is naturally needless to say. I am sad to fail the final exam. Laughing to death, I have taught you everything. What is your ranking in the mic competition? Nanji, you'd better not participate in mic in your life, otherwise it will be too embarrassing to be eliminated in the first round. Sometimes the college also calls those who are eliminated in the auditions as being eliminated in the first round. Fusey took a look at the IP address of Nanji, which showed that he posted this comment in Gauls. I didn't expect that there would be such a pertinent student in Gauls. His opinions were very subjective and indeed exaggerated. But he should have participated in mic in person and understood the hardships. This is why the evaluation is so pertinent. Fusey couldn't help laughing. Could this be a small account of a contestant? Buyu, what are you arguing about? Nanji, just talking about the facts. Buyu, why didn't anyone analyze Apat's combat power assembly? They obviously advanced as well. Defeat the god of coordination. Who knows how they won? Atleticus was like possessed. Buyu, because Apat is strong enough. Defeat the god of coordination. Strong? How strong? I think it's because of her exceptionally strong skills in exploiting loopholes. Buyu, Ina's strength can definitely compete with Feng Qingye. Buyu, no, Ina crushes Feng Qingye. That's the right way to put it. This comment immediately aroused public indignation, and hundreds of replies below were scolding him for being blind and comparing a newcomer like Ina with the champion of the previous competition. Buyu, anyway, you wait and see, Apat will definitely advance to the finals. Fusey read the certainty and confidence from this short line of text. Someone actually believed that her team could win the championship more than she did. After being questioned for a long time, Fusey had to think for 2 seconds when she saw such comments whether this was flattery. Fusey clicked into another post, which mainly analyzed the composition of Bai Luolan's combat power. But the analysis went off topic. Hey, do you know Lin Xian's background? Why do I feel that she is so out of place? Ironic life. Yes. Why do I seem to have never heard of this person before? Ling Lingzi. She and Yishan are from the same family. She calls Yishan brother, but they are not related by blood. Hey, your news is all over the place. Can you tell us something we don't know? Ling Lingzi, what do you want to hear? Hey, Bai Luolan's team is now perfect, except for Lin Xian, a newcomer who often drags down the team. Lin Xian just enrolled in German this year. As soon as she entered the school, Feng Qingye included her in his team. This treatment made many of Feng Qingye's fans envious. Hey, why doesn't Yishan choose other guides to join the team? Ling Lingzi, this is actually not a secret. I just said it casually. Don't make it public. Ling Lingzi, Feng Qingye has 2 older sisters, who have long since joined the church to serve the queen, and family affairs have been put on hold. Ling Lingzi, so 10 years ago, Feng Qingye's elder sister adopted Lin Xian and wanted to train her as an heir. Ling Lingzi, it turned out that although this child has good potential, her personality is not up to the task, so she can only be thrown into German training for 2 years. Heya. In other words, Yishan did not volunteer to bring Lin Xian to participate in the competition? Then won't his teammates complain? Ling Lingzi, Feng Qingye and his teammates have been friends since childhood. Even if the friendship is gone, there are still family interests tied to it. Isn't this much more reliable than any classmate friendship? Heya. Lin Xian is so powerful, no wonder she can let 4 big guys help her brush up her resume. When Fusey saw the name Lin Xian, she thought about it carefully in her mind before she looked at the face. That girl didn't have a strong presence. Every time she saw her, she would hide behind Feng Qingye with her head down. She was shy and socially anxious. Heya, I feel that Lin Xian's ability is also very ordinary. I don't see anything special about her. Lingzi, you don't know that being ordinary at the moment is not terrible. What is terrible is that there is no room for advancement. Lingzi, to put it bluntly, everyone is a student now. How many people can really go to the army to serve the queen? Most people have to hone their skills for more than 10 years after graduation before they can succeed. Lingzi, Lin Xian is different. As soon as she graduates, she will return to the family to manage the business. No matter how many spiritual abilities she has, they will be useless. She can only guard the family until she grows old. Fusey touched her chin. In peacetime, the sentinels are mainly internal guides and external guides. In wartime, it is completely the opposite. As a guiding guide, it is normal for Lin Xian not to have much combat ability. Anyway, Sheki has already made up for the shortcomings in terms of attack power, and Lin Xian just needs to find out the gaps and make up for them. Fusey narrowed her eyes. If she had to play against Bai Luolan in the semifinals, Lin Xian would be the best breakthrough point. The information of Yin Cixi and Lu Kiki popped up on the light brain as Fusey's thoughts moved. Fusey had already obtained the information of these two people. As expected, they were also children of aristocratic families, who hid their identities and came out to experience. Their resources and potential were beyond doubt. Recalling the scene when these two people appeared, quarrels and frictions followed. It is not difficult to see that they are very familiar with each other, and small quarrels have become their main way of daily communication. Fusey would not regard their harmless quarrels as a signal of discord within their team. On the contrary, they have a good relationship. Scrolling down the post, the names of Lu Kiki and Yin Cixi appeared. Lingzi, Sister Lu is just being stubborn. Last time, she and brother she had a fight at the training ground. She kicked brother she so hard that brother she had to stay in the medical cabin for 3 days. Sister Lu went to visit him every day. Borrow some money to spend. This incident was a big deal at the time. Fighting in school is punishable. Yin Cixi went to the principal in person and said that it was just a joke. He didn't intend to pursue it, so Sister Lu was exempted from punishment. Hey, I hit you, borrow some money to spend. Don't hit me for everything, sister. These are two sentinels. There is no good result for sentinels to be together. Lingzi, at best, they grew up together and have a special friendship. In addition, their parents know each other, so they can be considered old friends. Lingzi, in short, we don't have to worry about Yishan losing. Bai Luolan is invincible. Borrow some money to spend. Invincible. Hey, invincible. Fusey felt like laughing. Gehrman is a military school that worships the strong. How can there be blind worship? If Feng Qingye really loses, he will be scolded in the forum. I can't think about it. Fusey flipped down and saw a golden message, which was displayed in 3-dimensional special effects on the optical computer. Feng Qingye, thank you for your kindness. The opponent is very strong. We will do our best, but we refuse to flatter. Fusey laughed out loud. Feng Qingye actually went to the forum and left a message on this post. His account was officially certified by the mic competition, and it also had a shiny special effect, which was not conspicuous. Borrow some money to spend. Worship the top scholar. Heya, worship the top scholar. Keki, worship the top scholar. The comments below were all about worshipping the top scholar to show off. Obviously, everyone had forgotten what the original topic was. Feng Qingye's popularity is indeed high. In just half a day, tens of thousands of comments appeared on this floor. Normal people can easily get lost in such praise, but Feng Qingye obviously kept his heart very well. Ayane's voice suddenly came from behind. What are you looking at? Fusey turned around and saw Ina coming in from the door with the trophies of the past 2 days, and piled them on the table into a large mountain shape. Fusey handed her the laptop. Go to the forum and read the comments about the games in the past 2 days. Yana took it and glanced at it casually before passing it to Fusey. Don't you read the bad reviews? Huh? Fusey didn't quite understand. Aren't there bad reviews everywhere? Why should she read them specially? Yana explained while sorting out the spoils. It's the bad reviews from the opponent. Fusey understood. What's so good about that stuff? Yana said casually. Reading the bad reviews from the opponent is also a good way to relieve stress. In the past, if I didn't play well in a game, I would read more bad reviews from the opponent, and I would feel much better after reading them. Fusey didn't expect Ina to have such a mentality. How should I put it? She is unexpectedly down to earth. Ina suddenly stood up and pointed outside the door and said, I just saw Luther. Fusey didn't care much. Luther's family has some background. It's not easy for him to come back to school. He shouldn't cause trouble. Ina thought for a while, and made a spherical shape with both hands in front of her chest. He brought such a big gem, saying that he would put it in the Gauls exhibition hall. A group of people surrounded him. I took a glance. The gem was not common. It seemed to be called the Mystery of Galen. What? Xingqi's voice suddenly came from the stairs. Ina looked up and saw Xingqi coming down from the rooftop. He opened his eyes slightly. Tell me again, what is the name of that gem? Ina said curiously, the Mystery of Galen. It's engraved on the stand, in Moro's language. I won't make a mistake. Fusey and Xingqi looked at each other, and Fusey shook her head gently. Xingqi came back to his senses, and his expression returned to normal. A very strange name. Ina disagreed. Aren't all the names of gems like this, such as Devil's Kiss and Satan's Eye, they are all the same? Fusey stood up. I go out and take a look. Xingqi, do you want to come with me? Xingqi nodded, and Ina pointed to the table. I won't join in the fun. I clean up these things. It's a bit messy if I buy too much. Fusey nodded absent-mindedly. After they left the house, Xingqi said seriously, what I gave you is definitely the real thing. Fusey certainly didn't doubt that she had a fake. Bernard's test report had come out, and the gem that was shipped to Moran couldn't be more real. How to explain the one in Luther's hand? Fusey narrowed her eyes. Unless what Luther has is a fake. Last time, Luther went into a manic phase at Gehrman, and was escorted back to Gauls for custody after injuring his instructor. It stands to reason that he should stay in school for observation, and if he doesn't perform well, he will be expelled from school and advised to drop out. Now he is not only back to school, but also treated as a guest of honor by the top management of Gauls. Needless to say, he must have made a lot of connections. As for the Mystery of Galen, it might be a stepping stone. Fusey said in a slightly cold tone, really strong vitality. Xingqi walked side by side with her, speaking in a low voice. Someone must have got the news. The energy stored in the Mystery of Galen is very rich. It can buy 3 small planets if converted into currency. Luther is willing to use it to exchange for student status. This itself does not make sense. What's wrong with exchanging student status? Is academic qualifications more important than money? Fusey asked. Xingqi was helpless. Moran values academic qualifications, and Tanya is not easy to graduate. But in Defear, anyone with a little bit of brains can get a military academy diploma. Even if it is not from Gales, it is enough. Academic qualifications here are not valuable. Fusey nodded, and Luther's behavior logic was even more wrong. In this case, I can only think of one possibility. Fusey rubbed her finger bones. Xingqi also thought of it. The two looked at each other and said in unison, someone instructed him. Chapter 101. Fusey and Xingqi walked side by side on the campus path of Gales. There was a breeze, and it should have been a rare good weather. Fusey said in a deep voice, we should have made him go without return at Gehrman. Xingqi couldn't help but look sideways. When did the conflict between you and him become so intense? No, Fusey said calmly, I just simply hate Luther. Because I hate him, even if there is no irreconcilable conflict, I hope he will disappear forever. Xingqi fell silent, and unconsciously began to think about whether he had offended Fusey before. As Fusey walked, she suddenly found that the breathing of the people around her became 2 degrees lighter, as if they were nervous, and as if they were afraid. Fusey looked around, and did not find any potential threats or secret peepers. What's wrong with you? Fusey asked. Xingqi froze and asked softly, have you figured out how to approach Luther? Fusey saw that he was trying to change the subject, but she followed his lead and said, we don't need to approach him deliberately. If I'm not mistaken, he's eager to tell the whole of Gales that the legendary gem is in his hands. Luther, that person, loves to be in the limelight the most, and has no idea how to write the word low-key. Xingqi thought about it, and still said the question in his mind. Luther suffered a loss in German once, so he shouldn't be so ostentatious again. Fusey's face suddenly showed a trace of contempt. Conserve? No, he will only think that those guides are ungrateful, and he is just unlucky, and there is no need to make any self-improvement at all. Xingqi couldn't help but tease. You haven't lived in Gales for a long time, have you? Luther grew up in an absolute patriarchal society, surrounded by voices of praise. Sentinel's outstanding talent made him the proud son of heaven. All the praise and rewards were too easy. Even a person who was good at being modest would lose himself in such an environment. Xingqi couldn't help but sigh. People still need to see more of the world to know their insignificance. In this regard, Bailuan did a good job. Fusey glanced at him. No, but Ina lived here for a long time. Xingqi said to him, I know this. The two chatted casually along the way, and soon they saw a huge square. In the center of the square stood a huge sand table stone statue, which was a 1-to-1 scaled version of the entire school, protected by a transparent crystal cover. And now, Luther was standing in the square, surrounded by a circle of students who came here to admire his reputation and 2s and 3s of mentors. Fusey heard the exclamations from the crowd from a distance. Is this a Starcore gem? So beautiful. I've never seen such a pure blue. It's more beautiful than the eyes of Vinegar in the legend. Such a gem can already be put into the school's exhibition hall? Fusey narrowed her eyes and saw Luther standing in the middle of the crowd, with an undisguised smugness on his face. The exhibition hall of Gales contains many relics of celebrities and rare interstellar minerals, each of which is the historical heritage of Gales. Xingqi whispered in her ear. Fusey raised the corners of her lips slightly. It sounds like a high-standard treatment. Xingqi nodded slowly. I heard that when Bailuan first entered the school, he donated 3 clearance discs made of dark crystals. Although they are the dregs of the old times, they are still included in the campus exhibition hall. Fusey looked back at him with some surprise. It's rare to hear you criticize something. Xingqi didn't lower his head to look at her. He looked at the lively crowd in the center of the square and said calmly, I'm just telling the truth. The pass order disc he mentioned is actually a very common means of qualification review, but the pass order disc made of dark crystal is only used by the supervisory office made by Caligar to rule Defear 300 years ago. At that time, Caligar had not suffered a serious blow. The family's strength was unprecedented. All nobles had to rely on him to survive. He was the well-deserved real ruler of Defear. For this reason, they made pass order discs with dark crystals, and set up their own watchtowers in every transportation fortress and noble territory. In Defear at that time, every inch of blood and every inch of starry sky was under the rule of Caligar. Until Caligar was overthrown later, and the family's foundation was reduced to 1/10, this pass order disc was abolished. Just as Xingqi said, the clearance disc made of dark crystal is a period of time that is unbearable to look back on in the history of Defeal. No one wants to recall that dull and depressing atmosphere. Fusey gently kneaded the joint of her index finger. Have you tested the mystery of Jia Lan? Xingqi nodded. Of course, otherwise it would not be sent to the auction. A gem with such huge energy has a radiation level of only level 1, which can be ignored for the sentinels. Fusey said slowly. Xingqi didn't know what she wanted to say, so he could only nod obediently. Fusey gently nodded to the crowd in the distance. What do you think the radiation level of that gem is? Xingqi understood. He looked around. This was the central square of the entire Gauls. There was a lot of traffic. All the students going to and from get out of class, the tutors going out, and the senior executives who came to visit would pass by here. If there was any turmoil here, Fusey patted Xingqi on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. I guess Luther doesn't have the courage to bring dangerous goods to the school. Xingqi narrowed his eyes. He didn't have the extraordinary strength of Fusey. Standing at the edge of the square, he could only see the outline of a human figure, and he had no chance to carefully observe the quality of the isolation cover of the gem. Fusey raised 3 fingers. No more than level 3 radiation. It will only cause slight hallucinations, nausea, dizziness and other phenomena to the sentinels and guides. Xingqi looked at her silently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Fusey suddenly laughed. Just kidding. What's the difference between me doing something in public and running naked? Xingqi, But Fusey said meaningfully, Luther won't have an easy time either. The crowd in the distance suddenly became agitated, and with the entry of a group of people, the commotion gradually subsided. Fusey looked at the familiar face of the leader, and put on an expression of watching a show. Bailuan is here, Fusey said. Bailuan had a kind smile on his face as always, and he said to Luther, Thank you for your hard work. There are not many people Luther is afraid of in Gales, and Bailuan is one of them. Not only because Bailuan's strength is several blocks ahead of him, but also because of the surname Odby. Luther rubbed his hands a little awkwardly, and a flattering smile appeared on his face unconsciously. President, I am also for the school. I am afraid that the gems will be lost on the road, so I rushed back day and night. Bailuan raised his hand slightly and interrupted him. It will take some time to verify its authenticity. Do you want to wait here or go back first? The students following Bailuan are preparing radiation protection suits and transfer props, and are about to take the mystery of Jialan away. Luther stepped forward anxiously. No detection? Senior, don't tell me that you can't judge its authenticity with your eyesight. This is obviously a unique Starcore gem. Contrary to his impatient expression, Bailuan's head and toes are full of the 4 words official business. I don't have professional identification ability. Professional matters should be handed over to instruments and experts. I just follow the rules. Bai Luan said helplessly. Rules? Senior Bai Luan, I call you senior, and you still use the same set to deal with outsiders to deal with me? Luther was anxious and began to speak without thinking to Bai Luan. Bai Luan was not angry. He was always calm. This is the school's rule. It has nothing to do with my behavior. I will not give preferential treatment to someone because of his special status. Fu Si listened from a distance and couldn't help but sigh that Bai Luan's mood was so stable. Luther couldn't say anything good. He could keep that smiling face. Every time Luther asked fierce questions, Bai Luan fought back with a few words. Seeing the person behind Bai Luan step forward to touch the gem storage box, Luther clenched his hands, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins on his forehead bulged. Bai Luan raised his eyelids, put his left hand on Luther's right shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Don't cause unnecessary trouble to the school's medical team." If Luther was sober, he would definitely understand the warning and consolation in Bai Luan's eyes. However, the sequelae of mania made his brain always in a state of congestion, and he could not listen to anyone's advice at all. The violent mental power rushed towards him, and Bai Luan's helpless voice was squeezed into the air by the high pressure. It will really cause trouble for me. The 3-meter-tall giant crocodile swung its sharp tail armor and rushed straight towards Bai Luan. Bai Luan did not move, and did not even blink. A long wail cry spread from his side. Luther's tyrannical mental power was like a mouse seeing a cat, and it instantly withered. Bai Luan's spiritual body suppressed the giant crocodile tightly, and Luther trembled all over, and his tall body could not stand steadily. From the perspective of others, Bai Luan just stood in front of Luther and did nothing. In Luther's eyes, there was a snowy mountain that could never be climbed. He took a step back involuntarily, and was swallowed up by the killer whale's bloody mouth. Luther rolled his eyes, his body softened, and he fainted. Bai Luan lowered his eyes, and the gentle smile he always had on his face disappeared, and a rare murderous aura emerged. Fu Si suddenly pulled Xingqi behind him. Something is wrong. Xingqi didn't understand why. He could feel that Bai Luan had just suppressed Luther's spirit, and disintegrated Luther's will in a breath. Fu Si looked alert. She was leaning aside leisurely, to watch the show, when Luther took action. Xingqi's mind moved slightly, and his mental power spread instantly, trying to capture the movement in the square. Cracked the sound of something breaking. Fu Si and Bai Luan were both startled at the same time, and then Bai Luan ordered in a stern voice, "Everyone disperse." Fu Si squeezed Xingqi's wrist, and Xingqi felt a chill on his arm, as if he had fallen into a cold embrace. Before he could investigate the source of this feeling, he heard a loud bang, and a burst of blue fireworks exploded in the center of the square. The sealed box containing the mystery of Jialan suddenly exploded, and the gems inside turned into powder and floated in the air. A strong radiation spread out from the center of the square, and it barely stopped until the edge of the school. Xingqi's breathing stagnated, and he couldn't help but look at Fu Si's profile. As she said, the mystery of Jialan was a time bomb. Now this bomb has exploded. Chapter 102. For a moment, the whole square was a riot of demons, with hoarse and unpleasant screams. The guides or sentinels with weaker mental power were all affected by the radiation. Their internal organs began to churn, their retinas were congested, and their ears were buzzing. Fu Si was surprised to see the miserable state of the students. Level 4 radiation? Level 3 radiation can only cause minor injuries to sentinels and guides, and cause irreversible cell failure to ordinary people. Level 4 radiation has a greater impact on sentinels and guides. If they are not treated as soon as possible, they may die of organ failure. The gem exploded in the central square, with the most dense traffic. There are not only students who come to watch, but also tutors and management who come to visit. With this wave of radiation, Gales will suffer heavy losses, and will have to suspend classes for at least 2 weeks. Fu Si turned her head, and saw Xingqi was still in a daze, but he was not affected by the radiation, and was in good condition. Xingqi hesitated. Why is this happening? Fu Si thought, perhaps, Luther's coming to Gales today is just a cover. The people behind him want to make the mystery of Jialan explode in the central square, and the radiation effect is just a side effect. Xingqi raised his hands, and there was nothing unusual on his bony palms. Looking at those who were exposed to radiation, there were red cracks on their arms. It was hemolysis after the gene chain was broken, but Xingqi was intact. Xingqi recalled the chill that had just passed through his arm, but still didn't understand what it was. Bai Luan's suppressed voice reached the ears of the two. Notify the medical team to prepare an isolation room, block the entire central square, and immediately count the personnel losses. The people he brought were wearing protective clothing, and the situation was optimistic. Some sentinels, with a rating of A or above, were still able to move and could assist in the evacuation of personnel. Fusey pulled Xingqi away from the central square. People around were lying or crouching, and only the two of them stood there, standing out from the crowd. It was too eye-catching. The two took advantage of the chaos to get away from the center of the accident. Along the way, they could see many medical teams rushing to the central square. Xingqi was still wondering why he had just survived, when he heard Fusey whisper, "Don't look up, stand behind me." Before the voice fell, a tall shadow was cast in front, blocking the way for the two. The person who came was Mashu. Since the previous little friction, Mashu disappeared as if he had evaporated from the earth, and his figure could only be seen on the field. Fusey raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke first. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Mashu lowered his eyes, and the air pressure around him was very low. "Only you two?" He said something incoherent, but Fusey understood it. He was probably asking about the whereabouts of other team members. Most likely he came for Ina. Fusey's expression gradually turned cold. "If there is nothing else, we will leave first." She stopped just out of courtesy. Whether to answer his questions later depends on her mood at the time. Unfortunately, Fusey is in a bad mood now. "During the game, you'd better not harass my team members anymore. If you have anything, contact the team leader instead of rushing to me like a fool." Fusey left with Xingqi regardless of the other party's reaction. Mashu received Bailuan's message to go to the central square to participate in the blockade mission. It was accidental that he met Fusey, but his body was faster than his mind. When his brain reacted, the words had already come out of his mouth. Mashu clenched his fist in annoyance, not daring to waste any more time, and immediately walked towards the central square. Fusey saw from the corner of her eye that Mashu did not catch up, but hurried in the opposite direction. Needless to say, he was rushing to support Bailuan. Rather than saying that Gales is a school, it is better to say that it is a concentrated small society. The student union is in charge of all matters of the entire school, and most of the members of the student union are descendants of old nobles. They regard this place as a training ground, and the management is in name only. As for Mashu, Fusey always felt that he looked familiar. Not in terms of his face, but in his temperament and eyes. He did not look like a student, but more like a mercenary who had fought through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Seeing the small building where a pate lived appear in her field of vision, Fusey suddenly stopped. Xingqi also stopped. "If I remember correctly, you are from Defeer, right?" Xingqi said softly, "Yes, I don't like the teaching atmosphere in Gales. I prefer Tanya to this place." Fusey turned around. The place where they lived was very remote, and usually not many students would pass by. She asked, "Do you know the organization of Garoman?" Xingqi slowly frowned. "I have heard of it." Fusey chuckled. "Just heard of it?" The scene of the two people confronting each other on the rooftop flashed in his mind. Xingqi turned his head away and didn't look at Fusey. "Do you suspect that Imoshu is from Garoman?" Not suspicion. Fusey had a dark stone under her feet, and she gently kicked it away. "He must be." Hearing the certainty in her tone, Xingqi couldn't help asking, "What are his characteristics?" Fusey raised her head and glanced at him. "You better really know nothing." Xingqi looked at her innocently. Fusey also knew very little about the information about Garoman. The reason was that Defeal was unprecedented in the field of blocking information, and Morin often had to rely on political diplomacy to obtain information. Garoman is an organization affiliated with the Caligar family, similar to the Golden Foot Wu Church, Xingqi said carefully. "As for the details of their internal personnel, I really don't know." Fusey stared at him for a while, without asking any more questions, just nodded. "Yes, they are a sharp knife, slashing at foreign enemies according to the Master's will. Just like Morin has 12 commanders affiliated with the headquarters, other galaxies also have armed organizations to maintain the power system. The Golden Foot Wu Church supports the Queen, and Garoman maintains the glory of Caligar. Mashu should be the youngest cadre. There is an inconspicuous tattoo under his right eyeball. That is his identity mark." Fusey continued. "In order to hide the identity, tattoos usually appear in places that are not shown to outsiders, but Mashu tattooed it under the eyeball, which is quite unique." Hearing this, Xingqi slightly widened his eyes. "When did you find it?" Fusey and Mashu have only met a few times, not to mention that Mashu's presence is very low. Most of the time, he lowered his eyes and kept silent. She should not have the opportunity to observe the tattoo. Fusey shrugged. Just now, when he mentioned Ina, he was so excited that he forgot to hide the tattoo, so he saw it naturally. Mashu's pupils are different from those of the natives of Defeal. He has very rare heterochromatic pupils. One eye is dark green, and the other eye is lake blue. The two eyes are one dark and one bright. Normal people will focus on the lake blue eye. And his tattoo is hidden just below the dark green pupil. If he does not actively move his eyeballs, it is difficult to find the clues. Fusey said faintly, Galluman is not a shameful organization. It is really an old antique that has been eliminated by the times. Xingqi, It seems that he did not show his full strength in the competition. Xingqi said, as a matter of course. This is not surprising. Many contestants will hide their weaknesses in the previous competitions and save their trump cards for more critical rounds. Xintiani was forced to use a Boda in the semifinals. As expected, it was her trump card that she wanted to save for the finals. She showed it when she was about to be eliminated, but unfortunately, she still couldn't win the game. Maybe we can investigate the details of Mashu and see what his hidden abilities are, Xingqi suggested. Fusey's lips moved slightly, and just as she was about to say something, footsteps were heard not far behind her. The person who came did not want to hide his figure, and naturally approached the two of them. Investigate what? Yaina's voice came from far away. Fusey and Xingqi looked at each other, and kept silent. Chapter 103. Aina saw the two talking in front of the building when she was upstairs. Seeing that they were slow to come in, she went downstairs to ask. Fusey said naturally, just now, there was a small incident in the central square, and now it is in chaos. Aina looked over and was a little curious. There are many monitoring stars in the central square of gulls. How could an accident happen? Fusey repeated what happened just now, but omitted the location of Xingqi and her to prevent Aina from asking about the physical condition of the two. Sure enough, Aina's thoughts were successfully led away. In other words, the gems that Luther escorted all the way just happened to explode in the central square? Yes, Fusey nodded. Luther and Bailuan had a dispute at the time, which should be caused by the overflow of mental power. Her voice gradually slowed down, and Fusey slowly frowned, because she found that this was impossible. Let alone how high the specifications of the sealed box for storing gems are. Resisting the attack of S-level sentinels is the most basic requirement, and Luther's mental body can't reach the level of S-level sentinels at all. Bailuan also controlled Luther very well, so it was impossible for him to accidentally hurt the sealed box next to him. The three of them fell silent at the same time. There is another possibility, Xingqi said slowly. Fusey raised her eyes. Luther should not know about it. Xingqi said softly, he should have just received an order to transport the mystery of Jiawan to Gales, that is, using his student's identity to transport a time bomb to the central square. Aina suddenly looked around. Let's go in and talk. The wind seems to be a bit strong. The surrounding trees are shaded, the leaves are slightly moving, the breeze is gentle, and there is a hint of coolness. The three of them entered the house. Luoyi and En Nan were not there. Luoyi must have taken En Nan out to play. Who would do this? Gales is not a small private military school. What good would it do to offend the students here? Aina was puzzled. Fusey thought, Xingqi, have you noticed that there are very few monitoring stars in the central square today, but there are many students and tutors? Xingqi thought about it. He and Fusey were far away from the central square. He couldn't even see Luther's face, and could only recognize him by his body shape. And the moment he spread his mental power, he did find that many people gathered in the center, but there were few scattered people around. In the first few seconds before the gem exploded, I sensed that the monitoring stars around were indeed very scattered, at least much less than usual, Xingqi said. Fusey thought of a possibility. That is to say, someone in Gales is cooperating with Luther's actions, deliberately gathering people, and deliberately reducing the number of monitoring stars, just to spread the radiation as soon as possible. Aina rested her hands on the back of the sofa, and her expression relaxed. Perhaps the open and secret struggles of the old nobles have affected Gales, and Luther is just a pawn. Fusey denied this conjecture. Bailuan is a member of the old nobles. Who would not give the Oddby family a little face? Who would touch the heir of the Oddby family? At that time, Bailuan's position was at the center of the radiation. If his mental defense line was relaxed for a second, even the body of an S-level sentinel would be affected by the radiation. Could it be that the initiator of all this wanted to not even give Bailuan face, and was bent on causing riots in Gales? Is it a bit too rampant? The three of them fell into silence, each with their own thoughts. Suddenly, the door was pushed open from the outside to the inside, and two figures appeared at the door. Luoyi was holding a plant of unknown species in his hand, and was excitedly transferring it to the windowsill. He turned around and found that the three people were looking at him expressionlessly. Is there something on my face? Luoyi said helplessly. Enon was the first to notice that the atmosphere was not right, and said coldly, The lucky tree cannot be placed in the place where the light race lives. Move it into the room. Luo Yi's attention was immediately diverted. Oh yes, thanks for reminding me. After sending Luo Yi away, Enon took off the portable optical computer on his nose and rubbed the bridge of his nose. What happened outside? We passed the central square on the way back, and the surroundings were blocked. Xingqi and Ina looked at Fusey, silently asking for her opinion. Fusey was puzzled. What's so shameful about this news? Luther transported the mystery of Jialan to the exhibition hall in Gales, but the sealed box leaked in the central square, the gem exploded, and the radiation affected many students and teachers. Omitting the dispute between Bailuan and Luther, and the position of Fusey and Xingqi watching the fun, the whole incident is almost the same. Enon nodded, without expressing any opinion, and turned to go to the lounge. Fusey called him. Enon, do you have any opinion? Enon turned his head strangely. What can I say? Isn't this an ordinary transportation accident? Everyone looked at each other, and Enon continued. Because the Sentinel's mental power was out of control, the sealed box cracked, causing the gem to explode. Isn't this a simple transportation error? Everyone was silent. Think carefully. If you ignore the timing of Bailuan's appearance, the decrease in the number of monitoring stars, the increase in the flow of people, and Luther's sudden rise, this is an accident. But are there really so many coincidences? Fusey suddenly had a bold guess. The whole thing was because of the dispute between Bailuan and Luther. What if all this was led by Bailuan? As the only heir to a family of diplomats, Bailuan has 10,000 ways to appease Luther's emotions, at least to make Luther feel at ease to go with them to test the gems, and not to have a manic attack on the spot. Bailuan and Luther were classmates in Gauls, and Bailuan would not be unaware of Luther's temperament. He is smooth and has various means, and it is impossible for him not to see the signs of Luther's mania. The only explanation is that Bailuan planned all this himself. Fusey looked at Ina calmly until Ina noticed her gaze, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" I was wondering if the semifinals were scheduled for 3 days later. Would this incident cause the competition to be postponed? Fusey said. Wait for notification. There is no precedent for the postponement of the mic competition. If a contestant has a problem, it will be considered as a withdrawal. Enon put the laptop back on his nose. After all, this incident happened in Gales, and had nothing to do with the players of APAT. The next incident just needed to wait for the official notification of the competition. Luo Yi dragged Enon to many places in the past 2 days. Ina didn't know whether she was avoiding someone or just didn't want to go out. She had been studying new dishes in the kitchen. In comparison, Fusey was much busier. Busy playing games. At that time, in the semifinals, the board game played by Fusey and Shintiani was noticed by a game company in Moran, which bought the copyright from Mike and developed a card game. If it was just a card game, it would not be a big deal. The most important thing is that players can choose their own cards. The spiritual bodies of Mike competition stars, such as Feng Qingye, Sheki, Bailuan and others, are among them. In other words, in this game, ordinary people can also have spiritual bodies, and they are the spiritual bodies of star contestants. This invisibly satisfies the fantasies of many people. The differentiation of sentinels and guides depends on genes. In Moran, sentinels and guides account for 30% of the total population, among which guides are even rarer, with half the number of sentinels. In other words, most people are still ordinary people without spiritual bodies. People are always full of fantasies and expectations about the unknown. Fusey is not surprised that this game will become popular. The influence of the mic competition is not covered, not to mention that there are many marketing methods of game companies. This game is very difficult for Fusey. In just 2 days, she reached the highest level and became the top player in the division. After turning off the beta test invitation sent by the game company, Fusey received the official notification of the competition. The list of semifinalists is out. The time of the semifinals remains unchanged, and the teams that successfully advance will draw lots the day after tomorrow afternoon. Fusey took a look at the list of advanced teams and felt a little overwhelmed. 2 teams of Tanya, 1 team of Gauls, and 1 team of German. According to this result, Fusey is likely to meet at the top with Yen Ji in the semifinals. Chapter 104. Tanya has missed the finals for 3 consecutive times. This time, Miji and Apat entered the semifinals, which undoubtedly conveyed good news to Tanya's students. Tanya's championship, which has not been won for many consecutive times, is likely to return in this session. The entire Tanya school forum showed an unprecedented enthusiasm. Help me, I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. Both of my favorite teams advanced. No way, someone is really optimistic about Apat. Chill out, You have been saying bad things since the auditions, and now you are still saying depressing words. I am tired of watching you. Just watch. A Pat will definitely be eliminated against Yishin or Bai Luan. Remind? Even if they are eliminated, they will be the third place. The foreign dynamics, which had been scrolling quickly, showed a blank screen for a minute after this sentence appeared. Perhaps everyone realized at this time that a Pat's rookie team, which was put together from all over, was about to enter the semifinals. No matter whether they win or lose, they are the quasi-third place team that can stand on the podium. Since the mic competition was held, it has been a competition that countless students yearn for, and its champion will be regarded as a true god of actual combat by ordinary students. Not only that, if there is a record of the ranking in the mic competition on the graduation resume, it will be much easier to enter the frontline army or join the galaxy exploration team. Oh my god, I seem to have just realized this terrifying fact. I dare not imagine how many people will be slapped in the face if a Pat wins the championship, waiting for the result. Bold prediction, Tanya can take the top 2 this time. Hey, don't open the champagne at halftime. I'm not saying, Yishin is really in a strong momentum, plus Liana's assistance, he has a good chance of winning the championship this time. Humble. Yishin himself hasn't said anything yet, let's not put too much psychological pressure on him. Everyone is cheering for Miji, then I cheer for Fusi, I quite like her. Agree, I don't know why, I always feel that she doesn't come to compete, she has a weird sense of relaxation. It's so funny, of course she's not nervous, look at her way of winning the game, isn't it glorious? Why is it not glorious? Didn't she just use the help of NPCs, disguised as NPCs to deceive other contestants, use the terrain advantage to bury opponents alive, and beat her teammates to let opponents relax their vigilance? It seems not so glorious, Fusi snorted and turned off the light brain. She did not deny that she had taken some shortcuts to win the game, but this was completely within the rules of the game, and could not be considered a violation. Even if she was investigated, she would not be held responsible. In other words, all means were for the ultimate victory. Even if they were mean and cruel, they were for a result that would satisfy her. Fusi played with the light computer in her hand, her eyes dim. As long as she could achieve her goal, who would care about the bumps and means on the road? Fusi? Xingqi suddenly spoke behind her. Fusi came to her senses, and turned around to see Xingqi holding a tray full of soft cloud cakes, with cherry pink cream dotted on the cakes, like cute lambs. Xingqi put the plate on the table and asked, "Do you want to try it?" Fusi looked at him with some curiosity. "Why did you think of making this today? I thought you were used to the food at Defil." Hearing the obvious teasing in her tone, Xingqi blinked, his lips turned down, and his face looked quite innocent. "Because I need your help." Hearing this, Fusi raised her eyebrows, and a hint of interest appeared in her eyes. She did not dislike Xingqi's way of asking people for help. On the contrary, she had a high liking for this kind of retreat to advance rhetoric. "Tell me about it." Fusi picked up a sheep and tasted it without hesitation. It was unexpectedly fluffy, with a good taste, and it was very soothing to the taste buds. Xingqi watched her chew and swallow it, and her expression seemed very satisfied, so he dared to say, "I want to accompany you to the exhibition hall in Gulls." The relationship between the main and the secondary in this sentence seemed very confusing, but Fusi understood it immediately. "Do you want to visit the exhibition hall in my name?" Xingqi nodded slowly and whispered, "I know this is offensive, but the exhibition hall of Gales is not open to the public unless necessary. It will only be open to visitors, when the distinguished guests of the academy come." Fusi smiled. When did the Croce fleet have to borrow even this little face from others? Xingqi lowered his head, and the hair by his ears covered his eyebrows and eyes. He looked a little fragile, and silently pleaded with Fusi. Fusi picked up another lamb, and poked the cake base with her sharp fingertips, without any gentle meaning. "This afternoon, come with me to see Bai Luan. I just happen to have something to verify," Fusi said in a light voice. "Is it about the explosion of the Jiaolan mystery?" Xingqi raised his eyes, and the pitiful temperament on him disappeared again, as if it had never existed. Fusi glanced at him. "You guessed it too?" Xingqi nodded. "It's not difficult to think that you didn't continue to explore the results of this matter yesterday. This shows that she already has a target candidate." Fusi raised her hand, and Xingqi subconsciously raised his hand to cover his head. Realizing that he had overreacted, he slowly lowered his arm, and looked at Fusi in confusion. Fusi frowned slightly, and her fingertips twisted a small feather from his hair. It was black and perfectly blended into Xingqi's hair color. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell it apart. Fusi held the feather and moved it in front of Xingqi, asking, "Where did you go today?" Xingqi stared at the feather, and saw it gradually change from black to white, and the color was infinitely close to Fusey's fingers. When it was about to be completely integrated, it suddenly turned into countless particles and dissipated in the air. It's a feather of a bird spirit. I don't know if it has a monitoring function. Fusey's voice gradually became colder. Xingqi shook his head gently. It doesn't have a monitoring function, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to detect it. Then, he began to recall the details of the day. I didn't go anywhere today. I just went for a morning run with Ina on the tree-lined path, Xingqi explained. He thought for a moment and added, I didn't meet anyone. Fusey admired without emotion. What a hard-working freshman. Xingqi, sorry, he whispered. Fusey waved her hand. Don't apologize too easily. It's not a big deal. Remember to come with me to ask Bailuan for access permission in the afternoon. After that, she took the light brain again, obviously not intending to talk to Xingqi again. Xingqi was silent, got up and left. That feather. Xingqi lowered his eyes, and his palms began to itch again. He tried his best not to scratch them, so as not to let Fusey notice anything unusual. In fact, Fusey has been addicted to games recently, and the card game is even more attractive to her than the plate of soft sheep cakes on the table. The reason is that the copyright of this game is very well done, and the spirit bodies of Sheki and others are presented in the game. Playing more will bring unexpected gains. And she found that Feng Qingye was also playing this card game. The two of them are almost the same in rank, and they are often ranked in the same game. This game requires 4 players to start, one of whom is a hidden dealer. The dealer must win the game without playing his hand cards. It is said that this is based on Fusey's performance in the semi-finals without using his spirit body. The other 3 players can use their cards normally. The dealer doubles the points after winning the game. Many great players will deliberately choose to hide their dealer identity in order to quickly gain points. Fusey saw Feng Qingye being the dealer for 10 consecutive games, and watched his score surpass her and top the list. I didn't expect that Feng Qingye, a sentinel who has been trained since childhood, would have so many possibilities after leaving his spiritual body. Just as I was thinking about it, Feng Qingye actually sent a battle invitation. Feng Qingye, want to play a game? Puff is so sweet. Do you know who I am? Feng Qingye, I watched you play, and your personal style is quite obvious. Feng Qingye is a good student who uses the real name system to surf the internet, but Fusey is different. Her nickname is different in each forum. Puff is too sweet. No, Feng Qingye. Why? Puff is too sweet. Matching time is too long, Feng Qingye. Fusey didn't lie. She had to go to Bailuan with Xingqi in the afternoon. It takes a long time to match high-level players, and the game can't be finished in a short time. Feng Qingye didn't get too entangled, just said to meet next time. Fusey shook her head. Her interest in this game was limited to now. When the mic competition was over, she would have no time to play card games. The entire student life was still too short for her. Chapter 105. Fusey watched 2 game videos on her computer, one of which was a replay of her semi-final match with Shintiani, and the other was a replay of Yan Ji's semi-final match. Time passed quickly, and Xingqi changed his clothes and went downstairs. Fusey realized that the time they agreed on had come. Since she had promised him, Fusey had no intention of going back on her word, and immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Xingqi looked back, and saw that Ina and the others were still taking a lunch break, and were particularly quiet. Just the 2 of us? Xingqi asked softly. Fusey squinted her eyes, feeling a little sleepy. Go early and come back early. They probably won't be interested in the Gauls exhibition hall. Inan himself is not a person who likes to visit and travel. Louis doesn't like the old-fashioned and dogmatic exhibition halls, and Ina, not to mention, she only likes the gem exhibitions organized by auctions. Having said that, Xingqi couldn't say anything more, so he could only follow Fusey out of the door. Fusey seemed to be very familiar with the internal structure of Gales. The path along the way was winding, and there were many forks, but Fusey walked very easily. Xingqi finally couldn't help asking, Do you know where to find Bailuan? Fusey shrugged, I don't know. Xingqi, So I was just walking around. Do you think I was walking around? Fusey answered patiently, According to my understanding of Bailuan, he must be in the school's medical team to comfort the students affected by radiation. The radiation energy of Star Core level gems is not low. They must have established an isolation zone. Bailuan should be there. Fusey pointed to a sudden temporary isolation zone in the distance. Xingqi looked in the direction she pointed, but didn't see any buildings, only a piece of green grass. Fusey said calmly, It's still a long way to go. In order not to affect the contestants, They must have built the quarantine area next to the abandoned teaching building. Xingqi frowned and looked. Sure enough, there was a group of tall buildings standing in the direction they were heading. The further they went, the stronger the mental fluctuations became. Xingqi could sense that many high-level guides gathered around. Fusey did not go directly into the quarantine area, but waited outside. Xingqi took the opportunity to observe this temporary quarantine area. Although it was called a temporary construction, the facilities in the entire quarantine area were actually very luxurious. All of them used the latest medical cabins and hibernation rooms, and there was no trace of haste at all. It was as if it had been prepared long ago. Fusey waited outside for a while, and soon saw two figures hurried out and walked straight towards the two of them. The man in the lead was President Bailuan with tired eyes, and Fusey was not unfamiliar with the face following him. That was Rivers, a man whose presence in the Knights of Helios was as strong as that of Mashu. Unlike Mashu's gloomy feeling, this man was born with a pair of smiling eyes, and he was friendly to everyone he saw, and it was hard for people to dislike him. Fusey looked at the time, very punctual. Bailuan smiled a little haggardly. Excuse me, I'm really busy these 2 days, otherwise I would definitely come to your house. Fusey raised her hand slightly to stop him from talking. To make a long story short, I want to borrow the visiting privileges of the exhibition hall. Can you give me a green light? Bailuan looked worried. You don't know that the exhibition hall of Gales nominally welcomes all kinds of distinguished guests to visit, but it is only open on school anniversary or death anniversary. Today. Fusey chuckled. I thought so originally, but unfortunately, your teammates sent me an excellent pass. As she spoke, she gently grasped the air, and a small feather appeared at her fingertips. It was the one that was caught in Xingqi's hair this morning. Fusey turned her head and stared at River's eyes, not missing the surprise in his eyes. Bailuan's expression did not change, and he did not even give Rivers a half look. His reaction was naturally relaxed. Is this a feather of a bird spirit? Excuse me, you can't say that this is the work of my teammate. Fusey nodded carelessly. Indeed. In that case, Bailuan smiled palely. I have something else here. His voice gradually weakened, and his face that pretended to be tired was slowly replaced by indifference. A piece of silver-gray crystal stone fragment appeared in Fusey's hand at some point, and Bailuan stared at the thumb-sized fragment. Perhaps, some people's work is not detailed enough. It's easy to catch the fish that fall into the net, but it's hard to find the black sheep, Fusey said meaningfully. Bailuan stared at her eyes, and slowed down his voice. My Moran language is not very good. Please explain it more clearly. Fusey turned her wrist, and the crystal fragment disappeared in her palm. This is a very simple transaction. You give me the authority, and I will help you destroy the evidence. Bailuan pursed his lips, and couldn't help rubbing his temples. After a while, Fusey's impatience was written on her face. Bailuan finally said, Let Rivers go with you. After all, you are guests, it's better to have someone to guide you. Fusey nodded. A tour guide is always needed for this matter. It doesn't matter whether the guide is here to monitor them, or to introduce the exhibits in the exhibition hall to them sincerely. Seeing her nod, Bailuan breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. It was more tiring to comfort the students affected by radiation than he thought. He also had to take care of the semifinals. Although the opponent was not strong, he still had to spend time dealing with it. If it was not Fusey who came today, but someone else, Bailuan would not necessarily give this face, even if the other party had a handle on him. But Fusey gave him a very familiar feeling. As the heir appointed by the Oddby family, he had an excellent memory. He could remember the face and name of someone he had met once, even if he was an unknown little person. Not to mention Fusey. Bailuan recalled the encounter 3 years ago, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's best not to make enemies with her at this time. It's just a visit to the exhibition hall. With people from our own family accompanying us, nothing serious will happen. Thinking of this, Bailuan turned to Rivers and said, Please come over. Rivers smiled and narrowed his eyes. His voice was unexpectedly clear and youthful. It just so happens that I've been here for a day, and I can't wait to go out for a walk. Bailuan patted his shoulder. Then go, I transfer the authority to you. This matter was resolved. Fusey looked back at Xingqi, only to see him nod slightly, and his fingers hidden in his sleeves touched the corner of her clothes obscurely. Fusey turned her head and raised her chin. Leave now? Rivers, and Bailuan completed the face-to-face handover, and finally Rivers had a small round badge in his hand. It was painted with the school emblem of gulls, golden, and if you look closely, there are particles of light floating around. Bailuan is not a person who goes back on his word. If he promised, he would definitely let them have fun, so Fusey and Xingqi had plenty of time. In fact, Fusey didn't know why Xingqi wanted to go to the exhibition hall. It's true that there are many rare and precious objects in this place, but most of them are useless trophies or relics of celebrities. It's hard to evaluate the value of these things, and Fusey can't appreciate them. But she really wants to see the past disc made of dark crystal. Biological verification information past the exhibition hall uses biological DNA verification. Rivers put the small badge on the verification table and passed the primary verification without any obstacles. Fusey watched Rivers pass through the doors and screenings, and suddenly felt burdened. This is too troublesome. Rivers turned around and smiled apologetically at her. After all, it is the core of the campus, and more audits are inevitable. Fusey silently looked at Rivers' back. He was a sentinel, but his figure was not exaggerated. He had a just right sense of power, but did not give people a solemn sense of oppression. I'm curious, Fusey said faintly. Did Mashu ask you to monitor my team members? Rivers paused slightly, then continued to walk forward naturally. What did you say? Xingqi turned his head to look at Fusey. She didn't tie her hair today, and casually put one side of her half-long hair behind her ear. From his angle, he couldn't see Fusey's pupils, but only her curved eyelashes. Now the eyelashes blinked twice quickly like butterflies' fluttering wings. Isn't it you? I can still recognize the feathers of eagle owls. Rivers turned around slowly. What do you want to say? Fusey suddenly laughed and shook Xingqi's shoulder. Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to blame you. Even if there is any account, Bailuan has just helped you settle it. Xingqi was slapped twice by her, not knowing why. Fusey turned her head and pointed to the crystal display stand in front of her with large and small objects on display. You go play first. I chat with him casually. It felt like adults are talking while children are playing. Xingqi has always been obedient. At least as a student, he is very obedient. Fusey saw Xingqi's figure disappear from the side of the two, then turned her head and said casually, What did Mashu tell you? You have a good relationship in the team, and you can do such immoral things for your teammates. The old nobles of Defeer value face and reputation the most. No matter how many dirty deals they have in private, at least they won't be too ugly in public. If this kind of surveillance and peeping gets out, it will really damage their reputation. Rivers was not panicked. He said calmly, Since you said so, you probably don't want to make a big deal out of it. Fusey was certainly not interested in ruining something that was dispensable to the other party. She just wanted to get some real benefits. Smart people are really open-minded. Let me make it short. I want to know what Mashu's purpose is in participating in the competition? Hearing this, Rivers lowered his eyes, and his voice was barely noticeable cold. I find that you are really careless. You didn't even know where your teammates came from, and you took them to participate in the competition in a muddle? Who would have thought that Fusey spread her hands? Do you know everyone in the team? It doesn't matter what the rivets are made of. A good rivet is one that can support a tall building. Rivers saw her like this, as if she really didn't care at all. She only had the result in her eyes, and she didn't care how the result was achieved. Having said this, it would be too much to say anything more, so Rivers stopped the topic very measuredly. Fusey asked, Mashu, why did he come to participate in the competition? Rivers looked away. Although I usually don't refuse a lady's request, it is related to other people's privacy, so I can't tell you. Fusey snorted and laughed. Do you know that sometimes not answering is also an answer? Before Rivers could react, Fusey turned around and walked toward Xingqi, and Rivers could only hurry up to catch up. Not answering is also an answer? Rivers' mind was spinning. Could it be that Fusey already had a corresponding guess? She asked him just to see his reaction to confirm her guess. Rivers looked at the backs of Fusey and Xingqi standing together, and she felt a little uneasy. Although Mashu's identity was not a secret, his purpose was indeed a bit secretive. Fusey said that he kept his mouth shut because of the friendship of his teammates. Rivers knew that this matter was related to the top secrets of Defeal. Even if Fusey threatened him, he could only admit defeat. As soon as Rivers walked over, he heard the two talking in a low voice. Fusey asked, What is this? Xingqi glanced at the things in the crystal display case and said calmly, The spoils left after the demise of the Cadia family. Fusey thought about it, and felt that this period of history was very unfamiliar. It seemed that she had never heard of this name. Why did it perish? Xingqi chuckled. It's not a big family, so it's natural that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. It's only a matter of time before it perishes. Fusey was not interested in Defeal's history. The current general chairman of Defeal was not a conservative. He was very keen on starting wars. Such internal wars are also common. Fusey's eyes stayed on the object on the exhibition stand for a moment. It was a very beautiful swan brooch. The dazzling white and the dazzling black achieved a strange balance on it, and the artistic value and monetary value were shared. Ina should like it very much, Fusey thought lazily. After scanning the exhibition booth, Fusey's eyes were fixed on a corner. There were two dark-colored pass discs, only the size of a palm, and looked inconspicuous. Chapter 106. Fusey took a quick look at the display. There were people who regularly maintained the display, so everything would not be covered in dust. The pair of pass discs made of dark crystal were not rare among the exhibits. Fusey looked at them from a distance, and thought they were extremely ugly. Such rare materials were made into two ugly things, which was not aesthetically pleasing. Fusey walked briskly. The place was very empty, and there were many empty display cabinets placed in the corner. If the mystery of Jialan was not damaged, it should have a place here. No, Fusey thought again. The stone Luther sent was fake. It could not even pass the test, let alone be put in the exhibition hall. If she thought about it this way, the gem in her hand was really a rare treasure. However, Fusey's use of gems was different from others. Most of the time, she did not use them to inlay jewelry or make tools. If Xingqi knew how she used gems, she would probably be criticized for wasting natural resources. What is this? Xingqi suddenly asked. Fusey turned around and walked to his side. She saw a sheep's skull on the exhibition stand. The skull was black, and a snake bone was coiled in the gap, passing through the two eyes of the sheep head, and the snake head was winding on the sheep horns. The whole skull was weird with a bit of absurd beauty, which made people unable to look away. Fusey's eyes were fixed on the sheep head. Rivers glanced at it and explained, "This is actually a human skull." Fusey became interested. Human skull? Has it undergone acquired mutation, or has it become a new species through your human experiments in the field? Rivers looked at her silently and said slowly, "This human skull is the owner of the swan brooch just now." Fusey walked around the booth and observed the skull from all angles, confirming that it was a female skull. It was vaguely clear that the skeleton was not big. There were no signs of postnatal transplantation, so it should not be a victim of human experimentation. Rivers glanced at the skull and seemed a little taboo. At first, this thing would cause hallucinations if you looked at it for a long time. It was stored in the warehouse for 2 years before the mental power residue on it disappeared. With such a strong mental power residue, it is likely that the skull was cut off before the guide died, when her mental fluctuations were the strongest. Fusey quickly became interested in it. Her eyes wandered, and Xingqi beside her accidentally touched her arm, and Fusey realized that his body was cold and his face was pale. "What's wrong with you?" Fusey was puzzled. He was fine just now. Xingqi lowered his eyes. His voice was tired. "It's okay, just a little dizzy." Fusey reached out and touched his carotid artery. The vigorous pulse beat under her palm. It really didn't look like he was sick or injured. In Fusey's eyes, guides are very fragile. Illness, serious injury, mental attack can take their lives. The semifinals are coming soon. Xingqi can't get into trouble at this time. Fusey frowned slightly. "Let's go back now." The accommodation arranged by Gauls for the contestants has the most advanced medical cabin to prevent sudden accidents. Even if there are diseases that the medical cabin cannot solve, there are corresponding medical teams on standby all day. Xingqi raised his eyes. There was a shiny water light on his eyelashes, cold sweat, and his face was as pale as wax, looking lifeless. Rivers was also shocked. He brought the person in. If something happened under his nose, it would be spread out that he deliberately murdered the contestant and interfered with the results of the competition in disguise. In serious cases, he would be sentenced to a lifetime ban. "I didn't do anything. There are surveillance stars monitoring here all day, and there are also special people to check regularly. There will be no radiation harmful to the human body." Rivers, who is always calm, couldn't help but defend himself. Xingqi held Fusey's wrist and whispered, "Let's go back." Fusey nodded. Anyway, she had seen everything she wanted to see and could leave at any time. Rivers breathed a sigh of relief. Xingqi didn't seem to want to make a big deal, so it was easy to deal with. Fusey took Xingqi back and forced him into the medical cabin for a comprehensive examination. The preliminary examination results came out quickly. Fusey looked at the report and widened her eyes in disbelief. It showed that Xingqi's red blood cells and platelets were lower than normal values. In other words, Xingqi not only had anemia but also had a certain coagulation disorder. The patient is malnourished. Please replenish energy in time, eat regularly, and resume your work and rest. Fusey's face turned cold. She had never seen anyone malnourished. Even the children in the Indicli welfare home were not malnourished. In this era of nutritional supplements, how could anyone be malnourished? Fusey couldn't believe it. She asked directly, "What are you doing all day long?" You are not so busy that you don't even have time to replenish your nutritional supplements, right? Xingqi sat up and saw the incredible physical examination report. He lowered his eyes with a guilty conscience and said nothing. He tacitly agreed with Fusie's statement. Fusie walked back and forth for 2 steps, but still felt it was absurd. No way, Xingqi, don't tell me that the Jialan mystery has emptied your family's funds, and you can't even supply the nutrient solution? Normally, Fusie replenished the nutrient solution in the team, which did not require the team members to purchase additionally. Occasionally, Ina prepared special meals for them, which was also funded by Fusie. They did not have to worry about food and accommodation. Fusie only asked them to play normally. She was given a report of malnutrition. Fusie narrowed her eyes. You don't have any psychological problems, do you? Many complications of mental illnesses have the symptoms of anorexia and insomnia. Thinking of Xingqi's figure every time in the middle of the night, Fusie felt that he had problems. Xingqi denied. No, I took the psychological test organized by Tanya when I entered school. The full score was 12, and I got 11.5. Fusie snorted and laughed. Some people really believe in that thing. It can only deal with the academic school in the school. Anyone who knows a little psychology can get full marks. Xingqi had no way to refute that what Fusie said was indeed true. He fell silent, and his fingers unconsciously tapped his palm, leaving deep finger marks. Fusie turned around and sat on the chair next to her, patting the light computer in her hand. Tell me, should I hire a nutritionist for you, or should I go directly to the medical team to get 3 days of nutritional injections? Xingqi raised his head and was about to refuse, but he didn't say it when he met Fusie's cold eyes. Fusie said in a calm voice, coagulation dysfunction is not a trivial matter. Have you ever thought about modifying the gene sequence for acquired transformation? With the development of science and technology today, this kind of hereditary disease has corresponding medical means, and modifying the gene sequence has become the mainstream. However, there are still a few people who insist on the integrity of the original gene and are unwilling to make changes on it. Fusie thought, if you don't want to modify the gene sequence, you can treat it by transplanting bone marrow, which can also preserve the integrity of the human body. Xingqi shook his head gently. His face looked much better. A faint blush spread out at the end of his eyes, like the sunset glow that has not yet dispersed in the sky. I just didn't rest well during this period. Irregular work and rest can also become the reason why cells cannot metabolize normally. Fusie looked at his stubborn profile and finally did not insist. Then you have to eat on time. I will let Ida keep an eye on you. Xingqi nodded and became obedient again. His collarbone was deeply sunken, looking thin and fragile. I want to rest for a while. Fusie did not comment, stood up and adjusted the medical cabin to rest mode, letting him observe here for a while before leaving. The semifinals were imminent, and Fusie had no intention of exploring his secrets, just wanted to finish the competition as soon as possible. Anyway, everyone will go their separate ways after the game, and there is no point in exploring too much. Fusie took out the light brain again and accidentally saw Luther's name. Luther's full name is Luther Fisoya Caligar, which means that he is not an ordinary citizen of Defeer. Caligar's current strength is not as good as before, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the family foundation cannot be shaken overnight. The current chairman of the Defeer General Council, Maureen Caligar, is the ultimate power holder of the entire Defeer. His existence is enough to show that although this family is lonely, it is still an unshakable existence. And Luther is just an insignificant distant relative. His blood is not completely unrelated to the general chairman, but it is completely different. No one will back him up, and no one will care about his life or death. Fusie only saw the announcement that Gales expelled Luther from school, which was also very gratifying. If this was not caused by Bailuan, Fusie would probably say that justice is in the hearts of the people. Unfortunately, the current situation is the result of the efforts of various forces. As for what hatred and grudges there are between Bailuan and Luther, Fusie does not know. Fusie put away the light brain, went upstairs and knocked on Ayane's door. Who knew that after knocking for a long time, no one answered. Ida is not here. Fusie looked at the time. It was already evening. Where would Ina go? Chapter 107. Fusie did not inquire where Ina went that night or who she met. This is her privacy and her freedom. As long as she returns safely, Fusie will turn a blind eye. Defeer is not peaceful. There are constant wars of all sizes. The prosperity of Gales is just a facade. The marginal planets are immersed in the fear of war all day long. Fusie does not want Ina to be involved in the dispute. Her safety is more important than any truth. Malnutrition? After Ina came back, she was also amazed. Fusie nodded. So you should keep an eye on him during this period and take nutritional supplements on time. At least, he should not fall before the finals. Ina didn't know for a moment whether she was concerned about Xingqi or worried about whether the game could proceed normally. I know, I will supervise him. Ina responded. Fusey explained everything properly, and went to participate in the semi-final draw ceremony. This draw is crucial. If Tanya is lucky enough, perhaps 2 teams will advance in the semi-finals. Whether a Pei wins or Me only takes the final fruit, Tanya is the champion of Mike. Fusey has no psychological burden. She is very familiar with both Bailuan and Feng Qingye. When she arrived at the meeting room for the lottery, Fusey was the last one. Bailuan's face was still acceptable, but his tense forehead revealed his fatigue. He must have spent a lot of time and energy to appease the students in the past few days. Feng Qingye is much more relaxed. He is not so popular here, so he will not be followed by people everywhere, and his ears are much quieter. Liana didn't treat Fusey well as usual, or she could ignore Fusey now, and looked away when she saw her come in. Fusey looked around, but didn't see the team leader or anyone to organize the lottery. What, am I early? Fusey asked. Feng Qingye was closer to her, and he whispered, I heard that the lottery this time is a little different. Fusey became interested. Why? Feng Qingye pointed to the sand table in the middle of the room. This lottery doesn't seem to be a regular process. Gales arranged a small game. Fusey glanced at the white sand table in the middle of the room, and suddenly found it familiar. It seemed to be a miniature version of the main city of Defil. Fusey's eyelids jumped, and she had a bad feeling. What kind of game can be played by drawing lots? It's nothing more than deciding the order of the draw according to the ranking. Fusey was bored with this kind of ceremony. Once there were other external factors in the lottery that was originally purely based on luck, it could not be considered absolutely fair. Fusey said coldly, Can I refuse? Everyone turned their eyes to her, and Liana said contemptuously, Do you think this is a place where you can refuse just by saying no? Where is the person in charge? Fusey interrupted her, raised her head and looked around. Is this how Gauls treats guests? Her emotions came suddenly, and everyone looked at each other, obviously not understanding what she was angry about. Could it be because the lottery ceremony was changed, no longer random, but with a certain degree of controllability? To be honest, no matter which 2 of the 4 teams met, it would not be considered a low-level horse against a high-level horse, which means there is no loophole to exploit. In this case, it doesn't matter how the draw is changed. That's what the other 3 people thought anyway. Fusey said, Randomness is an inevitable factor in the game. The map is random, the chord level is random, and the opponent is random. Once one of the links is controllable, it can't be considered absolutely fair. Bailuan thought about it and nodded, That's right. I don't agree with using other means to determine the opponent. Liana pursed her lips and looked at Bailuan, her eyes swept across Fusey's face again. She was unusually quiet today. She would have jumped out to refute Fusey at this time before. Fusey knocked on the table. I'm in a hurry. Until then, a short old man finally rushed in from the door. It was the team leader Fusey had seen before. He obviously didn't expect this situation to happen. He smiled and apologized, Sorry, something happened suddenly, and I came late. Fusey looked at him quietly. Bailuan nodded politely. Teacher Quentin, you are here. Quentin kept glancing at Fusey and Bailuan's faces with his peripheral vision. Seeing that the 2 were not obviously unhappy, he continued to smile. The school has been busy recently. Please bear with me if I have neglected you. The status of teachers in Gales is not high, because teachers are just an ordinary profession here, and their status is not even as high as that of students. For example, students like Bailuan have a strong background and a superior status, and the instructors have to act according to their faces. Although it is ridiculous, it is true. Fusey looked at Quentin's cautious look and narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you not going to start yet? Quentin quickly took out a black box, which is the way to store confidential documents in Gales. He held up the box and showed it. There are 4 wind-shrinking insects sealed in it, 2 males and 2 females. Take 1 each, mark them, and put them in the observation box. The 2 pairs are naturally opponents. Wind-shrinking insects are a specialty of Defir. They like cold weather very much, and the ratio of homosexuals and heterosexuals is half and half. But they are very loyal. Once they find a partner, they will never separate for life. This creature is also one of the representative species of Defir. Fusey stretched out her hand and randomly picked a wind-shrinking insect. They are very cute, and they do not have the characteristics of insects with multiple legs. Their 2 forelimbs are short and thick, and they are very gentle creatures. Fusey watched it stretch in the palm of her hand, as if it had just been awakened from a deep sleep. This little thing was warmed up by the human body temperature. Its limbs were a little stiff at first, but after getting familiar with it, it began to crawl around in Fusey's palm. Everyone can use this special marker to mark it. Quentin distributed markers to the 4 people to mark the wind-shrinking insects. Fusey put 3 dots on its wings, which looked a bit like a large ladybug. After everyone marked the wind-shrinking insects in their hands, Quentin collected the 4 insects and put them in the observation box. It is very difficult to distinguish the male and female of this insect. The appearance, color, and habits are not much different, so Fusey didn't know whether the insect she chose was male or female. Fusey saw Liana draw a thin line on her wind-shrinking insect, Bailuan randomly put a dot, and Feng Qingye drew a leaf with great interest. The 4 wind-shrinking insects were put into the observation box. Feeling the breath of their own kind, they became more active and made bursts of buzzing. Quentin explained, "This is a sign of courtship, because wind-shrinking insects hibernate all year round, and once they resume action, they will be busy courting and breeding offspring." Fusey thought, "Is this process fast?" Quentin smiled, "Because their lifespan is very short. Everything must be done at double speed." Fusey turned back to the little insects, and they did begin to pair up in pairs. But as they determined their partners, Fusey's face gradually became solemn. The wind-shrinking insects selected by Liana and the wind-shrinking insects selected by Fusey actually gradually came together and snuggled up in the corner affectionately. They were happy, and Fusey and Liana's expressions were so heavy that water could drip out. Bailuan obviously did not expect such a result. The civil war that is rare in a century will be seen at this mic. Fusey was only gloomy for a while, and then she was relieved. She had also expected this situation. It was rare for Tanya to advance 2 teams this time, and it was inevitable that they would face each other. Think about it from another angle. Feng Qingye will have to fight Bailuan in the semifinals. If Gales loses to German again, he will lose the title of runner-up. She is not the one who should be nervous. The draw results have been announced. Quentin will pass the video recorded by Tianxing to the mic competition team, and an announcement will be issued in the afternoon to announce the semifinal match situation. As you can imagine, this news has set off a wave of discussion. No? Why let a Pat and Miji fight? I seriously suspect that Gales is behind the scenes. That means the Wild God and the Knight of Helios will have to fight to the death in the semifinals? The semifinals won't be more exciting than the finals? I have a hunch that the finals will be more exciting, and the semifinals will be just average at best. I never thought that a Pat would be able to achieve what they have today. I think they can only make it to the semifinals. That's the end. This sounds so familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Don't look for it. When did you not say this in the round of 16, the quarterfinals, the semifinals? When did a Pat not successfully advance? They are really lucky. Okay, if you can do it, go ahead. Aren't you just a newcomer who has never participated in mic? As for complaining about bad luck every day, this is not right. Not only have they never participated in mic, but we still don't know what the captain's spirit body is. In other words, she made it to the semifinals relying solely on her physical strength and the ability of her teammates. This is not just slacking off? Isn't this just bad luck? Wait, I suddenly thought of a question. It's already the semifinals, and her spirit body hasn't shown any signs of strength yet. She won't really hide it until the finals, will she? And didn't you notice that the guy with a particularly good face never used his spirit body mutation skill? No way. A team with 2 people hiding their skills, and they still made it to the semifinals? Suddenly I feel that a Pat is a bit scary. No one really took it seriously, right? I don't think it's anything special. It can't be more abnormal than Shintiani's static skill, right? It's hard to say until the last minute. There were many different opinions on the forum, but Fusey was hiding on the rooftop. The closer she got to the finals, the more she felt anxious for no reason. She didn't know where this feeling came from, and she couldn't get rid of it. After the game was over, Fusey would go back to Indicli again. She was determined to get Yuan, and would not let it fall into the hands of the church, and of course other forces. Why is there another person here? Xingqi's voice suddenly came from behind. Fusey didn't look back. She lay on the semi-enclosed railing and pointed to the location of the central square in the distance. The flow of people there has decreased. Xingqi couldn't help but look sideways. She rarely said such meaningless statements. Such conversations showed that she was very leisurely now. Xingqi said carefully, "I found something." "Oh," Fusey said lightly, "is it about Luther?" "Yes, I really want to know who instructed Luther to transport the mystery of Jiaolan to Gales, and who leaked this news." Fusey was silent for a while, and finally turned around and looked at him directly. "You mean, this was not done by Bailuan?" Xingqi shook his head gently. Seeing that his expression was not right, Fusey finally realized something. Who is it? Xingqi raised his eyes. Fusey was standing on the terrace, slightly higher than him. At this angle, he could only look up at her. Do you believe me, Fusey? Fusey was silent for a long time, and finally turned around. This question is meaningless. Xingqi looked at her back and said word by word, then my answer is not that important. Fusey's irritability became more and more serious. She didn't want to dwell on such a question without an answer. Anyway, they would go their separate ways after the game. What trust and dependence are all about what each needs. If you want to say it, I can listen, but I'm emotionally unstable now. You'd better stay away from me. Fusey continued to lean on the railing and looked at the direction of the central square. In the end, Xingqi did not give an answer, but turned and left silently. Fusey could probably guess why he was so hesitant. Xingqi's identity was the same as hers, hiding a secret that could not be told. And he just wanted to confess this secret. Fusey looked at the endless blue sky and thought aimlessly that she didn't want to take on a secret. This was too heavy and too intimate. Chapter 108. Time flies. Just when the internal operation of Gales was just back on track, the semifinals also kicked off. Fusey came to the entrance and received pre-match inspection. The viewing area behind him was crowded. The semifinals lasted for 2 days. The match between Apat and Miji was scheduled for the first day. At this time, it didn't matter to Fusey whether he played first or later. Both teams had gathered. Fusey saw Luo Yi staring blankly at the word semifinals in the distance, and stepped forward to pat him. What's wrong? Luo Yi said sadly. It's not easy. We actually... Before he finished speaking, he saw Fusey staring at him with a complicated look. He swallowed the words that had not yet come out. Fusey, let's talk about it after the finals. If you talk about it now, I always have a bad feeling. Luo blinked and whispered, What's the matter, you just think too much. Fusey glanced at him, and saw that he was honest, so she organized everyone to enter the venue. Thinking of the last simulation match that had no ending, Fusey was also in a trance. She felt a little sorry. If it wasn't for the equipment problem in that match, Liana would definitely lose. Fusey attaches great importance to winning every game. It's just that the outside world doesn't understand her. They just think that she can paddle as much as she can, and the victory or defeat of the game is all left to her teammates. All 10 people are here, and the game is about to start. Before entering the simulation warehouse again, Fusey told Ina, You don't need to come to me first, focus on protecting the guide. Ina nodded in agreement. The importance of the guide may not be seen in the previous games. In the later stages of the game, the importance of the core and the start ring is no longer as important as the ability of the guide itself. Fusey hoped that Ina could collect the location of Inan and Xingqi at the beginning of the game and join them as soon as possible. As for herself, there are many ways to protect herself. All contestants are in place, and the game map is loading. The map is ready, and the name of this map is Snow Valley. The game begins. The moment Fusey regained consciousness, she felt an indescribable resistance pressing on her. It was like being buried alive. Fusey opened her eyes, and a warm touch enveloped her face, and the furry touch did not look like a human. Looking closely, it turned out to be a polar bear, all white, and it had just died not long ago. There was a big hole in its body, and the delicious internal organs had been eaten away. The temperature here was very low, and its body was cooling rapidly, and its blood gradually coagulated on the snow. Fusey then realized that she was in a valley, with snow-white cliffs on both sides, a gap in the middle, and she was in this gap. It looked like a fierce battle had just taken place here, and this polar bear was the loser. A small area of the surrounding bushes was crushed, huge scratches were all around, and there were strange cracks on the steep cliffs. Fusey was thoughtful. She roughly felt the temperature, which was about -30 degrees Celsius. It wouldn't freeze people to death in a short time, but it was not comfortable. The low temperature of this map reminded Fusey of the map of Kuyu, one extremely low and the other extremely high, and she encountered two extremes. Not only Fusey had this idea, the spectator area also began to whisper, This map is not very friendly to Apate and Miji. For the current environmental factors, it's a 50-50 chance. It's a disaster for fans. Don't forget that there are 4 guides in their team who are not cold-resistant or heat-resistant. Liana is from Defil. She is not afraid of low temperatures. Who knows if she has been assimilated after so many years in Moran? The climate of our Moros cannot be adapted in a day or two. Fusey doesn't seem to be afraid of low temperatures, let alone Ina. I think Apat has a greater chance of winning. Can't you just watch the game? Isn't it just starting now? What can you see? Because of the hot semifinals, Gauls opened up the conditions for watching the game. Many students who didn't have classes could come to watch and learn, which led to a mixed crowd, and many people began to talk out of context. However, this did not prevent Feng Qingye and others from watching the game. As distinguished semifinalists, their viewing room was arranged on the top floor. Not only did they have an independent broadcasting room, but also a tower with excellent noise reduction. The noisy and disorderly discussions below could not disturb them at all. Feng Qingye turned to look at Sheki. Who do you think will win? Sheki wears goggles all year round, and cannot watch the game directly with his eyes. He used to rely on his spirit to see things. Now that he is in a special broadcasting room, and has a spirit guide mirror, he does not have to consume the power of his spirit to see things every moment, which is much more convenient. Have you also started to participate in this boring bet? Sheki smiled helplessly. Feng Qingye turned his head and asked back, don't you want to play a game with Fusey in the finals? Sheki's face remained unchanged when he hit the nail on the head. Of course I do, otherwise why should I participate in Mike again? Lu Kiki, who had been arguing in a low voice behind him, suddenly looked up. No way, Brother Qi, you participated in the Mike competition just for her? What's so special about her? Sheki smiled softly. Not completely. But you can understand it this way. Lu Kiki pouted. She was the youngest. Usually, Feng Qingye would not say anything when she quarreled with Yan Sisi. At most, he would carry Yan Sisi away. Everyone subconsciously took care of her as the youngest. So there were some things Feng Qingye would not say, but she could not help it. Brother Qi, you don't like her, do you? Sheki paused, as if he was really stumped by this question. Until Lu Kiki could not help asking, he slowly shook his head. No, I am not worthy of her. Don't mention this question again in the future. Brother Qi, this is not like you. Lu Kiki saw Sheki's face clearly, and the tail tone gradually lowered. Feng Qingye knew very well that Sheki's thoughts on Fusey were more like wanting to get close to him, but under the pressure of reality, there was no opportunity and no reason. Participating in the competition was the only way for the two to intersect. Achi Fusey shuddered. She had just taken some blood stains. In order to remove them, she had to wash her face with snow water. This is not mysophobia. In the wild, the smell of blood is what all hunters yearn for. If you walk with blood, you will attract some troublesome guys. Fusey stared at the iceberg in front of her, and had a headache. Snow has a very high reflectivity to light. It is daytime now, and the direct light has caused great interference to her eyes. Fusey has to close her eyes every once in a while to relieve the soreness of her eyes. In fact, she can cover her eyes with cloth and move forward, but just to deal with emergencies, she can't stand being blind. She can only walk and stop like this, recovering while moving forward. Soon, Fusey lost her patience. This narrow and long crack seemed to have no end, and she didn't go out at all. Can't go out. Fusey suddenly frowned. Her blue eyes flashed slightly, and suddenly raised her head to look directly at the light source, the white star. She was immediately forced to shed 2 lines of clear tears by the dazzling light. At the same time, Fusey confirmed one thing. She has been standing still, and so has time. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. Someone had dragged her into the illusion, or she had a mental problem. Fusey stretched out her left hand, and slowly carved a cross on her palm. Red blood flowed out of the wound. The pain was intense. Fusey evaluated herself, and found that her mental body was stable, and she had no signs of mental disorder. Then there was only one possibility left. Fusey slowly stood up. Who could it be? Who could have dragged her into the illusion without anyone noticing? The guide and the team didn't have such strength. Fusey's mind flashed through Xingqi's face uncontrollably. The people around her had the best opportunity to plant psychological hints. Even if Fusey was prepared, no one could guarantee that they would be on guard against hidden arrows at all times in life. No, Fusey tried her best to deny this conjecture. Xingqi didn't need to stab her in the back at this time. He was not such an ignorant person. Who? Fusey suddenly turned around. Chapter 109. There was silence all around, with only the sound of the howling wind echoing in my ears. The fallen leaves fell on the snow, making a slight collision sound, and there was no other sound. Fusey couldn't help but think of the last game. In that manner, time and life were still. It was a world built by Yule himself, and all the rules were made by him. But Fusey thought of the polar bear she had just seen. Its vitality had not completely dissipated. She could clearly feel that it had just died not long ago. In the last game, Fusey woke up with a snake entangled, and she was also lamenting that there were many snakes in the grass. Now think about it, it was the snake bait released by Yule. Mike will not have 2 completely identical games, but some elements will be reused. For example, the replica and the multi-generation area. These can only be regarded as part of the characteristics of a map, and cannot be regarded as completely the same, so there is no repetition. Fusey suddenly recalled the cracks she had just seen, which were a bit like the growth marks on human skin, and they were like white lightning streaking across the cliff. So the reason for their formation. Fusey clenched her palms, letting the pain keep her awake. Crackle, crackle. Fusey closed her eyes, and focused on the sounds around her. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A strange friction sound surrounded her. This sound was muffled, a bit like a mouse gnawing at a cardboard box through the door. Fusey slowly frowned, trying to find the most accurate position. No! Fusey suddenly opened her eyes, and muttered to herself, "Is this thing trying to dig a grave for me?" Before she could finish her words, her feet suddenly felt empty, and the originally solid snow collapsed in a large area, as if some shoddy construction finally couldn't hold up and shattered. Fusey didn't struggle, but let the snow drown her, and she fell straight into the huge pit. The feeling of weightlessness surrounded her, and Fusey blinked. Just now, a black shadow flashed in front of her eyes, and before she could see the whole picture of that thing, it disappeared in the snow. It was an agile guy. Plop. Fusey fell straight into the ice water. The water temperature around was the normal 0 degrees Celsius, which was a little warmer than above, and Fusey didn't want to go out immediately. Fusey looked around. It was dark here, only the hole where she just fell was emitting a little white light, which became the only light source. The water flow around her was not calm, and occasionally a torrent passed by her, with great force, and it could be judged that the other party was not small in size. And it was definitely not a human. Fusey became interested. What could be burrowing around in the snow like a groundhog, trapping her without rushing to attack? This attitude was a bit like playing. Fusey tried to swim twice. She could hold her breath in the water for half an hour. If the water pressure was too strong, she had to expel the air in her lungs in advance. So she was not in a hurry to get out. Instead, she wanted to explore what kind of species the underwater thing was. As Fusey swam, the water flow here suddenly became turbulent. Anxious? Fusey still had a wound on her hand. Although the bleeding had stopped, the bloody smell was still there. She tried to open her injured hand to let the bloody smell spread in the water. It seemed that the surrounding water flow was affected by the bloody smell, and began to form a vortex around her body. That thing was circling around her excitedly. Fusey blinked in the water. The water here was very clear. When she opened her eyes, she didn't feel blocked or sour at all. Her perception was very high. She could tell whether this thing was hostile or not at the first time. Fusey continued to stretch her palm forward, wanting to touch it. There is a saying that all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Fusey dared to stretch out her hand so boldly because she had the intention of being attacked by it, and then killed with one blow. The surge of water never stopped. It kept entangled around Fusey and didn't leave, as if it was still testing. There was a slippery touch on the fingertips. It approached little by little, touched it carefully, and then left. It was very much like a half-grown puppy, afraid of being hated, but eager for human caress. Fusey waited patiently for the prey to take the bait. According to her observation, it was very playful and agile. It should be a cub. Soon, she felt a cool touch on her palm, which seemed to be its head. Fusey touched it casually, but before she could find out what it was, she suddenly felt a tearing pain in her ear. A long cry spread in the water. Before Fusey's pain eased, the thing under her palm suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sharp stream of water. It rushed towards the direction of the sound. The sound sounded a little shrill, with a hint of anger. Compared with ordinary calls, it was more like a scream. Fusey looked up at the white light above her head, but she didn't get out of the water at this time. First, she didn't know how deep the hole was, and whether she could climb on the slippery snow wall with her arm strength alone. Second, she felt that the sound was strange. Considering her current situation, maybe the other side is in the same situation. Other team members or people from Miji were trapped in the trap, and they attacked directly without seeing the situation clearly, angering the underwater things. In other words, this is a great opportunity to pick up leaks. She must go over to see the situation. Fusey has a good sense of direction. Even in the dark underwater, she can still judge the direction it left based on the direction and speed of the water flow. When Fusey chased to the scene was very chaotic for a while. The chaotic mental power collided with each other, and there were also several black shadows, some huge and some small. Fusey could vaguely distinguish Luo-E mixed in, and Mia on Miji's side. Her spiritual body Red Bat was very special, and the fluctuations were different from those of other guides. In addition, there was another person. Fusey watched the battle for a while, and found that he was the center of the entire battlefield. If it wasn't Yanji, then it could only be Weir. There were 3 round holes above them, which were almost the same as the one above Fusie's head just now. It seems that they were also trapped in the trap. Although Luo Yi didn't know what happened, his spirit body mutation skills were always activated, and no attack could get close to the corner of his clothes. Mia, on the other hand, had a much harder time. Her red bat was restrained very badly underwater, and she could only use her spirit body to interfere with the black shadows to avoid being torn into pieces. Fusie turned her attention to Weir. His spirit fluctuations were very strange. There was a huge energy field surrounding him, and the black shadows were firmly absorbed by the energy field and could not break free, nor could they attack Weir himself. From a few fights, Fusie could infer that his ability was similar to transformation, that is, to take the opponent's mental power for his own use. Now it seems that this ability can not only work on people. It can also work on any living thing. If she doesn't take action now, when will she do it? Fusie didn't do much because she saw through the laws of the magnetic field around Weir. As long as she found the weakest point, he would fail. A cold light flashed in Fusie's hand, and the butterfly blade that had not appeared for several consecutive games finally came into use. Weir was immersed in his own domain. Although he found a stranger breaking in, he didn't care too much. In his domain, everyone is just nutrition. Fusie swam along the vortex water, like a fish returning to the ocean. His body was smooth and his movements were not affected at all. Luo Yi envied him. He was a native of Indiclare, and he was born to be incompatible with water. In this environment, he couldn't maintain the ease on land at all. He tried his best to keep his body balanced to barely move. Fusie narrowed her eyes slightly, held the butterfly blade with both hands, and attacked Will's throat directly. She had a clear goal, and the first attack was aimed at the vital point. No matter Will dodged or fought back, he could not match Fusie's strength. What's more, her attack angle was tricky, and it was difficult for Will to react for a while. Seeing that the sharp tip of the knife was about to touch Will's thin neck, Fusie suddenly became dazed for a moment, and Will reacted and dodged with his face turned sideways. Fusie turned her hand, and the tip of the knife seemed to have eyes. If the first attack failed, she would attack again, and she was bound to cut his throat. Will finally realized that something was wrong and tried his best to retreat backwards, but it was difficult to quickly distance himself from Fusie without a leverage point in the water. At the critical moment, a red bat stood in front of Will, and was cut into 2 by the butterfly blade, making a shrill scream. Sound cannot be transmitted underwater, and only the red bat's violent shaking body and Mia's head-holding action can be seen. Mia's face was pale, and her spirit was severely damaged, which was equivalent to someone using an electric drill to open a skylight in her brain. In the water, she opened her mouth wide, and a string of bubbles overflowed from her mouth. She wanted to scream out. She was in so much pain that she urgently needed an outlet. The red bat was very fast, and the situation in the water was unclear. Fusie was not annoyed by being exploited. This blow, Mia was either dead or useless, and she was completely useless in this game. If she remembered correctly, Mia was also the liaison of the team. If her ability was disabled, Liana would not be able to contact her teammates. It was a good choice to defeat them one by one, while they could not reunite. Fusie rolled her eyes. Will seemed to have finished absorbing the energy. His pupils turned dark red. Under the illumination of the 3 round holes on his head, he looked quite spooky. At the same time, Fusie finally saw the shape of the shadows. They were a group of huge manta rays. They seemed to have undergone a certain degree of mutation. Their tails were strong and powerful, and they had evolved 2 sharp claws in front of them, allowing them to crawl on land and swim quickly in the water. The little manta ray that had just played with her was surrounding the 2 big manta rays, crying sadly. Fusie's face gradually became worse. Not only could Will absorb mental power for his own use, he could even use the vitality of other creatures for his own use. Will looked at her, smiled a little evilly, and clasped his hands lightly. Fusie's body was instantly squeezed, and felt unbearable pain. The pressure around her was rising exponentially, and it would soon squeeze them into meat patties. Luo Yi's face was not good either. His physical strength was not low, but he simply couldn't bear this kind of pain. He quickly activated the spiritual body mutation skill, trying to escape from this terrible pressure. Will silently opened and closed his lips a few times. Fusie then understood from the few rays of light that he was saying, "Go to hell." You will pay the price for your arrogance." Fusie did not retreat but advanced. The area next to Will was the range where he absorbed his spiritual power. Once he entered, it would be difficult to escape. Luo Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes. If this was not under the water, he would definitely shout, "Are you crazy?" Fusey came to Will and said silently, "It's you who should die." Will sneered, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and activated the spiritual body mutation skill, Alone Me, again. Use the surrounding spirit body mutation skills for your own use. You can only use the same skill once in a short period of time, not limited to the spirit body itself. This is a very domineering skill. Unless the opponent has a spirit body mutation skill far higher than his, there is no way to counter it. Fusey is not far away from him, and will definitely be enveloped by the field. He only needs to wait for Fusey to be drained of her mental power, and fall into a manic period. He doesn't need to do anything. As long as he guides her a little, the two people on the opposite side will destroy themselves. There are no loopholes in Will's plan, or everything should have developed according to his script. But in just a dozen seconds, his face changed. The smile did not disappear, but just moved from Will's face to Fusey. Fusey asked silently, "Why don't you smile?" The mental power that was about to explode impacted his spiritual sea, and there was even a steady stream of mental power pouring in. Will gritted his teeth and insisted that a cup could only hold a limited amount of water, especially a cup with a lid. Now, he was like a glass full of water, and if he drank more, he would explode and die. Although water is soft and glass is hard, for Will's guide body, his spiritual sea could not tolerate so much mental power. How could it be? Will asked silently. Fusey shrugged. "I don't know. You can think about this question slowly after the game." Not only was Will in doubt, but people outside the field didn't understand either. Lukiki was very confused. This is not right. Sentinels are naturally weaker than guides in terms of mental power, not to mention that Will is a K1 guide. Sheki said, "Not necessarily. Sentinels and guides of the same level can use this theory, but those with very different levels cannot be compared in this way." Lukiki still didn't understand. Aren't everyone's levels similar? Even if there is a gap, Will shouldn't show such an expression. There is only one way to interpret the expression on Will's face, and that is despair. He couldn't even take the initiative to cut off the absorption route of the spiritual body. Fusey was completely forcibly pouring mental power into his brain, and would not stop until he burst. Sheki's expression was very subtle, and he said meaningfully, "Some people are lazy on the surface, but actually..." He didn't finish his words, and Lukiki was itching to hear, "Actually what?" Sheki waved his hand, "You know later." Lukiki, "Brother Chi, what's the difference between you and my sister? She always says that you understand when you grow up." Feng Qingyan knocked on the table lightly. "If you have any questions, leave them for the review." Lukiki closed her mouth in dismay. Fusey was still swimming around Wire, admiring the changes in his facial expressions. "No way, someone really died from his spiritual body mutation skills, right?" Fusey asked silently. Weir stared at Fusey, and the look in his eyes gradually faded. Fusey was about to kill him, but found that there was a figure reflected in his eyes, not herself. Someone quietly touched her back. Chapter 110. Fusey's pupil shrank slightly, and her body dodged to the left. The person behind her was not affected by any resistance in the water, and was coming fiercely. Seeing that Wire was about to be killed by the backlash, Fusey let go, and turned to avoid the sneak attack behind her. The person who came was Yen Ji. Not only was he not hindered underwater, he could even use the buoyancy of the water to exert force from a tricky angle, just like a fish in water. Fusey quickly moved away from Wire, and watched Yen Ji take Nia and Wire to swim upstream quietly. The little manta ray in the corner was still crying sadly, and its voice was very penetrating, and Fusey couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Luoyi had the same feeling. They looked at each other, and swam upwards at the same time. As soon as she jumped out of the water, even Fusey, who had a physique like this, couldn't help shivering. It was too cold, not to mention that there were water droplets on their bodies that kept sliding down, which would continue to take away their body heat. On the other side, Yenji dragged Nia and Wire to the shore. Fusey then realized that he was not trapped in the trap, but broke the ice and jumped down. There was a round hole on the ground. Fusey shook the water droplets on her hands, and turned back to ask Luoyi, "Are you okay?" Luoyi shook his head, his eyes were dull, and he seemed to be stagnant. "Well, fortunately, I can still adapt to the temperature here," Luoyi answered softly. Fusey stopped talking. She was not worried about the Sentinel's physique. The extreme cold was still within their tolerance range. Compared with Luoyi, she hoped that Aina had found Inan and Xingqi, otherwise it would be bad. Yenji picked up Wire's neck and patted his cheek. "Are you still awake?" Wire's mental sea was seriously injured. The game just started, and he was hit like this. Fusey was worried that he would have a mental breakdown and give up the game. That would be too boring. Fusey stood up and looked around. This place was still in the state of a natural cliff. There were snow-capped mountains on both sides. In front of her was indeed a snow land with glittering ice crystals. There were several potholes of different sizes on the road. Fusey's eyes passed over the cliff, thinking, cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Wire coughed loudly. He just choked on a lot of water, and was dragged to the ground by Yanji roughly. It was really uncomfortable. Yanji was not soft-hearted. Now there was not much time to give him warmth. If you can still move, get up quickly. The temperature here is too low. You can't hold on for long. Yanji's face was not very good, and he seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Wire. Taking advantage of this time, Fusey winked at Luo-Yi. Luo-Yi, what does question mark mean? What's over there? He looked up at the top of the cliff. His golden hair stuck to his cheeks wetly, and soon a layer of white frost formed. He looked back at Fusey, but she turned her head away as if she couldn't bear to look at him, and didn't want to communicate with him. Luo-Yi, what does question mark mean? Just as Luo-Yi was about to say something, a violent vibration suddenly came from under his feet, almost making him think it was an earthquake. Fusey staggered, feeling something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Run!" Luo-Yi's brain hadn't reacted yet, and his body had already followed Fusey, fearing that he would be blamed if he was a step slower. The road under his feet was bumpy, and covered with small snow hills, and from a distance, it looked like a figure lurking on the side of the road. Although Fusey was already very fast, the speed of the thing below was obviously better. Accompanied by a piercing sound, a huge sound jumped up from the ground. It was a manta ray with a wingspan of 6 meters. Fusey then noticed that it seemed that it could not only come and go freely in the water, but also swim in the air like in the water. The manta ray's body was dark purple, and its tail flashed with electric light, making an attacking posture. Fusey frowned slightly, and saw that its target was Will, and her movement slowed down. Will is in big trouble this time. Fusey lowered her eyes, and her eyeballs turned in her eye sockets, maintaining the most basic flexibility in the low temperature. She could feel that there were more than a dozen life forms of the same level approaching here quickly, presumably to revenge. Let's go. This show is not good to watch. Fusey called Luo-Yi in a calm voice. They must find the guide and the team as soon as possible. As for what to do with these troubles, it depends on whether she can save his teammates from more than a dozen manta rays. As for whether to take advantage of this opportunity to add insult to injury. Fusey's eyes wandered, looking at the lightning surging on the manta ray's tail, and she looked away somewhat unnaturally. She didn't intend to wade into this muddy water. Yanji could keep his teammates alive, so they were lucky, and there was nothing to regret. Seeing her insistence, Luo-Yi scratched his head, got a handful of ice chips, and followed Fusey's footsteps in a sullen manner. Before the two of them took 2 steps, a huge explosion sounded behind them. Boom! Luo-Yi couldn't help but look back. Snow dust was flying, the cliffs on both sides collapsed rapidly, and huge snow blocks as big as tall buildings rushed straight to the ground. Fusey suddenly thought of something and quickly reminded him, "Cover your ears. No, block your hearing." Luo-Yi's greatest strength is obedience. Just a second before he blocked his hearing, the thunderous roar of a tiger pierced through the world. The huge snow blocks were directly shaken into thousands of powders, rustling down, like a late winter snow, and the whole world became hazy. Not only that, in order to prevent the tiger roar from causing a bigger avalanche, Yanji directly destroyed all the steep cliffs above, and the sunlight finally shone directly on the ice crystal ground at the bottom of the valley, which was a bit too dazzling. Fusey was not surprised. Yanji's spiritual body mutation skills were all high attack and high defense types. This level of attack would only slow him down, and it was not enough to cause substantial damage to him. Fusey identified the direction. The position of the star had changed, and the surrounding scenery was different from just now, so it must not appear in the situation of spinning in place. Compared to Fusey's leisure, Yanji's forehead was faintly bulging with blue veins. "Will, do you have to manually increase the difficulty of the game?" Will had already recovered. He grew up in Moros since he was born and was not afraid of the cold. This temperature was not difficult for him. "I increased the difficulty of the game? If it weren't for me, she would have died down there," Will said, glancing at Mia, who was shivering. Mia's red bat blocked the fatal blow for Will, and at the same time paid a very painful price. Her pupils began to dilate, and the whole person became a little dazed, and she didn't know what she was saying with a trembling mouth. For guides, the spirit body is almost their most fatal weakness. Whether it is a guide type or a pioneer type, the spirit body is almost a life gate. Many guides are unwilling to combine with sentinels, because the spirit of the sentinels is strong and tenacious. If they accidentally damage the spirit of the guides, they will be very painful. Mia, are you okay? If you are really uncomfortable, you can withdraw from the competition early. Yanji asked with his head down. Mia raised her head in a daze. There were more than a dozen giant manta rays floating behind Yanji, with purple light flashing and full pressure. In such a critical situation, Yanji could still take care of her opinions with ease. Mia shook her head. No. I can do it. Will rubbed his temple and snorted. Deal with the guy in front of you first, Yanji. A palm-sized red butterfly landed on Will's shoulder, and its antennae as long as a flower filament trembled gently, like a beautiful Lycoris radiata. Facing the thought tentacles handed out by Will, Yanji waved his hands. No, you should recover your strength as soon as possible. We still have to find Liana. The Me team is only composed of 4 guides and a sentinel, which is a great contrast with Bailuan's team. This is Yanji's extreme confidence in himself, and it is also the trust of his teammates. Yanji gently twisted his neck, and the bones squeezed and made a crisp sound. He has always had few expressions on his face. Now in this situation, he actually has a sense of relaxation. No offense, please forgive me. Yanji stepped forward. Will couldn't help rolling his eyes. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We are in a hurry. Yanji glanced at him, the color of his pupils kept changing, and a pair of golden beast eyes suddenly flashed, and the white tiger walked gracefully in the air, ready to go. This was a battle without suspense. Meanwhile on Fuzi's side, I said, did you really hear Inen calling you? Fuzi looked at Luoyi with a suspicious look on her face. Luoyi turned around, looked around, and also had some doubts about himself. Should be right? Fuzi, For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Fuzi finally took a breath, and just when she was about to say something, she raised her head as if she had sensed something. The beautiful and delicate white bird was hovering in the sky, and when she saw Fuzi's figure, she swooped down without hesitation. Fuzi stretched out her arm to let it land, and teased its tail feathers. This terrain is still too childish for you. The white bird rubbed Fuzi's cheek affectionately, made a few happy cries, flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, signaling Fuzi to follow it. Luoyi slapped his forehead. I almost forgot that Xing-Chi is also a guide. His spirit body came here so quickly? Fuzi nodded. Bai Qiangnio is good at high-altitude reconnaissance. The previous maps are not suitable. It can finally play a role here. Luoyi deeply agreed. The type of map is too restrictive, causing him to forget that Xing-Chi's ability is not inferior to Inen. The two followed the direction indicated by Bai Qiangnio and headed south. When they were about to walk out of the snow valley, they heard faint footsteps coming from the front. Fuzi raised her hand. Luoyi stopped and asked silently, is it an enemy? Fuzi didn't think so. Yanji and Wire were behind them. The footsteps of the people in front were heavy and powerful. They didn't look like women, but more like a group of tall and burly men. Hide first, Fuzi pointed to the snow hills, which were natural shelters. After the two hid, the newcomers showed their true appearance. There were about 20 people in the team, mostly men, with only 2 women leading the way. They were all tall and mighty, and the shortest one was no less than 1.9 meters tall, looking as strong as a few hills. Fuzi's eyes dimmed. They carried weapons on their backs, and they didn't look like indigenous people with backward technology, but more like explorers with emerging technology. The situation was unclear, and Fuzi had no intention of showing up. Who knew that those people's perception was beyond her expectations? Before they got close, the woman in the lead swept her eyes like a hawk. Who's there? Chapter 111. Fuzi and Luoyi looked at each other, and neither of them moved. Who knows if the other party is deceiving them? So the valley was quiet, and only the woman's question just now echoed in the air. The woman frowned deeply, turned around and said to her companions, there is a strange smell here. The companions were alert. Are the poachers coming again? The woman shook her head, and tried her best to identify the signal in the wind. Poachers will not have such a strong force. I'm afraid it's hunters. Fuzi caught these two terms, poachers and hunters, and it sounds like the latter is more threatening than the former. Their team is well armed and well trained, and they don't look like a casual civilian organization. They look a bit like patrol team members. Fuzi blinked. There are also such patrol teams on the Moran border. When some lawless elements or interstellar wanderers try to invade the territory to steal property such as animals and plants, the role of the patrol team will be reflected. But Moran is famous, and few people dare to attack it. If they were here to catch or stop poachers, it's not surprising that they were armed to the teeth. Fuzi recalled the group of manta rays she had just seen. They seemed to like playing with humans, but they didn't hurt anyone. Could it be that they were influenced by the patrol here? In this way, Will accidentally provoked a powerful NPC. After getting this information, Fusey began to think about how to use it. Fusey turned her head and looked at Luo Yi. For the first time, she wanted Xing-Chi to replace Luo Yi. If nothing else, it was just that look that seemed real. Xing-Chi's performance of pretending to be obedient and miserable has reached the point of perfection. Sometimes Fusey can hardly tell whether he is acting or expressing his true feelings. And Luo Yi, this guy who is not good at disguising himself. Fusey retracted her gaze, and it was good enough that she didn't hold him back. Fusey's mind moved, and the next second her body had fallen out of the snow hill, exposed to the patrol team's vision. All alert. The woman widened her eyes in astonishment, staring at Fusey's figure, preventing her from suddenly jumping up. Fusey weakly half raised her eyes, looked in the direction of the patrol team, and then laid down on the snow as if she was overwhelmed, her chest rising and falling less and less, and she looked sick and dying. Luo Yi, What's going on, my sister? Patrol team, It looks very low in threat. The leading woman frowned and looked in Fusey's direction for a while, as if assessing her danger and intention. Seeing that Fusey was about to die, the woman ordered 2 strong-armed men to come forward to check. Fusey is a leader in both pretending to be dead and pretending to be sick. She has a good understanding of the state of a dying person, blood flow rate, breathing frequency, and heart rate. Sure enough, the 2 people who came forward to check did not find that Fusey was fishing, and they let down their guard against her. Fusey took 2 quick breaths, as if she was in a last gasp, and pointed behind them with half-opened eyes, "Poachers." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes became solemn. Fusey seemed to have used up all her strength to say these words. Her head tilted, and she died without any chance of rescue. It's not that she wanted to be extreme, but the performance of one person was still too thin. A dying person suddenly appeared in the ice and snow, and said that he was attacked by poachers. It looked suspicious. Fusey also knew that this might be a bit reckless, but the patrol team was so cautious about poachers that they would not let go of any possibility. Time was running out, and those manta rays could not delay Yin-Ji for a long time. She had to create some trouble for him, at least to let Ina join them. Bo, take a few people to have a look, I watch here. She gave the order with a serious look on her face. This matter was not a trivial matter for them. The tall and strong man waved to bring his companions. They were holding a square box in their hands, which looked smooth and black. They quickly formed a reconnaissance team to explore the front. Fusey lay on the cold ground, silently sensing the woman standing not far from her. There was no mental fluctuation. She was an ordinary person. No, there was a breath that did not belong to humans on her. When this thought appeared in Fusey's mind, Fusey subconsciously felt puzzled. Why did she have such a thought? She looked just like a human being, and there was no abnormal mental fluctuation on her body. Fusey felt her brain was a little dull. Stopping her heart artificially put a lot of pressure on her organs. She could only maintain this state for a short time. If it lasted too long, even she would be at risk of physical collapse. You guys stay alert around. The woman pointed at the remaining people, and signaled them to stay where they were. Fusey listened to her footsteps getting closer and closer, and her biological instinct made her feel like she was being targeted by a predator. No. Fusey wanted to restore her heartbeat, and supply blood to her body, but she found that she could not control her body. Fusey's body is approaching the state of a real corpse. It's so cold and so tired. If I can take a nap at this time, it should be very comfortable. This thought came to Fusey's mind involuntarily. Fusey's heart was peaceful. When did her brain become so disobedient? But this feeling is strangely familiar. Those manta rays have also caused this kind of illusion interference to her. Fusey's thoughts are getting more and more confused, and her limbs are gradually becoming stiff and hardened, like the aging of unusable parts, and it is difficult to obey the control of the brain. The woman looked down at Fusey's body. Her eyes were a strange purple, her face was ordinary, and her facial features were not very colorful. It was the pair of upturned phoenix eyes that added a bit of inhumanity to the whole face. Luo Yi held his breath. He was very good at hiding, and the snow was a natural shelter. As long as he wanted, no one could find his body in this environment. He didn't know what Fusey was thinking, so he could only try his best to hide his tracks and not disrupt Fusey's plan. The white bird that had been hovering over the two of them seemed to have discovered something, and the frequency of its wings flapping increased a lot, as if it was ready to swoop down at any time. Too tired. Even if it was a competition, it was no big deal. Let's take a break. Fusey's thoughts could not be focused, and whenever she wanted to concentrate, she would be discouraged by the lazy thoughts in her mind. Fusey's eyebrows moved slightly. Did she have to rely on pain to stay awake? The spread of the bloody smell would definitely alert the enemy. Before she could think about it, a loud bird cry exploded in her ears, and her head became clear, and Xingqi used remote mental guidance on her. Fusey shook her mind, her heartbeat gradually recovered, and her body regained mobility. Fusey was once obsessed with this feeling of being on the verge of death, and only after many attempts did she master the trick of stopping the heart. Every time she used it, she had to rely on her own willpower to stay awake, but this time she almost indulged in it under the guidance of external forces. Fusey regained her mobility, but did not get up immediately. She wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Xiaowen, how is she? Another female voice suddenly sounded. There were only 2 women in this team, and Fusey listened to them whispering in front of her. It's very strange, there is no sign of life, but there is a weak mental response. Isn't it another undercover sent by the hunters? No, Xiaowen paused, they don't have such a clean soul. Melly, did you feel it? The breath on her body is different from ours, and different from everyone here, Xiaowen said with a strange look on his face. Melly held her hand. Don't worry about what it is. Since she has no vital signs, find a place to put her, and don't keep her in the team. Xiaowen nodded and agreed with her. Xiaowen ordered the armed men stationed there to carry Fusey, tie iron blocks on her body, and then throw her into the ice cave. This is their usual method of treatment, and it can also feed some polar animals. Plop. Fusey sank into the sea unconsciously. Fusey opened her eyes quietly, and stared at Luo Yi, who dived into the water to retrieve her. Luo Yi, It turns out that you are still alive. I worry for nothing. Seeing his silence, Fusey pointed to the pit with bright light in the distance and motioned him to go up and talk. The 2 of them went ashore secretly. It was a distance away from Xiaowen's camp, and not so conspicuous. My sister, I'm really scared. Can you tell me what you are going to do next time? You came up quietly like this, and I thought you really... Luo Yi's voice became smaller and smaller. He always found it difficult to resist Fusey's gaze, so he could only keep silent. Fusey shook the water drops on the end of her hair, untied the iron block tied around her waist, and dropped it to the ground with a clang. Really dead? Fusey thought this statement was a little funny. To be honest, I almost became a corpse just now. Luo Yi's eyes widened, and his emerald green eyes were filled with the clarity of being soaked in spring water. What do you mean? Fusey was thoughtful. Those 2 women are not simple. My body is out of control around them, and my heart can't work again. If it weren't for Xingqi's remote mental guidance, I would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Luo Yi just noticed the unique bird song, and he was relieved when he heard Fusey say this. Fortunately, Fusey asked casually, did you see the position of the white bird at that time? This question was incoherent. If it was someone else, Luo Yi would still question it, but when Fusey asked, Luo Yi immediately began to recall. It was quite far away, and it should not have been discovered by those people. I can't see it clearly with my eyesight. Luo Yi misunderstood the original intention of Fusey's question, thinking that she was worried that the white bird would be exposed to the NPC's field of vision and arouse their suspicion. Fusey was estimating the scope of Xingqi's influence. If even Luo Yi could barely see, then Bai Qiong must have been more than 500 meters away from her at that time. Normally, the long-range spiritual guidance of a guide depends on the strength of the guide's own spiritual body and the distance to the target location. If Xingqi can influence her at this distance, his spiritual power must be above K1. And with such a strong spiritual power, it is almost easy to guide her in life. Fu Si exhaled slowly, smiling. Our team name is really appropriate. Luo Yi was a little confused. Huh? Fu Si didn't want to explain more, and waved to the sky directly. Not long after, Bai Qiong obediently fell on Fu Si's arm. Come and meet me, Xingqi. Fu Si gave the order. Chapter 112. Fusey reached out and touched Bai Qiong's smooth feathers, and her tone slightly increased. I know you can hear, Xingqi. Find us while your mobility has not decreased. Bai Qiong bird stared at Fusey with 2 black bean-sized eyes, with pure and kind eyes, and it was hard to tell whether it was really confused or pretending not to understand. But Fusey did not repeat it again, raised her arm, and threw Bai Qiong bird into the sky again, with an inhuman and cold look. Bai Qiong did not dare to continue to beg for help, so she had to go back along the way she came. At the same time, Xingqi opened his eyes slowly swept around, and he sighed helplessly. It's not that he didn't want to go out, but he was willing but unable. Xingqi was in a cave, as warm as spring, surrounded by supplies and weapon boxes, like a huge garrison. Achi, what are you thinking about so absent-mindedly? The person next to him came close, and the warm breath sprinkled on his skin. It should have been a relaxing chat, but Xingqi only felt his scalp tingling. The woman next to him was slender and beautiful, and should have made people feel friendly. But Xing-Chi subconsciously didn't want to have too much contact with her. Every time she approached, Xing-Chi's biological instinct would be alarmed. Nothing, Xing-Chi paused, but still responded to her question, when can we leave here? The woman smiled. Her face was a standard oval shape, with willow eyebrows drooping slightly, gentle and a little melancholy. No one would associate her with aggression. Such a face, but embedded with a pair of extremely charming lavender phoenix eyes, Xing-Chi forced himself to resist the urge to look at her and tried his best to divert his attention. We have lived here for many years, and have developed a cold-resistant physique. Don't think that the temperature outside is warmed up just because we come and go freely. If you go out now, you will definitely freeze to death in the snow, the woman explained patiently. Xing-Chi's eyelids twitched slightly, and his ears itched. The woman's voice floated into his ears, like a substance, and he couldn't help but want to retreat. Don't go, it's very dangerous. It's safest to stay here. It would be nice if I could stay here forever. Xing-Chi blinked, nodded obediently, and agreed with the woman's statement. It's indeed much safer here, but I can't stay here forever. The original intention of this sentence was to test. Xing-Chi said it softly and tactfully, not forcefully. It didn't sound like a statement, but more like a half-hearted request. His appearance immediately aroused the woman's desire to protect him. She laughed twice, and a dark purple light flashed in her eyes. You can stay here as long as you want. We have sufficient supplies, so it is not a problem to support one more person. Xing-Chi seemed very excited when he heard this. He looked at the woman's eyes with surprise, stared at her for a few seconds, and said, Really? Thank you so much. The woman couldn't help but stretch out her hand to touch his smooth and white cheek, but Xing-Chi dodged it calmly. What is this? Xing-Chi turned sideways, pretending to be curious, and pointed at the black box beside him, and asked, temporarily away from the woman's reach. Seeing this, the woman was not annoyed, but stood up and picked up a black box to show him. This is our armed box. Each person's is different, and only specific biological information can open them. Xing-Chi silently noted this information point, and his eyes kept sweeping over the equipment and supplies around him. His eyes were pure and had just the right desire to explore, and he would not provoke others. In the race to win the favor of others, Xing-Chi has always been hard to match. Do you want to know about this? Maybe I can make you a special weapon box, so that you can also protect yourself to a certain extent. She showed Xing-Chi the variety of weapon boxes around with great interest. Xing-Chi became interested and followed her carefully to listen to her explanation. The whole picture exuded a strange sense of warmth. Emily, what are you doing? Go to the hunting activity tonight. A man with scars on his face suddenly walked in from outside the door. He was burly and had a deep and powerful voice. Xing-Chi turned his head and saw that the man's facial features were basically covered with scars. Only a pair of eyes were still intact, and they were staring at him at this moment, like a wolf seeing rabbit meat. Xing-Chi didn't understand why. He was picked up by Jasmine when he woke up. This was the first time he saw someone other than her. But this man's attitude was not very friendly. He had been looking at Xing-Chi since he entered the door. If his eyes could be transformed into reality, Xing-Chi would have been skinned inside and out. You came at the right time, Sarah. Jasmine looked very happy, and her ending tone was always rising. I won't go to the hunting patrol tonight. Remember to say hello to Xiaowen for me. You're not going. Hearing her say this, the man was obviously stunned for a moment, and repeated it in some disbelief. Jasmine nodded carelessly, and her figure shuttled between large and small boxes of supplies. It's just an absence. Xiaowen won't say anything. Sarah obviously wasn't questioning this. She turned her gaze toward Xing-Chi and asked Jasmine in disbelief, Is it because of him? Jasmine looked up and glanced at Xing-Chi. What? Sarah asked with an attitude of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it. Are you not going to participate in the hunting patrol because of him? Jasmine looked at him inexplicably, lowered her head and stroked the dark weapon box. This is not what you should ask. Xing-Chi, Your ambiguous attitude will push people into the fire pit. Sarah didn't get the answer she wanted, and her eyes looking at Xing-Chi became more gloomy. Jasmine pointed to the door. You still need to check the supplies in the north in person. The food delivered this time is very important, so you should pay more attention. Sarah nodded grimly, gave Xing-Chi a fierce look before turning around and leaving. When there were only 2 people left in the whole space, the feeling of being watched by a gloomy gaze became more obvious. Xing-Chi was thinking about meeting up with Fu Si, so he couldn't stay here for a long time. It would be best if he could take away some useful information. Time is running out, Achi. Will your companions come back to find you? Emily raised her head, as if asking casually, "Time is running out?" Xing-Chi ignored the first half of the sentence calmly, and only replied, "My companions and I have been separated. The wind and snow are too strong, and they are probably in danger." Emily's eyes revealed just the right amount of sadness. "Don't worry, at least you are still alive now." This sentence was a bit strange. Xing-Chi could feel that she wanted to comfort herself, but the words she said were pitifully thin. It was as if she couldn't understand the action of comfort, but still did it. Xing-Chi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his porcelain white fingers touched the cold and hard shell of the weapon box, whispering, "Can I have this thing too?" Emily saw that he was interested, and immediately said, "Yes. But the recent materials have been successful. If you want it, you need to wait for 2 days. Wait. Xing-Chi's heart skipped a beat. Jasmine always tried to keep him, or to force him to stay here. In order to confirm this conjecture, Xing-Chi pretended to hesitate and said, "Will it be too much trouble for you?" Emily immediately made a decision. "You don't know, we haven't had a living person here for a long time. I feel fresh when I see everyone. I will be very happy if you stay here and tell me about the outside world." Her eyes were shining, and her lavender pupils shrank a little. Her facial expressions were richer. Her eyebrows and eye sockets were separated for a moment, like some uncarved inferior product in a wax museum. She is not human. Xing-Chi silently came to a conclusion. No one is more familiar with this kind of emotional disguise than him. Although Jasmine tried her best to imitate human micro-expressions and speech tones, there was still a subtle sense of disharmony. He had fallen into a wolf's den. Xing-Chi felt powerless for the first time. On the other side, Fusey looked at Luo Yi dragging a small manta ray out of the water with a complicated expression. "What are you doing?" Luo Yi lifted the tail fin of the manta ray and lowered his voice by several degrees. "He is injured, let's save him." Fusey glanced at it. The wound on the manta ray was turned outward, with smooth edges but different depths. It was obviously a scratch from an animal. It seemed that it took a lot of effort to escape from Yan-Chi's hands. Fusey squatted down to check. After the mutation, the physical fitness of these manta rays has improved a lot. Even if they are seriously injured, their speed underwater will not be affected at all. Why would it ask you for help? Fusey was a little curious. Luo Yi's eyes were vague and he coughed softly. "Well, when I went into the water to look for my backpack just now, I saw it floating beside me. It looked like it was dying. They didn't do anything to hurt me when they were underwater before." His voice became smaller and smaller, and Fusey's expression was subtle. "Could it be that it didn't ask you for help at all, and you chased it and pulled it ashore?" Fusey stood up straight and said in disbelief, "Did I really get it right?" Luo Yi looked away guiltily. At this point, Fusey didn't want to continue expressing her amazement. She touched the flat head of the manta ray. "There are traces of Yan-Chi's spiritual power on its wounds, so it can't heal for a long time." Fusey pointed at the hideous wounds, removed the spiritual power residue on them, and signaled Luo Yi to put the manta ray back into the water. Luo Yi looked left and right, a little unsure. "Is that all?" "It's still so small." Fusey said in a light tone, "Don't underestimate them. Their self-healing ability is better than you and me. As long as they have a breath, they can heal themselves." Luo Yi had no choice but to put the manta ray back into the water. I don't know if it was intentional, but the water splashed by its tail splashed all over Luo Yi's head and face. "Huh?" Luo Yi stroked his hair and shuddered. "Why do I feel colder and colder?" Fusey did not deny. "I guess there will be polar night here. Without light, the temperature will definitely drop again." Luo Yi stood up and looked into the distance. He saw Xiao Wen and her campsite from afar. There were people moving around, busy deploying tents and cold-proof barriers. They are stationed here because of poachers, and the temperature is about to change. They must have a station to resist the severe cold, Fusey said. Luo Yi nodded as if he understood. "So what should we do now?" Fusey turned her head and curled her lips slightly. "Of course, we should go and confirm whether Yan-Chi is alive or dead first." Although she did not think that those armed men could cause a fatal blow to Yan-Chi. But it would be good to make him lose some skin. Even Luo Yi could understand such a simple truth, to kill him while he is sick. Chapter 113. A loud boom came from the horizon, and Fusey and Luo Yi looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that a piece of the towering cliff in the distance had collapsed, like a hawk's head with its mouth pouting, looking abrupt and funny. Fusey's eyes wandered, and before she saw the culprit, the other side of the cliff also collapsed, and the whole mountain was abruptly shortened. Luo Yi murmured, "How did they make such a big noise? They are really not afraid of avalanches." Fusey narrowed her eyes. wondering how long the trouble she had caused Yin she could hold him back. Fusey rubbed her arms involuntarily. It was getting colder and colder here. If there is really a polar night, I'm afraid the temperature will continue to drop. Fusey recalled the information Xiaowen had just said, and the forces here can be roughly divided into 3 parts. As a person who died in front of the patrol team, she was not suitable to go to Xiaowen, and the Manta Ray group was now most wary of humans, so it was not suitable to associate with them. Then, there were only hunters. They sounded like an organization, so Xiaowen was so afraid. The power of a person is always limited, which is why guides are easier to build in the military field than sentinels. Humans never lack power, but they lack the methods to use it. Fusey raised her chin. We go up the glacier. If Inan and the others are still able to move, they will definitely go upstream. Luoyi was a little surprised. There was a river in front of them, but it was not flowing. There were only small waves. How to judge its direction? To be more precise, they were now on a huge glacier, drifting slowly along the ocean current. It's hard to tell whether it's upstream or downstream. Fusey said, according to the movement patterns and migration directions of those manta rays, they are moving downstream. We just need to go in the opposite direction of them. Luoyi nodded a little, and glanced at the water with some concern. Fusey noticed it, and said half helplessly and half comfortingly, it has a strong self-healing ability, and there are no natural enemies here. Just walk around Yanji, and you be fine. Luoyi nodded awkwardly, and he was not annoyed when his thoughts were seen through. He liked to raise some small animals, since he was a child. Later, he was delayed because of school, but he still couldn't walk when he saw the cub. Even if this cub is so strong that it can break through the rocks with one palm. The two went up along the river. On the way, they passed the place where Yanji and the patrol team fought. They only saw a mess and blood, but no bones. Strange. Fusey glanced around. The few plants and snow hills here were all scattered. It can be seen that the battle was not ordinary fierce. However, Fusey did not see any dead manta ray. Yanji was not a kind and compassionate person. He seemed easy to get along with and talk to on weekdays, but it was not the same when he was on the competition field, so there was no situation where he would not kill. Then how could there not be any dead manta ray? Fusey planted a seed of doubt in her heart, and continued to move up without stopping. The two of them were very fast because they did not need to rest, and were not afraid of the cold. However, Luoyi was very surprised that Bai Qiong followed them all the way, and he did not dare to move forward or lose them. He was a person who could not hold back his thoughts, so he asked directly, didn't you say that Xing-Chi would meet us? Why didn't you wait for him where he was? The guide's ability to rush can't catch up with us. Fusey paused, with a strange look in her eyes. Of course, I didn't expect him to come. Since the spirit body was released, it means that the person was tripped by something. If he kept following, it means that the matter was not small, and he couldn't get away for a while. As for why Xing-Chi was asked to join, of course, it was because someone's hidden strength was completely exposed, and he was informed so that he could think of an excuse. Fusey glanced at Bai Qiong who was following behind him, and said in a calm voice, at least he is safe now. The map this time is not simple, and it is inevitable that the personnel are scattered. Luoyi could only nod in agreement. About 3 hours later, the two vaguely saw a garrison, which was larger than Xiaowen's temporary garrison. Fusey looked at it for a while, and did not see the same dress and weapons as the patrol team, so they should not be the same people. The problem now is, what kind of image should be fabricated to get in? If she guessed correctly, there must be players from Liana's side in the hunter camp. Without Yanji's protection, it would be very easy to get in and take action. How about we change our appearance? Luoyi suggested. Fusey saw her own reflection by the water. Deep blue eyes and long black hair, delicate features, but no memorable points. It was the artificial shell she carefully selected. The type that would not be noticed at a glance if thrown into a crowd. And Luoyi next to her. Fusey rubbed her forehead. Give yourself a face of a desperado, the more unruly the better. Luoyi heard the subtext of her words, and was a little confused. Don't you dress up? If you want to convince people, you have to make it 3 parts true and 7 parts false. Only when you mix the true and false words together will it be difficult for people to distinguish. Fusey tapped her cheek. Luoyi seemed to understand. 10 minutes later, Monk, who was on duty outside the camp, yawned lazily and stretched his body. Just as he was about to change his posture, he saw 2 figures coming from the wind and snow. Monk shuddered, stood up straight, and shouted, Stand there and don't move. Who are you? Fusey narrowed her eyes, and raised her hand to indicate that she had no ill intentions. Just two guys trying to make a living. Monk did not relax his vigilance. The two people came, a man and a woman. The man looked tall and mighty, with a lightning-shaped scar on his face. He had a lot of muscles and looked tough. Although the woman was tall, she didn't look intimidating. They were not equipped with weapons. Monk was relieved a little, and continued to interrogate while notifying his companions to be alert. Why did you come to us to make a living? Of course, it's because I'm short of money, and want to find some work. I wonder if you still accept coolies? The woman asked with a smile. For some reason, her voice was not loud, but it could clearly penetrate the wind and snow. Monk did not dare to jump to conclusions. It was true that they were famous. Many people wanted to join them to make a lot of money, but only a few could find the camp directly. In other words, they were absolutely confident in their own strength. Monk narrowed his eyes, and his hand was already on the infrared transmitter on his waist. We don't accept people with unknown origins. Fusey pretended to be distressed. To be honest, I had a grudge with Xiaowen, and I couldn't get along in the original circle, so I wanted to come to you. Xiaowen? Monk raised his voice slightly, and looked at this seemingly ordinary woman again. Who are you? When he mentioned the name Xiaowen, his eyes flashed with fear, suspicion and other emotions, all of which fell into Fusey's eyes. If you have some concerns, it will be easy. Fusey spread her hands. I am just a retail investor. I do some small jobs to save money for my retirement. I don't know how I got a manta ray chasing me. Xiaowen happened to see it, and had some friction. As a result, I was wanted. Monkey couldn't help but show a look of horror after hearing this, and his voice trembled slightly. Manta ray? Do you mean the big flat fish with electric tail and dark purple body? Big flat fish. It's really down to earth. Fusey nodded casually. Yes, Xiaowen cherishes those things so much that people who don't know would think she was raised by a manta ray. Monkey's heart was already in shock. Of course, they heard the sound of the snow mountain collapse before. They thought that the patrol team had a conflict with some intruder, but they didn't expect that it was the man in front of them who made the noise. Monk looked her up and down, and asked doubtfully, Did you really make such a fuss? Fusey sneered. AI Bo has been impulsive for 10 years. I didn't want to make such a big fuss, but he took advantage of Xiaowen's absence and bit like a mad dog. It seems that her lies are easy to come up with. It is not difficult to summarize a person's behavior style through the conversation between Xiaowen and his companions. Sure enough, these words made Monk feel the same. He said bitterly, That's right. That mad dog has been tamed by Xiaowen, the woman, and it bites wherever it is pointed. Last time, it made a hole in the back of my head. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have died long ago. No matter in which world or background, it is the easiest way to get closer to enemies and superiors. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fusey threw out the last bait. If you don't need people here, I can only try my luck somewhere else. Monkey's eyes widened. Wait a minute, Brother Lin will be here soon. Fusey's lips curled slightly, and she nodded with a smile. Okay. As soon as Liana walked to the door, she heard a familiar voice and a slapping tone. She looked closely, and her pupils trembled slightly. Fusey? Why did she come here? Did she already know that I was hiding here? Liana stopped in doubt, and looked at the man walking in front of her. She whispered, It's too cold outside. I go back and wait for you. Lin Bo half turned his head to glance at her and acquiesced. Liana saw Fusey, and Fusey naturally saw her. The arc of her lips became bigger. Lin Po walked to the entrance of the camp, looked at the two people standing in the snow, and said calmly, How can you let guests stand in the snow? Let's talk. With one sentence, he had already taken a thorough look at the appearance of the two. The man's physical fitness is good, but his eyes are not fierce. He should be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. On the other hand, the woman's walking posture and strength have traces of deliberate control. Her body is smooth and in good shape, and she looks like a hidden talent. Fusey looked at Linpe, and was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the leader of the hunters was so young and looked a bit like a gentleman. Not as rough as imagined. It seems that he is not easy to deceive. Fusey's eyes turned slightly, and moved into the camp. May I know your names? Linpe asked as he walked. Fusey pointed to herself, or she pointed to Luo Yi beside her. Luo Yi, Is this my original name? Lin Bo led the two into a slightly smaller tent, which was fully furnished and arranged. A fiery red energy crystal was emitting heat, making the room warm as spring. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Bo, and I am the leader here. I heard that you are here to make some quick money, so I won't beat around the bush. We do have an event to do recently, and we are short of manpower. Lin Bo sat down and looked directly into Fusey's eyes. Fusey became interested, straightforward. Then how much can I get for working for Boss Lin? Lin Bo clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, we distribute according to work. This is your first cooperation with me. After the matter is completed, I will only take 60%, and you can take the rest. What a black-hearted businessman, Fusey thought to herself. This guy wanted to take away most of her labor results as soon as he opened his mouth, and the capitalists were no more than that. Chapter 114. I thought 50-50 was the bottom line for capitalists, but I didn't expect you to be able to refresh my perception, Fusey said with a half-smile. Lin Bo was unmoved. I provide you with opportunities and choices, and in return you have to give me some benefits. Isn't it fair? It was the first time that she heard that 40-60 could be called fair. Fusey resisted the urge to roll her eyes and bargained. 20 out of 80, I give you 80%. Louis couldn't help but look sideways. It was the first time he saw such a domineering bargaining method. Is this bargaining or deliberately provoking disputes? Louis couldn't help but poke Fusey's shoulder, but she didn't look at him at all. Fusey stared at Lin Bo's eyes with an extremely serious attitude. This made Lin Bo doubt her intention of coming here. Aren't you really here to mess things up? Fusey smiled slightly, and seeing that the groundwork was almost done, she continued to add, as compensation, I can tell you a little about Xia Wen's secrets. Lin Bo raised his eyebrows. Xia Wen's name was extremely famous throughout the polar region. That woman was terrifying. She had squeezed their living space again and again in the past 6 months, and was about to drive them out of the polar north to claim sovereignty. Fusey's words aroused Lin Bo's great interest. Lin Bo raised his hand slightly, and a mental wave spread from behind him, gradually covering the entire reception room. Fusey's heart skipped a beat. Lin Bo had a spiritual body, and he was actually a guide. Louis didn't notice this tiny mental wave. His mind was full of what Fusey had just said about Xia Wen's secrets. No, did they enter the game map together? Why does it feel like Fusey knows so much more than him? Louis felt very frustrated. In fact, Fusey didn't know about Xia Wen's secret. She said this just to test the other party's attitude. As for what to answer, Fusey's eyelashes moved slightly, and a plan came to her mind. Lin Bo clasped his hands together, posed a relaxed posture, stared at Fusey's eyes, and said slowly, now you can talk, I'm all ears. Boss Lin, Fusey raised the corners of her lips, you haven't said the terms of the exchange yet. She didn't give in at all, which was beyond Lin Bo's stereotype. They are hunters wandering around the border, or poachers, without organizations or backers. If they don't open for business for 3 years, they can eat for 3 years. It's good to have work. It's rare to see someone like Fusey who loves money like life and argues for reason. Lin Bo is undoubtedly a shrewd businessman. In the early stage of the negotiation, both parties have the same bargaining chips. You haven't even presented the same price, but you want me to give you a discount. Isn't it too naive? Fusey stretched out a finger and shook it. Boss Lin, you haven't figured out the situation yet. I can sit here and talk business with you, because your camp is closest to our temporary station. After all, it's easy to find work, but it's hard to find information about Xia Wen. Lin Bo's expression moved slightly, and Fusey's thoughts changed so quickly that she inadvertently revealed her confidence. In this way, the clues in her hand are very credible. Fusey obviously understood this truth. The more relaxed she acted, the more Lin Bo's thoughts became. Sure enough, when Fusey's heart beat to the 14th time, Lin Bo compromised. I hope your information can bring me a surprise. Fusey's mind moved slightly, and Lin Bo agreed to her proposal. In his eyes, Xia Wen must be an extremely difficult opponent. So, you should have discovered it. Fusey stared at Lin Bo closely, not missing any change in his expression. Xia Wen is unkillable. After saying this, Fusey paused subtly, and she saw a trace of fear on Lin Bo's face. There was also some subtle regret. Fusey continued, you should have seen the weapon box used by Xia Wen and his men, that is, the black box. After saying this, she paused again, waiting for Lin Bo's reaction. Lin Bo had no choice but to nod. Yes, almost everyone on their side is equipped with a weapon box, but this should not be a strange thing. Fusey pretended to be mysterious. The raw material of the weapon box is the manta ray that their patrol team has been protecting. Lin Bo was shocked, but his face showed just the right amount of surprise. Is the information reliable? Did you see it with your own eyes? Fusey thought to herself, it's stable. His reaction showed that he had never noticed the trick before, and had never tried to find out the raw materials of the weapon box. Whatever she said next was unfamiliar to Lin Bo. Fear comes from the unknown. Respect comes from fear. Fusey blinked. Boss Lin, are you questioning my integrity? Although I am greedy, I don't tell lies. Lin Bo calmed down. How do you prove the authenticity of this clue? Don't worry, Fusey rubbed her fingers with a smile. When the matter is done, I will naturally tell you how to make and use the weapon box. Getting something for nothing. Making a fortune without hesitation. Lin Po's brain calmed down completely. He was not a fool who would take the bait. He saw that Fusey had reservations. This information was extremely valuable. If the raw materials and production methods of the weapon box were really obtained, it would be a qualitative leap for the entire hunting camp. So it was reasonable for Fusey to have some concerns. Lin Po calmed down. Okay, you will act with us tonight. 30 kilometers to the north. A team of half-horned white rhinos will pass by there tonight. Our target is them. Half-horned white rhinos. This animal has become extinct in reality, and was once a critically endangered protected animal in Defear. In the game, the team of half-horned white rhinos was just a string of data. Their real figures have disappeared forever in Defear. Fusey nodded. Okay, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Po stood up and ended the meeting. As they were about to leave, Fusey suddenly remembered something and turned half sideways to ask, Is there a woman suddenly in your camp? Lin Po raised his left eyebrow slightly. You mean? Nothing, Fusey said with a relaxed expression, just reminding you that the guide has a fatal attraction to the sentinels, and as a leader, you should have your own judgment. I don't want the business to fail halfway. Lin Po did not comment. Monkey will arrange your room. Fusey is not a talkative person. When she saw Liana just now, Fusey was still wondering what means she used to sneak in, but when Lin Bo's spirit body appeared, it was equivalent to self-destruction. Luo Yi, who was beside him, had maintained a cold image for a long time, and he was almost unable to hold it back. He kept pulling Fusey's sleeves to signal her to find a place where no one was to ventilate. It happened that Monk had arranged a place for the two of them to stay. He was a little embarrassed when he led the way. Are you brother and sister or? Fusey knew what he was thinking. He is my brother. Monk was a little surprised, and he eased his embarrassment when he heard the news. That's perfect. Our rooms are in short supply. Since we are a family, let's stay for one night. Do you think it's okay? Fusey certainly wouldn't be picky at this stage. The two settled down. I said, you said Xiaowen can't be killed. What do you mean by the sentence? Luo Yi made sure there were no ears around, so he asked hurriedly. He was really curious. Fusey said slowly, I guessed. Guessed? Luo Yi almost jumped up on the spot. Even if he could get something for nothing, he still had his hands. Fusey was just verbally seducing. Have you noticed that Xiaowen and Meili look very young and don't fit in with the patrol team? Fusey raised her eyelids, her deep blue pupils flickering. Luo Yi still couldn't figure it out. What does this mean? When the leader of a team is very young and has extraordinary control over her subordinates, it can only mean that she has extraordinary abilities, can convince others and protect herself. In this case, she either has absolute strength or special means of survival. And the hunters can have a place here, which is enough to show that the patrol team's strength cannot crush them, at least it can't wipe them out. Luo Yi seemed to understand, so she must have special means of survival. Fusey looked at him subtly. You can say that from the perspective of Lin Bo, the opponent, Xiaowen is simply unkillable, or he can't find a chance to kill Xiaowen at all. In this case, I say Xiaowen is immortal. There is no problem with this statement. Luo Yi understood, but still had endless questions in his heart, such as why Fusey knew that the weapon box was made of those manta rays, and why she knew the secret of the weapon box. Fusey seemed to see his doubts and raised her hand quickly. Stop. Once you start asking, you will never stop. Take a break now. If I am right, night is coming soon. Luo Yi pursed his lips and stopped. Unlike those who were in the game, the people in the audience had a god's perspective, so they could clearly perceive that the two clues Fusey said based on guesswork were both true and effective. As the heir of a diplomat family, who was best at collecting intelligence, Bailuan couldn't help but sigh. She has two winning weapons. His teammates couldn't help but ask, what? Courage and madness. Bailuan said so. Fusey's behavior was unintentionally walking on the edge of a knife. Once Lin Bo found out that she was lying, Xiaowen found out that she was faking her death, and Yinji met up with Liana in advance. Either of them would put her in prison. But she just bet that the above situation would not happen. Being a traitor to this extent, no one else can do it. Chapter 115. At the same time, Xingqi was struggling to survive. Although he had already guessed the identity of the woman and understood the tone of this map. But people always have a fluke. Xingqi lay on a simple camp bed with his eyes closed. It was quiet and silent around him. Only the cold wind outside stimulated his hearing. Shang-Chi was very sober, or he had never been so sober before. Once people realize that they are dreaming, they often wake up quickly, but Shang-Chi now clearly knows that he is in the deep dream, but he has to follow the guidance of the dream and continue to fall deeper. Careless. Shang-Chi thought with regret that he should have run away when he got the chance. His consciousness was trapped in a deep sea, warm and humid all over his body, not like the deep sea in a broad sense, because it was not dark here. There were countless cylindrical tentacles floating around him, shining with dark purple light, which looked like smooth octopus feet, without terrifying suction cups, only densely packed light spots distributed on them. Shang-Chi slowly turned around, and the tentacles gathered into a slender body, which looked like a huge anemone, but it didn't have the bloated body of an anemone. It was more like these tentacles grew on the human body and became their nutrients. Shang-Chi's eyelids drooped slightly. There were dozens of human anemones floating here, all waving their tentacles, trying to get close to him and get close to him. This was a way of spiritual assimilation. As a pioneer guide, Shang-Chi was also a leader. He knew very well that once he accepted the embrace of these tentacles, his consciousness would stay here forever, and his body outside would become a walking corpse, without any self-awareness left. Shang-Chi couldn't help but feel bitter. He hoped Fusey wouldn't watch the video of this game, otherwise it would take some effort to explain it. Tentacles floated past Shang-Chi's eyes one after another. They would not rush forward, but just kept probing in front of Shang-Chi. They were looking for the right time, the time to completely transform their prey. Shang-Chi slowly raised his hand and took the initiative to hold a tentacle. His action was too sudden, and the dark purple light on it flashed again and again, as if his approach startled an inhuman heart. Shang-Chi exhaled slowly, and a string of transparent bubbles sprang out of his lips, gurgling up. This environment made him unconsciously feel familiar and comfortable, completely forgetting that he couldn't breathe under the sea, or in other words, he didn't need to breathe at all at this time. As long as he had enough nutrients, he could survive. Shang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled Jasmine's voice and posture, and a shudder ran down his spine. Before she could sort out her thoughts, the tentacles suddenly twisted. Shang-Chi exerted force on her hands, but she couldn't calm it down. Bai Qiangyou followed Fusey. Shang-Chi was now in a state of isolation and helplessness. All she could use were the purest mental power and thinking tentacles. Want to be my mother? Shang-Chi squeezed the tentacles back more forcefully. I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. In the parts that were difficult for outsiders to see, dark red lines crawled all over the white and smooth skin, like layers of demonic inscriptions, or like mottos written by monsters. I haven't used this title for many years. It's a bit unfamiliar. Shang-Chi smiled faintly, mother. I don't know what they touched. Dozens of human-shaped anemones suddenly went crazy. Their tentacles expanded to 2 or 3 times their original size, and continued to extend upwards, as if they were going to cover the entire sea. Only by looking carefully can you find that these tentacles are trembling slightly. They are not crazy, but overwhelmed by indescribable fear, losing their minds, and forgetting what they are going to do. Shang-Chi raised a careless fake smile at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand and pulled, and the whole person threw himself into the arms of the human-shaped anemone. He was not afraid of his mind being invaded, nor was he afraid of mental pollution, or since a few years ago, he has regarded mental pollution as something more common than eating and drinking. Thanks to those life experiences, he can now paddle in this competition with ease. Recalling Fusey's appearance, Shang-Chi couldn't help but have a weak resonance. Everyone was paddling, only Fusey seemed to be really for the victory of the game. But in just half a minute, the human-shaped anemone seemed to be unable to bear it, and poofed Shang-Chi out, looking extremely disgusted. If it could make a sound, it would be a very loud paw. Shang-Chi suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. His heart was beating fast in his chest. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. At the same time, Jasmine, who was discussing the construction plan with Sarah, raised her head thoughtfully. The transformation failed. Sarah didn't understand, and seeing Jasmine distracted, she asked carefully, "What's wrong?" Jasmine turned her head and saw the tall man showing a dog-like flattering expression, and seemed very disappointed. "Nothing, I leave first, you take care of this place." Although Sarah was confused, he seemed to be obedient to Jasmine, and would execute the order immediately once it was given. "Okay, don't worry," Sarah said in a deep voice. Jasmine nodded, and walked hurriedly to the camp behind. Obviously, there was no mental fluctuation in that man, so the transformation should be very smooth. Jasmine frowned involuntarily, and her beautiful face was a little gloomy, but this expression only appeared for a moment before she covered it up. "It doesn't matter, it's just a failure of transformation." He is so weak that he can't escape from her palm. If it doesn't work once, then twice, and if it doesn't work twice, then 3 times. Jasmine has plenty of time to play with him. Creaky Jasmine pushed open the simple wooden door of the lounge, but she only saw the cool bed and the messy pile of supplies. Jasmine's pupils shrank slightly. Someone ran away right under her nose. The guard standing at the door saw that she looked wrong and hurried to check. Seeing that the person was gone, he hurriedly explained, "I have been guarding here all the time and didn't see anyone come out." Jasmine asked in a deep voice, "Are there any suspicious people passing by?" The man quickly replied, "No, only Chief Sarah came to see once." Jasmine turned her neck and lowered her eyes slightly. "Block the camp and find the person for me." "Yes." A dark purple light flashed in the guard's eyes, and he turned and left, passing on the blockade order. Jasmine glanced at the human-shaped den on the bed again, her face twitched twice, and she showed a somewhat weird smile. "You can't run away." Bang, the simple wooden door was closed, revealing Shang-Chi hiding behind the door. He silently pressed his temple to relieve the throbbing neurons in his brain. Shang-Chi took a deep breath. He had been holding his breath and concentrating, but when he suddenly relaxed, his vision became a little dark. When he released his spirit body, he inspected the camp. There was only one exit here, and it was surrounded by fences of unknown materials. From above, it didn't look like a camp for people to stay, but more like a huge sheepfold. Shang-Chi's face was about to turn the same color as the cold snow outside the door. His condition was not good. If he stayed here for one more second, his mental power would be consumed. Fu Xi's voice echoed in his mind, and Shang-Chi closed his eyes. The situation on her side was like walking on a tightrope on the edge of a knife, and it was not optimistic. It was very consistent with Fu Xi's style of behavior, and Shang-Chi could only obey. The messy illusion confused Jasmine. She might not have thought that Shang-Chi was still staying in the same place without moving, but the high degree of self-ability must have confused Jasmine's eyes. Compared with Luo Yi, Shang-Chi is better at disguise. The ability forced out by countless life and death moments is different from Luo Yi's innate talent. Even if Jasmine has inhuman insight, she can't discover his existence at the first time. Crack, a faint friction sound suddenly came from the corner. Shang-Chi raised his head and fixed his eyes on the messy pile of supplies, where there were nutrients and medical injections, as well as a large number of adrenaline hormones, all of which were medicines to maintain vital signs in a harsh environment. However, such precious supplies were scattered in the corners in large and small white bags, which looked very casual. Shang-Chi felt that something was wrong, but there was no time to investigate the current situation. He could only hastily take 2 medicines and walked out of the door with low steps. The military reserves of this camp were not large. Only a dozen men and Jasmine were active here. There were 3 fixed personnel guarding the main gate, and the others were searching for Shang-Chi everywhere. Shang-Chi glanced at Sarah's tall and burly figure, thought for a moment, and came up with an idea. According to his speculation, the main function of those human-shaped anemones is to assimilate his thinking. But what good will this do for Jasmine? These people's positions are very vague, both good and evil, and their ultimate goal cannot be seen for a while. However, Shang-Chi is sure that Jasmine, as the leader of the camp, must have hidden abilities, and Sarah is less threatening than Jasmine. Shang-Chi observed in the dark for a while, and found a strange phenomenon. Sarah seemed to have been intentionally or unintentionally moving her eyes away from the gate, and her attention was not focused. It seemed that she was not serious about the job of guarding the gate. This was completely inconsistent with the importance that Sarah attached to Jasmine. Shang-Chi recalled the look in his eyes when he looked at Jasmine. The word loyalty was probably not enough to describe Sarah. Why did he execute Jasmine's orders so perfunctorily? At this moment, Sarah suddenly stretched out her hand to call over a companion guarding the gate and whispered a few words. The companion showed an embarrassed expression. Sarah patted his shoulder a few times with a tough attitude. The companion had no choice but to nod, stretched out his hand to call other companions guarding the gate, and went deep into the camp to search. His back gradually disappeared among the large and small temporary tents. Shang-Chi raised his eyebrows. Is Sarah fishing for law enforcement? Such a poor acting. Any human with a brain that can think normally will not be fooled. Shang-Chi does not think that Sarah is fishing for law enforcement. Thinking of this, Shang-Chi's eyes became a little playful. Could it be that although Sarah's body surrendered to Jasmine, her heart did not agree with Jasmine's order? That's why she acted like this. Shang-Chi glanced at the flammable material in the corner of the door. Whether it was true or false, he would know after a try. Chapter 116. The temperature here is extremely low. Shang-Chi only spent a while outdoors, and his ears and fingers were frozen to the point of losing feeling. Moreover, the geographical location here is very high, and the air is dry. Once flammable materials come into contact with sparks, they will be out of control. Xing-Chi covered his lips and coughed twice. Jasmine was right. Without the heating in the camp, he would freeze to death in this snowy land. However, Xing-Chi's sight turned to Sarah and others. They were not wearing bulky clothes, but thin and neat-waisted narrow boots, which seemed particularly weak against cold. The clothes they wore were made of special materials, which could maintain body temperature in such icy and snowy land. Xing-Chi suddenly had an idea in his mind. Isn't this a cheating weapon delivered to the door? Thinking of this, Xing-Chi's eyes on Sarah had changed from exploration to desire. Ba Xing-Chi moved his body, and felt that his whole body was frozen. If he didn't move for a while, he would become a human-shaped ice sculpture. The people that Sarah had sent away had not returned yet, so Xing-Chi stopped delaying and took out 2 convex mirrors, which were the few useful and easy-to-carry items that he had searched out from the room just now. The daylight here was very bright, and the flammable materials piled at the door had a low ignition point, which gave Xing-Chi an opportunity to take advantage of. A very small and bright light spot appeared on the linen-woven bag, and it was difficult to find its existence without careful observation. Not to mention Sarah, who had her back to the door. Soon, a beam of black smoke slowly rose along the light spot, and at the same time a burnt smell spread. Sarah's nose twitched slightly. People's sense of smell and vision would be reduced in a cold environment, but they had been stationed here for many years, and had long been unaffected by the low temperature. Therefore, Sarah had already noticed the burnt smell as soon as it appeared. Xing-Chi observed his demeanor in the dark, and saw his face move slightly, but he did not inform his companions, but moved further away from the door. He looked like he was letting the fire spread. Sure enough, although he didn't know why, Sarah did let him go on purpose. Knowing that the fire was spreading, Sarah pretended to be panicked and shouted loudly for her companions to put out the fire. Taking this opportunity, Sarah also moved away from the door, exposing a gap leading directly to the outside. It looked like a clumsy trap. But the opportunity was rare, and Xing-Chi decided to gamble on Sarah's sincerity. If he won the bet, he would go to Fusey to meet up. If he lost the bet, the worst that could happen was that he would be converted again. When this idea came up, Xing-Chi didn't think there was anything wrong. When he was far away from Jasmine's camp, he realized how risky this idea was. After staying with Fusey for a long time, his thinking was also infected by her, and became radical. Xing-Chi looked back at the camp in the distance. Thick black smoke rose in the sky, emitting a dangerous aura like an impotent and furious beast. The snow under his feet was very thick. He felt like he was sinking into a ball of cotton. He didn't have to worry about leaving 2 obvious footprints. He followed the existing footprints on the ground and headed north. The situation on Fusey's side was even more anxious. Xing-Chi's spirit followed her, and knew everything about her side. He also had a rough guess about the distribution of forces on this map. The camp here was divided into 3 parts: scattered poachers, organized and planned hunters, and patrols that opposed them. The hunter camp that we know about now is where Fusey is, and the patrols that oppose them are divided into 2 parts. Xing-Chi recalled the faces of Jasmine and Xiaowen, and always felt that something was wrong. The hunters knew to gather together for warmth, but the patrol team had to split into 2 parts. What kind of enemy strategy was this? Huh? Xing-Chi blew air into his palms. His fingers were pale as jade, and his knuckles were red and stiff. He relied on friction to warm his hands with little effect. Soon his fingers lost consciousness, and his mind was a little fuzzy. Xing-Chi blinked hard and quickened his pace. No, the temperature was too low. This was more terrible than the cold winter in Moros all year round. If this continued, he would freeze to death on the road sooner or later. Xing-Chi raised his eyes. The best way now was to wait for Fusey's help. He might not be able to reach Fusey's camp by himself. Cuckoo Fusey was resting with her eyes closed, but she heard the sound of pigeons outside. If she listened carefully, she could find some patterns. Fusey's mind moved. She walked out and raised her arm. The white bird quickly landed on her arm, making a few rapid coo sounds. Fusey looked at it with interest. You can make this sound again? It seemed very anxious, rubbing Fusey's palm with its beak, and shared with Fusey the situation of Xing-Chi. Fusey looked around. The guards here were not strict for her, and it was not difficult to sneak out and bring someone back. Xing-Chi couldn't wait for her too long. Fusey couldn't take Luo Yi with her, and there had to be at least one person to support her. Before leaving, Fusey reminded, if someone comes to see you, don't speak if you can, Say less and make fewer mistakes, and if it's really not possible, just close the door and don't see them. Luo nodded. Go early and come back early. Fusey didn't delay much. Her speed of movement was not affected in the snow, and the heavy snow would help her cover up her tracks. Luo was not worried. Fusey's individual combat ability was far superior to his. Although he could not use his spiritual body, it was not easy to kill her in a short time. But not long after Fusey left, the door of their room was knocked. Luo's alarm bells rang, and he could not help but look cold. Fusey said that as long as his momentum was better than the other party, he would have the initiative to speak or not. Liana was standing at the door. When she saw Luo opening the door, she looked behind him involuntarily. Excuse me, I have something to verify. Can I come in? Luo looked at her coldly, but he was actually very nervous. He had experienced Liana's strength countless times, and he might be exposed as soon as he opened his mouth. So Luo shook his head coldly, indicating that he was not welcome. Liana was not discouraged. She came here to test them. Her intuition told her that there must be something strange about these two people. Thinking of the similar operation of Luo and Ina in the previous audition, which was also a combination of a man and a woman, it was hard for her not to be suspicious. Have you rested? Sorry, I just want to ask how you escaped from the patrol team. Their armed forces are really strong. I just want to ask for life-saving methods. Liana was very sincere. Luo had never seen Liana like this. When they met at school, Liana would hardly give him a good face. She would either look at him coldly or sneer at him, so Luo could only avoid her. This kind of calm conversation now happened a long time ago. It's inconvenient you go back. Luo maintained his quiet personality and said coldly to Liana. After saying that, he wanted to close the door, but Liana held the crack of the door with one hand. Seeing that her fingers were about to be pinched, Luo still stopped. Liana leaned forward half a body again. Really, can't I go in? Luo pretended to be impatient. No, go. After that, he pushed Liana out and closed the door heavily. Liana looked at the closed door in front of her and was almost hit on the nose, but she didn't have any resentment. Instead, a trace of understanding flashed across her eyes. There is indeed something wrong with these two people. Liana turned around with a dim look in her eyes. She would find their flaws after dark and then use Lin Bo's hand to get rid of them. She lowered her head, her fingertips twisted involuntarily, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Damn, Luo is too stupid, can't he find this? Someone in the audience couldn't help but shout out. Feng Qingye couldn't help but frown. It's a very poor disguise. Sheki tilted his head slightly. Liana's glass snake is not good at hiding, and its stealth effect is also very worrying. Maybe Luo just pretended not to find it to relax the enemy's vigilance? Feng Qingye felt that this statement was more credible. Perhaps, as a sentinel, his insight should not be so poor. But in fact, Luo did not find that a slippery and cold glass snake had lurked in the house. The spirit body is the eyes and ears. Then Liana took the opportunity to push the door and put the eyeliner into the two people's house. Luo had been trying hard to hide the fact that Fusey was not there, but now it was easily exposed to Liana's eyes. That woman is not there. Liana's mind became active. She had not received Mia's spiritual body fluctuations for a long time, and she could not contact her teammates. The low temperature restricted their actions. Now the only one in the team who could move freely, Yanji, was missing, and the situation was really not clear. Feng Qingye looked at Fusey and Xingqi meeting, and suddenly said, there is only one solution to this map. Sheki turned his head halfway, a little curious. Oh? What do you think it is? Feng Qingye said in a calm voice. No destruction, no construction. Lin Xian was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence, and Sheki had already praised, for a pat, abandoning the two guides may be the fastest way to win the game. Lin Xian was a little puzzled. Abandon the two guides? Then once they encounter mental interference, how will the three sentinels deal with it? Sheki said, as long as you stay away from the patrol team and take the initiative, you can end the game before your mind collapses. Similarly, if the fans just want to win, they have to make choices. This map, the longer it takes, the harder it is to play, not only because of the low temperature, but also because of the ubiquitous patrol teams that affect the outcome of the game. Sheki finally concluded, it depends on who is bolder. Speaking of this idea, Fusey is actually never lacking courage. But she still chose to pick up Xingqi and bring him back to the camp. She also saw the tone of this map. Just like the map of Kuyu, high temperature and low temperature are both extreme environments, which seem to test the guide's tolerance more, but in fact, the impact on the sentinels is not small. They have to spend more energy to maintain the state of their bodies, and they are more dependent on the guides. Spiritual counseling. In this case, once they become dependent on the guide and dare not act alone, the dispatchability of the entire team will decrease. Fusey has spent countless years alone, and her dependence on the guide is close to zero. She will not abandon her teammates, nor will she stop here. Chapter 117. Fusey found Xingqi hiding in the cave without much effort. He was smart and knew to find a place to hide away from the wind and keep warm. Fusey walked in with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Cough cough, a low cough sounded. Fusey looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xingqi curled up in the corner, with a layer of frost on his eyelashes, like a frostbitten stuffed animal, miserable. Fusey reached out to hold his face. It was cold, and she couldn't help but touch his neck again. Fortunately, his pulse was strong and his circulatory system was still working. Xingqi opened his eyes, and saw a strange face enlarged in front of him, and his mind became clearer. "It's me." Fusey spoke in advance. Her appearance was disguised, but her voice could be self-disguised. Naturally, she used her real voice in front of Xingqi. Fusey came faster than he thought, and he still had self-awareness, which meant that not much time had passed. "Will there be any problems if Luoyi stays alone?" Xingqi's hoarse voice sounded. At this time, he was still thinking about the deployment of the team members. Fusey said calmly, "It's okay. Liana can't make any waves, and Yanji doesn't have the courage to go directly to the camp to do it." As she spoke, she stuffed something into Xingqi's arms. Xingqi realized later that the thing in his arms was emitting heat, which seemed to be a hand warmer. Xingqi hurriedly got up, but was pushed back by Fusey. "Don't be in a hurry to get up, warm up your body first. It's freezing outside, you won't be able to hold on for long and fall down if you go out like this." Fusey pressed his shoulders, looking relaxed, and didn't seem to worry that Luoyi would make any mistakes alone. Xingqi was infected by her emotions, and his nerves also relaxed, and he slowly sat back in place. "Just right, you can take this opportunity to tell me about the clues you have." Fusey also sat down, and the heat of her body spread to Xingqi intentionally or unintentionally. Xingqi blinked, and his cold eyeballs were a little stiff, but it did not affect his thinking. "The situation on my side is a little complicated." Fusey was not surprised. The person who could trip Xingqi up and prevent him from joining her in the first time must not be a small figure. "Long story short, I want to hear the general idea," Fusey said. Xingqi slowly rubbed his stiff fingers and said, "It should be an organization similar to biological protection or researchers. Their equipment is very advanced and well equipped, but they do not have the strict organizational discipline of the army. The leader is a woman who looks very ordinary." "Fusey, do you know her name?" Xingqi was stunned, then nodded. "Jasmine, her subordinates call her like this." "I also heard a name from her, Xiaowen, who seemed very familiar to her. He should be a leader of the same position, or a leader of other organizations." Xingqi then added. Unexpected, but reasonable. Fusey thought about it, and realized that there were probably 3 forces pulling each other on this map. Xiaowen and Lin Bo were particularly important. If they were used well, they would be very powerful helpers. Xingqi gradually warmed up, and he couldn't help but get closer to Fusey. It was strange that Fusey's body temperature was usually cool, but it seemed warmer in the extremely cold place. Fusey noticed his movement, but didn't stop him. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "Still cold?" Xingqi smiled bitterly and nodded. "Sorry, I've been away from Moros for too long, and my resistance to cold has also decreased." Fusey didn't comment. She reached out and held Xingqi's fingers. The 2 hands clasped together, and Xingqi felt as if his hands were in a warm stove. "Go on, how did you escape from Jasmine's hands?" Xingqi recalled those human-shaped anemones, and his body trembled unconsciously. "She wanted to transform me, and my consciousness sank into another world." He briefly explained what happened, including the failure of transformation mentioned by Jasmine, and the fact that Sarah deliberately let him go. Fusey was silent for a while after listening, and said slowly and affirmatively, "I probably know why Sarah let you go. Have you ever raised a dog?" Fusey suddenly asked without a beginning or an end. Xingqi's body warmed up, and his mind became active. "You mean Sarah is essentially no different from a dog, because my arrival took away the attention of his owner, so he wanted to use this method to make me disappear." Fusey stroked Xingqi's knuckles, where there was an inconspicuous bulge, a bit like the bone growing crooked. She said calmly, "That's right, Jasmine transformed you through mental control rather than physical transformation, which means that anyone she likes will go through this stage. Sarah should be a successful case of transformation, absolutely loyal and absolutely exclusive." In fact, Fusey had one more thing to say. Xingqi was too easy to arouse jealousy. His appearance and figure were both inhumanly exquisite and charming. If we use a dog as an analogy, he would be a show-level dog with superior appearance, figure and fur color. Fusey thought about it. In a sense, Sarah still retained human thinking, so he chose to let Xingqi go instead of secretly killing him. Or maybe after the transformation is successful, Xingqi will become one of them, and Sarah can't hurt her companions, so she can only let him go. No matter which one it is, from the result, Xingqi is temporarily safe. Lin Bo's camp seems to be full of desperate criminals, acting recklessly, but in fact, the threat is far less terrible than Xiaowen and Jasmine. How is it? Have you recovered? Fusey let go of Xingqi's hand and put it back in his arms. Xingqi nodded, his voice was still hoarse, but his spirit was much better. You can go. Fusey suddenly signaled him to be silent. Xingqi, someone is coming? Fusey listened carefully. There was only one person, and the footsteps were very light. As she listened, Fusey's eyes suddenly lit up. She walked out of the cave quickly, and met Ina, who was walking over. Fusey spoke first. Ina? Ina raised her hand and waved to her, and she couldn't help but feel happy. When they got closer, Ina said, Finally I found you. This damn place is so hard to navigate. She didn't ask Fusey why she used a strange face. After all, she had used this camouflage tactic with Luoyi before. Fusey stared at her for a while, and didn't come forward for a while. Ina saw through what she was worried about. Her spirit appeared behind her, and the clouded leopard let out a gentle growl. Don't worry, I haven't been replaced. It's real. Fusey grasped the information in her words. Replaced? It seems you have been through a lot. Ina touched the clouded leopard behind her, and said in a sullen tone, Don't mention it. If I ran into some trouble, I would have come to join you a long time ago. Xingqi walked out slowly from behind Fusey, wearing the cloak brought by Fusey, and finally he could survive for a while longer. Seeing him, Ina knew that she couldn't stay here for long, so she asked Fusey directly, Is there a place to stay? There should be some forces stationed here. She asked this because she must have known that Fusey had infiltrated a certain organization and had a plan. Fusey nodded, turned around and held Xingqi's elbow. Are you sure you can do it? This place is about 5 kilometers away from the camp. If you can't... Ahem, Xingqi coughed twice, interrupting Fusey's words for the first time, I can do it. Since he said so, Fusey didn't mean to continue questioning, but just let him walk in the middle to prevent him from falling behind. The three returned to the hunter's camp. Because of Ina's presence, hiding in the snow became a very simple matter, and no one noticed that 3 people had infiltrated the camp. Wait, Fusey stretched out her hand to stop Ina, who was walking forward. Ina looked at her in confusion. Fusey stared at the messy footprints on the ground in a trance. The number is wrong. Someone has been here. There were mostly tall and burly men in the camp, and their footprints were wide and deep, so Fusey's footprints would appear very shallow. And now, there was a set of narrower and shallower footprints on the ground. Liana had been here? Fusey's face was stern, and she whispered, Wait outside for a while, wait for my signal. Ina and Xingqi looked at each other, and nodded silently. Fusey entered the door, and Luo had been waiting anxiously for a long time. When he saw her coming in, he immediately went to meet her. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Fusey's eyes were not right. He swallowed the words that had not been spoken, and his body froze in place. As soon as Fusey entered, she noticed a dark and obscure sight, right at the door. If the search was focused on the house, it might be possible to ignore this thing. The question now is how to get rid of this spy without alerting the person behind the scenes. Glass snakes are good at escaping by shedding their tails. Once the person behind the scenes finds out that Fusey wants to strangle her spirit body, they will definitely cut off their tails to survive. Then Fusey's plan to kill someone under an excuse will be over. So it is necessary to confuse his vision first, and then surprise him and kill him with one blow. Since Liana dared to put the spirit body alone under her nose, she must be prepared to shed her skin. Fusey's eyes moved slightly, and a plan came to her mind. Dear, Fusey smiled at Luoyi, why are you standing there? It's freezing outside, come and warm me up. Luoyi was shocked and hesitated and didn't dare to step forward. Fusey was quite helpless, and could only continue to shout suggestively, What? Are you angry after not seeing you for a long time? Come! The last 2 words already had a bit of gnashing of teeth. Luoyi reacted quickly, opened his arms, and stepped forward to hug Fusey, but his body was as stiff as a cold wall. This acting is really bad. Fusey couldn't help but complain in her heart, but she had a gentle smile on her face, like a young couple in love. Her appearance was still disguised, her sharp eyebrows softened, and her whole person seemed to be wrapped up in the hormones of love. Luo Yi was sweating coldly. He didn't know what Fusey was doing. Fusey hugged him without any psychological burden, but he was concerned about Fusey's gender and didn't dare to use force. Fusey borrowed a position to touch Luo Yi's face, and felt that his body was about to be sieved. He thought about a quick battle, and not to scare him. "Look at you, you put this thing here, and it's all on me." Fusey took out a short sword from his waist. Luo Yi stammered, originally. Fusey held his face with her hands, still holding the dagger, pretending to kiss his face. Luo Yi did not dare to move, nor could he move. Fusey's strength was undeniable, so he could only passively accept it. Who knew that the next second, Fusey turned her waist and raised her hand to stab the glass snake hiding in the corner. Ah! Liana did not expect that the couple who were still in love in the last second, the real purpose was to hide in the dark and peek at her. Liana covered her head, her spiritual sea was turbulent, as if a sword pierced through her head. Chapter 118. When the glass snake in the corner made a quick sound and hurriedly cut off its tail to escape, Luo Yi realized what Fusey had just done. Solved? Luo Yi swallowed his saliva. Fusey stared at the gap where the thing escaped for a while, but still didn't chase it out. Liana was here? Fusey stood up, stroking the cold blade of the dagger with her fingers. "What did you say?" While she was talking, she greeted the two people outside to come in. She paid attention to the surrounding situation throughout the whole process, and was not discovered. Luo Yi saw Aina and Xingqi, and told them about his conversation with Liana. In fact, there was nothing special. Liana's main purpose was to put her spirit body into the room of the two people, so that she could monitor them. Who knew that Fusey didn't play by the rules at all, directly diverted her attention, and then attacked secretly, hitting the target with one blow. After this, Liana's spirit sea would be crippled if she didn't die, and it would be difficult for her to make any waves later. Aina and Xingqi finally understood what the two had just done. They couldn't help but look at Fusey and observe her reaction with their peripheral vision. Fusey was frank and commented on Luo Yi's performance. "Your acting skills could be a little worse. I thought I was hugging a bionic robot that hadn't been activated yet." Luo Yi touched his head and felt a little embarrassed. He subconsciously felt that Fusey was not to be offended. Normal contact was fine, but close contact would make him nervous and sweaty. Fusey couldn't understand. "It's rare that I am so intimidating in your eyes." Luo Yi coughed twice. "Don't talk about this. It's almost time. What are you going to do for the evening activities?" Aina turned her eyes. "Evening activities?" Fusey told her about the deal with Limpa, and Aina couldn't help but joked. "Does that mean you now have different identities in front of Xiaowen and Limpa? If these two groups of people appear in front of you at the same time?" Fusey stretched out a finger and paused in the air. "Let's assume that this situation will not happen." "Everyone, Xingqi held the hand warmer in his arms, a little absent-minded. Fusey continued. "According to the current situation, Liana and Mia's spirit bodies have been severely damaged, and the influence can be ignored." Aina raised her eyebrows slightly. "It seems that a lot of things happened while I was away. There is another thing to be prepared for." Fusey raised her head with a complicated look. "Inan is likely to be out." It's not that Fusey is exaggerating. Inan, as the connection hub of the team's communication, has no news until now, and it is very likely that he has encountered an accident. Aina encouraged everyone. Then again, there are 4 guides in the Meiji, and they obviously do not have the ability to fight for a long time in low temperatures. This map is actually our advantage map. Luo Yi, having said that, they will not wait to die here. Apart from anything else, hasn't Liana found a very suitable place to stay? Fusey pointed outside the door. If she hadn't come to provoke me, she could at least survive until the next time period. Fusey never exaggerates the facts. If Liana had been honest and hiding behind Lin Bo, Fusey would not have attacked her at this time. Compared to Liana, where is the hidden danger that Fusey should worry about? Thinking of this, Fusey suddenly said, "Aina, have you seen Weirin Defeer before?" Aina thought about it for a while, and shook her head hesitantly. "I have never seen him. After all, I have been away from Moros for a while. He is a freshman who just enrolled this year. Is there anything wrong with him?" Xingqi asked softly. Fusey rubbed his temple. His spiritual body ability is Plunder, and he can realize the spiritual body mutation skill through direct or indirect contact. Aina was surprised. "Have you already fought?" Fusey nodded. "It's a pity that Yanji came at the end, otherwise the game would have been over at the beginning," she said arrogantly, but Luo Yi saw clearly at the scene at that time that Weir almost died tragically at the hands of Fusey, or he died from his own spiritual body mutation skill. That scene, Luo Yi felt his scalp tingling. Weir's spiritual body is indeed a bit weird. Not only can it absorb the blood of living beings, but it can also absorb the power of other spiritual bodies. Luoyi touched his chin and was a little scared. Fusey said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, he can also transfer the power he absorbed to other people. Luoyi was amazed. No wonder Yanji dared to take 4 guides. This ability is really abnormal. Someone is coming. Aina suddenly looked at the door. 2 men are approaching us. Fusey signaled Aina to take Xingqi to hide. You and Xingqi stay here. Find a chance to catch up with us at night. Monkey brought his younger brother to find Fusey. The time is almost up. They are ready to leave. Of course Fusey did not refuse. She joined Lin Bo just to figure out the distribution of forces here. It would be even better if she could use Lin Bo's hand to find out the situation in Xiaowen. Don't think about getting away with it tonight. Your every move is under the control of our boss. Don't think about sneaking around. The little brother brought by Monk was obviously dissatisfied with the 2 new guys, and pretended to be fierce to protest to the 2. Fusey looked at the short black man and subconsciously shrank her shoulders. Yes, I have a deep understanding of Boss Lin's ability. We will definitely satisfy him. Perhaps Fusey's weakness gave him confidence, and the dwarf snorted again. That's right, our boss's strength is one of the best in the entire far north. You be honest. The dwarf saw Monk's figure and hurriedly pushed Fusey, signaling her not to talk too much. Monk's face was not very good, and he said in a deep voice, when you are ready, go find the boss quickly, don't waste time. Fusey and Luoyi looked at each other, and saw doubts in each other's eyes. Monkey is a classic brainless and reckless character. In Mike, all NPCs are just a string of data. Their behavior is simple and shallow. NPCs like Lin Bo and Xia would belong to a special category, and will not appear multiple times in a map. So Monkey's code of conduct is very simple. He follows his backbone Lin Bo. He gets angry when Lin Bo is angry, and he gets happy when Lin Bo is happy. His look shows that Lin Bo has encountered a bad thing, and he can't solve the problem for the boss, so he naturally vents his resentment on them. What would Lin Bo be worried about? Fusey can't think of a second candidate except Liana, whose spirit body was seriously injured by Fusey and can't move. In this way, Liana is quite capable. Lin Bo values her so much. I wonder what kind of deal she made with Lin Bo, and whether it is more important than Xiao Wen's information. Let's go, take your equipment, time is short, don't fall behind. Everyone was ready to go, and took advantage of the dark sky to head north. The half-horned white rhino is a very rare and precious animal. Their fur and rhino horns are rare medicinal materials, and their bones are collectors' favorites. The value of a half-horned white rhino is more precious than the same weight of gold. This method of reselling rare animals to make money is the stupidest and most vicious in Fusey's eyes. Humans just have a little self-awareness, and they call themselves the masters of the world, stretching their claws and malice to other creatures, arrogant and absurd. Lin Bo seems to have a superior mind, but his means of making money are so despicable, which is really a waste of his brain. Fusey and Luoyi walk side by side at the end of the team, taking in the entire team. Liana is not here, and she must have been left in the camp by Lin Bo. Before leaving, Fusey asked Aina and Xingqi to pay attention to the movements of the main camp, so that they could find an opportunity to kill Liana on the spot. However, Liana was not stupid. After Fusey discovered her spirit body, she either ran away or hid. It would take some effort for Aina to find her. Suddenly Luoyi called out, "What is that?" Fusey didn't understand, so she followed his gaze, and saw a team of orderly half-horned white rhinos passing by. Because the sky was too dark, and the white fog was getting heavier, it looked like small hills were moving from a distance. Fusey said casually, "Half-horned white rhinos, their size is just a little bigger than ordinary rhinos." Before she finished speaking, Fusey felt something was wrong. The size of an adult half-horned white rhino is roughly equivalent to 3 adult men stacked together. Their movements are clumsy and their attack methods are simple, so they are treasures in the eyes of poachers. But the half-horned white rhino that was walking towards them was a little too fast. Fusey's pupil shrank slightly, and she stretched out her hand to block Luoyi and pushed him back. "Something is wrong, don't rush in front." Luoyi slowed down hesitantly, and saw Fusey walk forward a few steps, and go to Lin Bo's side. Lin Bo hadn't noticed the clue yet, and he still led the large group forward. "Do you have a way to judge the half-horned white rhino?" Fusey asked. Lin Bo's gloomy eyes passed through Fusey's solemn expression. Although he didn't understand what happened, Fusey's expression clearly showed that something was wrong. The half-horned white rhino's footsteps were 4 rings, and their team strictly followed the frequency of the leader, and even the footsteps were consistent. Lin Bo's voice gradually weakened, and he finally found something wrong. The sounds coming from the front were scattered and brisk, obviously not the sounds that a half-horned white rhino should make. Observing the size and position of the black shadows, they were only a few hundred meters away from Lin Bo. Lin Bo frowned. Isn't this a team of half-horned white rhinos? But judging from the outline and body shape, it is definitely a half-horned white rhino. What would imitate the shape of a half-horned white rhino and migrate in the middle of the night? And just happen to appear within their hunting range? Fu Si said his guess. It's a trap. However, it was too late. Large patches of purple light flew towards the team of hunters, reflected in Fu Si's blue eyes, and the dark surroundings suddenly lit up. Chapter 119. In the thick fog, the mountain-like figure finally revealed its original appearance. One after another, the manta rays floating in the air were extremely huge. Compared with this wave of manta rays, the wave that Fu Si had seen underwater before was a bit dwarfed. Ah! Their cries were very harsh. Fu Si felt a tearing pain in her eardrums, and her sensitive sense of touch, which was originally sensitive in the low temperature, was also awakened. Fu Si reacted immediately and retreated, but Lin Bo was not so lucky. The purple light that came towards him was a high-voltage thunder ball, which instantly electrocuted him to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Dead? Luo Yi murmured as he looked at Lin Bo's fallen figure. The leader of the entire hunter organization, the villain who was equally powerful as Xiao Wen on this map, just went offline like this. Luo Yi was stunned in place. Fu Si reached out and grabbed him and pushed him back, avoiding the first wave of thunder. Death passed by him. Fu Si couldn't help but increase the strength of her grip on him, her 5 fingers deeply embedded in his flesh, and the stinging pain awakened Luo Yi's mind. I may not have time to see you in a while. Find a safe place to hide by yourself, Fu Si whispered. Luo Yi raised his head and looked around. There were many people lying on the ground. All of them were hunters brought by Lin Bo. The hunters fell to the ground as soon as they met, and their lives were uncertain. Luo Yi looked at the huge manta rays stiffly, and slowly held his breath. Fu Si lowered her center of gravity, and hid her figure in the thick fog. She observed that these manta rays had a wide attack range, but their movement speed was surprisingly slow, slower than normal human walking, just like a group of babbling children. Their tails glowed with lightning, about as long as Fu Si's forearm. They looked for targets like pointers and fired lightning, a bit like a miniature ion cannon attacking at a long distance. If Fu Si guessed correctly, they couldn't see anything, and could only search for enemies through smell and touch. The reason why Lin Bo was the first to be hit was because Fu Si was talking beside him. Fu Si dodged in time, and was not hit, but Lin Bo was not so lucky. When underwater, these manta rays could only sense Fu Si's position and appearance information through the medium. Now that they are on the ground, this ability must be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Fu Si made a silent gesture to Luo Yi. Luo Yi blinked, held his breath unconsciously, lowered his heartbeat to the lowest frequency, and lowered his body like Fu Si. However, some people want to die and can't be stopped. Help! Help! It's Lan Ning! We are going to die! A hoarse and unpleasant shout came from the right front of Luo Yi. It was one of the few survivors. Idiot, shut up! Someone cursed. It was too late. Any slight movement would become a target, not to mention the hysterical call for help from humans. Another wave of overwhelming lightning came. Luo Yi immediately opened a micro-wormhole to avoid it. Fu Si had already retreated to a safe area. The two of them escaped the attack without any danger. All members of the hunter camp were killed, and no one survived. Fu Si's heart tightened. I wonder if these guys noticed the lack of numbers. There were 19 of them, but now there were only 17 bodies on the ground. If they paid attention, it must be a big flaw. Sure enough, the manta rays began to circle around the corpses, tapping their tails on them, as if they were checking for vital signs. Seeing their movements, Fu Si felt a little strange. According to common sense, wild animals check whether their prey is alive by observing their breathing and heartbeat, but these guys stayed at the neck of the corpse, as if they were sensing their pulse. This doesn't look like wild animals, but more like a human habit. Fu Si's mind flashed through Xiao Wen's face, and she had a bold guess. Without hesitation, Fu Si sent a signal to Luo Yi, go back to find Ina. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Now? Fu Si nodded affirmatively. Let her come to me. Luo Yi looked up at the manta ray group in the distance, gritted his teeth, and the miniature wormhole jumped to the farthest distance. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Fu Si looked around. This place was on the ice surface. There were very few hiding places. Only the thick fog could cover her. Any sentry who was good at reconnaissance could find out her hiding. Fu Si lowered her eyes. Lin Bo chose the time of action at night in order to better avoid Xia Wen's eyes and ears. Now, he chose a good time for himself to be buried. Have you finished counting? A vague female voice floated into Fusie's ears. Fusie raised her head with a sense of something, and saw that the majestic figures, like hills in the fog, began to shrink until they became human figures. The leader shook his long hair behind him, and said faintly, "Are there any survivors?" That voice was the voice of Xia Wen that Fusie had heard before. Fusie frowned. Although she had guessed it long ago, when the scene really happened, it still aroused a lot of ripples in her heart. Xia Wen is the Liaoning that Lin Bo and others are so scared of. They can transform into the appearance of manta rays, and have the incomparable killing power of manta rays. Team leader, there are a total of 16 bodies. There should be no omissions. 16? Fusie felt that something was wrong. Should? Xia Wen's voice was a little dissatisfied. I don't like this word. Yes, team leader, all 16 bodies are here, no omissions. The man repeated the report again. Xia Wen was about to ask everyone to return to the original route, but a clear male voice broke through the fog and sounded like thunder. Team leader Xia, you missed 2 people. Yanji? Fusie's heart was alarmed. How could he be here? Although the distance was far, Yanji's voice was very recognizable, and Fusie would not be wrong about this. Xia Wen's reaction was beyond Fusie's expectation. Her tone was full of unconscious familiarity. Did you see which direction they fled to? Without any doubt or questioning, Xia Wen believed Yanji's statement. Fusie thought it was not good. Something happened between them that she didn't know, which caused the patrol team's power to shift to Yanji's side. Yanji quickly replied, they didn't run away. They are still wandering in this area. Xia Wen was a little surprised. Oh, I thought that group of guys were a mob. They didn't run away when they were in danger. They are quite courageous. Although Yanji had been talking to Xia Wen, he was always paying attention to the scene in the fog. His head swayed with the wind, trying to catch the breath of the survivors. Fusie narrowed her eyes. It seemed that Yanji didn't know that the fish that slipped through the net was her. Otherwise she would have followed Xia Wen to wipe them out together, instead of watching the battle from the sidelines. Xia Wen was impatient. I have people block this place, and wait for the fog to dissipate before looking for people. The terrain here is open and flat, and they can't escape. Yanji hesitated for a while. I asked you to help me find my companions. Xia Wen told him the news without hesitation. People have been sent to their camp, and there will be news soon. Yanji nodded, breathed a sigh of relief without a trace, and his voice was indistinguishable. It's too early to go back now. Xia Wen was a little surprised. He turned his head to look at Yanji. Seeing that he had no intention of moving his body, he couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Instantly, Fusie felt a chill on her back, and her muscle memory made her move before her brain, and she took a step back and left her original position. Yanji started with 0 frame without martial ethics, and in an instant, a huge pit was smashed in Fusie's original position. Boom, the fog kept churning with his movements, and the thick ice layer was dug out a sinkhole by his huge force, and the area of more than 10 meters was affected. If it had been a little later, Fusie would have been a piece of meat in his hands. Good reaction. Yanji raised his eyes. His pair of golden beast pupils were particularly conspicuous in the white mist, and Fusie's scalp tingled. This guy's acuity reminded her of Nai. The beast-like mobility plus the human super-sensitive thinking made them more terrifying than ordinary sentinels. Fusie had to admit that Yanji was a natural warrior. Without time to sigh, Yanji turned his wrist, and the fusion of spirit and body was completed in an instant. The golden beast pupils faintly revealed a hint of scarlet, and Yanji's lips curled slightly. Aren't you going to try your best? While talking and laughing, Yanji stretched out his hand and slapped the ice layer downwards, shattering it into countless ice crystals. He waved his hand, and countless ice crystals wrapped in strong winds blocked Fusie's retreat, and he chose to rush from the front, and in a moment, the tiger claws were only a finger away from Fusie's eyelashes. Fusie did not dodge as he expected, but clasped her hands in front of her face, trying to block the attack. Yanji added a huge force, trying to penetrate her arm and twist off her head, but Fusie grabbed her wrist and passed by sideways. Her body circled around Yanji like a soft snake, easily removing the force of the attack. Yanji reacted quickly, hooked his 5 fingers downward, and pulled Fusie's wrist tightly, trying to throw her away and knee her, but Fusie used the force to pull her away. Who? Fusie adjusted her breathing frequency. Fortunately, Yanji was still a student living in an ivory tower, and had not experienced the polishing of the battlefield, so her attack method was relatively simple. If the opponent just now was Nai, she would have been torn in half in 2 moves without using her spiritual body. Before she could adjust her position, Yanji penetrated the white mist and attacked again. This time, he did not try again. His spirit body's mutation skill, Bone Knife, was activated, and the sharp claws on his hands turned into golden knives that could cut iron like mud. If the flesh and skin were touched, it would be no different from being put directly into a meat grinder. Fusey knew that she could not fight him in close combat, but she could not match Yanji's speed after the fusion of spirit body. However, he was bullied by her in an instant. "I now suspect that you don't have a spirit body at all." Yanji's whisper floated into Fusey's ears, and the sharp claws and golden knife in front of her seemed to have sentenced Fusey to death. Fusey did not panic at all. "It doesn't matter, I can hug my teammate's thighs." Yanji only heard the first half of the sentence. He was immersed in the excitement of killing, and his hearing was a little distorted. Fusey's body bent backwards, revealing a huge flaw. At the same time, a dazzling white light burst out. Ida! Chapter 120. The blinding white light was like a star at dawn, penetrating the mist and sweeping the cold, with a terrifying killing intent. Yanji had a bad feeling, and suddenly withdrew his attack. Before he could see the person coming, he heard a sound of breaking air. With his super perception, Yanji connected several moves, punching him hard, making his palm numb. Yanji was amazed, and quickly realized that Ina used the spiritual body mutation skill, Daytime. In the last game, she used this move to kill the guide who controlled the snake group on the opposite side. Yanji had fought with Ina briefly before. Although the training match ended abruptly, Yanji clearly remembered that he did not use his full strength at that time, and Ina could only tie with him at that time. The two figures separated briefly, and Yanji raised his golden beast pupil and stared at Ina steadily. "You hide your strength," Yanji concluded. Ina immediately turned back to ensure Fusey's safety, and was relieved when she saw her hiding at a safe distance. "So what?" Ina casually spread her hands and looked at her beastly claws. During the duration of Daytime, she and her spirit body shared all the benefits. Yanji wanted to say something, but Ina didn't have the patience to chat with him. The clouded leopard, as bright as a star, took the lead in launching an attack. The loud roar of the beast resounded through the sky, and the sound of the fierce battle in this world could be heard within 100 miles. Yanji narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was no time to think about the pros and cons. His body reacted faster than his brain. The spirit body's mutation skill, Beast Spirit Pivot, a white tiger phantom as huge as a blue whale appeared in front of Yanji. Its body did not look as solid as the spirit body, but it carried an oppressive feeling that could not be ignored. The white tiger's shadow enveloped Yanji and Ayane's bodies at the same time. The ice layer on the surface made a numbing cracking sound, and a trail of ice flowers exploded in front of the clouded leopard. It rushed 100 meters before it barely stopped, and a deep rift valley appeared on the ice layer. Yanji, who was in the middle of the path, was intact. Ina blinked, and saw a layer of faint golden light covering Yanji's body, and even his animal eyes became brighter. Ina praised with an ambiguous meaning, not bad ability. Beast Spirit Pivot can enhance the ability of the Sentinel's spiritual body by 10 times, and at the same time the spiritual barrier will become extremely fragile, immune to all physical attacks within the protection range of the spiritual body. Yanji's contemptuous look disappeared, and he looked at the opponent in front of him seriously for the first time. There was a faint sound of water flowing under the cracks on the ground. The ice layer here was at least 100 meters thick, but now it was cracked by external forces. Ayane's expression did not show any surprise. Obviously, she knew very well what the consequences of this attack would be. Yanji took a deep breath without leaving a trace, adjusting his heart rate and blood flow. He was afraid that he would have to start a protracted battle with Ina. In an unnoticed corner, Xiaowen looked at Ina standing on the ice, his eyes bursting with fanatical brilliance. Xiaowen suddenly said, "My ally, do you need help?" Yanji turned around with some surprise, and saw Xiaowen's charming purple eyes firmly locked on Ina. Ina looked at Xiaowen, but after a few glances, she recognized her non-human identity, and she raised the corners of her lips with some playfulness. "Aliens hidden among humans, you are quite interested in playing house with them," Ina said with a smile. Xiaowen raised his eyebrows in surprise, not because of the embarrassment of being pointed out by Ina, but because of Ayane's leisurely and relaxed state. This person seemed to have no awareness of facing a powerful enemy. Ina looked at the white tiger phantom in the air, and had the leisure to discuss with Yanji, "You can't maintain this form for too long? This scale of spiritual body mutation skills will only accelerate your elimination." Yanji was silent. Ina was right. He could feel the increasingly thinning spiritual wisdom in his mind, and the increasingly exhausted physical state. The scene seemed to be deadlocked, but in fact there was an undercurrent. Ina clapped her hands, and lifted the continuous state of daytime. The entire ice surface returned to a dim and lightless state, and each other could only rely on outlines and sounds to identify their positions. Brother Yin will not use off-field forces. He is a bit stubborn sometimes. Someone in the spectator seats outside the field whispered. This statement immediately attracted a lot of echoes. Yes, yes, Brother Yin is the kind of person who won't even cheat in the final exam. Although, you shouldn't cheat in the final exam. Xiao Wen's strength is a mystery. If she takes action, it may directly affect the final result of this game. Before, Yan Ji sold Weir in exchange for Xiao Wen's favorability. I guess he thought this woman was difficult to deal with. Not long ago, Fu Si wondered why Yan Ji could become Xiao Wen's companion, but the audience with a god's perspective saw the whole process of Yan Ji joining Xiao Wen. Fu Si thought that he had left a big problem for Yan Ji to solve. If he wanted to protect Weir in the group of manta rays, he would have to shed a layer of blood. But Yan Ji chose a path that no one expected. He had no intention of protecting Will, but instead handed him over to the manta ray group, watching Will being torn into pieces and melted into the ice and underwater. He lost a teammate at the beginning, which made all the people who supported Miji gasp. Yan Ji was a bit righteous. It was precisely because of this move that the people sent by Xiao Wen witnessed everything and regarded Yan Ji as an ally of justice. After a series of operations, Yan Ji not only did not consume his mental power, but also received Xiao Wen's appreciation. With Xiao Wen's help, Mia, whose spiritual body was severely injured, and Sarah, who was at the border of the polar region, were well taken care of. Many people are familiar with Yan Ji's operation. Isn't this the operation that was used to brush the NPC's favor in the last game between Apat and Atlanticus? Judging from the results of the game, the team favored by the NPC is indeed more likely to win. Yan Ji's move was brilliant. He lost one Weir, saved the remaining two guides, and found Liana's whereabouts, which was 3 birds with 1 stone. It seemed that the balance of victory was about to tilt towards Miji. Ina tapped the ice under her feet, and a slight chill spread from the soles of her feet. The temperature was gradually dropping. Seeing that Yan Ji did not answer, Xiao Wen said again with a stronger tone, "Do you need my help?" Yan Ji blinked slightly, but firmly rejected Xiao Wen. "No, thank you for your kindness." Xiao Wen seemed very regretful, and his lingering purple eyes swept across Yan Ji's face, and said in a light voice, "Well, everyone has their own grievances to settle, and I will not interfere in your duel." Yan Ji was about to nod to thank her for her understanding, when Ina's voice came out of the mist at an inopportune time. "Don't regret it." Ina broke her wrists, her bones creaked slightly, and she opened her lips. "This is your last chance to beat me." Among the few people, Luo Yi was undoubtedly the one who had the most acute sense of danger. At this moment, Luo Yi's mind was ringing with alarm bells, and the urge to escape kept emerging in his heart, although he didn't understand why he was so scared. Luo Yi couldn't help but grab Fu Si's wrist beside him, which attracted Fu Si's strange gaze. "What's wrong?" Luo Yi stammered. "I don't know, let's leave." Before he finished speaking, a series of earth-shaking noises exploded in everyone's ears, and the fog that had been slowly gathering was completely cleared. A huge round hole appeared in the center of Ina and Yan Ji, and the creature that was ready to move in it was breaking through the air. With its appearance, the ice layer made a huge cracking sound, and the heart couldn't help but beat with a loud noise. "What is that?" Luo Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The claws of that thing were propped up at both ends of the round hole, a bit like a chick poking its head out of an eggshell. It was just a little bigger. Compared to the harmless chick, its size and pressure comparable to that of a blue whale were really amazing. Yan Ji looked at its head sticking out and felt fear for the first time. Yana was still very calm, but the cold sweat on her forehead exposed her crazy lowering mental threshold. The spiritual body mutation skill, and seeing he was not saved for the finals, but was displayed on this extremely cold night. The opponent's heart might have been colder than ice. Fusey narrowed her eyes. She was also a little surprised. That thing had horns that were curved like branches, a dragon-like head, brown-red phosphorus armor, and powerful limbs like a horse. There were also 2 pairs of bone wings on its back, but the bone wings had long been in the form of white bones, and it obviously did not have the ability to fly. It lowered its head and stared at the tiny human on the ground, sniffing with an unclear meaning. Yan Ji had obviously never seen such a strange and powerful spiritual body mutation skill. How could the Sentinel have a summoning type space skill? Ina raised her hand. "It's over." The monster that looked like a dragon, but was not a dragon, had an unlucky name. It was once named Disaster, a demon that conquered one side, but now it was used by the little sentinel as a weapon to win the college competition. It was really a bit of a waste of talent. At least that's what Disaster thought. It lowered its huge head, opened its beak, and black and green smoke gushed out of its mouth, instantly drowning Yanji's body. Being immune to physical attacks does not mean being immune to toxins. As long as 1 inch of skin touches the black smoke, the whole person will be melted into a pool of blood in an instant. Yanji obviously saw the hidden danger of this thing, and instantly retracted the white tiger phantom, trying to rely on speed to get out of the coverage of the black smoke. The black smoke spreads very quickly, and covers a wide range. If Yanji just wants to dodge their pursuit, it is no different from chronic suicide. Anyway, you will die. Ina, who was standing still, found that Yanji was moving towards her at a fast speed. Do you want to attack the main body? Ina pursed her lips slightly, and gave an order. Disaster reluctantly turned its body, and covered Ina under its wings. Unlike the fierce appearance of the Disaster, this thing is of questionable strength. Only the toxins and plagues on its body are worth fearing. This is also an important reason why Ina can take it under her command. But Yanji did not understand this feature. Seeing that Ina's body had no flaws, he directly turned his target and ran towards the hiding place of Fusey and others. The black smoke attacked indiscriminately. If he continued to chase, his teammates might also suffer. However, Ina did not stop it and watched the black fog spread towards Fusey. Luoyi, go to a safe place. Fusey threw Luoyi out and met Yanji's attack. Seeing the black fog approaching, Fusey seemed to hold Yanji's fist as if she didn't see it. Yanji tried to pull away, but Fusey's 5 fingers were firmly locked into his wrist. The bone knife cut Fusey's hand in half, but she still held it tightly, as if it was wrapped in some gummy candy, and difficult to break free. Yanji couldn't believe it. She was going to play the game of destroying both sides? Their team couldn't afford to lose members now. Fusey seemed to see through his thoughts. Before the black fog enveloped the two of them, she challenged him in his ear. Do you think Liana can save you from the poison? Without time to be surprised, Fusey shook Yanji off and fell straight into the ice sea along the crack that had just exploded.